Fuck. We're lucky we're here for that. Okay. Let's get as many people on this call as possible. We're gonna ride on our lovely Brooke Gibson. Yes. There we are, honey. Hey, we're live. So I'm gonna start bringing on everybody I possibly can, and let's see. This way, people can hold the line while I basically grab some hangover remedy. Okay, let's try everybody. So you've seen me do this before. No need to keep showing you. In terms of the people that I call, just clicking them all lately. Plus, I did something that I made later. How do I say it? It's hard to explain. Anyhow, so everybody, I'm not even sober right now. I'm just totally fucking. My mind is like decompressing from Veterans Day weekend, and what I cannot understand is how no one understood that. It's like nobody looks at their holidays or something, and everybody thought that it's like, everybody was trying to reach out to me apparently throughout the weekend, and I mean everybody. And I don't understand why they just didn't look at the calendar and see, oh, wow, Veterans Day, Douglas will be on Bender. Now, understand, the way that I celebrate it is not in the spirit of, your average veteran. It's more of, in my case, just the my son and the Blood Boys honor me as a veteran. And so for that reason, I'm set up with various celebratory situations. It's not like I'm going around saying, I'm a veteran. Okay, just so everybody knows that, because that's not the attitude I have about the entire affair. And I'll try and make that more coherent later. Press the add button. And it would help, of course, if Our Lady said something so that I would think she's on here with me. You're there, right, Brooke? Brooke? Honey? Fuck this. Hi! Brooke! Brooke! Honey, you there? You're on mute. Jeez. I mean, we're on a call together. It's like, okay, is it me? Is it me? Can anybody hear me? All right, that would help. Let's try and figure out if anybody can hear me. Okay, what the fuck am I? Okay, production is hard enough, and live stream. Go to live stream. Okay, what do we got? Connection's excellent. We got people. Hit those upvotes. We automatically get hit by all kinds of downvotes that are bots. If anybody can fucking hear me, let me know. I mean, this is important. Part of the program, so to speak. So, obviously, Brooke is out of it, so I need you to respond in her place. You, meaning you, listening now. You, yeah, you. Whoever's listening. Whoever's listening to Vicky Johnson. Yes, we can hear you. Goddess bless you, Vicky Johnson. I kiss every single one of your 10 toes. Yes, thank you. I worship the ground on which you walk. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Love you dearly. Beyond expression. All right. Okay, so people hear me. Maybe that's not a good thing, considering the fact that I'm barely coherent. There we are. Michael C. Andriich in Australia, no less, says he can hear me. They can hear me all the way down under. Oh, good. Okay, so that's comforting. Good to know. And with that, let's see who else is on the call. And praise go. Yeah, nothing to praise. I've got no one. I'm stuck with Ghost Girl here. Ghost Gibson. The Gibson girl is not responsive. It's damn disturbing, and I'm trying to get somebody to break me so I can take my hangover remedy. And then aside from all of that, there's nothing to do other than re-explain myself. But hey, all right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, I can't.
Hey, I just had to do it from the phone. I don't know what's wrong with the fucking speaker or the computer, so I had to do it from the phone.
Oh, God. Part of the you know, when there's a complete convergence of all kinds of things that don't make any sense. Well, you've heard me discuss this before, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same speaker that I just bought last week that I used, and anyway, doesn't matter. It's not working.
Right. I mean, it matters to a degree in the technical sense, but hey, we're operating from the phone now, so that's cool.
And now I've got to mute you on because you're coming through. See, I could hear you through the computer. You just can't hear me, so now we got to echo. Hold on one second. Let me cut that off.
And so what we're going to do is we're going to try and call everybody again, and then we're going to see if two of you can hold a...
Yes, because you're fucking drunk. First of all, motherfucker, no, I don't get your... What? You have a holiday every other weekend, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but I've explained that, darling. And I'll happily explain it again, of course, to educate...
I don't need you to explain it. I just mean I don't get one. So, therefore, I don't give you a free pass. And I didn't ask you for anything this weekend. I don't think so.
Right. Whoa, wait.
I mean, did I?
You sent some communications. Apparently.
My communications are always like those 20-second shorts that I'll be like, this will make you laugh.
Right. Well, I mean, no.
I don't expect you to see it then. I don't give a shit if you see it 2 years from now. I'm just like, this is funny.
Whoa. Wait a second. Some of your communications are urgent and obviously...
Oh, no, there was one thing because I told you wanted me to handle it because your microphone... Anyway,
oh, thank God Mark is with us. He can make
you are
up
fucked
for...
up. You don't even know what you're talking about.
No, Mark H is with us. He's thank God, which means that he can...
Oh, really? Because you were putting Mark down last week, and Mark should have something to say to you because he had something important to say. Because he thought I said it because apparently the thing that I told you not to say, and first of all, the conversation I told you not to bring up, but then on top of that, what did you do? You said that Mark Hayes must have been jacking off. And I was like, I never said that. And I'm not Joe Ty. Freaking Sammy puts it in. Was it Joe Ty or Mark Hayes jacking off while Brooke was talking? And then Mark's like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I wasn't jacking off. So why don't you explain? And I just put to Mark, all I did was say, Mark, I did not say you were. Any follow-up will need to be done.
Whoa, wait. It's on record. What I said was, basically I presented the lady in distress situation as it was. And then I was saying, gee, Mark, why didn't you intercede? And I said, what were you doing? Stroking? Maybe because you were all upset. I was thinking, maybe some guys, could get off on that. There's, a lady in distress can kind of be exciting to some people. I mean, hey, I'm pretty jaded myself, so I could see where that would be stimulating. You're screaming at some, human phallus that I imagine Joe Ty to be. And we say that affectionately, of course.
I do love Joe, and I'm giving Joe the benefit of the doubt one more time because I did not realize certain things that Real Tech educated me on about Joe, which you've mentioned before, like basically.
And of course, just so everybody knows, we have our own amusements per Real Tech as well, because he has his own quirks, and there seems to be quite a few of them, and we find out more every time. Oh,
well, he's cheap. Real Tech, if you're listening right now, I think you're cheap. Period.
Which
I called, so I gave Doug. Well, actually, let's just finish the Mark story. The other story will be later.
No, in all fairness, okay, we can never accuse Mark of being cheap. Mark just said $30. We have a contribution of 30 United States dollars from Mark H. I am too scared to check if there's an accompanying note.
Well, why don't you read what I gave you? I don't think you ever, because you're supposed to read from the week before anybody you haven't read. Why don't you read? Didn't somebody give you some money and a note?
Yeah. Oh. Do you want me to read that out loud? No.
Oh, yes, I
no.
would like you to read it out loud.
No.
Well, I don't think it'll offend anyone on air or listening.
It would. It's too. Oh, come on, honey. You and I will discuss that privately later. I mean, the note is fine.
Okay.
I think it's funny as hell.
Only
I think the note is funny as hell.
Only because I love you, it's fine.
Yeah,
Just don't piss me off.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the note's funny as hell, but I'm not going to read it out loud. No, for reasons that should be obvious. But Mark H.
It would upset one person, and it's not Douglas. Let's just put it.
So Mark H. I do hope.
But I did give $121.25.
Yes.
Someone call somebody that gives a damn. And
yes.
My point with that is I then called because I was talking to you, Douglas.
Yeah.
After you talked to number one, who's number one again? Peter. And so after that, you had said your microphone, remember, it was going in and out and it wasn't working.
Yes.
And I just sent you the money, and you had said, yeah, well, it's okay. Realtek's going to get me a microphone. Like, he keeps talking about it because, he's into that and he's been researching it. So I already had to talk to Realtek. I've already talked to him anyway about something else. So I said, I'll mention that and see what he, make sure that he knows yours isn't working right now. And it's going in and out. So,
which he's actually painfully aware of because he had the same experience with me on a private conversation that you did. So
okay, well, anyway, point blank said something about the Blue Yeti, which is what I was going to get originally. I ended up getting a JLab, and I got a cheaper one for $100. Okay, but I was looking at the one because I was you need the one with the arm, which was $200, which was JLab or Blue Yeti, and he's well, he doesn't like Blue Yeti. Anyway, he had gone through them, and he had already picked this one out, and it's basically he picked the one out, and then he was getting you a headset too. The total combined was $120. And I just given you $121.25, and I told him I just given you $121.25. And I said, well, can we get that ordered for him? And he's well, he didn't really say it. I said, well, I'll give you half if you need it. And he's all right, well, that'll be $60.
Oh
I
God.
was kind of shocked that he was going to take the $60, but that was fine. I offered it.
That is shocking. Oh my God.
Yeah. So then, and I have screenshots, and he's fully aware, and I'm not putting Realtek down. For whatever reason, 3 times he doesn't have Apple Pay, so he has PayPal. So 3 times I sent him, and that's why I got to see his real name, by the way, too. I got to send him money on PayPal. And the thing is, I have money. Obviously, I just used the PayPal to send you the 121 a few hours before, right? So my PayPal is working fine.
Yes.
It would say every time, 3 screenshots, I kept sending them to him. It says, unfortunately, the person you're sending money to is not able to receive money. On the second one, I was like, you need to contact PayPal. And then he said he did. And then he said that there was nothing wrong with his account, that I should have me check mine. And so I just went ahead and sent him $60 more again. And I screenshotted it again and said, okay, you can zoom in, dude. It says, the person you are sending money to is unable to receive payments. There's nothing wrong with my account because I just sent it to Douglas a couple of hours ago, and a lot more, and he had no problems receiving the payment. So, also, why don't you just order the $121 thing or $120 thing, because it's $120. So again, but if he's broke, and I understand that, I didn't mind giving him the $60. Just saying, I really didn't expect when I told him I'd just given you the 121. I was like, well, I've got one for 121. And I was like, well, do you need? I mean, I can give you some money. I mean, do you want me to go in half? I just said, do you want me to go in half? And he was like, yeah. I was like, well, okay, so that'll be $60. Just send me $60. So Realtek, I'm going off on you on that. That was, first of all, a little cool as a man, period. I mean, as a woman, even as another woman, I would be like, I offered to buy Douglas this. I would either be like, no, you don't need to go in half because I offered it, or I'd be like, you know what? Can you go in half right now? That'd be great because I offered it, but I just don't have the money right now. So send me half, and you know what? But I offered it, I'll pay you back, or or if you really want to go in, you can. What the fuck ever, but not just yeah, sure. And then you can't even get the 60 to go through, so it's never ordered anyway. You have nothing to make fun of Mark for being quiet when Joe Ty and I were screaming, because this was Poor Real Tech could not get that order. And Real Tech knows I love him. He's very sweet and kind to me. But he will tell that story himself, I'm sure. I don't know if he got it fixed or not. Or maybe he's ordered it for you by now. But if you haven't gotten it, obviously he hasn't.
No, I haven't gotten it. But then again, it could have been left at my door while I was gone, and somebody could have taken it.
He didn't fucking order it. Come on, Real Tech. I've not ordered it. Because I sent him another message saying, this is what I said. Oh, the last message I ever my thing. I said, by the way, since I can't send you money, do you want to send the link to whatever you're wanting to order and send me $60 and I'll order it?
Oh my God.
Guess what I got? 0 reply since.
Oh, that's awful. Oh my God. And so
hey, I got out of spending $60 on it. I mean, like, to be honest, I didn't like I really didn't expect him to want me to, but I was not gonna not do it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, apparently I'm gonna have to buy the whole thing at this point.
At any rate, honey, I do want to give credit to the lovely Brooke Gibson for sending $120 some odd dollars. I don't remember the exact amount.
You know the exact
there was definitely a quarter at the end of it for purposes we're not going to bring up. To throw into a wishing well, essentially. But at any rate, she deserves full credit for her contribution, as does Mark H. Now, I'm going to open up his message. God knows, hopefully it's not something... he's welcome to spank me on air. Now, I do understand when I said what I said.
Oh, I would like to hear that.
He says, "Happy early Turkey Day, Douglas." Probably I take this as a snide insinuation.
Okay, Mark, unmute yourself. Come on, you've been muted long enough. I'll shut up.
Yes, that's right. He does seem to stay muted. Yes.
See, that's the point, is what I'm saying. You could scream at me right now. Let's see if he unmutes himself. Just start calling, scream at me.
Yes.
The muting is purely out of respect. I assure both of you.
Oh my God. But okay, so I'd love to hear the rationale as to why you restrained yourself when a lady was in distress and screaming at the top of her lungs at a man who was clearly driving her mad. And could you not have interceded and said, "That's enough, Joe," or something like that, something. What was up with that?
No, I was going to say, are you speaking about Mr. Ty?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't really know what was going on. I kind of wanted to let the guy, say his spiel,
Okay, but you knew that he asked me the same question in like 5. I was going to get pizza. You were on the phone. You were muted. And the reason Douglas saying this because Douglas had to bear the brunt if you didn't hear the call after, where I basically called Douglas out because I was so frustrated. And so
she's holding me responsible as the adult, as if I were the adult care provider for Joe Ty. But come on, yes.
But you heard him ask me first. He went into the Zionist thing, which I explained that fine, calmly was getting out of the house. And then went into the whole reason, like, if the world would all be fixed, if everybody would just believe that we lost World War II and they would bring Taiwan, Guam, and Puerto Rico into America. And then I would calmly be like, okay, well, why? And explain this. And we would go back and forth. And then finally, 10 times later, he's saying the same thing. And I'm like, Joe, I'm going to say this one more. Like, I screamed louder. I'm not going to do it on the show.
Yeah, but you can see she's post-traumatic. She's traumatized by this. You can see she's traumatized by this because just talking about it makes her...
Mark, you know how loud I was screaming. Mark knows.
Well, no, the thing is, it's like, Brooke, you just got to remember that the most important thing that Joe wanted to reiterate and that made sure that you understood was that every last thing that we talk about is solely surrounded by and depending on World War II. You just gotta, accept that. You know what I mean?
You're joking, right? Like, because I'm about to start screaming again. Because I told him that World War II and history in general. That's why Douglas getting his story out about all his is very important. But we can't get people to believe that the machines weren't rigged by fucking the dead fucking guy out of fucking Venezuela last year. Even this year, they're saying
Hugo Boss of Venezuela. Yeah.
Hugo Chavez.
Chavez, thank you.
Not Boss.
Yeah, sorry. Hugo Boss was the designer of Nazi uniforms. Sorry.
Yeah, Hugo Chavez. So like, then that's what I even told him in another calm manner, or fairly calm, like at the voice I am now. I'm like, so dude, Joe Ty, like, so if we can't do that, I'm pretty sure that, yes, maybe one day we'll get people to believe about World War II and all that, but it's not going to change anything right now, probably.
Yeah. No, I think it was the avoidance that you were sort of like, not really. He took issue in the fact that you were sort of avoiding that particular issue,
Wasn't avoiding it. I said it a million times. I said that's what Douglas Astoria. I said I don't know the story as well as Douglas. I said, but the thing is, and what I also said was very clear, because he kept wanting to bring Taiwan into America, and did I not say, well, I'm pretty sure that I don't know all the details about that, but I do know that Taiwan is like the number one, from what Douglas has said, number one maker of microchips or whatever they are. It said, and can't understand why the fuck Taiwan would even want to be a part of America anyway.
Thank you. That's something I could go into later. Is rather a misconception of his, in terms of the fact that even though America has claims on Taiwan, just like China does, that doesn't mean Taiwan agrees with either claims from either party. So yes, that's something I guess he didn't understand about that. But that being said, so Mark, you do understand, I hope, that what I was saying was in humor, and that
yeah, of course.
Okay, there we are. And
Yeah.
I didn't know because Sammy said you had actually sent him a communication about that, and so I didn't know how you were impacted. But believe me, I'm so glad you're here. And so
no, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I didn't actually hear it. I was that day. I think I was I fell asleep pretty early, so I didn't hear it, and I think I had woken up and then read the comments and was just kind of confused by it. So yeah, I responded back to Sammy, just because I didn't know what was going on. I listened to the show later on.
All he saw was Sammy's comment, and
that's all I saw. Yeah,
was just Sammy's comment was like, "Wait a minute, who was jacking off Joe Ty or Mark Hecht?" And so Mark woke up to that, I guess.
Okay, so that's where that comes from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, hey, listen, I would have taken credit where credit's due, but I was not around that night, unfortunately.
Yeah. So before we get a little deeper into this, David Fitzsimon says, Triple D, I always have problems with PayPal. So, okay, some people apparently do. I remember Brendan Zoget did. For whatever reasons, I
don't.
Yeah.
So he could have sent me $60 and I could have ordered it.
Yes.
So
yes. Thank you. That's an excellent point, and
I do think they've probably shut some people's accounts down because they probably think they're randomly crazy.
Something like
I'm
that.
surprised mine's not shut down.
Something goes on like that. Not any comment.
No, it's usually not that. It could be that you're not friends with the person. Like he's not. There's all kinds of things. But
no, I mean, no comment here towards David Fitzsimons, who's I'm sure has problems with PayPal all the time, just because it's a problematic. Problems happen. But
we know Real Tech Geek has a name that is probably
identified. It's probably linked to Bitcoin, which alone probably renders him basically a criminal in their eyes. So before I run off and leave the two of you youngsters to kind of hold the stage for me while I take my hangover meds, Mark,
whatever, I'm just gonna be talking and screaming, and Mark is just gonna keep it on mute and jack off.
You know what? Just for that, Brooke, I'm going to do it this time. All right, for real.
That's fine.
Just for that.
You can, but you got to unmute it so everybody can fucking hear you do it.
Well, you know what? You got to give me a little more material, okay?
Yes. Some visual stimulation.
Yeah.
I can give you visuals, but I'll give you the screaming at Joe Ty again. I'll just pretend like he's here and go through it.
Oh my God. Do you know, this brings to mind, this is what happens when people are older. You know, this is a sure sign I'm getting older, is that I start remembering stories, right? Or experiences. Yeah, that reminds me. By the way, is Mark in a fucking shopping mall or what? I didn't even know shopping malls were that fucking busy these days. Where are you? You've got background noise like incredible.
Well, he works at a jeweler. He might still be at work. Mark, are you at work?
Oh, is your jewelry in a mall? Your jewelry store in a mall?
Yeah, actually, Douglas, I'm actually gonna head out for a second. I'd be happy to come on later on, but I'm actually be closing down right now. And
oh, he's got a woman wanting to buy a diamond. He's gonna get some commission.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, seduce her while you're at it, and
yes, and then send us $100 when you get back home.
Yes. And if she's wealthy enough to buy some jewelry, you're gonna find a sugar mama one of these days. You've got to like plan ahead. Jesus. I mean, yeah, whoa, wait, before you shut down.
Oh, your fault. He's got to go, so you can't leave me alone, so you can't take a break.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, you're fucking him.
No, wait, can you take a break and shut down and then come on for a few minutes so I can take that hangover remedy before Peter Moon comes on at the top of the hour?
He wants to know how long is it going to take you to be able to call back.
Yeah.
I gotta shut down for just a little bit longer. It's probably gonna be a bit before I get back.
They're probably not going to close till 9. I would assume he's on the East Coast like me, so they probably don't close until 9 o'clock, right? So 30 more minutes at least.
You got 30 more minutes. Okay. But you can you
but
talk?
He's got to get ready to shut down. Is what he's saying.
You got to get ready to shut down. You got to go right now.
Yeah, I actually gotta go right now. Yeah.
Oh my
Sorry
God.
about that.
Okay, we'll call you.
Yeah,
back
no,
later.
I just wanted to jump on because I appreciate
Well, definitely we appreciate your jumping on.
Well, come by, Mark, and I'll give you something to jack off with.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh God.
I will yell at Douglas this time, and you can mute on that.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Much appreciated.
No. Or I can yell at you, and Douglas can mute and jack off, whichever one. He seems to prefer that anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever does the job. You know what I mean.
All right, do your work, man.
Thank you so much. I'll talk to you guys later.
Love you
All right,
dearly.
bye.
Thank you. And that was Mark H. He will be returning, hopefully. In the meantime, we've got to try and find somebody else to hold the stage with Brooke so I can take my hangover remedy. Holy fucking
What the
shit.
fuck is your hangover remedy?
Oh, God. It's hard to go into. At any rate, honey.
I just need a fucking lore tab. That's all I fucking need. I swear to God, I've needed one for fucking weeks since this fucking flea bug. Like, why? Like, what? Used to you could get a pain pill every now and then. Now it's like,
oh, thank God Sammy Romero is with us. So there we are. Sammy to the rescue. So
hey, how you guys doing?
My baby, that's my favorite.
Yes, much the better for you being here, I assure you. So
yeah, I was feeding Andy. He was kind of upset that he's hungry, so I had to feed him.
Wonderful. What does one feed a Scorpio baby?
It was like some chicken noodle soup, with potato and noodles, and yeah, that's one of his favorites. So.
And he's gonna grow up to be a rapper. I swear to God, he's gonna be like King Star of something. And his title, he's gonna be like, "I'm Scorpio, baby." I swear to God, I'm claiming a percentage right now.
Yes.
Well, my brother said he's gonna be a boxer, and
well,
here's
that's
a
fun. He can be Scorpio, baby. Then too. Either way,
hold on.
Like 5%.
Let me tell you the punchline.
His twin.
Let me tell you the punchline. He said he's gonna be a boxer. Yeah, he's gonna box oranges. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
But yeah, he's playing, and just keeping an eye on him.
Wonderful.
How old is he again?
He's 11 months. He's 11 months.
God, this is gonna be, well, I won't say it'll be your best Christmas because I think 2 is even more fun. But at least he's gonna be really like, able to enjoy this Christmas. Will be fun. So that's awesome.
Right.
I will let you know he will enjoy boxes more, so don't spend too much. Like you'll buy this 15.
One of his favorite toys is actually plastic bottles, like the Crunch. You empty plastic bottle.
Yeah, buy boxes and wrap big boxes. You can get them and buy those. Those styrofoam things that we all hate.
Right.
Just buy a box of that, wrap it up, huge under the tree. He's like a cheap, fun. That's what they play with. You give them this expensive ass toy, and they don't even look at it.
Yes.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yes. So.
How's it?
I'm sorry. Go on. How's what?
How's everybody doing tonight? How are you guys holding up?
Oh God, she's doing great. I mean, Brooke Gibson. I mean, she's always doing great. She never has anything to complain about. Jeez. There's a note of facetiousness there. Other than that,
I don't start. What is facetious?
Don't start.
I didn't catch that, Douglas. I don't even know that word. Southern. I don't even know.
Oh, and then there's me, and I'm drunk, and I'm trying to take my hangover remedy, and you two will help me with that.
Well, now I will say this. I will say this about Douglas and you given the boxes, because Douglas has mentioned that his family didn't have a lot growing up, so his family did do that. They gave the peanuts in empty boxes. So you have a double whammy here. You will make Scorpio baby very smart and intelligent, just like Douglas. You will also probably end up with a drug addict.
Oh, that's funny. That's adorable. No, not at all. No drug addiction for Scorpio baby. He's it's too Christian.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. His dad would always want to fuck his mom on Christmas morning, so he would. The last gift was always like a little bottle. And they would give it to Douglas, and it was full of liquor.
There was this. I remember this one humor book. There was this one humor book written by two authors, and I remember the authoress mentioned how she was born on New Year's Day. She was born on New Year's Day, so she said all she had was memories of every single birthday where all the adults were hungover and crashing from their benders.
That's my cousin. My daughter was the firstborn in our family, and then the secondborn was close to have a sister, but he was born on New Year's Day. Every birthday we had for him was on New Year's. They did it on New Year's Eve, obviously. And so that's what she would, because it was just easier to do on New Year's Eve. So she would do it on New Year's Eve for his birthday party. And I all got to thinking, I'm like, this poor boy's just going to grow up thinking. They're just all getting, New Year's Eve, we're all getting drunk and hammered and shooting fireworks. Like, I don't know if, and that's my thing. I'm like, is that what he's going to expect his whole life? Number one, a bunch of drunk people. And number two, fireworks. Like, you're going to be really disappointed at 40, buddy.
And, oh shit, Sammy went away? Fuck, I hope he didn't go away. Jesus Christ.
He muted himself because he's taking care of the baby.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, okay,
I'm here.
Excellent. I better take advantage of being here while you're here. So let me go take that hangover remedy.
Just go do your coke lines or what the fuck ever. We'll be here.
Yes. And I'm sure the two of you can speak about anything you want. And I have faith in both of you.
Anything? Is there anything? Or is there like one
anything.
thing off?
Maybe not anything. But it does remind me when I come back. I'll try and remember there were all kinds of amusing things to speak about. One of them, okay, I will try and clarify my position concerning Veterans Day, or I might wait till Pete Moon comes on to do that. But just so people understand that it's obviously people who just don't get it. I'll try and make it coherent to them.
Oh my God, you didn't ignore poor Peter Moon, did you?
You can't handle. Whoa, hey, like Showtie. Let's bring up that person when we want to talk about irritation, honey. Oh, but I'll leave you and Sammy to discuss that. And
no, I just meant that Peter said that you needed to stay on top of it with the book. I'm just trying to help Peter out here.
Right.
Like you couldn't just keep going on vacation and not helping him write the book.
Actually, before I went on vacation, I did tell him, I offer that, and he said, "Oh, I'll call you if I need help." So he's handling it quite well, apparently, on his own. Thank God. Thank God. For now. Okay, so let me do what I need to do, and oh God, I need to buffer that with some food too. So I'll gorge on something.
You should go. You know what you should go get? I heard there's this other person on the page like Eggo waffles.
Oh,
they're very good for you.
All right.
Like for vampires, I hear.
Yes. Okay. We'll see about that, honey. Anyhow, love you both, Sammy and Brooke, and I'm entrusting the stage to both of them, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Oh,
hey, Brooke. Can I tell you something about my sister? Her trip to Vegas.
Yes.
The room that she stayed at, she according to her, she said it was haunted. She kept waking up at exactly 3:00 in the morning, 3:03 pretty much, 3:00,
3:00 or 3:33 or something like that. Yeah.
No, 3:03. Yeah, at the hotel. She said that she just woke up. She just kept waking up around that time. And I'm like, yeah, it's probably haunted, you know.
Where was she at? Where in Vegas? You said
in Vegas, yeah. I mean, she stayed by the Strip, so I mean, it had to be one of them. I don't know.
So much that's going on in Vegas. Where did she? She didn't say the Flamingo, did she?
I don't think so, but I think they were either off. They were by the Strip. They weren't right on the Strip, but yeah, she kept waking up around 3 a.m. and I'm like, wow.
So much out. I mean, if you think about it, because a lot of those hotels, even the old ones, have been redone, and I've heard those stories.
Right.
Because whether it was, you had the gangsters there that built Vegas. That's why I always talk about Flamingo, because my original baby, my very first baby, was not a human baby. That's why I invented dogs, was Bugsy, and which is my email with the rest. I won't say, but you probably have it. But Bugsy was a pug, and I named him Bugsy Siegel because he's a black pug, so he had his little full, 8KC where you name him and send him, CKC, whatever name. But so I knew Bugsy Siegel's story, and yeah, I mean, there's so much gangster shit out there, right? And then on top of it, you have just people out there that are desperate. They go and they lose all their money, they kill themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No,
overdose.
I can understand there might be some bad energy, which makes sense. She just said she really didn't sleep that whole time in Vegas. I'm like, wow. She's on, and she's the type where I think anybody can be sensitive, but she's really sensitive when it comes to bad energy. She just woke up and stuff, felt like someone was staring at me. And,
everyone has that. You're right. Everyone has that. So people are more in tune with it. I think what's going on in the world right now is because the underworld was shut down, and there were more negative entities that you may or may not know about that were brought up basically to be saved. I mean, that's why they're here. So when you talk about demons and things like that, they actually have been brought up. So you've got more negative attachment, things that wouldn't necessarily be here about 10 months ago were brought up. So people are getting hit and bombarded even more with things that are negative like that. And it's not because for bad reasons, it's for good, because ultimately God's our savior. Everything was created in duality. God created everything, including to me, including negativity, energy, but regardless, everything eventually should be saved. It just right now they're not of love, they're not of light, and it's being lost, whether they're stuck here or they were made to be brought up. So they're lost. So it's just being lost. So they're wanting to feed on energy. So anytime you have a hole in your energy, just any fear, you're in a place where something like that is, and you don't know how to shut down your aura, your circular field around it. I'm seeing more and more people that are having those attacks that aren't even truly sensitive. But the more sensitive they are, it seems to be, those are the people it's hitting first. So I think that's part of it. But yeah, just where she was. So I would love to know, if you want to get it from her at some point, what hotel that was, so I don't stay there.
Yeah, I'll talk to her about that, because she said no, right exactly at 3 with 3 minutes, at 3:03, pretty much in the morning, exactly, she would wake up. And I was like, well, numbers have a big significance in astrology and especially in the occult. So I'm not surprised that was a pattern you saw.
Yeah.
It's just,
3, I mean, 3 is the Trinity number. So they've always said 3 a.m. in the middle of the night. That's the time that, and again, that's why I also go back to the fact that God, my creator, the one I believe in, all-knowing, almighty, I'm not omniscient, all the words that I'm going to say, the Southerner, all-knowing, created everything, and therefore would had to have also created your devil, your demon, whatever you would believe in as far as negative force. And I believe it was created for duality, because you can't appreciate, how would you ever know, love without having lost love, or felt the opposite, right? Felt, hate or lonely, or how would you ever know the feeling of joy of not being in pain if you hadn't been in pain? How would you ever know the joy of life if you hadn't experienced death? You see what I'm saying? So all of that had to be created. He didn't create it for them to spend eternal damnation. So the people, whether they chose that, human souls and or the soul, the ones that were chosen for that, are being brought back. That is where we are headed. But they had to shut down that underworld. I mean, I've just gone through enough studies that's what nobody can say anything 100% fact. These is just people that have studied this enough that that's what they believe, and they have facts and reasons for it. Regardless, if that's the case, and it makes good deal of sense to me, if you bring up these entities now because they had to be brought into this 3D world, because then what they have to do is we rise. And the reason they couldn't come before is because enough of us hadn't raised our vibration, hadn't been able to shut down like you are, like I am, like to say, I have faith, I can keep negative entities away. Like I know how to close these fields and not be afraid, and not allow fear in, not allow anger in, like to shut it out so it can't feed on me. Then once they can't feed, it's just like you coming out, and they were used to feeding on fear and negativity. Eventually and every time I send them away, and I'll tell anyone listening to this, when you feel like you're being attacked, I close it down immediately. I've done white sage, but anything you use is really just a tool. It's for your own intention. So white sage is great. That's what Indians used, but salt, that's an intention setter, and you can use it, and it may have some extra benefit. But it's the intention, and the intention is to say, hey, you are not allowed to feed on my energy. You must leave. And then I will always say, but I send you in love, enlightened peace. I send you divinely. You may not feed on my family. You may not stay in my home or go be around any one of my family or loved ones. I don't care where you go, but you must leave. Because you see, in the name of Jesus, like, you must leave. They're not allowed to stay. Once you've said that and claimed that this is my energy, you are not allowed. You must leave. But I say, but I send you in love and light and peace, because that's really what they're here to learn, and they eventually will. That's a whole nother ball game that you can go into. But that's what they're here to learn. Everything negative will have to learn it. But until enough negativity and fear and all that's been shut down, which is going to be a while, they're going to be around, and there's going to be negative things trying to attack. That's my personal belief. I'm sure Douglas would have another.
Well, it's interesting that during the holidays, it's pretty much killing season. What I mean by that is there's a lot of suicides. The reason why I know this because, I worked in the funeral industry. And this is around the time where they start picking up. And
yeah, but that's not necessarily, I mean, I don't know that that's for negative attachments as much as it's so that's what you should start seeing less of. We as humans were sent here to learn, right? And so the human souls that are killing themselves, we are doing it because we then have fear. We have loneliness. We don't look, instead of looking at gratitude, even if you're like, I have no one, you can look and be like, I have a puppy, or I have a house, or I have shoes, or I have sunlight. Like, something like the gratitude and the love, and to shut down that fear and that loneliness. People start getting the holidays, and then they see they think everyone else is perfect, just like looking on Facebook. And that's my opinion, and think that everyone else has this perfect life. And holidays make people feel more lonely, more alone. And so that you're never alone. We are all one anyway. Like, to say, how do I treat someone else? You don't treat someone else any different. You treat them as you, because they are you. But that is a lesson we as humans are learning. And so we are obviously getting there to shut the underworld down, because we are getting to the point where eventually more and more souls are already learning that, and they're raising that vibration, like, to know I'm not alone. Does that mean people are not still going to kill themselves this Christmas? No. Does it not mean that, yes, there are negative entities that are going to try to attach to those people? Yes, even more so now. But God wouldn't allow more negativities to come in if there weren't more people that were able to fend that off, is my point, I guess. But I guess my point is, I think that what you're saying is, like, people have always killed themselves around Christmas. But I think it has more to do with just like, if I got my heart broken, you know, and I just thought I'm alone in the world, like, you know, or my parents died and, you know, like I'm just give up on life. You see what I'm saying? Like I feel alone. I don't know that that's a negative entity. That's my own soul allowing myself to believe I have nothing. Now, there's a difference in allowing myself to believe that. Right. And then also something coming in. I believe when you get a negative attachment, you're usually pretty good. You just have holes. And those holes can be fear, and holes can make it worse. And sometimes they do create the suicide. Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, again, that's something none of us will ever know till we're on the other side, to be honest, I don't think. But yeah.
No, I completely understand. I just as far as that industry, it's just that's really the most busiest time.
God, that'd be such a hard industry to work in.
But
anyway.
it makes it's interesting because, you know, it's the holidays, right? It's the time of the year, but they get a lot. The business, at least when it comes to, because really it's interesting about the funeral business, or it's very much a culture based industry in the sense of funerals, as far as style, especially with the Hispanic community. They very much go all out for the loved ones. It's almost like, even maybe someone's not as liked or loved, but when it comes to the funeral, they go all out. And it's just how we treat death it's very much a going away party, but business goes up.
Right. I do think that, yeah, I mean, I think that, yeah, everyone treats it different, and I like the way the Spanish actually treat it more as like a party than a sadness. And, you know, I have my own wishes for when I die, which I just told my daughter the other day. I was like, I just want you to take me in the middle of the woods. It's legal for you to release my body and not tell them where you're taking it. It's not legal for you to leave me in the middle of the woods. But I'll have some spots. Put a sheet over me, leave me there, and don't come back for a year.
Right.
But that's my purpose, is because I don't want a funeral, number one. Number two, I don't want to be buried and embalmed. And ashes to ashes. I used to say I want to be cremated, but I'm like, well, wait a minute. And you know what happened? Like a possum died at the end of the road, and I love possums, actually. I love possums. But I'd asked this guy, because it wasn't near my house. I always get up at dinner, and he lived down there, and I called him. I said, because since it was his house, I was like, can you get this? Because the vultures had eaten it. Like by the time I got down there, my dogs were trying to get it. It had gotten hit that morning. The vultures, he said, I couldn't believe it. He's a hunter. He's like, I saw vultures in front of our house, and we live like in this neighborhood, you know, in the middle of the suburbs. So we don't see vultures usually, right? And possums are different because they, you know, will come out a little thing. And I don't know why it had gotten hit in the morning, but two vultures had come and eaten it to the bone within a few hours. So it was really just a tail and bone. But I said, can you move it? Because like there's a pond we have right back there. And he's like, yeah, I'll throw it over. I said, because my dogs are just going crazy every time I walk them. So he said, yeah, well, he missed the tail. And this is my reasoning for this. This is what made me think, this is why I want to die. And I want you to lay me in the middle of the woods. Because number one, those vultures fed on that carcass. I wish the possum hadn't died and gotten hit, whoever hit it. But the vultures were exploiting. And then that tail, and I was like, why did he not move that tail? And a day later, and it's still down there. You know how you see those big mounds? It looks like red. I always think that's going to be the red ants. Maybe this is red ants. I don't know if it's red or black. But the mound, like a red dirt, and it's, you know, ants, I guess, if you step on it. They have mounded hugely. They have mounded hugely tail, and that's what they're down there doing. They're eating that tail. So it's feeding. Feeding life. So I'm like, put a sheet over me. Don't come back for a year. You know, if you find a tooth or something you want to take home, or you just want to not come back ever, it's fine too. But just let me go to nature. Like let life continue life is what I'm saying. Like death, it's another continuation of life. So I think, you know, that's the way I look at it. But I do like the way the Spanish culture does it versus like some of the Christian, like down here, we make it like so morbid, horrible. I mean, I used to say when I was younger, like, God, if you're going to do funeral for me. Have a party, like get drunk or something. Like just don't cry. And all we did was casseroles and cry.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I just got back just in time for that.
Bring over a chicken casserole and some Kentucky Fried Chicken. You'd have your food piled high. Nobody wants to eat because their mom's dead, right?
Right.
But you got more food than you've seen in 2 years in your house.
Oh my god!
And everybody's bawling, crying.
God, it's the worst of all worlds. What is that noise? What?
That is Andy playing with a plastic bottle. Sorry.
Andy, put the phone to his ear. I want to say hey. Will you put
Call
it to
me
his
Scorpio baby, but yeah, you know. Anyways, yeah, he's playing.
Okay.
Scorpio baby.
Yeah, that's probably best not to get him talking. Then that'll get him really.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going in the next year. He's going to be on this phone. I can assure you that he's going to be talking.
Yes, that's right.
Right.
And if I'm still here, I'll be sure that he is. I'll be like, come on, this is going to be the best show ever.
Yes, adorable. It's wonderful how.
He will be less fake than when you do that. Like, oh yes, adorable. Goodbye.
So such being said, it is fucking freezing. You have no idea how cold it is in San Francisco. I don't know what it's
well,
like.
I sent you the money for the blanket.
Yes, honey. Yes, I have yet to take it out of the card. I was in a better environment for the Veterans Day weekend. So I guess this is my opportunity to explain in the few minutes towards the top of the hour. First, I do want everyone to understand how deeply I appreciate Sammy Romero and, of course, Brooke Gibson, beyond words. Brooke Gibson has along with Sammy, held the stage.
Thank you, Sammy. I'm sorry I talked more than Sammy did, but Sammy's used to it. I'm sorry, Sammy.
No, that's fine. I'm sure Sammy.
No, that's fine. I'm taking care of Andy, and he left a nice present for me in his diaper. I have to clean right now, so no problem.
no.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Michael C. Andriich. That's Brooke Gibson's dear man friend in Australia. He says,
yes, it's my Aussie boy.
Yeah. He says, what's your PayPal link, DD? I've joined again to contribute.
Fuck you, Aussie dude. Don't ask him for his PayPal link. You send me money, okay? You stop that right now. I will text you later about this. I have messaged Aussie boy. We get in some good conversations. For some reason, I really like his energy. He has some great energy, but like I said, politically,
yes,
we do not get along at all.
Understood. Oh my God, he's probably. Oh well, you got to remember, Australia is run by Rupert Murdoch, and Rupert Murdoch has got the mind lock on the majority of Australian men.
Yes, but he's pro-Putin.
Oh my
he's a white hat that thinks Putin is the good guy and Trump is the good guy. He's going to save us all.
Oh my God, that's a bizarre conflation. And
I'm sorry, Andre. I mean, well, his name is Christopher, but like, yeah, I call him Andre because it's Andre.
Right. Yes. Yeah, it's well, hopefully he gets educated out of that someday by just listening to the program or the various transmissions. Definitely, I'm
pretty sure he's hoping you get educated. That's what he's thinking because every day he tells me he is very. You know what? I will say you and him both though. That's why I like his energy.
He's commenting in the chat room that you have great wisdom. He says great wisdom, Brooke. Thank you for sharing. So don't forget to answer him in the chat. Yes. Oh
yeah, it's fine. I'll answer it. But you and him and Sammy actually are the only 3 people. Sammy does it differently because Sammy and I have a more. I think Sammy and I have more of a similar background, so we can talk similarly. But you and him have this. It's completely different way. Yours is more of your acting skills. Yes. But both, his is Pisces and yours is your Libra, but can calm me the fuck down when I am literally losing my fucking mind. Like, I'm like cussing you out or cussing him out, like, fucking Putin. And he's like, it's okay. What's your favorite song? And I'm like, cool. The fuck are you asking me that for?
It's so bizarre that somebody who has that level of, shall we say, lackadaisical attitude would even be attracted to the Putin mystique, but it goes to show just how deep a control that the right wing has over Australia. And like I said, the majority of basically there are two people in Australia. There are the men who are basically mind locked or brain locked under Rupert Murdoch. They read his papers, and there's really no available alternatives to any great degree. You have to look for them, and because most people don't have time to look, the only people who look for alternative sources of information in Australia are actual activists. So that leaves the woman and the children. So that's
that's where the Andre dude throws me. That's where Andre throws me, because he is very, I think, spiritually enlightened. You know, kind of like somebody else we talked about, but not like crazy like that. But he's spiritually enlightened. But then he goes off on this white hat tangent of believing Trump is going to be the savior of the White House and just do a second term. And because some preacher said it at some point, and he didn't even say Trump, he just like, apparently people have symbolized this. That preacher is also dead. How many other preachers are dead that said this was going to happen and it didn't fucking happen? But, you know, I'm trying to educate him on that. But the Putin thing's what's really killing me, because I'm like, how do you be fucking... Putin's really going to save the world? Russia's... Like, there are great Russians, but Putin... You can imagine. The only reason I haven't screamed at him as loud as I have at Joe Tight is because he's in Australia and he has no fucking phone for me to fucking like talk like out.
Yes, like, got it.
Right him on.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. But like I said, yeah, and just to reiterate, so people get.
Yes, can you please reiterate the Putin fact, please, for somebody?
Well, just so people get the point. To reiterate, more importantly, I think for the moment, is that the two populations in Australia are the men, who are basically right-wing and reactionary, and then there are the woman and the children, who are activists, environmentally aware, and very much don't get along with the men at all. It's kind of like one of these weird things where Australian women tend to know better and they avoid Australian men where possible. And basically all other women in the world who find Australian men sexy because of the accent and everything else, the exotic locale, then they learn the hard way. By the way, it's not as bad as New Zealand, where of course the Maori men, the tribal men who have their own mystique, apparently are infamous for spousal abuse or partner abuse. So I mean, gosh, it's just everywhere you go. There's these like men are just awful. Period.
Well, Mr. Christopher Andre said he is coming to America. Well, he's coming to America, but at the same time, he won't get the vaccine, and he asked you to get out of the country, or he has to fake having, you know, have had COVID in the last few months. But then that's kind of against his moral standards. So he's thinking some big apocalypse is going to come that's going to change everything. So that's another thing he and I go back and forth with. And I'm just like, okay, just fucking fake it. Like, you're working for the man anyway. So, like, anyway, that's another story. But, like, if you're going to believe in... Anyway, I told him, I said, but come to America. I said, do you know what? Flying to the Atlanta airport, it's one of the biggest airports, if not the biggest airport in the U.S., it's, you know, hour and a half from me. I said, come here. I said, because I will either hate you or love you, but either way, especially if I hate you, I'm definitely going to fly you out to Douglas Dietrich. I'm going to meet Douglas, and then I'm going to either sit back and just watch this show go on.
Well, honey, love you dearly. Oh God, that sounds so awful, doesn't it? Now you got me self-conscious
do it every
about this.
fucking time. At least you're learning it, though. I've taught you.
Oh.
You're learning.
What should I say? What would
say? Oh my God, Brooke, I hate that I have to hang out to talk to fucking Peter Moon, but you know I gotta fucking do it because he's publishing the book. So if you're still awake and you want to, I'll call you back. If you don't answer, Peter's pissed you off too much, then just don't answer.
Oh, well, it sounds like you got it down. So there's you leave
me. I just talked for you.
You said
I said it for you.
Yes, okay. You said it all.
I love you. Enjoy your phone conversation with Peter. I would try not to listen. I actually won't be listening, to be honest, but every now and then I tune in just to see if I can. I'm so glad I didn't hear the puppy thing.
Yes. Well, yes. At any rate, honey, okay, I'm gonna hang up now.
Sorry, I'm sure he's listening to that. Peter, you're lucky I didn't hear the puppy thing. Okay, I know you also have nothing to contribute, but anyway, that's another story. I love you. Bye.
Bye for now, and we are going to restart the call with Mr. Peter Moon, and we're gonna bring him on. This moment. Okay, calling. Peter,
Hello.
so glad to have you with us. And okay, I've taken my hangover remedy and should be stabilizing in interim. We have you with us, and that is all the battle right there. So the battle being won with Peter being present. Dear sir, take the stage.
Okay, well, I have a lot to share tonight.
Excellent.
It's pretty good news.
Wonderful.
Very good news. And I just got a long email from an old, call him a friend, a Facebook friend, or not a Facebook friend, an email friend. He had helped me with my parquet wood floor advice because he's a woodworker.
Great.
He's in Germany now.
Wow.
And he's German. I mean, but he really enjoys listening to me on your show.
Wonderful.
He really enjoys. He appreciates you. He can't listen to, the non-Peter Moon hours because it's just too time consuming and but he does really enjoy listening to me. So hello, Christopher, if you're listening right now, because he probably will anyway. And he did the I Ching. And he talked about this German I Ching.
Wow.
Translation that was rescued from the Chinese who were being invaded by the Japanese. This is post World War I.
Yes.
Or in World War I time.
Yes.
And I think they were afraid the Japanese were going to destroy it or something. So the German who was there preserved it, and it found its way into Germany. And it was very, I guess, a very good translation. And of course, he throws the I Ching a lot, and he said it definitely told him to reconnect with me, which was nice. I mean, it was a very long email, but
that's wonderful.
It was I Ching is, of course, synchronicity of the moment. It puts you into the now. And I don't know if it was he or somebody commented, or if he was echoing somebody's comment, that New Agers don't like the I Ching.
Interesting.
And New Age is really, New Agers is not a nice term. It's not.
Right.
But people who like stuff that can be categorized as New Age don't like it because it often has bad news. It makes you confront bad news. Yes. And people like to look at love and light. Of course, I have been banned from, I wouldn't say New Age gatherings, but, metaphysical centers and whatnot, because what I have to bring up is too heavy.
Right. And
it, I guess, triggers them. It might be a lesser level of Danny Arola showing up and triggering everything. And that's certainly not what I'm trying to do. But, people can accept what they can accept. And this is a big deal. What do you accept and what you reject? Now, some people reject things they should accept, and they should accept things they reject. And this is a great tragedy. And this is the whole, from a Scientology perspective, this is the whole basic of what you would call, they call it an overt act, a crime or a sin. It's basically a sin against yourself. It could be a sin against another person if you deny somebody help or reject them help. But accepting help when you need it or rejecting help when you need it. I get this all the time in Qigong, where, it's like, if I offer help, I know it'll be rejected. So it's like, okay, reject. Live in your world of hell. And, I'm sorry that you're going to burn. And I'm saying that metaphorically. I don't mean hell in a Christian sense. It's just the bubble of suffering that they're in.
Right.
So, and it can be relieved. Now, I sent out my email today saying that this lecture is going to be lecture. All of a sudden, I'm giving a lecture. I guess I am. Yeah. Talk is going to be called a piece of green fog. Now, I'm alluding to sort of a, borrowing and perhaps satirical takeoff on a book called A Piece of Blue Sky by John Atack, whose name is like Attack. He wrote a book, A Piece of Blue Sky, is about L. Ron Hubbard. And he thinks of himself as I don't know if he thinks of himself, he sort of positions himself as the consummate critic of L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology, and is very quick to point out, the false military records of L. Ron Hubbard, which we now have confirmed from you that they were indeed falsified. Right. He's not saying, he's saying, L. Ron Hubbard was lying about his records. And
for people who need the details on that, Peter and I can go into that again later.
Details on that, because it's not so important. But anyway, he wrote his book, and you can read his book. He was never in the Sea Organization. I did see him talk in a lecture once where he said, he did the upper level called OT30, and it didn't affect him. It didn't bother him. Well, this is a sure sign that he didn't actually do the level.
Right.
He was just skating.
As they call it.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't going into his mind and digging up what was in his mind. Oh, well, there's nothing there. I don't mean that there was nothing in his head. I don't mean that, that he wasn't intelligent. But I mean, he didn't dig up any of the sludge that's in there. He didn't go into his subconscious significantly, at least on that level. And and because I describe in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, it's about fishing. You're fishing for, and when you do a level, it doesn't matter what it is. You're trying to, it's like throwing chum when you're fishing. You throw out chum, which is just, fish that are usually dead to attract other fish.
Yes.
Sometimes they're not dead. Depends what type of fish you're trying to catch. And you're leaving a trail, so the fish will come after you, and particularly like a big marlin, and finally, grab onto it, and you hook it, and then you fight it for a long time. That's in the case of a big fish. But that's what you're trying to do in the auditing process, if you understand what you're trying to do. How successful you're at it is going to be very nuanced depending on who and what you are. But you could read his book. You could read the book L. Ron Hubbard, Barefaced Messiah by, I forget his name, the Barefaced Messiah. Russell Miller is the author's name. And you can read L. Ron Hubbard, Madman or Messiah by Bent Corridon. Lawrence Wright wrote a book about Pulitzer Prize winning reporter who also wrote a softball book on Aquino. Now, I don't think he wrote it on Aquino, but he wrote it on Satanism or something, and he softballs Aquino. Okay. So you can read all these books, and you'll see L. Ron Hubbard categorized in a definitely a negative light. But if you read my book, you'll see a completely sober description. And it's, I don't deny negativity, but it's like, okay, they have polarized against anything positive he might have done. And any baby that might be there is thrown out with the bathwater. It's all bathwater. In fact, it's worse than bathwater, because it's if you've got a negative demon stirring up the bathwater. And that's what L. Ron Hubbard represents. And so this is interesting. Now, that book that I wrote is, people read it, and, it kind of has I don't get a lot of response on it, because not a lot of people read the book. Right. And that's okay. It doesn't bother me. I have the affordability, and I wrote it for a specific purpose, as I've stated before, which was to help pay for the printing of Radu's last book, The Etheric Crystal. It succeeded in that. And does it make money? Yes, it does. But it's a trickle. And I wouldn't say it sells even as well as the Roswell Deception. It's a print-on-demand book. It's a print-on-demand book. So yes, it's turned a modest profit, but it's underappreciated. And I don't say that, and it's okay. It's okay. But you're one of the few people who really gets it when I talk about that.
Right.
And you get it. And it's kind of, amazing because, people get interested, but mostly they get interested in the, the more sensational, negative aspects.
Right.
And also what I would say is my book, that book, and my other book that I wrote was more autobiographical, the Montauk Book of the Dead.
Yes.
Which that book has sold, over 3,000 copies. That book is almost out of print. Wow. I will do it on print on demand. That book is, people read that either book because they're struggling with their post-Scientology experience.
Right.
They haven't not reconciled it, and they're wrapped up in negativity or sorting their lives out. And this is understandable. This happens with cults. And what happens, I don't know which way to go first, but I'm going to mention this. I might revisit it.
Yeah.
What happens in cults of any kind, and I don't like extending it into, metaphysical schools, although it can and does apply to metaphysical schools, which are not necessarily a cult, but can be cult-like. Like our Qigong class was referred to as a cult by certain people in the martial arts. It was nothing like a cult at all. But it was like we were a bunch of people doing stuff that they didn't understand and it was weird and that they're afraid of. And these are martial artists that talk like that. Because what we learned was so different. And I guess would appear to be unorthodox. Like, for example, he would have a bunch of badass martial artists come to his class because they would see him do demonstrations that they were in awe of. Mm-hmm. And then he comes in and he has them all sitting in a circle on a chair and saying, focus on your navel. What is this crap? They want to see, somebody breaking boards or stuff.
That's so antithetical to the real purpose of martial arts, which is to find inner peace. So it goes.
Yeah, and then the medicine man had a bunch of they were semi-pro football players that were like unbeaten, and he had some relationship with them. I don't know if he was a coach or knew them or whatever, or was their trainer. And they were supposed to come meet my teacher at Tai Chi Day in Connecticut. And when I saw him, because he came out, I said, where are they? I want to meet these guys. He says, oh yeah, they came and they left. They weren't impressed because, maybe they wanted to see a 300-pound lineman breathing fire.
Yeah.
And I really don't know. And then now you can see certain YouTubes, and you can see certain Asian guys. They'll put their hand up against somebody and they'll move back like it was an electric shock.
Yes.
There are some of these that are not fake videos. This is chi moving through the body. And what's interesting, and I was telling this. I did a Qigong seminar for JoJo yesterday. I was with her yesterday.
Oh, that's so exciting. Yes.
Yeah, well, I'll talk about that. But I think I explained this. I don't know if I was telling Paula or I was probably telling everybody. But my teacher told this story once, and the way I remember it, he was actually there. and I think it was in Madison Square Garden. And it was a big demonstration. It was a martial arts crowd. And he's sitting there watching, and there's like these, I think it was 9 badass drill sergeants from the Marines or the Army, badass drill sergeants that, could, if they couldn't beat the crap out of anyone and everyone, they thought they could. They were that tough. Right. So, well, this was one guy they couldn't beat the crap out of. And I don't think he had known my teacher at this point, because he was around martial arts for a long time. And since he was, young boy. And he said he's sitting there, and they're bringing in this this Asian guy. He's old, probably Chinese, but he was being brought on a stretcher. He was like on his deathbed. Wow. And they're bringing him into the ring. And he's going, my teacher's going, what the hell is this? What the hell is going on? And they get him up off the stretcher. He gets up and he takes on these 9 drill sergeants. And, he just, I don't know if kicks their ass is the right word to say. But effectively, and then, he gets back on the stretcher and they wheel him out or take him out. And he died, I think within a week, if not not a short time after. Right. And now my teacher wasn't making this up. And in fact, I've been told, I could find it on YouTube. I've never been able to find it. But then I don't know who to look for or whatever. But, if he did it with 1 drill sergeant, it would be amazing. Right. If he did it with 4, it would be amazing. But the point here is that it's not about muscular and physical strength. Now, I don't want to minimize that, because you want to have some physical strength. As one Tai Chi teacher said, he says, there's nothing better than the push-up. You want to have some basic strength. Yes. And there's a lot of things I've done that are, you want to build your bones up. But the point was, this guy could move energy through his bones, and he was just knocking the crap out of these people. And this is really the higher aspiration. But you have to train the body first, and condition the body so that the flows through the bones are open, and then the bones will ignite. I don't know if the word ignite is, but there is an ignition that takes place, and then it moves like lightning, like electromagnetic force. And this is, mucho grande. Now, having said that ability to transfer chi, while it should not be underappreciated or underestimated, it did not keep this old man alive. Right. But he could still transfer it. And you can't underestimate what he took with him into the next life. These are things we don't know. Right. But you can assume safely, I think, that the man would have known how to move chi wherever he went after that. Yes. And it might have been his swan song. Hey, let me do this. Because it sounds like, the way it was described to me, it sounds like he didn't even know what was going on. They tapped him on the shoulder, he got up, they put him back and took him away. Wow. It was probably his volition to do this. Right. So this is, the higher aspiration. Then again, as they say, it's not necessarily going to elongate your life. It may make you live. Who the hell knows how old he is? But, it's just an interesting story. There was also a story Rudy Curry told me, and I don't remember if he was present during it. I think he was. It was because he's had many teachers. And this one great master, he would have been in Queens, he gathers his students together, and I don't think it was a whole lot of them, maybe a dozen. And he gets up in front of them, and he exhales, he breathes in and exhales and kind of yells out something, and that was his last breath. He died willingly in front of his students. It was a demonstration.
Yeah.
So that, and of course, what I'm saying is,
that's basically how those kinds of teachers like to go, by the way.
Oh yeah. And so it's like, as a Qigong student, this is something I either aspire to or should aspire to. But then again, it's not going to elongate my life. I mean, it would. If I could do that, I'd live longer or whatever. It's not going to make, maybe, you know, it is what it is. And I shouldn't be downgraded or underestimated. At the same time, you know, one's got to live their life and do what they do. And this is where I'm going with A Piece of Green Fog. Now, this inspired title, because, you know, Johnny Talk is saying a piece of blue sky. And he's definitely saying L. Ron Hubbard is selling you a piece of blue sky, you know, a piece of real estate in the air that is really nothing there. But of course, as Douglas has explained, the sky is blue. This is an ancient doctrine from the Old Testament. Yes. When the sky and the sky is blue, it's only blue because if you were to take a cup of air, yes, or a cup of ocean, which it's blue, you know, the sky is air, you don't see
the blueness.
The blueness. The blueness is the totality, and that's the God factor. That's the factor of creation. And this is what people miss. So if it's a piece of blue sky, well, if you see, John Eatock saw emptiness. I saw the blue. Yes. As it applied to Scientology. Yes. And Scientology, which is most definitely a cult, is you know, there's a silver lining in it. There was for me anyway, and there can be a silver lining in anything, in any school of mystery or cult even. Yes. Now, Piece of Green Fog refers to the Philadelphia experiment, you know, the green haze, because the Philadelphia experiment is very ephemeral. It's not something you can sit down and study like you could a manual for a VCR. Now, the Philadelphia experiment might be easier to figure out than the inner mechanics of a VCR. Which was just notoriously complex. And I remember my friends telling me they got about, you know, all these like Japanese engineers or scientists, and they put the, you know, 12 VCRs in front of them. It was the same VCR, and say, figure out how to use it. And they were brilliant, but none of them could.
Well,
it was too complicated. You know, it's like, you know, the Philadelphia experiment, but it's not something you can sit down and study a manual for. The only one I know who did was Preston Nichols. And while he talked about it, he didn't talk enough about it. But so basically what you have is this idea of a green fog, and that appeared, and you have an interdimensional situation, which is, I mean, I know that it happened just from all of the experiences I've had. Yeah. And the anecdotal stories, one of the most notable of which is I'm writing the Montauk Project, and I'm visiting my friend in Florida, who was a locksmith at the time, doing calls, and I ride in this truck with him and hang out, and we talk. And we go to this woman's house, and he's fixing her lock. And this is right in the middle of my, you know, stuff with Preston. And I'm talking to the woman. She's an older lady. And she says, yes, my husband was on the roof, and he fell off. He was doing a job on the roof, and he fell off and died.
Jesus.
Now, that wasn't a very steep roof. It was nothing like my roof. You know, if I fell off my roof, I probably wouldn't have died unless I literally landed really bad. And I probably wouldn't have done that. But I didn't go up on my roof and I didn't fall. But anyway, he fell, and she said that he used to work at the Philadelphia Naval Yard. He worked on a secret project, and he was doing something on I don't remember what it was called, electromagnet. I said degaussing. She goes, yeah, that's it, degaussing.
Wow.
You know, he's working on the degaussing project. I think he was an engineer or something. And I think she was talking about all the, you know, they took all the copper pennies or something, and they did. When I was a kid, I had a penny collection. You get pennies from 1943 that were made of metal because they weren't making copper pennies because they were using all the copper for the Philadelphia experiment coils.
Wow.
David Childress also mentioned this independently.
Profound.
Because he's done some, you know, writing and stuff on the Philadelphia experiment. But there are so many anecdotal stories that was, you know, really so, you know, they were definitely using degaussing coils. So, but anyway, what Douglas was talking about in a recent transmission, and even in a previous one of February 6th of this year, was about his father, you know, witnessing it and being briefed on it, and the phenomena of the evanescer. These are the faders, the 10 or so sailors that were subjected to these coils and were assimilated, if not possessed, by entities, which fed on electromagnetism.
Yes.
And they had superhuman abilities. This is not an alien in the conventional sense of the word. It is an alien entity because it's non-human. But and of course they fed on this, and their knowledge of physics and their ability to manipulate matter, energy, space, and time was identical, if not virtually identical, to the prototype for what L. Ron Hubbard called a full OT, a full operating thetan, meaning an operating spirit, which would be equivalent to an evanescer. There would have been differences,
right,
in, I guess, what he would have called, you know, the pure essence would be a static, something that's completely still and is not subject to EM energy, but it could adapt it or adopt it. Mm-hmm. And that's so, in other words, while a thetan does not have an electromagnetic signature in its native state, it, in pure abstract form, for all pragmatic purposes, it does, because that's the only way it can interface with the three-dimensional world.
Yes.
Now, it doesn't mean it couldn't unmock it and mock it back up. It could be that, you know, able or clever. But so here was a long answered question I've had all of my adult life,
yes,
which was, where did L. Ron Hubbard figure out that electromagnetics could be used to trap a spirit? Where did he come up with this or influence it? Where were these theories that he came up with? Never explained where he got it from.
His time with the Navy, of course. But go on.
Well, yes, he identified that he was working with Commander Thompson of the U.S. Navy, but Commander Thompson, who did live in San Francisco, he was the founder of the San Diego Zoo. Commander Snake Thompson, he was the founder of the San Diego Zoo. Zoologist and also a psychiatrist, a Navy psychiatrist. And he worked for naval intelligence. He was a spy in Japan in World War I. And ostensibly, I think, doing something else other than what he was really doing.
Right. Just so
And
people understand, a white person could get away with that in World War One because, of course, they would. The Japanese were not at war with the Allied West.
they were allies. They were the allies.
Yeah,
Part
yeah, and also just so people know, the German man who wrote about the Japanese invading China during World War One, he's talking about oh Jesus, where the Germans had established themselves as a colony, and I'm forgetting the brand of beer that still exists. If you ever find Qingdao beer, it comes out of China. And that was, of course, the Chinese never made beer until the Germans established their colony in Qingdao. And then the Chinese were taught to brew beer. So it would be a German around that area. The Japanese were invading because they had declared war on Germany. So they invaded China to basically destroy the German colony of Qingdao. So that was World War One, and then the I Ching that German man saved at that point was saved at that time. You know, if you feel comfortable forwarding that letter to me, you might need to ask his permission, but I'd love to see that.
It would be okay with him.
Yeah.
It would be okay with him.
Wonderful.
Yeah. But to get back to, L. Ron Hubbard he was part of Commander Snake Thompson's circle, and worked at what was that place? St. Elizabeth's, yes. Which was originally the government hospital for the insane, maybe criminally insane. Right. The government hospital for the criminally insane, and that was now is the Department of Homeland Security, the same area. I mean, it was razed and torn down, but it was actually a government hospital for the, I believe, criminally insane, and that was where they brought the convalescent victims from the Civil War. Now, it was an old hospital,
yeah,
and they brought the Civil War people there because they had no place else for them. And just like they brought the Philadelphia experiment people to they took them to Yaphank, the facility at Yaphank. I can't remember what it was. Camp Upton, and that was a World War I convalescent hospital. So they didn't have a convalescent hospital in the Civil War. They brought them there because it was a hospital, and because the soldiers did not want to have their return address be the U.S. government for the criminally insane, they started calling it St. Elizabeth's.
Right.
So, because they weren't insane, they were just
traumatized
casualties.
Yes.
They weren't brought there because they were psychologically traumatized, which they may have been. They were physically hurt. Yes. So they weren't brought there because they were nuts. Now, they might have been PTSD, as we call it today.
Yes.
But they brought them there because they needed to put them somewhere. So, just if you had I guess what you call a medium injury, you'd still go there because they had to put you somewhere. So anyway, that's sort of where Hubbard worked. So he worked with Commander Snake Thompson and what's his name, William Allenson White, who was a famous doctor he was anti-shock treatment. I've written about this in the book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. But so anyway, he had a background with dealing with psychological cases pre-World War II. So this made him very suitable to do all the things that Douglas talks about in working with traumatized cases, including the atomic bomb victims or people who witnessed the atomic bomb. Now, without digressing so much into L. Ron Hubbard's naval career, and there's still so much of it we really don't know. Douglas's father had stated that when he saw Scientology, it said, that Hubbard must have been the person who, wrote the briefing materials that he studied, because it explained about the evanescers and fading in and fading out. And Hubbard was completely familiar with all sorts of psychic phenomena. We can argue about how good he was with it or how much he arguably exploited it, but he was certainly conversant with ideas and had no doubt about the veracity of their existence or potential. There was no hesitation. He knew this stuff matter-of-factly. And it made really for a loose cannon in terms of unleashing himself on the world. And especially when you consider that he had specialized genetics that I'm not going to go into here. Unique genetics, which I called were from a messianic gene pool, a maverick gene pool. And when I say messianic, it doesn't mean that everybody in his gene pool was messianic. This is on my own hypothesis, that it's like a maverick clicker. Boop, 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 boop. And you only once in a while you're going to get a 0 or a double 0, like on a roulette wheel. Most of them are going to be, a little off, or maybe they're not going to appear real off, or maybe they'll just be a little off. I wouldn't say they're all off, and this is what I also believe that Marjorie Cameron was part of his gene pool, because she would have identified with that totally. Yes. And she explained that to me with, I think it was a nephew and niece that were, I don't remember. I think they were twins. One was a boy, one was a girl. And I think, the boy they were both gay. It was like, that was very symbolic of, the genetics are maverick genes. And they got really interested when they heard about the book, in her. It stirred up interest. So this is what I believe L. Ron Hubbard was, on top of the fact that he was in naval intelligence. And for all of his abnormality, he appeared kind of sort of like a normal human being. But he was, bigger than life and could certainly dominate situations in a very unique way. So this piece of green fog I'm talking about is a concept that I have been involved with and exploited or utilized to write the Montauk Project with Preston. Of course, he's the one who initially taught me about it. Mm-hmm. But see, now I'm getting back to the roots of its connection to Scientology.
Yes.
Now, I'm not so much here to talk about Scientology. I would encourage people, if they're interested, to read my books, the Montauk Book of the Dead. Get that on Kindle. I've almost run out of copies. You can still get it at Skybooks. I got to do a print-on-demand version for it, which means some reconstruction of typesetting and whatnot. But and L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. You can start with that book. It's fine. It'll give you a lot of insight to Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard. And as I say, you will, if you read particularly that book, or both books, you're not going to get the same take on it that you read with these other books. It's just different because they did not have experience with L. Ron Hubbard. They've talked to people who did, and their lens is their lens. My lens is different. Now, there are also books written by former members, former colleagues of mine, that are almost invariably dealing with some form of bitterness and severe disaffection. Some of these people remained 2 decades after I left. And I would have told them, if they would have listened, that they should leave. It took extreme experience for them to understand that they were in a situation that was not to their benefit. Extreme abuse, physical abuse, included physical abuse. And when the physical abuse first occurred, it was not enough for them to leave. Now, part of that might have been the result of them not actually being physically able to leave by reason of incarceration. Mm-hmm. I can't really speak for the circumstances or remember, but you feel, they're staying 20 years after I left when I knew it was time to leave. And then they spend the following 20 years writing about it, blogging about it, perhaps even appearing on TV and creating, if not an industry, a preoccupation with saying how bad it was. And this has everything to do with cults, other cults, or we can say schools, because some schools are cultish, and you got to distinguish the two, because some cults will just consume your whole mind, body, soul. An example of that, I've said it before, was this lady I was kind of dating, if we could call it that. I guess it was. She wanted me to go to this center on Long Island, like to appreciate her brand of wisdom that she was seeking. And I sat there and listened, and I was pointing some things out to her about what they were doing, not critically, just observing. She said, "How do you know that? How do you know that?" It's kind of obvious, they're putting a red light in our face. They're trying to stimulate our kundalini. How did you know that? It's kind of obvious. And then afterwards, she says, you can go up and ask the teacher what you can ask a question. And I said, I don't want to ask her a question. No, yeah, you can ask her a question. So she kind of takes me by the arm, and we're sitting on the stage, and people have left, and you get your question. And when it's my question, I say to her, where's the best place to get Indian food? And because I like Indian food. And this woman was flabbergasted that I would ask such a question. Now, afterwards, she says, "How can you ask that question?" I said, "Well, what else was I going to ask her? I didn't really want to know. I didn't have any questions, and I like Indian food." She says, "That's like I take you to the Pope and you ask, where can I get some pizza?" I said, the Pope is not, nobody to admire. She says, "What do you mean he's not good? You shouldn't admire him." It's like this person was kind of naive. Mm-hmm. And actually, tell you the truth, she married one of my good friends, Paula's first boss on Long Island.
Wow.
The poor woman had to be institutionalized.
Oh.
She went progressively worse. She drove him nuts. My astrology friend, she says, "This woman has Uranus right on your first house. She'd drive you nuts." Well, I could see that. And when my friend told me, he says, I'm gonna, what did he say? I don't know what he said, but something to the effect that, I think he said, "I'm going to have an affair with that woman that was at your house because she came to my groups." And I said, I didn't say a word. And later when he found out, he says, "Why didn't you say anything? I wouldn't have done anything." I said, "You can have her. You can have her." She was very pretty. But I'm saying it's like, and I warned him, and he didn't listen. And he drove her nuts too, and he had to divorce her.
So sad.
And I think what I had warned him about, because I knew one of her friends, and she said that I found this out, and I think this was after I don't remember what it was, but basically her husband, she had he drove him nuts because she had a room full of clothes that was just stacked on the bed. I mean, it wasn't put in the closet or anything, and it was like ran up like a bill of $20,000 on a credit card, just buying clothes as a shopaholic because it made her feel good.
Right.
But it makes me feel good. Now, this is hardcore problems.
Yes.
But sometimes I mean, I didn't screw up. I did the right thing, and I warned my friend. But be that as it may, when I asked the woman, the East Indian woman, I don't know if it's fair to call her Hindu, because I don't know. I think it was kind of a Vedanta thing.
Right.
I don't even remember. It's still there, I'm sure. But I'd asked her, I said, where do you get Indian food? She says, well, I don't go anyplace. She was genuine with me. She was like a real person.
Right.
And she wasn't insulted. She says, I don't. She says, I make it myself. I said, well, I'd love to eat with you. I invited myself to eat. I'd love to eat. She said, well, you can come here. You can come and we'll have you. Now, they had a whole cafeteria downstairs. And she brought her servitor, whatever, the guy who did the kitchen. And he was very different than her. She was nicely coiffed, in a nice dress or whatever she was wearing. Maybe it was a little Hinduish, but she was elegant. She was elegant and polite, and she could have fit in any form of social situation. He had a shaved head, reminded me of a Hare Krishna, but he wasn't in a Hare Krishna suit. He wore some sort of white garb that was indicative of, it looked like a uniform. And this guy could not interface with me.
Wow. He
could not talk to me. He tried. I tried. But, so, yeah, well, I said, when can I come? And he could not answer. Should I come at 2 o'clock? Should I come at 12 o'clock? What days? This guy was incapable of interfacing with me because I was not one of his kind. And I said, boy, this is a cult. And I don't know that she condoned that behavior. I don't know that she fostered it. I don't know that she thrived on it. I really don't know. I wouldn't judge her because I don't know. But this guy, and he joined, and they all joined because they're so bereft of
social skills.
Yes, or associating with normal people. Now that's, and I can't say I can't judge them. I'm just saying, yeah, it's just they can't interface. So I can't judge. But see, this shows how somebody who is so not in touch with their own center, like this unfortunate woman. Last I heard was years ago, she was living in the basement of her ex-husband.
Oh.
And the kid, I think the kids were kind of keeping a look, or, they used to feed her because she'd be living in a car. She had like 4 kids that were apparently pretty nice. I never met them. Right. But, they were kind of keeping after her as she became, a derelict.
Right. Oh my God.
And then I remember my friend said, she was talking about this guy she'd met in the institute, and she looked at her friend, our common friend, and she says, "Oh yeah, I met this guy," and she kind of like, twigs up her eyebrows and says, "He has money. He has money." Like, oh boy, he has money. And he's in the institute. He was probably a trust fund guy.
Right.
I got money.
Sad.
God, it's just, this is.
That was the only qualifier. Yes, that's.
Well, I don't know it was the only one, but it certainly was an incentive, and she never got together with him because you don't. There's certain people you don't want to be associated with, and and just like our unfortunate experience with our Facebook friend Joanna, that's her name, right? Christine?
I believe so. Yes. Christine Joanna Hart.
Yeah, she hello if you're listening. Yes. But she learned the hard way. It's like you shouldn't be associating with people who have severe psychological problems. And sometimes people who have severe psychological problems or psychological problems can identify with such people. And it's a mistake, unfortunately. But be that as it may, we're all capable of making wrong choices, yes, particularly when it comes to the love dynamic. Yes. But this was the point of a cult that was, pretty off. I kind of got the impression that this guy, at least this particular guy, had dedicated his whole life and soul to this cause. Right. And maybe it's where he belonged.
Yeah. Because there's no place else he could. Yes.
Or yeah. And then there was this guy I had met when I was introduced to Sai Baba. Sai Baba was, of course, heralded as a great spiritual avatar, and he was quite influential. He had, sort of an afro. I guess it was an afro, but he was East Indian.
Very distinctive.
You usually don't see East Indians wearing an afro.
Right. And
of course, some people referred to him very pejoratively, which I won't repeat. But, and I don't, but they were showing a video at my friend Laurie Saluzzi's house, which is where the Montauk meeting started. And were held, then she moved and we moved them with, that's where David Anderson came. But this was, they were showing a video on Sai Baba. And, he would put his hands into this urn that really looked like a cement mixer. I'm not saying it was a cement mixer, but it was, might have been a modified cement mixer. One you do by hand, because you can mix cement without, having one of these big trucks. And, he's putting his hand in there and he brings out what he calls booty, which are these ashes. It's a magic trick, and he's promoting, he's bringing out, manifesting all this booty out of his hands, and it's a trick. And this is his base miracle, and these are holy ashes. And, the guy who was there, who had been and actually met Sai Baba, and, he had some booty that maybe he gave us a little, who the hell knows? I was not impressed. I didn't know what this was. I said, I didn't necessarily know it was fake. I didn't know what it was, but I said, what is this? And then I remember this guy saying that, he had been and met Sai Baba, and he met Sai Baba. He had, some small interactions, and it was like, oh man, it was like, wow, you went to Yankee Stadium and you got to shake Derek Jeter's hand. Only it was much bigger than that. It was more like Babe Ruth. But it's like, and he had some, humorous interaction with Sai Baba. I can't repeat it because it was kind of where Sai Baba proved himself to be kind of clever and ironic. It was kind of a cute story, but and this guy wanted to go work in a hospital because Sai Baba was, sort of had it in with the government, and I think they accused him of tax stuff, and then he'd build hospitals. So he would build hospitals and did this, humanitarian work because it made him, an asset to the community or whatever. Yes. There were all sorts of stories, but I got letters, when I became a writer, and people would tell me about this cult and how he was basically obsessed with raising the kundalini of young boys. He was a pedophile.
Of course. What else would it be?
Now, when this was told to people, they didn't want to believe it. They were shocked. And
and you wonder why.
Well, of course they were, because he was an icon of spirituality.
Oh, God.
And this is what might have inspired people to use a nasty pejorative. And I remember my friend Stephen Angel had said, expressing his disappointment about Sai Baba. Just get really, because, and there were so many of these fraudulent, characters that were just in it because
they're the standard. They're the standard. But go on.
Yeah. Standard. You can fool all of the people some of the time, and some of the people all of the time. But you can't fool all the people all the time. Well, this is fooling some of the people all the time. And it's like, it is so pervasive in the metaphysical community. It goes back hundreds of years, and this goes back to what we're writing about in the book with H.P. Lovecraft and Charles Lindbergh exposing, the chicanery of the spiritualistic movements of the 1920s.
Yes.
And even earlier. And so this becomes very tricky. So people say to me, should I be involved with this group? Sometimes these groups have people in them that write to me and say, well, I'm part of this. Sometimes it's very close to home. I say, well, I don't know, this. So I get information that I don't necessarily share. And so I'm addressing some of this because some people were upset by some things I said in a recent transmission. And I'm going to address this broadly.
Yeah.
And not specifically.
Okay. Because
it invites me to, people want to hear me attack certain people.
Right.
And I'm not going to do that because I will explain what to people and address to them what I hope will empower them to make their own decisions. And I'm going to talk about money dynamics. Because before I mention that, I can't forget to tell you this, Douglas. I cannot forget. And I'm going to parlay this back when I talk about the dream.
Cool.
The dream. Because this is what I talked about with JoJo yesterday. I'll talk about that. But, and she was so wonderful. But is that when I had my November reading with my clairvoyant.
Yes.
I'm going to go get the notes. She said something about me, which I tend to, minimize or deny.
Yes.
But I began to feel it at the workshop because I was talking about dreams. And what did she said that maybe it's just a comment. It's about my third eye. Mm-hmm. She says, as the leaves fall, new things are opening up. This has to do with the eclipse. she said my third eye. She said it was on fire. Back, it was I can't find it here, but my third eye is like on fire, opening up.
Excellent.
But yeah, what I realized, and of course I can see it,
yes,
and it's happening, but it's commensurate with your doing the same.
Yes.
And yeah, because it's like, so we're working like a team, yes, and it's really good. This is like, and this is disturbing to certain forces, entities, whatnot. Now, I just want to mention that before I talk about money dynamics.
Yes.
One of the first things I learned in the esoteric tradition when I began to study it in high school, and I call it that because I don't know what else to call it. It's like I'm reading about metaphysics, I'm opening up to metaphysics, and of course, it got jump-started. It wasn't necessarily, it didn't originate with reading Don Juan, Yucky Way of Knowledge by Carlos Castaneda.
Mm-hmm.
And it got jump-started with reading Siddhartha, started with science fiction, but those two books jump-started it. And
interesting.
Carlos Castaneda, because I was talking about Carlos Castaneda, which sort of people were sort of like, oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Right.
But this is the thing. It opened my mind to, I guess, sorcery. What I did not know at that time, and he probably uses the word in there, what a brujo was.
Right.
The brujo, and it wasn't even the brujo, it was that Crystal River was married to. She was married to the brother of a brujo.
Yes.
And this was sort of a synchronistic attraction to a ritual murder.
Yes.
Now, I can't blame the brother. I mean the husband. I really can't blame him. But it's like guilt by association.
Yes.
And in other words, we can safely, but she had a child with this, so the child becomes a sacrifice. This can get very grisly.
Yes.
Now, that's not to say that everybody who studies or reads Carlos Castaneda is going to have such a bad experience, because I don't even know that his tradition would have given a flying crap about Carlos Castaneda or his books. They would have been doing it.
Right.
But my own personal problem with Carlos Castaneda, when I looked at his other books,
mm-hmm,
they were so nonlinear.
Right. I always had that problem with him. He was unreadable to me, but go on.
Yeah. Now, nonlinear is a stream of consciousness.
Yes.
And as I think I mentioned this friend of mine was just overriding my communication, and I stopped him.
Right.
Because he says, "What stream of consciousness?" Yeah, well, you don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
Yes.
It's like get it together. And it's like, we can have a nonlinear party. And this is a big problem with the metaphysical community and the channeling community, because the channeling community can sometimes say stuff that is very cogent and coherent.
Yes.
But then there's a point where it cuts off and it cannot make the tangential connection to quote unquote this reality. And this is, you have to respect all three realities. You have to expect your own reality, your own reality, respect your own reality, respect the person you're talking to, and then respect the reality of everybody else. Yes. This is why if you say something that's speculation or conjecture or hypothesis, you label it that. Yes. You don't say, this is the way it is. This is the Great Reset. The Great Reset, you'll each get 1,000 units a month, and if you don't get vaccinated, they're not going to give you your 1,000 units. There will be no currency. You've had it, unless you get vaccinated. This is one meme that's been going around. Now, that's an idea. It's not a certainty. And you better believe if they did that, there would be plenty of anti-vaxxers.
Yes.
that would be, there for alternative ways and whatnot. So, in other words, this is a hypothetical situation. And I wouldn't doubt that a bit that there are people who have an agenda to do that. Question is, how successful will they be? So anyway, the point is, it's very important to not lay truth on people. That's not truth. It's potential. This is Gene Dixon doing prophecy, as you were talking about.
Yes.
The other day. And of course, Gene Dixon, nobody ever screwed up more making false prophecies, but she didn't change her popularity. And part of the reason for that is she was grandfathered into the mainstream, the National Enquirer, because of her role as a presidential astrologer.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, so it's like, okay, we keep going. We keep going with her because, she's got a reputation. It doesn't matter that the reputation sucks.
Yes, thank you.
This is just what's passable. So much of when we get into the metaphysical community of any kind, it's littered with sometimes toxicity, a great deal of toxicity, but also with misinformation and just, what do you think about, what do you think about the coming 2020? People ask me about 2012. Y2K. I said, it's bullshit.
Thank you. Yes.
It's just, it doesn't take any, well, let me sit there and watch this video and see what this guy says. It's like people subscribe to crap. The flat earth theory. These things are not debatable. These are for people whose critical thinking is severely impaired.
Thank you. It's not existent.
Yes. Well, they might be able to, use the bathroom.
One would hope, and one doubts even that.
Well, yeah, I think they can. It's and this is the thing. People fit into their own comfort zones. But when you get into more occult or esoteric areas where you have some interest or draw, this is where people can get messed up. Because the person who knows or says they know, they can damn well know it, but they don't necessarily operate with integrity. And if they operate with integrity, they might not operate with full integrity. And that makes them weak and vulnerable. No integrity or incomplete integrity. Integrity is often misconstrued as being upright and honest. Yes. Well, it really means to integrate, which means to make whole. Now, while that would include being upright and honest, it's more than that. It's being able to integrate. The corollary of that is if you're not upright and honest, or you're hiding things and not being forthright with your congregation or flock or whatever you want to call it, people, customers, if you're hiding from them, you're making yourself vulnerable, because there are always people within the group that are watching and generally almost always reporting outside of the group. And even though they're part of it, some of them just go into these groups as spies. Yes. Or with the mentality of a spy, because they're often quick and ready and willing to attack the teacher, to find the faults in the teacher. Right. So this makes a teacher very vulnerable if the teacher is got something of value to teach. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes there's shades of gray. Now, I'm going to crank it back to Scientology. because Scientology is exploiting, or it's only there, to be more fair, Hubbard would say it's only there by reason of the fact that people have down statistics. In other words, he's referring to down statistics means down statistics in their life. Their life's messed up. They're screwed up. They can't figure this out. They need help. So if they didn't need help, they wouldn't need Scientology. So you're charging them to improve them. Now, that's all based upon the proposition that they have something that can or will help you. A series of techniques, know-how. Now, one of the things I noticed early on in Scientology is it was explained to me from day one, and this was brought home more is if you study the techniques of auditing, you will be able to get up this bridge much faster and with much greater understanding, because and much less cost, because first you're understanding the process, and number two, you can co-audit with other people and with your colleagues, and you're not going to have to spend the money to get professional counseling, which was much more expensive. It was the cheap way, or as one of the registrars once told me, you never say cheap, you say inexpensive. Less expensive. He knew the verbiage, how to enter. When you're talking to the public, you say less expensive. Never say cheap, because people don't want something that's cheap. Right. Now, there are also people that will only get something if it's very expensive.
Right.
So if you offered, if I offered somebody, a training session for, $200 to spend a day with them, I'm not suggesting that I'm doing that. But if somebody say I said, okay, $200, I'll spend some time with you and show you this. And then Steven Seagal says, yeah, for $10,000, yeah, I'll spend a day with you. They might go to Steven Seagal because, oh man, that guy's, he knows, but he doesn't know shit.
That's right.
You say, I could show somebody for $200 in a day stuff that they could take with them. But I showed people yesterday, 2 days ago. Oh God, it was yesterday.
It feels like yesterday. I'm certain.
It was yesterday, Saturday. Yeah, it was like I did a 4-hour workshop.
Yes. And
in the first 10 or 15 minutes, I showed them something they could take with them for the rest of their life. And if they do it every day, it's going to be really super healthy. So it's like, but to get back to Scientology again. So in other words, so I was a very quick student. I had my challenges. One of the reasons I was quick was because I was able to study it full time. I was out of school. Didn't have a job. I probably would have welcomed a job, but I didn't have one. Where do I go? I'm out of high school. I didn't have a situation. So I, was studying Scientology, did a good job at it. But then I would see people that were either on the course or whatever, and they would be talked into getting professional auditing instead of doing the less expensive way. And I always felt that their vulnerabilities were being, the more knowledge I got, the more I could see the vulnerabilities of the public person who was getting, well, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this, you need this, you need that. And maybe they did need that because maybe they didn't have the mettle to study. because it took, some people just aren't real good at it. So maybe, but I always felt that, if there was any exploitable vulnerability in the customer, it would be, I saw people exploiting it. Whereas I would have said, look, if you want to be a student and study this, do it the way I'm doing it. And if I did say that to them, they wouldn't listen to me, because they'd listen to somebody who had more authority and more expertise rather than the word on the street or whatever. And I can't say, maybe they were more suitable to do that, but they could spend thousands of dollars doing that. And at the end of the day, at the end of the month, at the end of the decade, I knew a hell of a lot more about it than they did.
Yes.
Now, the other thing with Scientology is people are spending money, and then I'm joining the C organization, which meant that I didn't have to spend any money. But I did have to dedicate my life. That's an expense. And that can be a critical decision. In my case, it was a good decision. It worked out. In some cases, many cases, it was a disastrous decision. So the decisions you make in life are relative. Some are good for you, some are not good for you. And this is karma, it's fate, it's a whole lot of other things. And that applies to anybody who's wrestling with whether they should study in a group, so on and so forth. The immediate thing is, does it help you? And are you doing the work? Are you doing the work that you're supposed to do? Because if you're going to any sort of a school, you don't know the curriculum. And if you do know the curriculum, you shouldn't be going to the school. Right. You should be the teacher. So, but if you don't know the curriculum or why it's being given, this is what you're there to learn. So you're best to learn the curriculum and do the lessons that you're being taught. Some teacher in Tai Chi said that you should learn to listen to your teacher and do the teacher, and not sit there being critical and being this and being that, because first learn what he's saying. Once you've learned it, then it's a different ballgame. But by and large, you just shut up and do the class. You don't sit there and say, well, so-and-so says it does it this way. Right. Well, if that's fine, then why don't you go to so-and-so? Go do that. But learn what you're being taught. And then if you don't like what you're being taught, that's fine. But back to what I was saying, I originally learned that money's not supposed to change hands. Money is not supposed to change hands. Now, of course, I departed from that when I got into Scientology. Money became very important. The first value, I did not value money when I was a kid. I mean, I did, obviously, if you need money, you need to buy things. But I didn't have a great deal of admiration or respect for it. I did, of course, need it. If I were to go to, Bakersfield for the day, ride the bus and hang out and go bowling and shoot pool in Bakersfield and walk up and down and streets, which I did. It was fun. My mom would give me $20, and that was like too much money, but it wasn't too much. That was safety money. I would give most of it back when I got home.
Good man.
It was, but it was just there. It was a safety cushion. She always giving me $20. Okay, good. That was a lot of money. I mean, she'd buy groceries for $20, and fill the cart. But But when it came, I thought that the whole system was screwed up. But then when I did Scientology, I learned, well, the value of money is very good, because if you have money, then you can do these different levels and courses and whatnot. And they were very appealing to me. So that's how I began to value money, was for spiritual improvement. And, working was incidental. I got my first real job through Scientology. Dishwasher. Worked myself up to cook. And of course, I could function in the real world. That experience was good. But it was incidental. So, and of course, the theory in Scientology was if your auditing went well or your training went well, it should make you more able to generate money. And in my case, I was a cook. I started in September. By December, I told them, I said, you have so many cooks, they're so transient. I said, train me as a cook. Oh, it's a good idea. So then, my salary doubled, and I had to learn. It was a very interesting experience. But then there became a whispering campaign against the manager, because she was a bit of she's a bit batty. And she had problems. And it was the head waitress, Flo, who was starting a whispering campaign that I should be the manager. And that would have happened. It would have happened eventually. And as I say, at that point, I would have been making as much money as my dad.
Wow.
And I would have been 19 years old. That did not happen, because I joined the Sea Organization. And that was a perfect example. And why? I was young, but I knew how to deal with people. I dealt well with all the people in the restaurant. And, it was just like, wow, I was gravitating to the position. Right. It was easy. So that's the idea of how it should work. So, what is it that you're learning? What do you need to learn? That's, and some people like a sense of community. And I don't know, sense of community. That can be a big issue with me.
Right.
Because I'm now more interactive with community than I've ever been in my life. Except maybe Scientology, because I was involved in a community. But even then, I was very separate. I was isolated in L. Ron Hubbard's office. It doesn't mean I would eat in the same room as everybody, but I didn't advertise what I did. People didn't know what I did. They weren't supposed to know what I did. Some did. But so I was kind of like, leading a hidden life to some degree. But yet, that's like making you part of a community, but you're not part of the community because you're supposed to be secret about what you're part of.
Right.
And this is a issue is secrecy. God, Douglas.
Yes.
I've got the TV on. The football game is on. It's a big screen TV. It's the San Francisco 49ers at playing the Los Angeles Chargers. And they've got, I didn't know it was in San Francisco. They just showed Fisherman's Wharf right where we were.
Yes.
Earlier, they said, wow, there's Fisherman's Wharf. Wow. Close to home. They're playing a football. Well, they're playing the football game actually in Santa Clara. This is so far away from San Francisco that it's It's disingenuous.
Yes, it's false advertising. Quite misleading.
It's like, yeah, Santa Clara is a long ways away, and it's the southern part of the bay, and of course now all of a sudden Santa Clara is San Francisco.
Yeah,
it's not.
No,
we have the same problem in New York. We have the two New York teams playing in New Jersey. Now everybody's gotten used to that. They've gotten used to it. And New Jersey, in many ways, is New York.
Right.
Right across the bridge. It's like you can get on the PATH train and you're in Manhattan. It's the divide is not so big. But anyway, so this whole idea of spending money is Scientology was like violated that precept that I learned.
Yes.
But the reason I would put up with it is it was so remarkably, what's the word? We can say marketed. It was incredibly marketed, but it had so much more going for it in terms of power and attention grabbing. And that included the materials. I mean, it was, you could get a lot out of it. And the more I got into it, the more I got out of it until I realized I had, the well had run dry in terms of any pragmatic use of it in the context in which I had learned it. It was no longer, it was no longer what it had once been.
Right.
For me. So this is, you know, I guess what I'm talking about there is, do you have any comments or questions on what I've said so far?
Oh no, I think that everything you say is pretty much it goes smoothly. I mean, it's coherent and certainly I think it's in, shall we say, synchronicity. When my son drove me back to the Estates to celebrate the Veterans Day weekend, which I do celebrate in our own fashion, because certainly my son honors me as a veteran, as do all the Blood Boys. They dyed my hair green as just their joke on the camouflage theme, so people might notice that in the image embedded in thumbnail of Livestream for tonight. Filed my teeth down a bit because my teeth do tend to grow like a rat's, and so they do take filing regularly, just like my nails do. But other than that, yeah, a piece of green fog, I think, is pretty much what we've been discussing, is the horror of the Philadelphia experiment when it came to all the elements that are very foggy in the mind of most people who try to explore the paranormal. And what they're trying to grab is a piece of that green fog. They're trying to grab a piece of something that's often sold to them by so many quacks and hacks out there for the deep state. Yeah.
Yes, and then you have the people that are ghost hunting.
Yes.
And looking for UFOs and looking for aliens and trying to capture a Bigfoot.
Looking for thrills, but go on. Yeah.
Well, yes, and as I've described that as adolescence.
Yes.
It's because it's like, I mean, sure, you know, I mean, like, you know, you can go out on a boat and do whale watching. Yes. You know, that you're curious to see a whale, and okay, and then there is this stupid, god awful person who wanted to go in the tanks in SeaWorld, and he went in with the tanks with a killer whale. And, you know, oh, I'm going to pet the killer whale. He's just a big dolphin. The killer whale didn't eat him, but the killer whale is so big that whatever it did, it, you know, knocked him, and he just, you know, he died because he's in there with a huge animal that's not really, doesn't give a damn about him. It's not like the killer whale ate him. It just knocked him unconscious. Right. He drowned because he's a jerk.
Yes. Yes.
But I want to go in there. I'm going to go in there with killer whale. The same thing could happen with the dolphin. I mean, it might not. Dolphins are, you know, have remarkable stories associated with them. But, you know, it's like, what what is the stupidity? And then I had one of my animal-friendly friends seeing this video. Oh, this is so neat! Wow, look at the man in there with the killer whale. They the whole story. You know, it's like, you know, this is so stupid because people are so friendly to animals. Yes. Oh, he's with a killer whale. He's with a, you know, it's like, and of course, people give their sympathy to things they shouldn't give their sympathy to. And this is, of course, you know, these are all, but see, it's all your individual choice. And, like my teacher in Qigong, you know, was pretty much under constant attack by people he could beat the living crap out of all at the same time. He was that capable. But that really wasn't the point. It's like you know, he was being not trolled on the internet, but, you know, they didn't understand him. And as the medicine man who introduced me to him told me, he says, he's an outcast and I'm an outcast. And he pointed at me and says, you're an outcast too. We all get together. We all fit together. And of course, Douglas is a renegade military historian. He is an outcast. Yes. So this is where we fit together. Yes. And for those people who have followed my work, I am an outcast. Yes. And I did this seminar in Seekonk, Massachusetts yesterday. We had it's very interesting when we went up. Mm-hmm. It was raining as hell. Wow. And it was the same time last time, and this is where I screwed up my meniscus on the first trip up because I drove. See, this is the problem. I picked up Paula. This was the last time we went in May. I wanted to be a hero to her. Right. I picked her up at 5. I think it took us till about 10 to get there. I drove for 5 hours with my foot on the gas pedal. Lord. In heavy rain weather. The rain was bad all the way through Connecticut. And we got there. Mm-hmm. And I was okay. We went to sleep. We got up. We did the seminar. Went out to dinner. Came home. I drove the whole way home. Then I went out the next day and played 3 hours of football, and that's where my meniscus got hurt. It was too much stress on the knee from pushing that pedal and then going out and playing. And so JoJo said, look, I'll put you up 2 nights. This way. She was concerned about my knee. Right. And she also knew that Paula wanted to look at the town. Right. Good old Providence, because that's where we stayed in Providence, H.P. Lovecraft's hometown. Right. And I'll talk about that. Yes. So this time, I said to Paula, I said, you want to spend 1 night or 2 nights? You know, JoJo, let's spend 2 nights because, you know, she knows you want to see the town and she knows that she doesn't want my knee to be hurt. Right. And I said, she says, 1 night, I want to get back. So I said, well, I'd like to spend 2, and and it's going to be stormy. I'd like to drive up early in the day, so I'm not pressured. And so anyway, we're going there, and then it just gets into this big angst because the only reason she's going, she tells me, is because she's concerned about my knee. Right. I said, well, why? Wait. But now I'm not going to be able to spend 2 nights there. I wanted to spend 2 nights there. Right. And relax, and then I could drive. I mean, I don't need you to drive. Well, she said, oh, well, I know, you know what I mean? So she's trying to be a hero for me now. Right. I'm saying you shouldn't be a hero for people. Right. So we had a misunderstanding. We had a big misunderstanding. She was trying to be a hero for me, and I didn't need her to be a hero. I would want to leave early without her. Right. But, you know, as it turned out, once we got through the storm, when the storm ceased at the end of New York, when we got into Connecticut, it was all smooth. it was smooth sailing, and it was exactly good. It worked out because she drove back, and I needed her to drive back. So and we had a great time. So it actually worked out perfectly.
Excellent.
Worked out perfectly. It worked out better that we got back. It all worked out. But this idea of trying to be a hero for people is sometimes misguided, because in both of our cases, the hero part didn't work out, but the trip worked out. So basically, I'll speak a little about Providence first, because I know that will interest you.
Yes.
It's probably the 5th or 6th time I've been to Providence. Previously there for book events. And Providence is, of course, a modern town. It's the capital of Rhode Island. And if it's bright and sunny, there's a good chance it'll be windy, because Rhode Island gets a lot of Atlantic Ocean breeze, even though Newport is closer to the ocean. And it's got a pall over the town, sort of a dark energy. Now, it was very dreary when we got up in the morning. It was not foggy, but misty. It was like foggy. There was no fog. It was just unpleasant.
Right.
It wasn't just a pall over the whole town.
Right.
And even when it's sunny, you feel this energy over the town.
Yes.
It's and then, of course, New England is full of witches.
Right.
And when it's not full of witches, you don't necessarily notice this. You can feel it. And to the degree that it's not full of witches, it's full of witch energy.
Yeah.
And this is something I know. I've been there. Corinne de Winter had that energy about her.
Right.
I don't think she called herself a witch.
No.
She was actually Christian.
Right.
In her own way. She was metaphysical. But it's just loaded with so much witch energy there and it's not something that people talk about.
Right.
You could get some people to talk about it, but it's just what it is. Now, anyway, that's Providence, and I commented on to Paula. I should look at this, look at that, and she pretty much agreed. Now, it did begin to clear by the afternoon. It cleared. It was kind of really beautiful. And of course, there's a lot of old homes there. And one of the most unfortunate aspects of these older homes, I mean, there's some of them in some neighborhoods that are just really beautiful.
Right.
That they've done right. But they've put all this siding on the houses, vinyl siding. And vinyl siding, it can work. I've got vinyl siding on the sides of my house.
Is there some purpose for that other than aesthetic? Something pragmatic?
It's not aesthetic. It keeps the house insulated.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Foam or styrofoam on the inside to insulate it, and you put the vinyl siding over it as a covering. It's covering. You could put stucco. In California, they use stucco a lot. It's used less here. Stone is really good. Because with stone, it keeps out the heat and it keeps in the warmth. Stone is great. If you've ever been in a stone house.
Right.
But vinyl siding, you got to put something on the side of a house. What are you going to put? They used to put asbestos.
Right.
Which was not only
well, it was warm. You got to give it that. It was warm. Go on. Dangerous as hell, but it's warm.
Well, I don't know.
You die warm. Yeah, you'd contract cancer, but you die warm.
I think I have asbestos shingles on this house, but it's covered with the
I was about to say, really, if you leave it inert, it really shouldn't be a problem. I think that does.
I looked into that because I think before I did the job I had, I asked somebody, or I said, what would it cost? And it was like some exorbitant figure, like over $20,000 to do the siding to the house I got it done for like $8,000 by a guy on the street. He did a good job.
Holy shit. Wow.
And he did, it was badly needed to be done. And I did the front. which was shake wood, which was rehabilitating the shake wood, which was great. So, but the siding, you know, you've got some 2-story house that's been siding. It's just and what would be very, you know, sort of a Victorian look would look really quaint and nice, but it'd be very expensive to do. So you've got this vinyl siding, which really just, you know, it's like the irreducible minimum. You know, you got to put a siding on your house, you know, and if you're going to have the house be a B&B, okay, it's serviceable. It's serviceable. But I'd feel self-conscious if I invited anybody to one of these houses and I've got all this vinyl siding and it's just a, you know, it shouldn't look that way. You know, even in my neighborhood where the houses have vinyl siding on the front, they're okay. It fits the house, but not in some of these 2-decker homes. They should be much more elegant. So anyway, that's part of my adventure. And there's some towns in Long Island where they will not allow aluminum siding, vinyl siding. Aluminum siding is not allowed.
Wow.
It's too gauche.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
How dare you put that?
Well, I can see why. I mean, yes.
Oh, I understand it.
Yeah.
I understand it because they don't want to ruin the, you know,
aesthetics of the neighborhood.
Aesthetics, the value, the market value. It's like, you know, it's like.
Yeah, property values. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's also a matter of you know, class. Yeah. And it's in it, and of course it's money. Yeah. But there was one, you know, very old exclusive city, Garden City, that has, you know, there was a big thing on the TV. Although I've seen you could have a basketball hoop. You know, and although I've seen basketball hoops in Garden City, but it was like a big issue in the on the news many years ago. Heaven forbid we have, you know, basketball hoops in our neighborhood. Kids might be having fun, but so Providence, okay, Providence. But to get to the heart of the matter was the Qigong workshop. And this is where I will segue into the dream. Yes. But I would also say, because as I said, I spent money on Scientology, probably less than $2,000.
Wow.
Probably less than that. And Qigong, I think I figured out one time I probably spent about $10,000 on Qigong.
Jesus.
But that's going like $100 a week for 10 years.
Yeah.
You see? Yeah. You know, about $1,000 a year. And I never, you know, I mean, when you add it up, it's a lot.
Yes.
It's in all the studying I did, it was like far more than a PhD would study in terms of hours. And if you add the homework on it, it's more than the PhD would for doing homework in terms of time spent, just in terms of hours. Much more. I totaled it up one time. But as I say, wow, I feel I got a great bargain. Yes. And I remember when I stopped, I was told by one of my fellow students, don't give him any more money because the staff were stealing it.
Oh.
You know.
What a tragedy. What a travesty.
I mean, yeah, well, that's what happens. That's what happens. And when on the day I stopped giving him money, I felt so sad. Yes. I mean, he didn't need the money anymore.
Right.
But I felt so sad. I said, you know, here I'm sorry, I can't give him $100. Right. You know, I mean, it was just like, you know, I felt very sad. It was certainly affordable. I give him $100 a month, you know, and that was, you know, for 4 classes a month. If you wanted to do all of his classes, you could spend $150. And I did that for a while when I first started, but I had to manage my time. But anyway, so yes, money expended was well worth it. And it was not, as I say, that was not horribly expensive at all. So you have to, and then what is the value of what you're learning? These are things, if I had paid him $5,000 in the first year and I did what he taught me, it would have been well worth it. If I charged $5,000 a person for what I taught them yesterday,
right,
and they did 2 or 3 things that I taught them every day for the rest of their life, it would have been worth the $5,000. Of course, I think they paid $30 a person. I think. I don't really know what they paid. I received a commensurate sum, night in a hotel with 2 meals. I was fine. And plus, but the real joy, and it was great to see JoJo and spend time with her, which I did. And JoJo, by the way, was sporting her left finger, and there was showing us there was no wedding ring on it.
Oh.
Yeah, and she has moved into another house, and it was her husband's idea, because they hadn't been living as husband and wife in that way, and she's now, she's got a boyfriend who I met him last time.
Okay.
And I really, really like him because he's a contractor.
Okay.
And I can talk. I love to talk to contractors.
Mm-hmm.
I love to talk to contractors because they're so down to earth.
Mm-hmm.
They're so down to earth. And he was, I was telling him how he inspired me, because he's very good with working on trim. And I said, I've been working trim. He didn't even remember, but I told him, and then he gave me some other ideas. He makes my vision so much more simpler to projects I have to do. Okay, I can do this, I can get that. It makes life easy. But I really like him, and she wants him to go to Romania with us. So I'm full on Romania.
Okay.
But I said I'll bust my ass to make sure he can, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
I've got more than I originally wanted.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a room for overspill, but then they have to pony up their donations, and if they do or don't, then it becomes critical. When I give them the ultimatum saying, pay by such and such a date, or we'll get somebody else. So I have no shortage of people who want to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, and so this gets into, the workshop itself, which I'm going to discuss because it embraces everything I've been talking about.
Yes.
And our work together as well. Because, so I'm doing, I wouldn't say Qigong workshop for me, I'm doing 4 hours. So, you better, it's not a problem for me, but if you're teaching something, you better have something to fill it with for 4 hours.
Yeah. This
is not a problem for me at all.
Right.
But I start off with, have everybody become aware of their breathing and then show how they can improve it. And after 10 or 15 minutes, man, you've got something you can take for the rest of your life. If you so wise as to actually do it. And say, give them the exercise that cured a woman of Lyme disease. So cure Lyme disease, you can pretty much cure anything that's wrong with you. Pretty much. There's very specific stuff, and I also showed him the cancer remedy to flush out the lymph system. Now, but where this becomes special is I explained that dreaming is a part of Qigong. Dreaming is an important part of Qigong because dreaming is an important part of life. Yes. Because you have dreams you got 3 aspects of your life. You're asleep, you're awake, or you're dreaming. And the dreaming is the connectivity of the past, present, and future. It also connects you to other realms, whether it be the astral realm, the causal realm, other dimensions, it's connectivity. It's also a stimulation of your visual cortex. And it gives you an expression of events. We can call them quantum events, call them whatever we want. But they're events that are in another realm. And they connect to this world. The connectivity is what's important. Now, one thing I want to emphasize, and this is a big deal, and I realized as I'm talking about the Dream Workshop that I'll be doing in Choklavina, I had a big realization as I'm teaching them about dreams and how to remember their dreams, how to become lucid in their dreams. I have a big aha moment. This is the beauty of teaching Qigong. I begin to, it becomes like my own class of learning at the same time I'm teaching others. And I'm explaining a little bit about my experiences in Romania and the context of the white bat. And the white bat is what started it all. My 1989 dream about the white bat when I become a writer. I'm trying to write. I want to write. And I'm writing a book about Atlantis, which is a fiction book. And all of a sudden I have this dream of the white bat. So I'm activating my future. Okay, I'm the white bat. You can write about me. And I did write the story. But I never did anything with the story till, 30 years after the fact, 20-something years after the fact. More like 25 years after the fact.
A quarter of a century, yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, it was the dream. And the dream of the white bat. Now, what's so special about that white bat, of course, it was related to Dracula and Transylvania. But then here we fast forward 10 years, and then I meet Dr. David Anderson, who's just got back from Romania. Then we fast forward another 9 years, and he takes me to Romania. Then another few years later, I start working on the book. It was actually my friend Tantra Bensko who says, I sent her the story. She said, oh, I'd like to publish this story in some other. I said, no, I'm going to do it myself. Thanks for the idea. That's kind of how it became. And she went to Romania with me my first time. So, and she was the one who really introduced me to the Solomonari concept with the article.
Yes.
So then when I go the day before I meet Paula, I am told the day I meet Paula, I'm telling this group of Romanians about that I'm working on this book with a white bat, and then they say, oh, there's this little girl who saw the white bat. And then I meet her at Sarmasijatuza, and then I meet Paula right after that. And the white bat, okay, then I go back the following year, and her mother shows me these pictures of white bats that she says are indigenous to Transylvania, and they're a species zoology knows nothing about, typical zoology.
Right.
Then on my most recent trip in August, I meet Robert, the biologist who lets us into Choklavina Cave, which is so special because of its association with time travel phenomena. And I said, are there any white bats in this cave? Oh, lots. He says, but they're albino. I said, but they don't have pink eyes. I've seen pictures. He says, well, they're part albino. Now, I don't know what's accurate and what's not. But what's important is there's white bats in that cave. And this is where I'm going to hold the Dream Workshop. I did not realize the synchronicity of the dream, of my original dream with white bat is now, this is the Galactic Dream Workshop with Stephanie South and I had cooked up in Mount Shasta. And by the way, there will be, at the end of March, I think it's the last weekend in March, Living Truth Summit number 2. You can get an early bird special. Jonathan Shalimar is hosting this. It's going to be fantastic. JoJo is going to be a presenter.
Excellent.
I'm going to be a presenter. Joan Roth, who's been to Romania with me twice. She will go back with me. She's a transformational healer. She's an amazing, amazing woman. And good old Brad Olson's going to be there, who I really enjoy. Jonathan Shin, who is he's actually a scientist, but he's a musician as well. And he knows all about frequency and what. And most special is Gary Crump. Gary Crump is an indigenous shaman who does sound, vibration, crystal. He has a sound chamber, which very inexpensively, he'll put you in that sound chamber and you'll have an experience. JoJo did it. I did not have the time or opportunity to do it.
What'd she say?
I did have. Oh, she loved it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd let her speak for it.
Okay.
And I was really able to connect with JoJo, and because I don't get to talk to her so much anymore. And it was really good conversations that we had. And she took us to breakfast, took us to dinner, and then in the midst of all this, my friend Chad, who was with us for both meals, she also treated him. Chad Edward, who actually I introduced. This was so beautiful. I had introduced Chad to JoJo at Shasta because he approached me. I didn't know who he was, and I was walking to my motel to get some rest, and he wanted to talk to me with his girlfriend, and I said, I really want to go sleep, maybe later. And then he mentioned he was from Massachusetts, and I said, no, you got to meet JoJo. So I walked down and we ran right into her. So they're like fast friends now, and this is really fantastic. Just the connections that happened at Shasta. And there was one girl there who was actually, I talked to her right outside of the bathroom in the restaurant before we left. I mean, I was talking to her during the meal because she came with us. She was attending the class. She was an auditor for the Defense Department.
Wow.
And she said she sees a lot of things she doesn't like.
Oh.
And I told her about you.
Oh, I was expecting that. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I told her about you. And she let me use the bathroom in front of her. And then I had to go. And but she's going to come to Shasta. She says, oh, I'm coming, which was great. So, and we began talking about all the energy that happened. It was so exciting that Paula even says, Chad says, are you going to come? I said, well, she's not really scheduled to come. And she showed a definite interest in coming. I don't know if she will, but I mean, she'd have to, kind of go separately and kind of just do the weekend, which doesn't seem to bother her. I wouldn't want to fly in for a weekend and fly out. I wouldn't. Right. I need a little more time.
Yes.
Fly in on a Thursday, fly home on a Tuesday is what'll happen. But be that as it may, it created so much excitement. So I will be promoting it on my emails that I send out on Facebook and Living Truth Summit #2. It's going to be very exciting, and it's transformational. Mm-hmm. And it will sort of be a precursor to what I do, a little bit of a precursor, because there will be some of us that will be in Transylvania, which would be JoJo, Joan, myself, and Jonathan Shalimar. I don't know if any of the other people that are going to Transylvania will be with us, but it'll be good for us to connect, because I will be working closely with all of those people. So that's just a plug for the Living Truth Summit #2, which, I don't benefit, if more people come, but it's better if more people come. It's better for everything.
Yes.
I'll have a very limited amount of books to sell, so it doesn't matter in that regards either. But
definitely people are encouraged to go. So such being the case, at least we don't have to. Hopefully everything will be over by then in terms of this so-called tridemic. The last time it was the pandemic that really choked the event out in many ways.
That's the first event it choked out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's the tripedemic?
Oh, the tridemic is that VHS that flu that is really hitting people in the vascular area, especially kids, and then they've got the influenza itself and the
Is this
COVID.
one thing, or is it all over?
It's mostly the kids all over that are getting infected by this VHS shit. It's similar initials to the VHS. I was speaking of it in the latest episode when people were asking me to speak on a while longer after I had come out of the zone talking about my biological sire. And when I was coming down, I said, "Geez, I don't think I could do anymore." And that's what prompted me to.
Well, that prompted that guy talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, when he volunteered and I brought him on, it's kind of like Stephen King said. Stephen King said, when I can't think of a plot and when I can't think of any good angle, I go for the gross out. I'm not proud. That's essentially what we had stooped to at that point in the latest episode.
Well, I don't think you were going for it. It's just what came in. It's what the cat drug.
That's right. That's true. That's true. That's what the yes.
Well, anyway, we won't digress onto that because
No.
it'll bring more. It'll bring the cat will bring more into the house, and we don't want that. It's spin it up. But I want to go back to this dream workshop.
Yes.
Because I'm talking about this white bat. This whole dream that I had is what's. So everybody that's looking at me in front of that workshop, and I'm telling this to, and it actually applies to my whole career. It applies to my whole career and all the people in it, because it is the source original incident that was on the causal level that was bringing me to Montauk, to David Anderson, to Romania, to Transylvania, and ultimately to Choklavina Cave. This is you can see, connect the dots. And so if people don't realize that, and even all the people that have gone to Romania are a direct result of my dream. They're a part of my dream on the causal connection. Some people don't like that. Some people refuse to realize that. That's okay. But this is what happened. This is undeniable. It doesn't mean that I'm responsible for their actions. It means that I have been a major influence on their actions. And this is not necessarily so important, but my own dream, when I was in Providence the night before the dream show up, was telling me that my influence is being ignored and underappreciated and, ultimately being attacked. But that's not so important. Now, you had said something when I think I mentioned to you privately that I'm doing this workshop for free.
Yes.
I'm not charging for this workshop. The people who are participating in it with me will be paying $200, which will go to the World Genesis Foundation to secure the location.
Oh.
Now, could I have secured the location for less? Probably. But I'm securing it because I'm also expecting to be serviced, and I'm giving fair value.
Yes.
I'm giving fair value, and it's, look at $200 for 5 days. You're not only getting accommodated and fed, you're getting a dream workshop. And with Qigong thrown in the side, if you're interested, by Peter Moon, and it's just not Peter Moon. It's going to be Jojo, Jonathan Shalimar, Joan Roth, and Joan has some really meet. I'm not going to say what it is, but she's got some really neat things for us. We're going to have Heather Anderson. Maybe David Anderson will show up. Who the hell knows? But and we're going to have other people there too that have value. And so Stephanie South, big time, and also her two friends who were also students of Jose Arguelles. So and Michael Sala. So we've got an abundance of resource. We can fill up the days with interesting people, and all on the theme of dreams.
Yes.
Now, so this is a profound influence. And when I mentioned to Douglas that I'm doing this and I will be sharing expenses with everybody else. So, if it costs us, I'm just throwing out a number, $1,000 to get up there, we're gonna, and it might cost more than that because we'll probably have two vans. But the point is, if we have 8 in a van, we'll each chip in $100 to cover the cost. That's what we did last time. So that's like, it's not expensive.
Yeah.
And then the hotel bills, whatever, we'll chip in. We each get our own hotel while we're in Bucharest or whatever. But the point was, Douglas mentioned that, it will piss people off, or it could be attacked for that because people do things for profit. And here we're going back to the esoteric, dilemma of, oh, should I spend money? Should I not spend money? How much money spending? What are people doing with the money? For example, I was recommended to this holistic dentist because I got implants in my jaw. And I wrestled with it for a long time. And finally I found this dentist who would do it. I didn't see her because I read the reviews on her. She's supposed to be this wonderful dentist. She charges tremendous amounts. And I read all these complaints about too much focus on money. In other words, well, it goes this far and there was no follow-up and you're spending, there were too many unhappy people. And you expect to have unhappy people. Not everybody's going to like your book on Amazon or whatever. But there were too many complaints. And one of the thing that really cinched it was somebody saying, well, yes, I'm sitting in their class, sitting in her chair, meaning her dentist chair, and I hear her in the next room talking about her real estate investments.
Oh!
This is very bad form when the real estate investments get into the ears of the patient. Now, that's not the fault of the patient. That's the fault of her obsessive preoccupation with her money. She's making too much money.
Yes.
And, people complain about this. They complain
understandably so.
And yes. And this applies to, Rajneesh, the Osho, the guy who had all these limousines. And flaunting wealth is a mistake. It's a mistake because there's also the other side of the coin. And I really enjoy this story. Cecilia Crowley was somebody who I was introduced to because of her last name. She's related to Alistair.
Oh.
And
that must be a burden.
I'm not going to go too deep into it because it gets pretty weird. But, I got along with her. And what it was, though, and this of all things, she had a kiosk in a, I don't know what you call it. I don't know if it was a flea market. It was like a flea market. It was some center in either Hempstead or West Hempstead where, they have all these kiosks. It's like a flea market. I don't know that it was a flea market, but it was like that. And she had a stand where she stole all this angel paraphernalia. So Crowley selling angel angel cards, angel this, angel that. Mm-hmm. And she wanted to sell my books there. So I went over there and, gave her some books. And then there was a woman there who I met, and she was from Brazil, and she was certainly nothing impressive at all. And she, I think she took my card, my business card. It was not my Sky Books card. It was my Creative Circle business card, which had my address. In that card had my home address in Westbury. And it was a very impressive card, actually. You'd appreciate it, Douglas, if I showed it to you being an artist, because my wife did it.
Oh, good.
With my input. But very impressive card. And afterwards, Cecilia told me, she says, well, you know, she looked at your card and she says, you know, well, he couldn't possibly know anything because he's from Westbury and not Old Westbury. Now, Old Westbury is like one of the most elite communities on Long Island. It's like, this is where the Great Gatsby took place.
Right.
It's not a community you can hear about too often. Old Westbury. Like the guys at the post office that work there, they'll go to the post office and, you know, the people, yeah, thanks for mailing my letter. Here's $20. Yeah. So in other words, she was like, basically, you know, how could I know anything? Because I didn't live in Old Westbury. I thought this was the most ridiculous thing in the world. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
And of course she did too. Cecilia thought it was too. Like, what a standard.
Yes.
What a standard. You know, this is the type of person that, and I had another Brazilian friend who actually I met, Amato Crowley. And she was charging $3,000 an hour down in Brazil to do this regression technique with a pendulum. Mm-hmm. She did it on me. Didn't charge me any money, but she knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing. Very controversial figure. But yeah, in other words, Brazilians can be real high rollers. Of course, Brazilians are known for its urchins who will come and scrape the plates off of stuff they'll be, if you leave a restaurant or like in a hotel and you don't eat everything on your plate, they'll be there before the waiter can take it away.
Right. Sad.
They'll get over the fence and take it. I mean, because of people starving.
Yes.
So you have a dichotomous situation there, which it was notorious for at one time. So anyway, so much for Brazilians. But this particular Brazilian, anyway, it's like, okay, well, you can't, you know, so, you know, the money issue becomes, you know, flaunting wealth or showing that you have wealth can be, as they say, it can attract, quote unquote, the right customers. And Scientology was always big on this. They wanted to look impressive so they could attract nice people. Mm-hmm. In fact, I had heard or read that this is why Miscavige started doing all of these super expensive buildings and raising money to, you know, from the public to build buildings, rich people, because Tom Cruise was ashamed to take in some of his high-rolling celebrities into certain of these things. Now, in effect, if he takes them into these things, there's going to be nobody in them.
Yeah.
So it's like, and even Hubbard said himself in his own day, he said, there's something about the charm of some of these old, you know, semi-dilapidated hotels.
Yes. There's
a certain ambience to them that make it kind of is what it is.
Yes.
And now everything can become, you know, we live in a time of hyper expensiveness right now.
Yes.
You know, you just like, even to the point where, you know, if we want to play football, they want us to pay money. And somehow we've been escaping that. We you know, go from one field to another.
Right.
We're the league without a home, on the run. And so far we're making it work. We ultimately want to do it with insurance and this sort of thing. And it's expensive. You know, it's expensive. It can, you know, be hundreds of dollars an hour. They're outrageous. Now, if we just show up and play, it's kind of okay. But if we start looking official with referees, then they come down on us.
Yes.
If we're like 16 guys playing, they're not going to say anything. But when we show up with a tent and the referees have uniforms and we have uniforms, well, no. Well, this is not allowed. And the biggest challenge has been finding out how to buy athletic insurance. It's not easy. It's not easy. We have a Marine guy who does know, so we're going to find out. But anyway, so much for that. It's like everything is too expensive.
Yes.
Maybe if we're on the Great Reset, maybe they'll make park fees free.
Perhaps
they will. Now, on a side note, one of my friends sent me an article on a Romanian. I don't know what he is, but I think he's very rich. I think he owns the biggest soccer team in Romania, and he's pushing this law or rule that vaccinated players cannot play in soccer in Romania because they're weak.
Oh God.
They have no power.
Oh God.
Now, this is actually a law that's being either instituted or they're trying to institute it. My friend who sent it to, I said, well, I've got friends that play football that have been vaccinated and they show no signs of weakness at all. I said, the only thing is, I just don't know that their vaccination has been water. I don't know. Maybe it's been water. Maybe they really didn't get it. I don't really know. Who the hell knows what goes in those things? We don't know. Then I have another friend, who wrote to me, and I dreamt of her. And, she got vaccinated, and she says, I'm not long for this world. Doctors tell me this because the spike protein is not going to leave. This is a doctor telling her this, not a conspiracy doctor. And I hope she's okay, but I was like, she wrote, she said, I picked up on it when I dreamt of her and her dead brother and her dead cousin, meaning my friend. So, who the hell knows? But to get back to the dream, and say, yeah, this will piss people off that I'm not charging because so many people are in this for profit, and if you're hiding something, it is detrimental, or more relevantly, makes you vulnerable. And this vulnerability extends to the astral plane and the creatures out there. Now, I will also say that in my initiations to Choklavina Cave, and you even commented on them, that I had to battle negative forces that were literally stabbing me in my dream.
Yes.
And I overcame them with my Qigong in the dream state. And that was significant. I had to overcome things. And then I was allowed in to the Queen's chamber in my dream. The Queen of England let me into her chamber, which was symbolic in the Great Pyramid of opening up the heart. Mm-hmm. Then I was subjected to this dream of like in the Raiders of the Lost Ark, this golden light showing where the Ark was buried but this was my own dream. And then I learned of this golden oriflame that flows in Choklavina. And this is the throne energy. Now, I had an experience with a raccoon in real life when I'd actually been hanging out with some Tai Chi people at the park, which was very unusual. I just ran into these women that were telling me about the raccoon. I came out, showed one of them some Tai Chi or some Qigong. She went to Tai Chi in the morning, and I had to explain to her, I think she was the teacher had left because she was making jokes. I explained to her, I said, look, you don't joke around. It's not like this teacher, I don't know who this teacher is, but he's teaching his work very seriously. It's not like you're just sitting there cracking jokes while he's teaching you. I said, you don't do that.
It's so uncouth. Yes.
She didn't understand. She understood when I explained it to her. Because it was kind of informal, but he considered it an affront.
Right.
And I told her, I said, you don't do this. And she understood. And so I came back from there and ran into these whole raccoons, and we had to get them out from under my car. And then I did this whole thing on the fact that the raccoons had eaten, in the Noah's Ark story, had eaten the unicorns and ate the belly of the unicorns, which was the chi. Mm-hmm. I mean, they don't say it's the chi, but that they ate the belly, which represents the chi, the navel. And then the raccoons were sort of absorbed that chi and became the masked creatures of the night in the dark. Mm-hmm. The unicorn had 6-colored skin, mm-hmm. and it was called the Tekash. And this was the not only the coat of many colors, which they, bastardized into Joseph in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat on Broadway, but it was indeed the skin of the unicorn that was used to cover the Ark of the Covenant and also cover the Holy of Holies. So this is the skins of time. The unicorn is the hidden symbol of Capricorn, which is time. Janus, Capricorn, the end of the year, the beginning of the year, symbolizing the solstice is the end and the beginning of the sun. So the unicorn represents time. It's the skins of time. So here you have the time, and here I am. The raccoon is teaching me this, but all of this is this skins of time. The unicorn is protecting this Shekinah, this throne energy, and this is where my dreams are taking me. Yes. And I have received attacks in demonic form. I have battled them very successfully. But so here I am in this workshop talking about, I don't think I talked about the raccoons, but talking about this stuff. And the woman who owns the place, actually, I think the daughter and the mother own it, and it's the daughter, but they both are owners of this place. I did the last workshop ever at this place because they're moving to another place. And the woman, they'd not met me before, but she's sitting there and she said that in her dreams, she exorcises demons. She asked me about it. She goes into in the dream. She's a shaman in her own right, and an author. Kirsten Johnson. Is it Johnson or Johnston?
I don't remember.
I know. I'm just asking you. A friend of JoJo's. Loved the lady. I loved her. Mm. Loved her. She exorcises demons in her dreams. This is phenomenal. I said, wow, I want to know her better. And then I just started talking about the Chichewa.
Oh.
Because, and see, this is where I've had, of course, I had demonic forces in my dreams. I talked about to get to Choklavina. Now, these demonic forces are very active. And it is imperative, and I'm realizing this, that in the dream state, if you're going to do real dream work, you've got to deal with these things. It's not like, okay, I'm going to, have a, sexual fantasy dream. Oh, I'm going to have a, dream where I'm king of the world. I'm going to have a dream where, whatever. And I'm in charge of the kitchen, whatever it is. The dream, the dream is your hope. People have different things they want to accomplish. I asked everybody to think of 2 questions that they hadn't wanted answers to. And I was inviting them to share their questions. Most people didn't want to share their questions, but I said, breathe. You know, I taught them how to breathe, and, you know, I want you to get the answer to it. But I was hoping that if people would voice their questions, the group would provide an answer to them. And I was able to provide an answer. One woman wanted to know what her next job was going to be, which led to a very interesting, not only a very interesting discussion, but I wanted to connect her up to JoJo because they had many things in common. Oh. She didn't know JoJo. Okay. And some people came to the workshop out of sort of unique coincidences and whatnot. So I was able to give this lady an answer of some sort that would be helpful to her. A big part of which was introducing her to JoJo, and doing a session with JoJo, she'll get deeper into finding her answer. But this woman who I never even thought of exercising demons in the dream state, and this is a very good place to do them. Now, the night before that, I had a series of, and they were very, very, I guess, when I came down and analyzed them, they were very, very what do I call it? Expositive.
Yes.
And yes. I had one of them concerned and this is before I met the woman who exercises the dreams. I have a friend who's very psychic. One day, I saw the demon. I said, this psychic person got this ability by reason of a pact she made in a previous life with a demon. And I saw it.
Wow.
And ever since I saw that, this woman will not come near me. There's been no falling out. She adores me. She loves me, not in a physical way.
Right.
She thinks the world of me. But once I saw that demon, she won't go near me. She won't even return my calls.
Jeez.
I've helped her a lot too. We've helped each other out.
Yes.
And this goes back to, because I wanted to introduce her to Paula, but it just never happened. And because I saw the demon.
Yes.
No mas. So she appeared in my dream, which means that it's a signal. And she said I was being offensive. I said, I'm not being offensive. I don't know what you're talking. And then now I realize I am being offensive. I'm being offensive to the demon. You see?
Yes.
And so this is like, oh, you're offensive. So anybody out there who thinks I'm being offensive, please tell me, because I know who you are. I know what's behind you. And this is because there have been some people upset or concerned. And I could lay out a lot of bloody detail, which is what the demon invites you to do, to lay out the bloody detail and to castigate people. But by not doing that, I don't feed the demon. If you out there in the listening audience think that I'm wrong, that's okay. You can find out on your own. You might be your own demon. I don't know. It's for you to decide. We have dealt with very hyperactive demons on this show. I have been advised that I shouldn't share the information that I've shared with your audience, because your audience is considered, not by me, to be, what would I say? It's not a nice word. I don't even know what the nice word was. I don't remember.
Ill-prepared to receive? Or...
Oh, no. That would be too nice. They didn't use the word scum.
Lord.
But they might as well have.
Good God.
And or something of that order. But I'm saying is that your audience, I mean, there are definitely trolls out there, and there are spies who report back, and there's so many people that report on things that I just never talk about it, because, well, I don't like to relay that sort of thing.
Right.
But I don't consider your main audience and the people like my friend in Germany who listens. I mean, no, these are most of my audience. Most of our audiences are, some of them are troubled.
Right.
But it's like we're exercising demons here.
Yes.
So obviously, some of the audience, some of them are problematic. But some of them, like some of my friends that have listened, and and it's it's a challenge for anybody to listen to all 12 hours. They can if they like me, they can tune into me for 3 hours or whatever, and that's fine. But the thing is this is I mentioned it before, but this is the work I'm doing, and it has a certain amount of fallout associated with it.
Yes.
And that's unfortunate, because people begin to show who they really are. And sometimes, as they say, when you have icons you've built up in your own head, and I could expose certain people into lies that have been told. And I'm not talking about lies that are like, okay, you said the gas was going to cost $95. It really cost me $100. Well, we're not talking about that sort of thing. Or even if it was, 100 and you said it was going to be 75. That's not good. That's you're crossing a line there. But I'm not talking about those type of, faux pas or lies. I'm talking about deliberate lies of the highest order. We're talking about some of this stuff with the dreams I've been bringing up. If you say, the Ark of the Covenant is behind that rock, and you go behind that rock, and a big snake comes out and bites you, because it's really not behind that rock. It's really, buried under that bush over there. It's like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And it's like, I had a dream earlier of people trying to steal my power. And because what people don't realize is that I've created a very strong wake with what I've written. And I don't, but in as much as I've created a very strong wake, I don't consider myself to be all that powerful, because I know my limitations. But nevertheless, every one of us has our own wake. We have our own power. So like, if I'm the only one in the village that has a car, and I'm the only one that can drive you, 5 miles to the grocery store. And I remember the medicine man telling me that in South Dakota, these guys were like, wow, you can go to the grocery store. They had to go 5 miles anytime they wanted to go grocery store at the reservation. They were really impressed that he lived in a place where he could just walk to the grocery store. So, you know, in a situation like that, if you have a car and you're the only one in the village with a car, you've got a lot of useful power. It doesn't mean you're better than them, but, you know, or maybe one of the few who has a car. In my writing or what I do, it has, you know, that sort of facility. It's created a certain wake of associations and relationships. And I've had experiences where people, as they say, will get close to me, and they'll try and usurp that power or feed off of it. And, you know, and I only get upset about it, not that I get that upset about it, when somebody, as they say, takes somebody from my employ or whatever, or like, okay, yeah, they say, this person's doing a book cover now, you can't use him because I'm going to hire him. You know, now he won't do the book cover for me.
It's so spiteful, yes.
Well, it's like, it's not that it's spiteful.
Yes.
It's not, well, I'm not, they have every right to do that. But what they're doing is they're, you know, kind of stealing my energy.
Yes, that's what it
is. And they don't understand it, and they end up getting kicked in the face. Yes. Not by me. I might no longer engage with them, but they get kicked in the face by the world or by the universe, because they're, and they, you know, in the case of what I'm talking about, they got kicked in the face by the guy they hired away from me.
Yes.
Because I won't even say hired, you know, co-opted him. But in other words, he ends up kicking him in the face because they deserve a kick in the face. You know, because this is a person, and, you know, there's all sorts of different situations like this. And, or, you know, it's kind of like, you know, you're driving a car down the highway, and then somebody comes up and drives and puts up in the window next to your, look, I got a book on time travel too. Well, okay, you know, so what? You know, you're driving a jalopy. You know, yes. Get off the road. Yes. I want to see you. I don't care. I mean, I don't mind if people write about time travel, but, you know, like, I should read their work. I don't know. I mean, that specifically hasn't happened. Well, it has happened in some ways, not necessarily in that context. Like this guy, K.B. Wells, who wrote a book called The Montauk Files. He had presented to me, I think he called it the Montauk Chronicles. And what he did is he took my books and he started writing as if he was discovering it all. Yeah. He did mention the book, but it's like going through his own vicarious experience.
Right.
And he's really not saying anything new. And he's acting like he made all these discoveries on his own. And the only reason he made any of them because he was reading my books.
Yes.
And I said, you know, I can't publish this because, I mean, look, if I thought it was publishable and I could have made a buck on it, you know, I would have done it. But it's like, he sounds like he's copycatting me.
Right. It's
not doing a very good job of it.
Yes, it's a form of plagiarism.
I can't. Well, technically, no. It's a form of plagiarism, though. We did have one really good contribution to it. Now, I talked to him, but anyway, it's interesting how the story goes. I rejected the book, and I said, I can't do this. And I mean, if I could have, I would have. You know, I was looking for new titles. New titles were problematic to acquire. And because you got to be very precise in what you're doing. So what happened is Christopher Hyatt's New Falcon Press picked it up. That's they did some of Robert Anton Wilson's books associated with Christopher Hyatt, Israel Regardie, And they picked up the book because they do volume, okay? But see, so they published the book. I literally sold cases of the book. Well, because I sold. So I actually did make a buck on it. I didn't really like the book, but one thing it had in it, which he did a very good discovery on, it was something called what's it called? I think Project Whirlwind. And it was about a wind tunnel experiments, and then they had this goes back into the late 40s, where they were using flight simulators to connect people to like computers to where they could actually think something and the flight simulator would change the conduct. This is precursor to stealth. And Project Whirlwind was sort of a precursor to the Montauk chair in its own way. There was a lot of stuff buried there. I think it was in MIT. I mean, that was really a good contribution he made.
Ah, okay.
And I appreciated that. And I mentioned it when I reviewed the book in my newsletter. I gave a, teeth clenched laudatory review to the book because of that. Because of that thing, it was very valuable. But anyway, that's how Joe Matheny discovered the Montauk Project, because he was closely affiliated with New Falcon Press. And he saw the book and he read it. And that's how he found out about the Montauk Project. So this is, the magical wake, he picked up on the wake, and we eventually, made friends and collaborated. And that was a very, very helpful relationship to me. But this is the wake I created. And then I had this guy come along in his little canoe. Here's Project Whirlwind, but I'm basically full of shit.
Oh.
He was. And Joe used to talk to him. He said the guy was highly paranoid. And he was highly paranoid. Okay.
Well, of course, he's basically, people like that always are, aren't they? But go on. Yes.
I don't know. I don't know whatever happened to him, but, he lives in his paranoid world. Joe experienced incredible paranoia, he said, when he had the meta machine, but he turned it off. And I would not call him a paranoid individual. He had experiences with it, and he's been certainly, trolled in his own right. And it was only when he got involved in conspiracy that he got trolled. When he tried to take his work into the alternate realms, instead of keeping it in its own reference frame, he'd get trolled. Get trolled heavily.
Interesting.
He was trolled heavily for working with me too. Or why are you working with this guy? He's in Scientology, and he said, no, he's not in Scientology anymore. It's like, the Scientology was a real hot button with people.
Interesting.
And it's like, I'm not in Scientology. I was. Right. So it was like, it's just like trigger.
I'm glad that aspect of your life has calmed down, I would presume.
It's not, no, I don't get, no, most Scientology goes to these people who are, writing about trials, writing about books. And, I was like, it's a different segment. I don't, in fact, it's actually worked to my advantage because they don't bring me up, because nobody wants to bring me up. Because if they bring me up, I get too much attention.
Yes.
So, and they so it's like, it's, I was mentioning this, yesterday, and one of the guys said those are accolades for them to refuse you, the mainstream to refuse you. It's even the alternate refuses me.
Yes. So
it's like, okay, it's a great compliment. I'm just very flattered that I've been able to do this, to do what I've been able to done. So to get back to the dream though, so it's like, I have to, the dream I had is telling me to, I had a skateboard, and the skateboard represents being able to coast through things that are very difficult for people, particularly if you consider what modern skateboarding has gone to. When I skateboarded as a kid, we'd go down a sharp sidewalk at the high school and bravely go through this little narrow thing by a big pipe, like shooting the pier, only it was only one pipe. It wasn't a pier. And then we go down, it'd take us a little more and, maybe travel about 100 yards. And this is before they had these skateboard parks.
Right.
These guys are going upside down. I mean, I never tried that. You wear helmets. I never got to that. I mean, what these guys do is amazing.
Yes.
So skateboarding in a dream represents, effortlessly gliding through what is difficulty. I only had the skateboard in my hand. I wasn't, I wasn't doing these rolls and curls that they do nowadays.
Right.
And it's all centrifugal force and it's balance. It's a form of qigong in a way because you're balancing. It's all balancing that body, and it's incredible what they can do. And it's second nature to the good ones. So that I'm dreaming of that, and there was an L. Ron Hubbard PR proclamation, which is like basically getting acknowledged for all that stuff. I don't need to be acknowledged for what I did with L. Ron Hubbard because it has no credibility in the eyes of the conventional Scientologists because I'm an outcast. I don't belong in that organization anymore. And to the person who's not inside of it, what is it? It's somewhat meaningless status because they don't believe in it. And to those who are, what they call the free zone, who still apply it on their own, like the characters in Fahrenheit 451 who are living on the outcasts of society, still reading books, they're still doing it. So I'm whatever. It's just, but I think what the real issue in the dream is, everything that I accomplished there, I could not have accomplished what I'm accomplishing now without the Scientology stuff.
Right.
And it's like, what is the value of it, the relevancy, the value of it. So there's like, that was like 12 years worth of intense work, like monastic type work. There was much more, I guess, what you'd call involved and intricate than a typical monastery where you're just kind of a little mono-focused on something. Whereas in Scientology, you're dealing with all sorts of complex administration, complex, issues. There's a lot of complexity involved in it. But so that's something that's not necessarily understood or appreciated. And I don't, know that it should be, would be, or could be. It was just what my dream was telling me. But there are also, and then there was a dream with a friend of mine who passed away this year, and he was, what was it? He was telling this joke. It was a joke we know. Maybe someday I'll tell you this joke in private. It's pretty funny, and but it was highly symbolic of what's going on in my life. Yeah. And then I had the dream of this psychic. So it's like, yes, there's a demon involved, and it's something that I guess I will have to deal with. Right. And God bless this beautiful woman I met last night who does these things in her work. And she friended me she wrote to me on Facebook or put a friend request, and I accepted it. I can't accept really friend requests anymore because there's too many of them. Now, maybe I could theoretically go and defriend Virtual Bagel and people like this. And for those of you on Facebook, you've got to go look at Virtual Bagel. Virtual Bagel was a phenomenon that happened long before I got on Facebook, where somebody put up a posting that did Virtual Bagel. And Virtual Bagel, like, had all these, like, clicks and whatnot, you know. What is virtual bagel wasn't even a person. It was somebody who put up a Facebook identity as virtual bagel, and it was just stupid. But it got all these, like, you know, friends and whatnot. And they would say, somebody was trying to explain, what the hell is Facebook anyway? How does virtual bagel get all this stuff? It's like,
the fickle public.
I had a bagel. I got 3. I normally don't eat bagels because they're not good for digestion. But I got 3 bagels. Paula likes them. I got 3 bagels for us. I ate one for lunch, and it finished me off. I said I couldn't eat the rest of the day. It was the bagel. It was roast beef. I could eat the roast beef, but it was too much. So I think she ate half of the other 2, eggs and bacon, and we threw the rest away because Jesus. I couldn't eat it. You know, bagels are not good for the digestive process, especially when you're eating fairly clean. So anyway, we're running out of time here. It's gone by so fast, but the dream is alive, and this dream is becoming active. It's going to become more active as I progress into August of next year. And I wanted to address these issues that I addressed for specific people who have iterated their problems, dilemmas, issues, questions. I know, you know, some, if not most of you, want to remain unidentified, and I respect that. But everything, I guess there's a rhyme and a reason for everything. And I hope I've answered the questions on money dynamics. It's, you know, these are things that you have to decide, but you can get the answers to your questions. And what I told the class yesterday, a very good thing to do is write down 10 questions that you have about anything. It could be, what color of underwear does the New York Yankee star Aaron Judge wear? You know, I mean, that's a stupid question, but it could be anything. And then once you ask those 10 questions, go about finding the answer. And you may not find the answer. You may find a half an answer. You know, you might find that he's doing a commercial for Hanes underwear or something. So you can assume he wears Hanes underwear. Why did you even think of the question? But you might find you get the answer years later. But once you exhaust those questions, then go to another 10 questions. This is a way of learning the martial arts. I want to learn how to defend myself in a street fight. I want to learn how to defend myself in a knife fight, whatever. And there's plenty of videos you can watch, whatever they are, and you can get yourself fairly confident of whatever your questions are. So one of my fellow students had said, yeah, he says, anybody pulls a knife on you, the best thing to do is run and get the hell out of there. That was just, and he says, because he says, no matter what, you know, you're likely to get cut. Now, there are other people who would give different advice, and you can look at them. But I'm not really trying to promote how to defend yourself here. I'm just saying, if you want to learn anything, and I'm not talking about martial arts questions. You know, you want to learn, like this one woman, and this wasn't in the same context, but this one woman, what's my next job going to be? Who's my next boyfriend or girlfriend going to be? And I asked that question. Boy, was I roughed up in my psychic friend. It's a laundromat. And in a laundromat. So it would turn out years and years later, I would meet this, I considered the most beautiful woman I'd ever met. And I met her, I hadn't seen her in years. And I think I had actually called her, and she just got engaged the day before I called her. You know, this after I got divorced, I finally felt, you know, I called this woman, and she's the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. And actually had inadvertently seen her topless too, which was really, she was even more beautiful. that's another story I won't go into. It's kind of a mistake. But you know, so I called her up and she said, oh yeah. And then she said, but I just got engaged yesterday. It was Valentine's Day. I said, oh, but then she still wanted to see me. Mm-hmm. But then when we were supposed to meet, there was this hideous storm. And that was the end of that. Years later, I met her. I didn't meet her. I was in a store I never would see her in. I mean, I never went to. Once in a rare moon, I would go there. I was with my daughter. My daughter went off somewhere else, and I'm looking at this laundry detergent on sale. And she's looking at the sign, and I'm looking at the sign. My face is right next to hers, and I look at her and I say, oh, Barbara. She goes, yeah. And then I said her last name. And then, you know, we recognized each other. Right. Except that her beauty was all compromised. Ooh. She had huge bags under her eyes. And if I had the extra money, I would have given her $5,000 for an eye lift.
Right.
I saw a woman to get that eye lift. Mm-hmm. Wow. Mm-hmm. She just looked incredible because she had these huge bags under her eyes. And when she got them fixed, you never would have realized how beautiful this woman was. Wow. And this woman, I would have given it to her just out of compassion and love for her, even though she was married, you know. And I talked to her and I said, wow. And so that was the laundry. That was my next girlfriend. I'm not going to say what her last name was, but it was very related to my adventures in Romania. She was not Romanian. She was Italian. But it was like, wow, there was the psychic was picking up on that my next relationship was connected to laundry, a laundromat, she said.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, you know, Paula had her first experience in a laundromat when her brother was here recently. And they, you know, because they were staying at a B&B, then, you know, because they don't have laundromats in Romania.
Right.
So, you know, that was the, you know, that's, you know, psychic stuffs can be close. It's like horseshoes. It's close counts, but it's not necessarily spot on. So, the dream is active. The third eye, what you've contributed lately in the last show was really good with the Philadelphia experiment. And I'm going to write about that in my next newsletter. And then I've been able to integrate the dream into everything. It's so good to see the focus, yes. But the work is the dream. And this is something, you know, I'll go in and out of my dreaming. Pay attention to it. I'll go away from it. I'll come back to it, but it's something that should be worked on. And one of the weirdest things was I was mentioning one of these dreams I had was about the Walmart dream. Yeah, I mentioned this before, the Walmart dream. I have to go back review that. But my football friend Terrell had said when I told him, he'd been a heavy duty lucid dreamer. And that's, you know, who the hell is he to be lucid dreaming? You know,
that is pretty unusual. It wouldn't be my first assumption. Yes. No. And another interesting thing about football is that, you know, he was notorious personally for cursing. And like he'd be yelling curse words. And it was like sometimes we're at the park where it wasn't a good idea because I think this kind of helped alienate us from certain park officials, his loud cussing. And then when he took over and became the commissioner and the referee, it's like he would start penalizing people for cursing. No, of course. that goes without saying.
But all of a sudden, there's no cussing. Yeah. There's no cussing with these guys. But they're all quite capable of doing it. Yes. But they don't cuss. You know, somebody somebody got actually penalized today for alluding to the sea sucker word. And I mean, when he was kind of making a derisive, comment, was kind of a, so he got penalized. But the problem now is there's no cussing, but there is this bickering. There's major bickering, and it's gotten to a crescendo that's just too bad. I told her, I said, you got to cut. He says, yeah, it's irritating. I can't stand it. So we got away from the cussing. Now there's just like complaining and, badgering. It's just like a bunch of magpies cackling. But it's very irritating because it's just so unproductive, rather than if you have a dispute about a call. And it's not just complaining to the referees, it's complaining to the other team. And this sort of bullshit that goes on. It's not even trash talk, because trash talk would be, insulting and baiting. There is some of that, but it's just this it's just nonsense. So we'll see if we can get rid of that. And I suppose it's its own form of trolling. But yes, we've moved into a realm, you and I have, where we're paving our way through the Red Sea. Yes. And it's I remain very dedicated to what we're doing. It's very important. Now I'm seeing how it integrates into the dream. And I do know that Stephanie listens to me when she can.
Wonderful.
She listens to me when she can. She's given me some very good advice, and she appreciates you.
Thank her for me.
I'll
thank her right now if she's listening.
There's no way she's going to engage us on this show, because she doesn't really belong on this show. She did put out Law of Time as her website. I recommend Law of Time. She just gave me an e-zine that she put out, which I haven't had time to read. It's very well done. She might have even reconstructed the website, which was already very good. It's very involved, though. And I have a tremendous amount of respect and admiration for her work. This is a big deal. And we're going to see, I can't wait. I was really looking forward to having some time to work on the book tonight.
Right.
But it just didn't work out because I was,
understood.
Recovering from football, resting, and then I got up and basically, did whatever I did to eat. And
yes.
But it's my next chapter is about Sonia Green.
Ah, yes.
And I introduced Sonia Green before I introduced H.P. Lovecraft.
Excellent.
Because that gives context
yes.
to H.P. Lovecraft, and it's the whole Jewish issue. This is so complex and nuanced.
Yes.
That it's. But right now, I'm so happy that I haven't needed your help. I mean, we'll go back over this and,
of course,
add to it, correct it when I get the narrative. But the narrative from her, then I'm building up a narrative till then we can get into the H.P. Lovecraft and then eventually the anti-gods. The anti-gods, although you've explained them 100 different times,
yes,
the tangentiality of it
yes.
is what's the hardest part.
Yes.
Because if you see anti-gods to anybody, what the hell are you talking about?
Right.
And then what is the nuance between the gods that Himmler was trying to bring back,
right,
and the anti-gods? Well, if he's killing all these Jews to get to the anti-gods, and he was much more involved in the killing of the Jews than Hitler was.
Right.
Not that Hitler wasn't.
Understood.
But it was his baby, so
yes.
to speak. And,
yes.
yeah, and he's he's killing all these Jews, and it's like he's trying to bring the gods back because they've gone away. There is some more theological, existential stuff that goes with that too, because this is very interesting. And I can even address that for the moment, even though I'm in overtime mode. But it's, and I say that from my perspective, not yours.
Understood.
You see, this is very interesting. One of the things, and first time I got one of these emails of interesting things, and it was saying that Viking horns were never Viking horns. Mm-hmm. This was adapted by something in the 1800s. Some artist or something depicted Vikings with horns. They didn't wear horns. They wore other helmets, but they did not wear horns. The horns were the Gothics. Yes. The Goths. Yes. The Germans.
Yes.
They wore the horns. And then they adapted them to the Vikings, so we now have Viking horns.
Yes.
Which can look very interesting.
Yes. Well, a lot of this had to do with Wagnerian opera, and Wagnerian opera.
Well, that's what became Viking.
Yeah.
Which also ties to, Wagner ties to everything anti-Semitic.
Yes.
But
Judeophobic, but go on. Yes.
That might be the clue right there.
Yes.
Is bringing back the Norse gods. Yes. But even before Wagner, yes, is we have what really puzzled me historically.
Yes.
Was how somehow, as at least as portrayed history, if it's not just bullshit, is when these, Viking bigwigs, kings, whatever you want to call them, they laid down their swords and accepted the Christ. They capitulated to Christianity. At least historically, that's how it's portrayed. They kissed the ass.
That's portrayed. It's a portrayal. Yes. Matter of fact, it took.
But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just to put this into perspective for people, the Christian Church obviously started with the crucifixion of Christ, and it wasn't until 1,000 years later, in 1000 A.D., that you had Denmark, a Scandinavian nation, a Viking nation, finally converts to Christianity. Okay, so that's a long while. All right, so do go on, take it from there. Yes.
Well, but nevertheless, they did.
Yes, yeah. Ultimately, yes.
Now, I would also say that Denmark, which I've been in, was, as they say, what they taught me there is it's nothing for a boyfriend to come over and visit a girlfriend, go upstairs and make love, and the family's downstairs, and it's totally fine.
Right.
In other words, they weren't like obsessed or inhibited about sexuality in a Judeo-Christian sense.
Yeah.
Even though Denmark was once called Jutland, because it's at the northern end of the Danube, and Danube is from the tribe of Dan. Mm-hmm. So there's a strong identification with Jewishness in Denmark, historically, etymologically, yet they retained much of their pagan attitudes. Mm-hmm. And to this day, last I knew, they did. And the other Scandinavian countries as well.
Yeah. No, definitely they do, because they had like some child's show that was, when you take a look at this child's show from our perspective, you'd say that's fucking crazy. But, it's basically a child's show in claymation about some boy has just this enormous dick, and so it's like his problems of adjusting at school because he's dragging his dick everywhere. And this is like a children's program, and anyone else, from our perspective,
that doesn't do any good for anybody except for it. The only people it helps are comedians.
Yes, there we are. It's on those lines. Yeah.
Like the joke. If what they do better is they say, and this is an old joke I learned in Scientology from actually the guy who ordained me as a minister. He was Japanese, Clyde Kobayashi. Kobayashi. Yeah. And,
Kobayashi Maru, from the Star Trek. Go on, yeah.
he was a character. He just happened to be the guy who ordained me. It wasn't like, man, he was superior or any, Understood. He was just a character. But he told me a joke once. He said, if a man had a 10-inch dick coming out the top of his head, how much of it could he see? Of course, the answer is none of it, because his balls would be hanging down over his eyes. that would be better than the,
Yes.
the
children's cartoon. Yes.
Dragon, the dragon named Dick, the Dragon Dick.
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
Dragon Dick.
Good word for it. Yeah, that's.
Of course, the word dragon in Romanian means friend. Dragon,
yes.
Friend. But yes, we're talking about the Scandinavian countries, but they were eventually subjugated, and Christianity became the ruling anvil to hit you over the head with.
Yes.
Because it pervaded the entire European continent. The only difference was where it really got its impact of knowledge was from the Moorish. And while the Christians call it an invasion, the Moors would tell you they were even there before they were there. Mm-hmm. So the Moorish was the wisdom that came into, which seeded the Renaissance. Mm-hmm. This is covered in a book by the Italian author Pico Mirandola. But which Joe Matheny introduced me to. But because Christianity basically stripped Europe of wisdom.
Yes.
It stripped it of wisdom. So, and then yet, it's everything is so damn convoluted. When you look at history in that context, it helps us understand it. But to get back to the Norse gods coming in, I think when Christianity took over, it took out the Norse gods. So then I would then posit that the people that were perpetrating retarded or diminutive or compromised Christianity were nothing more than the kings of Edom themselves.
Certainly that's how Himmler and Hitler perceived it, and many others. That's how Nazism perceived it. Yes, very much so. Understand, of course, that when the Roman Catholic Church took over Western Europe as the heirs of Charlemagne and his empire, that as they continued to press into pagan lands eastward, originally at that time, Germany was divided pretty much the way it was divided during the Cold War. The western half of Germany was that which was Frankified under the Franks, the Frankreich of Charlemagne, and the capital was in Aachen. And then what had happened was that they took, of course, all of the original Germanic gods of the Black Forest. And there were German gods before the Norse gods. The Germanic gods of the Black Forest were, you never hear of them today. You hear of the Norse gods, and the Norse gods had an enormous influence on the Germanic tribes. But before the Norse gods, the Germans had worshipped the Orarchs of the forest. These were the Black Forest primeval gods of nature, and they were basically stag-horned. In other words, they bore the horns of great stags, the symbol, of course, of fertility, of the breeding stud, the buck and the stud and the stag, and these are very virulent symbols, of course, that represented the fertility cults of pagan and heathendom of the original Germanic peoples. These were ultimately the elder gods that Heinrich Himmler and the Germans were reaching back to in terms of spirituality. They're all returning today, of course. All of this is becoming more and more the accepted norm among the resurgence of paganism and a pride in heathendom that is sweeping Europe as the church recedes from Europe itself, especially from the northern European regions which the Reich dominated. So that's what we're going to see as a future dividing line of between northern Europe and southern Europe will be the Latin countries of Spain and Italy in particular retaining the Catholicism, whereas the majority of northern Europe will go back towards a more pagan kind of sense of ease and identity, a sense of communion with nature. As a matter of fact, that'll be part of their dealing with the climate change and the climate crisis will be a greater identity with nature itself, which brings us back to heathendom and pagan, the pagan paradigm. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective.
Well, the biggest threat to the pagan paradigm could well be AI.
Oh, how so?
Because AI, well, for example, I saw a commercial for Metaverse today.
Mm-hmm.
Meta, that's Facebook.
Right.
Metaverse. And it's very degenerate. It's like they're saying, you know, they're trying to present themselves as the new world.
Right.
You know, I even hate to compare it. It's like Buchej gone bad, the Buchej chamber, you know. Radu's chamber gone bad. It's the metaverse. Here we are. It reminds me of that game called Sims.
Yes.
Which
Avatars. Everyone's using an avatar. Yes.
Yeah, and it's kind of like it just seems like a watered down version of that, but put into a more of a holographic context. Mm-hmm. And it's like it's a bunch of crap. Now that doesn't mean people won't subscribe to it, and maybe we'll have, you know, HoloBook where we'll interface holographically. So instead of seeing, you know, Brooke's picture and your picture and Sammy's, where whatever your Skype icon, I'll have a holograph of Brooke there and a holograph of you and a holograph of Sammy or something like that. It's like, you know, it's like in that would be, you know, kind of, you know, maybe it would be interesting, but it could be kind of like, you know, there's some things you might not want to see.
Yeah, well, Meta's definitely dying, and obviously they've said this before, that the old Dick Tracy idea that we would be speaking with video wristwatches. The point is, most people do not want to be seen when most of the time. So the idea that they would have cameras that go directly into your home, where, you know, then you'd see everything. You know, you'd have to keep that part of the room neat looking. You'd have to, you know, be presentable. For women, they would usually feel insecure unless they had makeup on. I mean, it's just too many. People are quite happy with not being able to see each other in communications, and they're quite happy to use avatars, which is probably what Meta was pushing, but they're probably pushing it to an unhealthy degree. I mean,
well, I don't even know what they were talking about, but it just seems like a bullshit reality.
Yeah.
And what's maybe a redeeming feature of the internet is that, arguably, but it's like, or like on YouTube, you say, all of a sudden you start getting stuff fed to you that's based upon questions you've asked or things you wanted to look. So I, you know, said something about stuff that Solomon never talked about, or things you didn't know about Solomon or something. So I started looking at it, and it was basically a Christian minister. And I listened to him, and he talked about Ecclesiastes. He talked about, you know, there's time for everything. You know, you don't have to force time. Time will happen when it's time. One of the tragedies of this minister, who was actually very knowledgeable, he went back and studied things in the original Hebrew. There's an underlying neurosis with him. I could see the neurosis in him. Doesn't mean he was a bad guy. It didn't mean he didn't have things to offer, but I said, this poor man's neurotic. Yeah. No matter what he says, I could tell he's neurotic. And he's looking at everything through his biblical lens. He's very knowledgeable.
Well, that's quite common among ministers, is that they're neurotic, but that's almost a requirement. But go on.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying it's like he didn't look like he'd be unpleasant to deal with, and that he could even help you with some life issues if you needed to, probably. But nevertheless, you know, if I wanted to discuss anything occult or esoteric, his neurosis is probably not going to be able to handle it. It'll you know, jam his frequencies. But the other thing that was disturbing is he said that he'd get up and preach every day no matter what, because this is his job, it's his calling. And he said that so much at one point he could see that he was going to be spending, the rest of his life or much of his life dealing with people who lost people, dealing with people with great loss and grief, and he's counseling them in dire need. So he sees no matter how bad he feels, he's going to be getting up every day and counseling people who've gone through, suffering. Yeah. And there was something about that. It's his job. Did not sound like a happy job.
Yeah.
Did not sound like a happy job.
There you go. I mean, he's a masochist, and so.
Well, I don't know if it's, quite that fair, but he was aware he's going to be seeing unhappy person after unhappy person, and he's there to, be the consoler. How much he actually does for the person, I can't evaluate, but I will tell you this. People do need to be some form of consoling. They need it. They need to have somebody to bounce off of.
Well, in the end, most every profession is like that. I mean, if you become a policeman, you're not going to be dealing with happy people. If you become a doctor,
you're customer service rep.
Yeah, there you go. If you become an MD, you're going to be seeing sick people. I mean, what do people expect? I mean, this is like part of, we're here to provide a service. Yeah.
When I deal with I was on for like an hour with the technical support for my printer. And at the end, the guy asked me he had to thank me for being so polite.
Yeah.
I've also done this with IRS people.
Yes.
I ask them questions and oh, thank you for being so nice.
Because
you can get so much further by being nice.
Oh, yeah.
And
they never encounter that, and I get that as well. And yet the vast majority of people do not have that level of comprehension where they could just get further or get more of what they wanted or better service if they were just nice,
Sometimes, though, it doesn't work because
that's true. Yes. In all fairness, yes.
They have to be, browbeaten to understand what the issue is.
Yes.
But, so be it. So, yes, we'll, but yeah, I think the Odin, all of those, you've given me some good context there.
Yes. And do remember that the church took those images of the virile, horned, gods of the Black Forest, and they turned them into the caricature of Satan. They just said, oh, well, that's Satan. And therefore, whoever worships that figure is worshiping the devil himself, and that was, therefore, we inherited that Baphomet-like image of Satan that was reinforced, of course, by the alchemical. And so another important thing to remember, therefore, the accusation that the Nazis are Satanists and devil worshippers by the truly ignorant people on Earth that take that stance. And that, of course, is usually Christianized dolts that, and again, this is not to insult Christianity, but rather the dolts who have taken this paralyzed and paralytic version of it, this, as Peter said, retarded aspect of it, or degenerate versions of it, and run with it. So important stuff. I had.
But let me just ask you before I go: is that so? When you speak of Himmler and Hitler,
yes,
having this, they would have viewed it this way.
Yes.
Would you say they literally knew who the kings of Edom were?
Absolutely. And the kings of Edom were their primary enemy. The Jews are just the collateral damage caught on the battlefield in between the two true adversaries. And the kings,
now, where did their knowledge or identity of this come from?
Well, that we'd have to go into privately and much deeper. I'm willing to go into that publicly, but that you're talking about, that's going to be hours. That's going to take hours.
I would prefer to go into it privately.
Sure, we'll go into it privately first. Then we'll decide what to share publicly.
Because that is key.
Yes.
That is a key tangential link.
Yes.
And it will really help the understanding of the readers of the book. It will help my understanding of it. So I'm glad. I'm not only glad that I brought it up, I'm glad that you have such an extensive answer. Hopefully it can be bullet pointed down into that, he read it in in an Austrian children's book or something.
Yeah, something that could be pointed down to that level would be his fascination with Japan. Was when he haunted the libraries when he was young, and he picked up a book written by an Australian on Tokugawa religion. That was his idea for much of social reformation, came from basing it on shogunal Japan, in the sense that shogunal Japan went through 13 generations of peace. That's a 1,000-year Reich.
Tokugawa is shogun?
Tokugawa was the ultimate shogun, the shogun who ultimately
he was
conquered.
The shogun, okay.
Yeah, he was the shogun who conquered Japan. Yeah.
Okay, so he wanted to have 1,000-year Reich of peace.
Yes, is what Hitler wanted, and the Japanese had accomplished that. The Japanese had accomplished that under 13 generations of the Tokugawa shogunacy. So he was taking that as his social model when it came to social reformation. One of the things that Tokugawa Ieyasu had said was, always remember to enforce the spirit of the law and ignore the letter of the law. In other words, one of the things that Tokugawa Ieyasu said first was, let's kill all the lawyers. It was basically, instead of all this...
That's so damn profound, because this is exactly what, goes against, a good Jewish lawyer. They call it a
Jewish
lawyer. Yes. Now, see, and this is what Europeans hate about America, is all these senseless lawsuits.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. And they're antithetical to justice. So what Tokugawa Ieyasu, the first shogun, represented was justice. And
wow, this is huge.
Yes. Thank you. In other words, to Hitler, justice usurped the law. And that's why all the West calls him lawless. And that's why they said his regime was a lawless and criminal regime. It was because he wasn't playing by their rules, by their laws.
Yeah, now this brings another point, though, and I have to tell you, because my role in Scientology, one of my roles was as a review officer. Yes. And I would look at things gone wrong, and I would go back and, why is this going wrong? Why is everybody so irritated? And I would go back to see what was not being done correctly. This gave me an incredible latitude and really unorthodox approach. And I reveled in it. But what would happen is I would go back and look at the letter of the law and see where it wasn't being done. And in this case, it was very relevant. Yes. Because people were doing stupid stuff. Now, the other thing is that sometimes I could find something that would upset the status quo. Now, you also have what you call the zeitgeist of the moment, and the prevailing winds. And Hubbard used to insist, he said, if it's not in writing, it's not true. So you would have ignorance of the law, ignorance of the policy, and not doing it the way you're supposed to. So therefore, I guess what you'd say, I think what it was is they didn't have the spirit of the law.
Yes.
They weren't using the letter of the law, they were using the letter of their dictate of the moment.
Yes.
Or they were using the wrong policy or law.
Absolutely.
But this is like, wow, I mean, what you just said,
thank you,
is this, if this could become known, yes. But see, it gets also convoluted, because you see, the current administration is not following the letter of the law. They're following the political expedience. Like, we're going to go investigate Trump because we don't like him. We're not going to investigate Hunter Biden because we like him. And like, say, the Trump investigation kind of comes to naught. And now the Republicans will take over the House and they'll begin investigating Hunter Biden. It's like, nobody's following the law. They're following the political expediency of those who are in charge.
Yes.
And this is not justice either. So in other words, if they followed a criminal investigation, if they did their law, their duty by the book, by the letter of the law, they would investigate Hunter Biden and they would roast him over the coals. But they won't do that. They just sit there and it's like Bill Barr, you know, it's justice with a twist.
Yes. Oh God, that's awful.
Or with a rope.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, so it's like his spirit is quite, you know, the shogun's spirit is great.
Yes.
But the problem is, even with that, they would misuse that attitude, these current people.
Yes. Yes.
But nevertheless, it's right.
Yes.
And
thank you. I was glad I was able to bring that up. Remind me to.
Very glad. And I mean, I won't forget this. And this will be something we can talk about if you have any time.
Absolutely. We'll go deeper into that. And also, you were able to review the part where I spoke about my biological sire's precognition. Yes, precognition is precognitive abilities of his.
Yeah, but I found it very dry.
Okay. Okay.
I found it very dry.
Okay.
And I didn't know how extensive it was.
Okay.
Because it appears in other books.
Okay.
Maybe not in the same detail you gave, but that and I didn't know how much of it was. You know, you made it sound well. You know, it's how much of it's coincidence, how much of it's this, that, or the other thing. You know, that unfortunate. You know, he had a bad for all of whatever he did that he succeeded. He had a lot of bad luck.
Yeah, well, there's just too many things that were operating against him on the surface world, and he knew that. That's why he withdrew ultimately to Unterland. But definitely,
and I don't think he really had much choice either.
Yeah. Well, from the beginning, I mean, from the beginning, he didn't have much choice. There was just, but yeah, it's almost like his objectives were just too much for the world at that time. The world was just too set into this power colonialist expansionism of these horrendous communists and capitalists and imperialist powers that were determined, of course, to destroy anyone who would rival them in quality, because all they had was quantity.
Let me ask you a theoretical question.
Sure.
And like, say, suppose, you know, Hitler never got off the ground. Suppose he died, you know, right, before the or was eliminated during the beer hall putsch or whatever. Yeah. He didn't, and you know, because it seemed to me that the Nazi Party went into power, you know, on a pretty thin thread.
Yes,
it had a small, you know, this is the key to success, is to have a small power base.
Yes, and
then that small power base builds, and then attracts more power.
Yes. This
is what Trump is trying to do with his evangelical and
base.
Yeah, and his white base, which is, you know, his white supremacy base or whatever you want to call it. But that's, you know, in other words, you have a base and then you go from there. Musicians work that way too, if you have a base. But and then you can parlay it into bigger and better things. Yes. Like the Beatles had a base in Hamburg.
Yes.
You know, and then in England before they hit it big here.
Yes.
And then that put them on the map for eternity. Yes. But I'm saying if he never had been able to execute his, and the Nazi Party didn't take off, mm-hmm, and Hindenburg just kind of jollily rolled it over to somebody else, what would have happened? Would have Germany been taken over by the communists, or would it have still had its own factions
Oh, it definitely would have been conquered by the communists, because the communists actually invaded during that time. One of the reasons that there were so many veterans groups in Germany that were armed, because people just don't get this. I mean, the Europeans are not very much on arming. They have these very strict gun control laws. People who needed guns were essentially heritage hunters, people who were landed. The estate gentry had firearms for hunting, but suddenly Germany was seething with guns, as was all of Europe, and this is because, of course, you had the communists supplying weapons, and basically they would have conquered because they invaded. They literally invaded. One of the people or nations that fought them off were the Polish people, and what happened was the German Freikorps. These were the Free Corps. That's what the term Freikorps means, is free corps. And these free corps were militia units that were formed out of the German veterans that joined on the front lines, that added the backbone and the combat experience to Finland and Bulgaria and Hungary and Poland, where they fought off the Soviet invasion under Stalin and the rest of the leaders of the communists at that time. That included Lenin and a very young Khrushchev. These were people who invaded through Ukraine and these other Eastern Bloc nations that were dead set on conquering Europe. If he hadn't been there to coordinate his first military victories as a commander in those days in the 20s, Germany would have fallen. There's no doubt of that, because communists were declaring communist and Bolshevik communes in Germany, as they had during France during the time of their attempted communist takeover, which was much earlier. So when it came to the Germans in Central Europe, they were experiencing that combined with a actual military invasion. People who don't believe me can look this up themselves. The Soviet invasion of Poland and these other European nations in Central Europe, and some areas where they had taken over. And these were, of course, outspokenly Jewish commissars that were taking over Hungary and areas like that. One of them, his name was Bela. And he had an entire army of death squads that were known as Bela's vampires. And that was probably the inspiration for many people. You know, Bela Lugosi, of course, it was, I don't know if it was his natural name or his stage name, but as Peter Moon said, he had a complicated...
But I'm not sure.
Yeah, it may have been one reason that the vampire trope kind of was identified with him, perhaps even before Universal Studios took that and ran with it. The Bela and his so-called vampire death squads were they're basically humans, but they were trying to cop on the mystique of vampires, but they were ardent communists, and they were killing people by the thousands.
Well, you more than answered my question,
Yeah.
which is that, yeah, it would have, because I do know it had a communist threat, but you're saying it would have been it.
Oh yeah, that would have been it, because yes, so there we have that. You and I will speak again soon. I love you dearly. Share that love with Paula, and remind me next time to tell you about some very vivid dreams I've had recently. They were unusually.
I would love to hear them.
Yeah.
I wish. Okay. Good night.
Yes, we'll speak soon about them. Wednesday. Yes.
Okay.
Be here before you
We'll
know
have
it.
Rena on Wednesday.
Yes. Yeah. And you and I will speak after she leaves.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Blessed be. Thank you. And with that, we'll end this call for now. And then I'm going to call my lovely lady, Brooke Gibson. Okay, pray she responds. Pray she responds. Okay, and everybody cross your fingers. Everybody cross your fingers. Yes, cross your fingers that she answers. There we are, dear sweet lady. Breathe. I'm going to supplicate myself, going to prostrate myself before you, and of course, try and preempt any explosion that may
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm in a good mood. I'm good.
Good.
So
Good. Good. So, are they drugs helping this, or is it just natural? How does is this just sort of organically good feeling, or oh my god? But you know how it is. There's like Pete feels obligated to fill 3 hours with his experiences, and then in that last half hour he turns, you know, I mean, it's obviously after that 3 hour period, then he kind of turns towards me and says, "What about you, Doug?" Yes, that's when we get something cooking that's actually applicable to the book. But hey, you know, that's
I don't know. I checked in at one point just to see if he was still on, and all I heard was you saying, "Well, that's how it is," and then him saying, "Oh, well, I had to call customer service when sure."
Well,
and I thought, well, this sounds like a great story. Oh shit, my dog's near me. I'm gonna check out.
Oh, I'm sorry. You talking about something now, or was that what happened then?
No, that's what happened then. But the dog's
okay.
near me. I just didn't want to hear a customer service story.
Okay.
Maybe it was.
Yes. Well, honey.
Anyway.
Go on. Yes.
Yeah.
Is there something you want to say before I drag anybody else on?
No, I just wanted to be sure you could hear me okay, because I went ahead and set it up on the computer.
Oh, you did? Oh, excellent. You're sounding fine. This is the microphone.
This is in the microphone, and I put the headset in so it didn't do the reverberation like last time. So
thank God. And it's not, it's working. So wonderful. So let's add some people onto the call, see who we can bring on, and then I can refresh myself for a few minutes. It'll take much less time than last time. Not that it mattered. Last time you handled it so well with Sammy Romero. But I know the two of you are good at that. Honestly, he's a pro by now.
Awesome. So yes, it's easy to talk to.
And so are you, and so are you. Believe me, honey, you're very good at this, and obviously, of course, you'll have to get a job someday. But I'm hoping to take advantage of your company before you do. And oh gosh,
trying to actually go 501c3 for a nonprofit, but
cool.
We'll see how it works.
We'll see how that works.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that you want to talk about publicly right now, but are you, we can go into that privately.
Yeah, we'll do it another time. Yeah.
Yes. And you might give some other people ideas. That would be interesting. Okay, let's see if, I don't know why I do this. I always do Amanda Ute. And, one of these days I'll tell you the story behind her. Tell you the story privately behind some of these girls. Oh my God, they just... it's rather maddening, actually.
I don't think you've given me the Amanda Yu story yet. Privately, is that a private story?
No, I mean, God, we've been very public about that. We've been extraordinarily public about it. As a matter of fact, there was this whole campaign to help her that actually proved useful, actually helped. And it's just she's gone kind of very erratic in terms of communicability. So and so I'll tell you about that privately, what I'm concerned about. But other than that, Sammy's joined us so far, and that's always helpful. And and as well, let me give a compliment here to our dear lady Diane Hillis-Buchberger. I'll tell her that's a good way of looking at it. In the meanwhile, help me out here, Sammy. Introduce yourself to the listeners who may not know you. As a matter of fact, we always have new listeners. Why don't the two of you kind of both introduce yourselves? Give a mini bio of yourselves, if you will. Start with Brooke, and then...
okay, Brooke, I'll give Sammy's bio. Sammy, you give my bio first.
Sounds good! Oh, God, this will be so much fun.
It's more fun that way, right?
Yes! Oh, I can imagine what Sammy will say. Yeah, there's this southern lesbian.
Yes, hold on. Let me do it. Come on. Hi, I'm Brooke. I'm the biggest Peter Moons fan ever. And I'm sorry. Did I say that? I mean, no, go ahead, Brooke. You're first. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I had to roast you.
I feel like that. I feel like you were doing a great job right then. Like that was my summary right there.
Hey, by the way, you mentioned my name. Wow. Anyways, go ahead.
I did or he did?
No, Peter Moon actually mentioned my name. Something about I don't know.
Probably because I called him out tonight.
That went right by me. Yes.
Yes, and the word what do you call it? Landscaper and construction worker didn't come in, or Anyways, go ahead.
No, apparently.
No, that ain't it. Go ahead.
So, yeah. But I'm glad after that. Anyway, that's between me and him. I sent him a personal message. Anyway, so my name is Elizabeth, and I am from Greenville, South Carolina, and I fell in love with Sammy Romero about 12 years ago. But what happened was he said he had to go see his family in California, and then he never came back. And then I found out he was seeing someone else and had a baby, and I just finally got on this show and found him again, and I just am stalking him. So you want to tell him about it, Sammy?
Oh, touche, Brooke, touche. Anyways,
I didn't get a lot of that, but then again, I'm multitasking here, which is
I'm
always
sorry, I
fun.
may have the speaker too far away.
Oh no. Oh, good point. Yeah, it does help to get close. It's like oral sex. I always make that comparison. So
Is that what you're supposed to do for oral sex? Actually put your mouth near it?
Yes.
Oh,
Guys, take a hint. Yes.
I had no idea. Fuck. I needed you a long time ago to fucking figure that shit out. Douglas, you do these talks about World War II. Why were you explaining oral sex to people?
Well, that Mark H earlier was saying, you just got to understand. And it's hard to tell whether he's being funny or ironic or whatnot. He was saying everything connects in one way or another to World War II. And, there's an element of truth to that. And yet at the same time.
I know. At first I thought he was being serious. But then I realized, no, he has a dry sense of humor like I do because in Cells, we talked about that before. And because he apologized for something that came off the first time he was on. I think what he was saying was, that's what I was screaming about to Joe Tai. Yeah. I was screaming, World War II is not going to fix every problem in the world, even if everything yes. Like, even if we get the word out, what is it going to solve today, right now? Like, yes, we should know history. We should, because we can learn from it, and I agree that people should know. But, like, you're acting like it's going to solve the economic crisis. People are suddenly going to fall in love with each other, and everyone's going to be peaceful. That's what he was. That's what he meant. But yeah, he has a very dry way of saying it. Plus, he was working, I guess, so he had to be kind of careful with his words.
Perhaps.
Give everyone the benefit of the doubt until I can't anymore.
The thing about his humor is that it's dry, but it's not as bad as Brandon Young's, but there's definitely an off delivery. That's the problem. Yeah. The delivery is off. And with Brandon's, it's way off.
Brandon sings, man. Wasn't Brandon the one singing last week?
I don't remember. There's a lot I forget.
You're fucking fucked up all the time. Yeah. But it was one of them that was singing. Either Brandon Young or Sue Brandon's, right? Who did we have on last week? Sammy here?
A lot. We had a lot of people on. We had Real Tech. We had
Brandon.
I think.
It's Brandon.
It was Brandon who was singing, I believe. It sounds like something Brandon would do. Yeah.
Brandon's the one that he lived in South Carolina for a while, right?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You have no fucking idea. You're so fucking.
No, it's true. I remember. I really do.
What's that thing I told you on our private call? And then I was like, oh yeah, it was me and Peter Moon had the same birthday. And you were like, we do? And I was like, well, first of all, we discussed this on the show. Secondly, you and I discussed it privately because you're like, that's so cool that y'all have that same, commonality. And then a call a month later and you're like, y'all have the same birthday? I said, what's your birthday?
Yeah. Well.
By the way, I made him put our birthday in his calendar, but he did put Brooke first. Surely because B comes first.
Oh my God. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask our dear Sammy Romero and the lovely Brooke Gibson to basically
talk about our love life when he used to live in South Carolina with me.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, very funny, honey.
I
got that. I'm not going
to talk about him because his girl. I know he's in a relationship now, and I don't want to go there.
Understood. And besides, you've got me.
I know. We could talk about when you were in South Carolina.
Well, I've been through the Deep South, and I made certain that I had a really big leather-bound Bible with the gold cross embossed upon its cover, so everyone.
Really?
What's that?
Really do that?
I had to because I'm Asian. I don't want to get shot. So it's like, Jesus, I had to do that in order to, that's better than a bulletproof vest. I mean, that's just like, keep it.
I know you did it if you ever came here. You're like, I just couldn't ever leave the house. Like, I would just have to stay inside.
Yes. Yes, people would look at you and say, no, here's what we could do. They'd think I was another bitch. So they would just think that, oh, okay, they just ask if they could watch. Okay, so
right.
There we are. So we'd be safe in that regard.
That's good he was here.
What's that?
Well, he was another bitch too. That's what they did when Sammy was here.
Oh,
A lot more masculine.
No, Sammy, yeah, he could never be mistaken. He's just he's too thick and muscular and shit. It's like honestly, I thought he was gonna be like his picture. He put the worst possible picture, which was taken at some kind of angle where I don't know whoever took that picture.
I mean, you've got a shitty picture on there. What the hell is that?
Yes. Oh, yeah. George Knight joined us. Hell, I didn't even see that.
You look bad. You look good, but I'm just saying it's like a picture at work or something.
Yeah. He's wearing this like vest. It's like and he looks like he's anyhow. It really makes him look overweight, and he's not. He's not at all.
I'd like to see like a picture of him, like I have to get his baby, or even if he didn't put the baby in the picture or something, just not at work or whatever he was doing in that picture. It looked like a work picture, but I may be thinking of somebody else that had a work picture. Yeah. You know what I'm thinking of? Usually because Sammy, when I see Sammy, he's also always at work. So maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, right now he's changing diapers, which is worse. I mean, personally.
That's the picture we want, Sammy, right there.
Yeah.
You change in the diaper and make that your new image.
Yes. By the way, I almost pressed the screen share by mistake. And
we all share ourselves and you never fucking do. Come on.
But that's ridiculous. No, I've been on interviews with Sean Bond recently. Everybody knows.
Yeah, Sean Bond, but not fucking. Yes, I want to see you right now. I want to see. Do you have your eyeliner on?
Oh, honey, no, I'm not gonna let you see me without my makeup. I mean, oh my God! And behind me, I've got like the Hoarder's Crypt.
That's fair. I let you see me without my makeup.
Oh, that's different, honey. That's different. You see, it's honey, it's so much different. Honestly, believe me, so George is with us, and he will hold the stage with you. And hopefully Sammy will come back and from changing diapers and God knows if that reminds
George
me.
From saving Douglas from not being able to answer that question.
Yeah. Well, hey, wait a second. It's not like I'm evading any questions, darling.
It's not any different to you show yourself without makeup than to show me without makeup. It's a human being, what they look like without makeup.
Oh, honey. Well, you've seen. Wait a second. I've actually published photos like that. You've seen photos like that where I published myself with Judith Hager.
That's a photo though. See, and then usually it's like the best of like 3 photos or yourself. Like no. This is you. You're fucking hungover. You're doing a podcast. Like real fucking life. Like I did at 3 a.m. No fucking makeup, and I didn't even know it. I'm like, oh shit, y'all can see me.
Oh God. Hey, there's Sammy. He's showing us himself. Yes, he's it's Scorpio Baby's adorable. He looks like Telly Savalas. He's intimidating. Yes. Frightening guy. Yes. But he's you didn't see that?
Oh, because I didn't have the now I see I had the little screen on my computer.
Oh.
Damn it, Sammy, come back and show it again.
Sammy, show it again if you can for Brooke. She missed it.
Just
Yes. But he's looking good. Yeah, he's looking good. There he is. It's on Brooke. He's back. There's Scorpio Baby.
So beautiful.
Now,
oh my
Scorpio
God.
Baby's got hair. Scorpio Baby's got no problem with hair. Our man Sammy's
have a problem with hair. Apparently Sammy, they didn't get the hair from Sammy.
Yes, they didn't get the hair from Sammy. Oh my God. What did you say?
I don't know. I can't hear you.
He he's glitching. Oh, God, he's probably because he's got Scorpio babies taking his phone away or something.
Probably putting it in his mouth like a pacifier.
Yes.
I said it's my turn to get roasted. I get it.
Yeah.
I like bald heads. I think bald heads are cool. So you both are cute, but definitely Scorpio baby's got you beat with that cute little hair right there.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I have the cul-de-sac already, so I need to shave my head. So it's all right.
Oh, do you have a cool? No, in that. Okay, so that picture came out really light just then, so it looked like you had shaved it. Like when it may be my computer. It came out so light that your head looked bald. Like, so I thought you had shaved your head.
He did. He did.
I do. I shave my head.
Yeah. Okay. Then why were you saying I need to shave it?
He needs to shave it because he's got male pattern baldness.
Yes. I have the cul-de-sac. You know.
Oh, I'm not familiar with those.
Oh, okay. The term is like you ever see these poor guys? He doesn't have this. The formation was different. He basically has like Peter Moon hair. He's got like Peter Moon hair that's growing.
Yeah, but I shave my head. Yeah. I melted it in and just shaved it. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas then you've got other guys and they have a bald spot. And then you make a joke with
like Donald Trump, like a comb over, you mean?
Yes. My dad developed that. My dad developed that towards the very later years of his life. And oh my God. So anyhow, the joke you make with guys like that is, hey, where do you get the haircuts with the little hole in the middle? So we can't let George think we're ignoring him. God bless you, George. Now, George, oh my God, George, can you hear us? Let's see if he's there. George.
Hello, Douglas. Thanks for having me on.
How are you? Yes. Now, George, I just want you to know, oh my God. See, George is the expert. He knows so much about what I say. He can tell people in general what I say, except for maybe a few details. I mean, it's minor details, but mostly everything. He's got everything down in the most general sense and in the most detailed sense. Otherwise, he knows what I've said.
Your voice goes so much higher when George comes on, but I still love it. It's like a little bit. You've got a little boy crush on George. I'm sorry.
Oh, jeez. Don't listen to her. This is just so wrong. And no, it's that I feel terribly indebted to George. It's indebtedness to George. And I'll never be able to express that adequately for all he's done to preserve my legacy. And matter of fact, that's what used to piss Jameson Reese off. Was one time our man George said to Jameson Reese basically that, if something happens to Douglas, he said, I'm their parent, really. And Jameson got, pissy shit. I mean, you can relate that story, George.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. I remember that so well. He just disappeared. He just went off air as soon as I said that.
Yes.
So yeah, that was. I know it. That was quite funny, actually. I thought, oh my God.
Yeah, and so what I was going to say tonight was knowing what he knows. I mean, George, you must know the calendar. I mean, it's Remembrance Day over there in England. You must have thought, oh God, it's Veterans Day in America. And even though I've never made a point of being, I'm a veteran in that sense of like raw patriotism or anything stupid like that, like support the services or what we did for you or any of that bullshit. I loathe that with a passion. But nevertheless, my son respects me as a veteran and he takes me to the estate. And of course, I drown myself in drugs and drink and escort sex and blood. So when I come back, I'm just...
So we celebrate Veterans Day the same way. I had no idea.
Yes.
I just didn't need my son to do it, but other than that, yeah.
Right. But yes, and what she's alluding to here, just in case any of you squares out there don't get it, is oral sex, of course, when women are having the period. Yes, so she dives into blood in her own way. So that, by the way, she did intend that as
I have not done that in many years, thank you, but it was very enjoyable when I did.
There you are. A lot of iron there. It's a dead egg. So that means...
Hey, I was iron anemic. I had to have 3 iron infusions. It seemed like the only route to go.
Did you really? I mean, oh my God, is that true?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, because I'm a vegetarian, so I've had to have 3 iron infusions.
Why don't you start eating meat?
I don't know because I mean, let's not get into that, but I have a reason. Okay. I mean, I have my reasons for it, like, obviously.
But there's obviously it's impacting your health. Okay, so we won't get into that. We won't get into that because last time we did, then it became.
We get into the whole animal thing, and then it's not. Yeah, but I don't judge anyone, and then Sammy starts. I mean, not Sammy. George will start talking about his innards and the innards and stomachs and livers that he's putting on top of his oatmeal that he's eating.
It's blended with oatmeal. It comes with oatmeal.
Like oatmeal's gross, innards are gross, and so it's like you just like it's like England said, what are the two grossest things we can possibly come up with to combine to make them the most inedible, grossest food possible?
There's a lot of worse things out there. There's a lot of things out there.
Wait a minute. You just said you were being a vampirist.
In her own way.
Yes. In your own way. I mean, come on, man. That's, come on. That
Have you ever eaten your woman out while she had her period?
You kind of even, that kind of even you guys up.
Eating your woman out while she's had her period? Because I'm pretty sure that if you are going to eat her out, number one, which I'm sure you have, and then eat her out with her period, number two, she's given birth, you want probably her mouth on top of your penis. So I don't see how that's grosser than taking an animal that you wouldn't suck its dick or eat its or its pussy, cut it open, eat its raw innards, and then put it with oatmeal and make that look good. Still have no argument here, Sammy. Even
ballpark,
Yeah, you tried that one, but it didn't work out very well.
Oh my god.
Can I mention something, Douglas?
Yes, please. And you have to admit, oatmeal can be interpreted as being very vomit-like, but yes, go on.
Thank you. I'm going to go off on something completely different. I just wanted to mention it on air. It's so funny. I listened to the last hour of last transmissions of several times over the weekend. It is the funniest and most grotesque conversation between Ian West.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, you did hear that, Ian West?
I listened to that several times just to, oh my god,
just to make sure you weren't hallucinating. Just to make certain you were not on drugs, right? That's by the way, that was nothing like the first time he was on. Oh my god. Yeah.
I have a confession. It's going to be even worse though, that Douglas is not going to believe, and Ian's probably listening, so I have to say this. Douglas, I called you about something that was having something go on, and I was like, is this like spiritual? Or is this like maybe Ian's got a point? Like maybe, I mean, because my son's just been sick for like over a month. I mean, just basically, and they can't. We were at the hospital last night, so I'm like, and he hasn't had the vaccine because I haven't had the vaccine, but my daughter has. So then I was like, well, the fuck. Maybe Ian's got a point. I don't know. I'm like losing my mind at this point. So I text Douglas. I'm like, call me when you can before the show. And then I'll message Ian and I'm like, hey, dude, I know I'm always make fun of you and shit. But if you've got any actual factual data to back up any of your shit about about this vaccine, like spreading to other people getting sick.
That's so funny. That's what he would say. That's what he would say is that he would say your daughter's shedding all of these nanobots and shit.
He called me right before you called me, like 10 minutes before, and I knew you were probably getting ready to call. So, and I had just gotten a phone call actually from somebody else too, but I just literally just had to tell him I was on the other line and I'd get back with him. So but I did ask him, but yeah, I mean, he called me and I just I didn't expect him to call. I figured he would I asked him to send link, like a link, because I actually want verifiable data on this, not his opinion, right. If it was anything and if it was verifiable. But I mean, yeah, I'm not closed-minded to anything. It's just Ian West, Ian, and again, I think I even told him when I messaged him, like, come on, I make fun of you, but you have to admit, some of the shit, the way you tell it, it sounds fucking crazy as fucking hell. It's not even just what he says, it's how the fuck he says it.
That's true. It's almost as if there's no describing it. There is no describing it. Ian West is.
I wonder if he does it purposely because he said he had a radio show. I wonder, is it purposeful that he wants to sound crazy, or?
No, I think that's natural. That's natural. He's definitely got a different way of processing. His way of processing, of course, it can be pretty. It's just kind of repulsive. Sammy's saying something. He says EW is the guy that that talks about the tunnels, right? Yes, that's Ian West. It's IW, actually. It's IW. Ian as in IAN. So George and I do want George and I to be more aggressive, more self-assertive, and I do want him to insert himself.
Oh, trust me, he wants you to insert yourself. Have you heard how high his voice goes, George? He would like you to insert yourself.
Is so. Oh my God! How dare you? How dare you, young lady? Oh my God! This is just abuse. This is but we love her. At any rate.
I already know your karmic, like something you did in a past life. You killed off my whole family. I'm back to avenge.
Yes. This is like Afghanistan. It's like these blood feuds just go on for generations. And of course, we're talking about a young lady from the Deep South. I mean, they're the people who gave us the Hatfields and the McCoys, I believe. I might be wrong about that, but yes, she's retaining all the grudges. So the grudge being maintained as it is.
I'm pretty sure I wasn't alive during the Hatfields and McCoys, and it may very well be that I was the Yankee and that you were a Hatfield or a McCoy.
At that time, perhaps.
Yes. Who knows?
Yes. I mean, that's always possible, though these things are, I know, it's hard to identify when one gets trapped.
You imagine, we're gonna let George talk now, but can you imagine you being like some southern redneck out here, like a Hatfield or McCoy? My God, I can totally see Douglas. That's why you came back like this, because you were just one of those like, oh, you come here, got a piece of straw hanging out of his mouth. He's got a little straw hanging out of his mouth.
That's what Sally did the other day to try and make himself look country. He put a straw in his mouth.
Some overalls on.
Yes, put some overalls on. Yes, it's like so. George, did you or any of the young ladies or Sarah get dressed up for Halloween?
Oh no one did this year, Douglas. I'm afraid.
Oh,
yeah, unfortunately.
And whose hair? Now, your daughter turned out to be a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic, Aryan-looking child, right?
Yes.
And so whose genes in particular contributed to that?
I think it's from both sides, actually. My mum was blonde hair and blue-eyed, and so was my brother. I had the blonde hair to begin with, but then I went darker. But I didn't have the bleach blonde. I didn't have the pure white hair when I was a baby. It was more of a mousy blonde. But then it went darker when I got a bit older. So yeah, that's where she inherited that from.
Incredible. So So before I refresh myself, which, like I said, will be I'll take a few minutes to refresh myself before I go. Anything you immediately want to bring to my attention? And I guess this was the point I was trying to make. You must have realized once you realized it was Veterans Day, you knew I was checked out, right? I think, or did you?
Oh yeah. No, absolutely, Douglas. It was just literally like to just see if you were there, if you were.
Okay, and this is
yes.
Now, do you want to? Now, so I'm not going to mention on air what you had originally were consulting me about, but I'm praying that there was no like arguments or marital strife.
No, it's absolutely fine. Yeah.
Holy fucking shit! I'm sorry. Stop it right now. I don't even I'm sorry you had whatever you had. But you just said next year, George should be what do you call that shit? Your innards? A bowl of haggis for Halloween?
Yeah, that's what Sammy said. Yes, he said next year George should be a bowl of haggis for Halloween, or is it haggis or hadges? The guts.
How do we say it, George? Which one should you be?
How does one dress as a bowl of hadges for Halloween? Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's a funny thought. But anyhow, so George may not find that funny at this point. He may find that, so we'd best go easy on that.
You are what you eat.
Yes. You.
Oh, I'm gonna totally come up with some costume ideas before next Halloween on how you can do it.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, let me just...
Yes, like Sammy says, that would scare Brooke. He said that would scare Brooke. Hadges, there we are. Haggis.
Yeah,
haggis.
Sorry about that. All right, go back to anyway what you were saying or whatever was going on. I'm sorry.
So good. It wasn't the cause of some kind of marital strife or conflict then?
No, thank God, no, which I'm glad. Okay. Yeah, that's all right, Sammy.
Is it something you're willing to discuss publicly?
Oh yeah, no, we will talk in private. Yeah, no, we'll talk in private.
Oh, okay, we're talking private then first about it. We're talking private about first.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all right.
Okay.
But it was I just wanted to just say it was so funny. I listened to it. It was just because I was wetting myself in laughter listening to that Ian West.
Oh my God! Tell us about
his cutaneous leishmaniasis. Oh my God! It was just hilarious.
Did you ever look?
I loved it. I love that George is saying this because usually George and I are like, I'm learning from him or I'm making fun of what he eats. But literally that's why I woke up, George. I was asleep and I like turned over and I woke up and started hearing that and I could not go back to sleep because I was just like lost.
Yeah. Go on.
I love Douglas. Douglas, I loved your responses every single time to it because he was saying things like, "Oh, it's a slow death and razor blades inside," and you were going, "Oh my god!" You were like, "Oh my god, slow death, razor blades inside." If only these women came to you first, spoke to you about it. It was just hilarious. And then, oh my god, just before you brought Peter Moon on, there was like this really strange noise as well. Do you remember that? It sounded like someone was dying.
You mean in the last episode or tonight?
Yes, the last one. Yeah, the last one.
That last one with Ian West. Remember Peter Moon came at the end and he ruined it because we were all having fun and laughing. And then he's like, I don't understand why we're still talking about this. If she's cured. And it's totally a spiritual thing and you should put salt in your bath.
Oh, and then he says he baths in bleach. Ian West said he baths in bleach.
Yeah.
He has a salt bath, then a shower, and then he bleaches him. He baths in the bleach.
Is that spiritual?
Oh my god! What?
Yeah. By the way, by all rights, Ian West should not be alive. I mean, it's not only that, but what Brooke Gibson, I
can't. Did you call me Brooke?
Brooke.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm gonna turn into a bowl of Haggis by the end of it. You're gonna be calling me Brooke Agnes.
Yes, Brooke Agnes. Yeah, Brooke. Yes, she was like. Where the fuck was I? I was talking about the...
We're talking about how he should be alive because I was talking about ivermectin.
You pointed out what he's injecting in himself as a corrosive. And so, yes, he's injecting himself with corrosive. He's bathing in bleach. There is, by no rights, is this guy alive. I mean, I believe everything he's saying, though. This is the point. I mean, I believe what he's saying in the sense of what he's doing to himself.
Yes.
Yeah, so it may be a good reason why he's falling apart. It's oh my god, it's but you know, whenever I think of him, I just get this chill up my spine and this shudder. Yeah. This is continuous with him, and that's why when he said, "Oh, it's over and done with now," it's been a week. That's when I made that joke about hauling dynamite over the Andes and saying that, you know, this is like saying, "Yeah, I've been alive for a week hauling dynamite over the Andes" or something like that. It's like, oh my god. What's going to be happening next? Well, when
I was talking about ivermectin, I just have to say this: like when you buy horse ivermectin, which is what he was buying, he's buying, and I did for all my rescues when I was doing that. Anyway, number one, I mean, maybe I'm a little OCD, so as far as like, you know, I try to buy organic when I can, but I don't all the time. But what I'm saying is chemicals, like a pesticide, like if I have a strong pesticide, same thing as this. Like a Roundup. I don't like to use Roundup anymore. Obviously, that's carcinogen. Ivermectin was the same way. Like when I would mix that, I would use gloves. I would be very careful. You'd do very small amounts, mix with glycerin, and then that went into, because normally it would go into a pill form. So you put it into the dog's mouth. You have to be very careful not to get on your skin. So for him to be injecting it, like I'm not saying you can inject it. I'm sure people do, but like. It amazes me that he is alive.
Wasn't Trump recommending that people inject bleach?
Well, Trump said, remember this story I just watched? That was so hilarious. He comes on, he's like, so this was his first, big thing when it came out. And he was like, so what we're looking at, and he kept looking over to the doctors to the right, that poor woman doctor that he had. He kept looking to her, this is before Fauci. And she's just sitting there like, oh my God, kill me now. But every time he goes, so what we're looking at is like, there may be like some UV lights. We can use like either, but he goes, so we may be able to use them from the exterior, or maybe we'll be able to use UV lights from the interior to kill it. So I'm not sure how they're going to get the UV lights on the inside, but that sounded more reliable than what his next he says, so right, and he'd look at the doctor and she'd be like, I don't know what the fuck she was doing. She was just looking at him, but he'd be like, right. He'd just say, right, he does. And then he says, and we're also looking at disinfectants. So we may be able to take disinfectants. Can kill this virus. So we're looking at being able to get disinfectants right inside the body to like disinfect from inside. So like, right, we're going to look at, so it's basically, he was saying like, putting Lysol inside your body, which would have been like, why haven't we killed cancer, the cold, and every other disease ever if we could just spray Lysol inside our bodies?
So, yeah, that's true. My question to Ian West is, if you're so antithetical towards vaccines, why are you injecting yourself with these veterinary condiments, solutions that you're just conjuring up using penicillin also? It's like I don't understand his logic.
Well,
how he's so against vaccines and then
if I understood
he's injecting all this stuff into himself.
No, basically he's doing his own vaccination, but he's using household chemicals. And but for the penicillin, correct me if I'm wrong on this, he purchased the penicillin and then dropped the bottle, and it all spilled out, and so he couldn't use any of that, from what I understand.
No, he was like, well, it may have been good. I don't know. There was some thick stuff at the end. And I said, he thought it was bad. And I'm like, obviously he's never had liquid penicillin, because with children, you have to give them liquid medication. I'm sure George knows this. So you have to shake the bottle.
Yes.
So he was like, it was probably bad anyway because it was just all thick at the bottom.
Right.
And he said he said he reflexively took a drug that his neighbor or someone offered him, and he refused. But then he reflexively
accidentally sniffed it up his nose.
Up his nose with a straw. Up his nose with a straw. He said,
with a straw. He's not
straw.
A drug addict. I'm sorry, Ian, but that's when I called him out too. I was like, you don't reflexively sniff something up your nose with a straw.
No, that's not something any normal person does reflexively. No.
I mean, you do it if you're like doing a lot of coke, and that's a reflexive thing you do.
Yes, that's reflexive. Yes. Oh my God. No, it was just it's like I said earlier, it's like Stephen King said, when I can't come up with a plot and I can't come up with any clever ideas, I'll go for the gross out. I'm not proud. It's like Ian goes right there. Ian just takes it straight to the gross out. And that's his specialty. But
this guy also, we did learn something cool about Ian. He has a radio show. We actually remember Realtek brought it up.
Yeah.
He had a radio show, and that's where he's getting all his African bitches from.
Is what he claims. And
that's how he's.
Yeah, go on, George.
Sorry, Douglas. That's how he's getting all these parasites, because it's a third world infection.
Yeah,
right.
Thank
that
you.
You get from people passing it on to you. You contract it from other people.
Thank you.
It's nothing to do with the quote unquote shots.
But you know what you bring up, George? You bring up a interesting point, because the temptation was there for Brooke and I. When we discussed this privately, Brooke and I kind of reached the conclusion that he was imagining these girls, just like he was imagining vomiting out all these black bugs and shit, and that he's imagining these girls hanging around. But you're bringing up the point that, no, he really is having sex with these black chicks out of Africa that he gets, and that's how he's getting these tropical viruses, like these parasites, because, everything he mentions is, like, really, like, deep jungle virus and shit. I mean, this is, like, jungle rot and shit that he's getting. It's, like, stuff that it's just not supposed to appear any place that... Yeah.
I think you need to call Ian West, and he's probably listening. He needs to be able to, me. I'm such I'm mean, and then I'm a soft heart. Like, he should defend himself.
But we're not attacking him. But we're not attacking him.
At all,
Yeah.
no.
I know. I'm making fun of him, and I do it to his face, but y'all don't do it to his face. So,
well, actually,
Peter Moon said.
do in a sense. I mean, yeah. It's like
whatever. Did you say what Peter Moon said? Peter Moon just came on and said we shouldn't talk about this, and this sounds like a devil that's in your demon. You're possessed, and if you take a salt bath, you'll be okay. And then he's not.
Yeah, exactly. But did you hear what Peter Moon said? Douglas asked Ian West the same question 3 times, and he never answered. That was the demon holding it back.
That's what Peter concluded. I mean, there's some validity.
Well, Peter concluded that because Peter probably has not done like drugs in a while, like meth and stuff. So he probably doesn't realize that it was just like his brain was not able to even cope with any rational question.
But there's a similarity there between Ian West and Joe Tai. There's a brain lock.
Yeah.
But
Joe Tai has a good reason, and I did feel bad about this. I was so mad at Joe Tai, and I still, about that whole argument. And Joe, if you're listening, like, yeah, you did piss me off. But at the end of the day, I didn't realize that Joe actually had because Joe, I don't think he's a stupid idiot, but I'm just saying he repeats himself sometimes, and I'm like trying to get through. So I didn't realize Real Tech told me that he really did have, and you mentioned it, that he had some serious brain injury.
Yes.
When he was a kid.
Yes. So
it may be like that when he's being repetitive, he doesn't realize that he's being quite as repetitive as he is.
Right. It's a neurological. There's a neurological component to his misbehavior.
Right, and you wouldn't take it like you don't. He doesn't sound like mentally retarded, like nothing like that. But what I'm saying is like, I'm like, how many times do you have to ask the same question and me give you the same answer, and then I'm screaming it?
Wait a second here. This is okay. If Joe, this is if he's listening, that's fine. If he's here physically, it's fine. If he were here physically, I'd say the same thing. So just understand that someone could have a neurological component to their behavior, but we can't excuse their behavior just because of that. They have to basically either socialize and realize they've got something to cope with and cope with it, or at some point kind of withdraw or learn when to withdraw.
But if it's neurological, what if they can't realize?
What if they become a serial killer? What if someone's neurologically compromised and they become a serial killer?
I mean, you're acting like Jeffrey Dahmer knew he was killing people and eating them and freezing them. I don't think he knew. I think he was just probably, thinking that's what normally people do. Like
we've just heard from Jeffrey Dahmer's attorney. This is the blonde alibi for Jeffrey Dahmer.
I know. He didn't really know. He just thought that's like how you treat people,
right?
Because he's neurologically impaired.
Yeah.
I could have been a great lawyer. I'm telling you.
Yes.
That was just off the top of my fucking head. But I'm saying I did want to be a lawyer. But I'm saying I don't know how he didn't. Did he not get off on mental fucking? He should have got off on some mental fucking shit because he had to.
Thank God he did time. George, you have some insight into this, right?
George has been watching the whole thing. That's what made me think of it.
Yeah. We watched it. Me and my wife. We watched it on the Netflix series just because.
Because you know what I know? Because George says, "Say his name, George, first before."
No.
Say his name.
Jeffrey. I'm going to call him Jeffrey. His first killing, like I said before, his first killing was a white hitchhiker. Then he joined the military. He was forced to enlist into the military because he was a dropout, and his father wasn't very happy with him. But then when he came out, every single victim was a black person who he targeted in these gay clubs that he was what he was frequenting in. So that's what I noted with his actions, with his behavior. Right. Is the first one was accidental because he had a rage, and he retaliated because the guy was saying he wanted him to take him to a concert. So he retaliated and he smashed his head in with a dumbbell.
Jesus.
And that's what he did. And then he was enlisted. He enrolled into the military. He'd done his service, and then he came out, and then he became a serial murderer. Right, deliberately,
but racially imprinted by the military.
Yes,
he was. Yes,
it was all targeted. It was targeting only ethnic minorities.
I was going to say, my understanding was historically there was a young Asian among them, at least one
as well.
Yeah.
Yes, ethnic minorities. It was all people
of color,
of other races. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. So there was a bizarre racial component to his programming, and so this of course fits into Aquino's overall program that George Knight and I were discussing, because just so people understand, there are obviously North America is seething with serial killers, and but the point is that there was what Michael Aquino referred to as his own California Little League, and he called it a Little League, not in the sense that, but these were the worst. I mean, of all the people, we're talking Charles Manson, we're talking the Zodiac Killer, we're talking the Golden State Killer, we're talking, it goes on, but these are some of the worst that were out there, and these were like, of course, the Night Stalker. How could
Richard Ramirez.
Yes, and it just goes on. But okay, yeah. Now, two things I have to ask, because I can't stand the suspense. So when I asked Peter Moon about, so did you hear what I said about the precognitive ability of my biological father, Adolf Hitler? And I couldn't believe what his response was. Basically, I went into this intense discussion for 2 hours about that phenomenon. And then Peter Moon said, "Oh, so dry. It was so dry. And it was like, and they had nothing to say about it. It was like, so dry." And it basically said that, like everybody says that. He basically said that. I mean, oh my God, did you did all of you people find it that way?
Yeah, you were about earlier on, Douglas, because I definitely heard what you said about about the law, with what the West regarded,
Yes.
as the Third Reich as being, criminal renegade state, and because of the Third Reich weren't abiding by their laws because of, their laws are serving justice serves their laws. So I did hear that earlier. I did know that, and I really appreciate you saying that.
Thank you. And no, it was what I had said in the last episode. I put a timestamp on where I was talking about Hitler's precognitive abilities. I don't know if you got to review that.
Oh no, I haven't. I have to, Douglas. Yeah.
Okay, so
because they'll be important. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So please do. It's only 2 hours, and so I went into so Brooke, Sammy, did you both hear that? Did you get that impression Peter Moon did?
Was this something when you were talking to Peter Moon?
No. That it was when I was alone. It was when I was alone. It was before I brought on Ian West to grow.
Okay. So here's what I remember, because I had to get off to go to bed. So
Right.
I woke up to your first part. I did wake up one time, and you were talking about the South.
Yeah.
And you were talking. Oh, I know what you were talking about. So I didn't get to hear that part.
No,
You
I
were
did
talking
catch
about
it.
the flu and the sickness. So I apologize. And then
Okay.
I must have gone back to sleep.
So
and
it's
then
timestamp. So do review it.
I will. I'll listen to that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so
I
George,
did
what-
listen briefly, Douglas, beg your pardon, but I didn't hear Peter Moon's response to that. I didn't catch that part.
Oh, Peter.
Was that in
wasn't there at the
private?
time.
Yeah,
you're talking
yeah.
about the latest episode where you were
The last one, yeah, with just before you brought Ian West on.
Okay, yeah. Peter didn't respond to that then. He responded about it tonight. It was the last thing I asked him about. No.
What did Peter say about it again? So,
He
just so I
was-
know, because
he
I'm
said-
going to probably want to go the opposite of whatever Peter said anyway.
Yeah,
I'm
he
sure.
said he was so dry. He was so dry, and everyone said that anyway. That's basically what he was saying. And that, he was going into, but obviously you provided some details, but, basically, in other words, he got nothing out of it. And I was astonished. I felt that what I had imparted was of great value, but I'll leave it to all of you.
Well,
to discuss
Peter
it.
may be, sometimes we project. So if we're dealing with, say, something like, dirt or like dryness in our family or our loved ones, sometimes that word comes out in other ways.
So that's it. Oh, George left us. Holy shit. Hopefully he'll be back. And Sammy, are you there? Because I want to take that break now.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
How's my audio?
Everyone wants to get away from anything I said about Peter. Which, by the way, he messaged me back, and I'm not going to read that.
Okay.
How's the audio?
It's okay. Yeah,
My-
you got a lot of background noise, but yeah.
Sorry, I had my food. No, I didn't hear that part. What I heard was, I think after Ian West. I didn't even listen to West.
There wasn't even an after Ian West. There was no
Okay,
after Ian West.
Oh,
Then
no,
I don't remember.
what we're talking about, it was prior Ian West, and I timestamped it, and it's basically it's
okay.
like the second timestamp after Marina. I put it as the second timestamp after Marina because I felt it was important next to Marina.
Tell me in a nutshell, because
It was basically
What-
the title says it all. I mean, if we look at the title of it, it's basically Hitler's precognitive ability and his precognition about the Jewish instigation of World War II. So that's
I see. Okay.
yeah.
All right.
So that one, and so when it comes, yeah.
Was that the UN was not recognizing them as a legitimate government?
Oh, no. It just went into, how the war began and how he was able to predict exactly how the Allies would respond to everything he did. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And so
I will say this, though. I do want to say this. I didn't hear it, so I'm going to go back and listen.
Yeah.
But I will say this, that I watched a video of Hitler recently, and, it could have been edited, but it was showing that they were really pretty sure, everything that when you could see it, he definitely looked like he was on speed, like tweaking really bad. Tweaking. He was watching a game or something on one of them, and I was like, yeah, this is definitely fucking Douglas's fucking father.
yeah. So yeah, and there you go. Yeah, that's my dad. So that being said, okay, so Sammy, you got this right with Brooke. I mean, I know Brooke is here. Brooke is solid, but Sammy, he's got Scorpio Baby, and it's like Scorpio Baby has that tail that can wrap around his neck and drag him back towards the crib, like it's like we see on Tales of the Crypt or something. So, Sammy, you got this. You gonna be able to hold the stage with this young lady while I.
If not, just put Scorpio Baby on. Come on, I can talk to a baby all day.
He says,
I'm
yeah,
a mom.
he's got to answer yes by text, for God's sake.
How you got it?
You're
not even, you can't unmute it.
Yeah,
that's not a thing, Sammy.
Yeah, that doesn't give me any sense of self-confidence.
It's not that. It's he's crying a little bit. So
Understood.
Okay, put him on. Let me put him to the ear but maybe people want to hear another mother, like not his mother, but like a mom, like we do that. And he'll either start screaming his head off, or he'll be like, "Oh, he's listening."
Yeah, it'll help him to hear a woman's voice. Yeah, let Andy hear that.
What? Wait a minute. Remind me his name again, because if you call him Scorpio Baby,
Andy,
he might not
Andy.
like it. Andy. Okay. Can he hear me? Tell me when he can hear me.
no, let me get you off of Bluetooth.
Yeah, there we are. Randy Andy, yeah, like his dad.
Yes, I've never seen you actually tweak like that. There is a video. I'll have to send it to you, and it was like, I was like, okay, I said it could have been like either that or they speeded it up so much, but it was like him, and he was just like grabbing and like
it is hard to tell because
Okay, we're back.
Okay, so and you sound great. You sound great. So I'm gonna go mute, and they're gonna handle this.
Yes, we don't want to hear you snip your lines. Okay. Hey, especially in front of a baby. Oh, Andy, what are you doing? Andy.
Yeah.
Do you know Santa's coming? Can you hear? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Is he looking? Andy, do you know Santa Claus is coming to bring presents? And you're going to get presents for being a good boy? Are you being a good boy for Daddy and you're going to get presents?
He's looking around. He's trying to look around.
Yes. I know you can't see me, but I am Mrs. Claus, and we bring presents to good boys and girls. And now, even if your dad doesn't believe in Santa, he's going to have to, because I promised. So you're going to get presents from Santa because you're a good boy. You would like a big box, and you can get in the box and play. Yes, and we can play in the box, and we can do fun stuff. And we'll put it with lights and a big Christmas tree, and you will see it all, and you will have so many gifts. And maybe your parents will get you a puppy. Would you like a puppy dog? Maybe a puppy? Your dad needs something else to,
I think he's too small. He's too small right now.
Oh, he just doesn't understand the puppy thing.
Yeah, not yet. So how you doing, Brooke? How's everything going?
It's going great. Like, I mean, you can have talk, but yeah, I'm good.
What is your opinion about the whole Kyrie Irving basketball?
Man, so I didn't even really know. So I'm so bad about, I try not to watch the news. And then I actually heard it from a guy that I watch on, he was basically saying he's more of a very positive person that's uplifting. And he actually is out of Africa. And he was saying that what am I trying to say? Not meditation, spiritual. He's just a very spiritual person. And he had talked about him. And so then I had to get the story. And, it made me he just had a point. He was saying points like, I don't agree with everything he said. But that just like, what's his name? What's the Kardashians' ex-husband, the crazy one with the crazy shoes?
Lamar?
No, the one losing it. What's one?
Kanye.
Just like he had talked about Kanye, he was just saying that a lot of these stars are really coming out and, spilling some truths that doesn't agree with everything they said. And so I haven't actually heard his entire direct speech to be able to say what I agree with and what I don't. But I heard enough to just say that some I don't agree with and some I think that it should be that he is coming out with his own truths, and that whether you become a movie star or you get locked into these businesses, you basically are selling your soul. And he's trying to not do that. I mean, I feel like he's coming out being his own person, so I respect that. What do you think?
Honestly, the whole idea was him tweeting out a movie. It was like one of those free Amazon movies, and there's some information about Black Israelites or Black Hebrews, and what he did is just tweeted out the movie.
But then they wanted him to come back, and they said for him to do it, that he had to say take these classes, do an apology, like there was 5 or 10 things listed he had to do that he thought was just ridiculous.
The thing about it is, that was the Brooklyn Nets. It wasn't the NBA, and then the NBA got involved. But the crazy thing about it is the owner of the Brooklyn Nets is Joe Tsai, who is I'm sorry, who is
Joe Tsai owns the Brooklyn Nets? God.
No, Joe Tsai.
I'm just kidding.
But he supported the communist government of the genocide of the Chinese Muslims in China. So you can't suspend him for promoting, or it's not even that, just tweeting out a movie that has some information that can be considered alternative information, especially regarding the origins of Hebrews or Jews, particularly Black Jews. And they just came down on him. So the thing about it is, now pretty much now that movie, interesting enough, now you have to pay to watch it. 2 weeks ago it was for free, but I guess Amazon started charging, and
they realized they could make some money off of it, like everything else in the world. Yeah.
And nobody's trying to cancel Amazon, but this guy is getting punished for it, which is like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with a lot of that. That's what I was saying. That and again, I didn't hear everything he said because it sounded like he said a lot less than Kanye said some things that I didn't agree with necessarily that he should have said. But then there's things Kanye said that were true. I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
Just but Kanye being like, I'm off my meds, man. I'm off my meds. The funniest part about that was, what was his name? That crazy guy that everybody dates now. The one, what I'm talking about. They dated Adriana Grande.
What's his face? Pete Davidson?
Peter Davidson, yes, he was on there, and he was on the SNL when Kanye had first come. It was like a year ago when he first started doing his shit, and he was like, I'm off my medications. And Pete Davidson goes, listen, dude, I can't do it. It's funny. Obviously, he's like, I want to tell you, medication's okay. It's good to be on the medication. I'm letting you know I'm on medication. You should be on medication. You want me on medication, okay? He was just hilarious about it. But and again, I can't do it as funny as he did. But there were certain things he said over time that have been wrong. But the exact same thing he said, he again has tried to break loose of some stereotypical things and be able to say what he wants to. And I do agree with freedom of speech. And if somebody doesn't want to buy Kanye's fucking shoes because of that, or somebody doesn't want to again, with the basketball, I can see a team being like, if you're too, but like you said, he wasn't going out and being like, I hate all these people, I'm going to kill all these people. There was no reason for it to become what it was from everything I've read, or at least seen. And you're muted because the baby must be loud.
Yeah, it's no, it's one of those things where I think you're just on the wrong side of pretty much the pocketbook. I mean, the rich can get away with supporting, genocidal governments, and but then
speaking of that, Sammy, I want to bring this up before Douglas comes back. I don't know what your opinion is. On Donald Trump, I was talking to someone who doesn't live in our country, and their opinion was, because they don't live in our country, what they thought was that Donald Trump had actually brought America together.
No, I think that's probably not entirely true. What happened was Donald Trump exposed the division in our country, really, that hasn't changed in forever. So he just pretty much brought it out. I don't think he brought people
I
together.
don't know that he didn't bring anybody together. Like, look at what's going on now. Everybody that voted in the last, I don't even agree with you on that, Sammy. I do think he exposed some things, because that's what Douglas has said. The reason he was elected was because he was, we had Obama, who I personally think is a good person, and I think Obama is a good person. He was brought in by the military, but he was also then locked into doing things that he, at that point, had to because of his birth certificate. Right. But I think he's a good person, and I don't think how the people that can't see that in him, I don't get. The people that also do not see the fact that Donald Trump is like the biggest narcissist, like definition of narcissism, right? Like the people that go to his rallies that's what he brought out. These redneck people that had to come back against like race and didn't want a woman and didn't want a black person, like had to come back out, and they're like, oh, and it's Donald Trump and he says whatever the hell, he talks like us. He doesn't talk like you, first of all. He just says whatever he says. He's not a redneck like even me. But what he does do is has no filter for what he says and doesn't give a shit about any of the people that are at his rally. Those people at his rallies could be burning on fire alive across the street, and he would not walk across the street to piss on them because he's having brunch and wouldn't think twice about it. But he doesn't want to be near these people. He hates them. And so the fact that people don't get that, and then finally they did, because this election showed there was no red tsunami. There wasn't even a red wave. It was like, do we have a red trickle? I don't know. Because here's the thing. We should have had a red tsunami. Considering how considering what normally happens, it doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican, Joe Biden or somebody else. We know we're going into a recession. We have gas prices out the ass. The party that's in charge gets blamed, and the other party always has the tsunami or the wave. And this didn't happen this time. Why didn't it happen? Because Republicans were like, you know what? We're tired of these crazy ass shit. He's dividing our country. He's making people hate people.
Right.
Like, because there is hate there, but the problem is that his crowds are so small now that the majority of them are either complete, like you said, like like basically they're in their own little, what do you call that? Like not a convent, like a
their own paradigm.
Yeah, I mean, they're on their own little world, and they just basically have looked at him as a cult leader. It's become a cult. Like he can't ever be wrong. He can say whatever he wants, and they'll believe anything. And Rupert Murdoch, who's the head of, am I not incorrect on this? Is he not the head of Fox News, New York Times, and most of the Republican run stations? Am I correct on that?
He is. Yes.
He is. Okay. So he's been pushing Trump for many years, pushing also the Russian narrative. And then he's pushed this. And then even he had to come back once, not until after this wave did not happen. And then he's like, oh, Trump defelled. And they're pulling back because they realized that every person that Trump supported that was heavy anti, like it was rigged, the election was rigged, all of that, almost every single one that he heavily supported lost where they thought they would really win. So that's where I say, how can someone outside our country, what are they looking at to be able to think that they brought us together?
Yes, that's very astute, Brooke. I have to congratulate you. That's very impressive that you are seeing this and hearing this from someone like you, who is a very important demographic. Arguably, they can say one of the most important, or if not the most important. You're a white,
I'm
young,
a white, awesome person. I know I am very the most important.
Well, you're a homeowner, you're a business owner. You're exactly the demographic that both sides want to choose. In fact, they're fighting over your demographic. But you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Did you hear that today? By the way. Did you, not to interrupt you, I want you to go on, I'm sorry. But by the way, just to add this, if you want to say it then, they are now starting to say that the problem is women aren't getting married early enough. And if they can get women to start getting married early enough, because women are going for careers, that they can bring more women back to the Republican Party. And somebody made a great comment on tweet. He was like, yes, because The 25-year-old woman that you suddenly get her to marry, they were saying like men need to start getting married, asking these women to marry them earlier and get them married. And several of these Republican guys were saying this and said, yeah, because you basically, the 25-year-old independent woman that you suddenly marry, she's suddenly going to become a 40-year-old non-thinking for herself, just whatever you say goes. Okay. Will be Republican. I mean, like that's one of their agendas that they are now pushing.
Right.
Anyway, but no, I didn't mean to sidetrack you. So back to what you were saying with the narrative about just the demographic and what they're wanting.
Well, the reason why I say this, the reason why, when we talk privately about, just basic, just my thoughts on you, on Team Dietrich. You very much are a very special part as far as your voice. And what I mean by that is, for example, you have a young daughter that is currently in college, and she, the next 20 years she's going to help shape the future of this nation. And part of it is, if let's say I was part of the GOP, which, it just sounds hilarious, but what I'm trying to say is,
I just got back to hear that. Yes.
Yeah. The reason why they're realizing this demographic of women, especially white, independent, college-educated women, they're seeing the numbers already. How very much they're behind. The days of, I want to be the next Lindsey Graham. No.
That's what I was about to say. Didn't I tell you that? Because that's what my daughter came in and said. Because she's got her political science degree and she was going for either law or social work. But she said, I'm going to do social work, but I'm still going to run. Because I said, when Lindsey Graham came on, I said, baby girl, because she's always wanted to be in politics. And I said, if you don't run against Lindsey Graham, I'm going to have to. And it's not going to go.
I like that.
And she said, I've already talked to my boss about it at work. Her boss is just big black guy. I don't know. He's awesome. But he knows me well because he adopted a dog from me when I rescue I found. And he said, no, you'll be fucked because of your mom's story, your mom's history. Meaning like, your mom's had a prior DUI when I had the DUI in 2020. Your mom basically like all this shit. And he's like, your mom's story would fuck you. And I was like, baby girl, your mom's story is fucking great. You could be like, oh my God, your mom sent you to Christian school and then your mom freaking divorces. She says she's gay and now she's like doing all, but she's like rescuing all these animals and you survive a divorce where your father won't speak to you since you're 16 because like, you have a great story. I was like, your only problem will be exactly what Douglas Dietrich's is to keep me fucking quiet.
Yes. There you go. That's the problem.
That's
what I said. You'll have to hire somebody to just guard me so I don't go out there and be like, who the fuck are you talking to? You talking about my fucking daughter?
Oh my God.
Yeah. So, but anyway, she said, I told her, I said, you better start getting ready to run against Lindsey fucking Graham because I swear to God, if you don't, I fucking am.
That's actually interesting, Brooke, because then the question is going to pose, and that's one of the things that's what Doug talks about, where gerrymandering and the way the actual system works. Lindsey Graham should not be elected. He shouldn't, or people like Mitch McConnell should not even be in office anymore. Hell, Nancy Pelosi shouldn't be in office. Yes. None of these old geezers know anything about the
their actual demographics that they're representing.
Yes,
well, right.
That's right.
But these old geezers, they're just not in tune with today. This is, you're talking about people that are just out of it. It's just not. It's
like how we have that minimal age to like be a president. You have a minimal age to be a senator or whatever the fuck it is. Different ones. What did I hear somebody the other day say? It should be where's the maximum? Because back when they made these laws, nobody lived past like 45, right? So there wasn't a need to have a maximum age. Like we need a maximum age at this point. I don't want to be a person that says, hey, because you're old, you shouldn't be in it. But at the same time, if the demographic that you are representing is, 20, the majority of them, 40% are 20 to 40, and 60% are 40 to 65. I mean, I don't need an 80-year-old freaking president or 75-year-old orange-headed one, like whatever. Billionaire or not.
Yes, yes.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Also, I do. You know what else I think? You know what I think it really should be instead of age? We should consider the fact that you have to make basically what the demographics making to be in the office.
Yeah, well, now you're making sense, and they're not gonna let you. That's not gonna happen.
No, well, here's the thing. That can totally happen, but the problem is not that. The problem is the buying off by the pharmaceutical companies, the buying off by the drug and guns and every company that's buying Amazon. I'm sure is buying shit off too. Like they're buying off these politicians. So I mean, they can go up there and be like making $30,000 a year. They're getting bought off.
Forget the money. You also think about sexual favors, the escorts, the gay escorts that.
That's bullshit. That's stupid because I'm not saying stupid, but what I am saying is like you can be poor and get you a gay escort. I mean, I'm sorry, like don't get escorts all the time. We send in money for it. Okay.
Let me correct myself. Young gay escorts, like
what he's pointing out is the fact that at Republican conventions, it's known that female escorts can't get any money, so they don't even show up anymore. All the Republicans are after is young boy butt. So that's what Sammy's alluding to. So that is a great point. Not necessarily the biggest point that we'll ever be able to prove, because we can't even prove that Lindsey Graham's. This is actually proven. This is actually proven. I'm in South Carolina. We have had Lindsey Graham for God how many fucking years? And everybody calls him a confirmed bachelor. A confirmed bachelor, my grandmother. Gay, yeah, in the South means you're
South.
Yeah, you're very.
Yeah, but do you hear anyone saying? I mean, other than maybe a comedian.
No, of course not. But that's part of the hypocrisy of the entire.
Here's a question to you, Brooke. Is he a top or a bottom?
He would be lucky to be fucking anything at his fucking age. He's a bottom that is fucking so wide fucking open that there's shit coming out of that.
Right. Okay.
I mean, literally, like you're that guy that had to have the. Yeah, he's been plugged way too much.
Oh my God, that's so vicious, but I love it. Okay, do continue. You're both doing fine, and but I do want to add some optimism here. Certainly, when it comes to what.
You think Lindsey Graham can have like a butt retrieval? I think there are surgeries like that.
No, that's very funny. That's very funny.
I mean, that's a positive. I'm just trying to.
I bet like Sammy was kind of like, they're just not going to let this happen. Understand that they're not going to have a choice in the sense that we're probably going to have a civil war and changes are going to be instituted via force majeure. So it's usually what these things come down to, unfortunately.
And that's what I was saying. That's what I asked him. I don't know if you heard that. I said that there was someone from another country that thought their thought was that Donald Trump brought our country together instead of dividing it. And then that's where Sammy and I got into a conversation on, because, they're looking at it from another country's point of view and whatever they have read or seen, but that their opinion was that Donald Trump had actually they saw Donald Trump bringing our country together. And I can only assume that they were watching Rupert Murdoch's fucking shit on like Fox News that would show the rallies. Because if anything, it's like I said, it didn't, and just like Sammy said, it exposed a lot of truths in our country about race. Just like you said, that's the reason this happened and he was elected, because everybody it was like a white wave up against because of Obama, that these racist people came out and these people that didn't want white women or any woman or anybody but a white man. So, and that's why Joe Biden's here. Everybody's like, well, why do you like Joe Biden? Nobody fucking voted for Biden. Biden wasn't voted in. Trump was voted out.
Yeah. Yes. That's certainly the way to look at it. In terms of, yes. I mean, both of you go on. I mean, I'll find my train of thought here. I'm busy responding to our man in Australia. Your man in Australia. What do you call him again? You have a special.
I'll call him. I mean, his name is Michael Christopher Mikey, but I call him Andre.
Andre, yes.
Andre. Here I call him Andre, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Andre sent me 222 Australian dollars.
Sent us $222 because he thought it went to both of us, but I told him it was fine. You could keep it.
Oh, I see. I see.
On you, yeah.
Oh, bless you, honey. You're very.
You know what? Yeah. Put it toward that fucking microphone that fucking. Real tech that wanted me to go in again with the. Oh God.
Yes. The Realtek is evading getting, yes. I mean, well, Realtek, let's put it this way.
Or get your teapot or get the blanket and the plug. I'll send you if you want a link for the plug. I'll send you the plug. That was like $7. But fucking A, like, my God.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Realtek, let's just put it this way.
Andre, he was very sweet. And then he realized that you would put him down and he didn't like that too much.
Wait, how did I put him down? What are you talking about?
He does not think that every man over there believes in Rupert Murdoch.
Oh, okay.
That Rupert but then, so then we get into another argument. This is one thing I did while you were offline that, and don't put him down, like, he's a good guy, but he said, doesn't believe, like, he doesn't like Rupert Murdoch. Like, he believes certain things about him, but then at the same time, everything he was saying was verbatim of shit all Fox fucking News that he believes. Like, so I'm like, you realize that's Rupert fucking Murdoch. It's the fucking guy.
Oh my God, that's so scary. That is so scary, and hopefully we'll help our man. What do you call him again? Your pet name?
Andre. I call him Andre. You can call him Michael Christopher. His name is Michael Christopher Andre. Andrich.
It's a Croatian name, yeah, Andrejic or something. It's I'll have to look it up again. But our man
he's
Mike.
Australian, but I mean he may be Croatian. Who the fuck is?
Mike from Oz. Ozman. He's hopefully will help disavail him of such notions.
Well, I'm gonna need your fucking help because I actually like this guy. He is really cool in some ways, like really cool. I just need you to fucking get him on board with some of this fucking shit because he, like the pro Russia.
Yeah, that's
and, yeah, Russia and then Trump bringing us together. Like I think that he is open-minded. I just think that something has really brainwashed him. And like I said, I mean, I even like I'll just pay for you to come out here and then take you to fucking San Francisco and lock you up at Douglas for a week.
Oh my God. He's certainly a person I'll consider.
He's very intelligent. He's a very intelligent guy. It's just there's something going on over there, which they don't get me wrong. They did get their guns taken. Like they have no guns. Like I get that. Like I'm not pro gun, right? But I don't think we should have our Second Amendment taken away. I think we shouldn't have access to 600. I don't think any woman needs. That's just like I told you that Joe Tide made that stupid comment. Like, no woman. I was like, what? This is why a woman doesn't need a 600, or no one needs 600 to 800 rounds shot off in 1 minute. I said, bitch took care of the man that beat the shit out of her daughter, 70-year-old, 60. She looks 70. She's probably 60. She's a heavy smoker. She walks out with a fucking shotgun to that motherfucker. And this was on Ozark, the show, but she puts it down on his. He's a crotch. He's a rich fucking Republican because he's got a convertible, and says, "You beat the fuck out of my daughter." And he said, "I don't do that, but I don't blah." And then he's like, "You beat the fuck out." And then he's like, "I'm sorry," because he realized she was. She's like, "Not." And like he had to say something, so he's like, "I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I'm sorry." And she's like, "Okay." She said, "Okay, you're sorry?" And he said, "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry." And he's like fucking 45. And then I love it. Like the camera zooms up, like like a fucking way above the sky, like you'd have to have a. Whatever those things are. And then it's the thing that floats in the air that we all have, like the little thing. And so you can't see what happens. You just hear the boom. Yeah. She never moved that fucking thing. Yes. She said, "Oh, you're sorry. Okay."
Oh my God. So
that's when Joe Ty said that bullshit about Brooke. And I had already put hashtag Mama Bear, hashtag problem solved. This is why women don't need 607.
My nose! The Coke. I'm drinking Coke. It went up my nose.
Joe Ty comes back and says, "Brooke, you don't like dicks or you haven't had a good one in a long time.
This is what kills me.
I reply back, I'm like, Joe Ty, first of all, that comment was completely inappropriate and had like nothing to do with this. And then, you know, to it. And so then he comes back again because then he's wanting to start a conversation. Like, he's completely different and goes, you're right, you know, that's why they should probably do this more often to like men who don't pay their deadbeat dads. Deadbeat dads and men. This was two things. Deadbeat dads, they should do this to you, and men who rape 10-year-olds. He's very specific. I didn't reply back, obviously. I had already said inappropriate. And then, because also, what was I going to reply back? First, I didn't want a conversation with the motherfucker about this. And secondly, well, no, I don't think you should be blowing off dicks of deadbeat dads.
Thank you.
I'm the one, like, who's going to raise the fucking kids? Because if I blow it off, I'm going to be in prison. Right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, this woman blew off the dick of a man that beat the shit out of her fucking child.
No, this is going to be...
And she was prepared to do it with a TV show, right?
Yes.
But what I'm saying was it was just a point made, and then he was like, yeah, they should do this more often to deadbeat dads. But my point back to Oz was, he said, you know, like, they took our guns. New Zealand's even worse. And, you know, there are a lot of countries where they took guns completely. And I'm saying... You know, me and you both go against war, like back and forth on war, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm anti-war, right? But pro fucking defense, right? I want to be able to defend myself, which is why I do believe the Second Amendment was created. It should be for defense. But I don't believe that we need more mental health. We need more mental health checks. We need stricter gun laws, not non-access to guns. But every time we try to do things like this, the first thing the gun company comes back in, because they don't want to lose profits, is to say, hey, if you let them do that, they're going to take away your guns. You're never going to have any.
You know why they say that? Because they know the overwhelming majority of their NRA clientele could never pass any mental tests. They would automatically show up as psychotic. They would automatically be outed. But, you know, in all fairness, just to put some things in perspective here, obviously, so what our lady, I'm going to dare speak for her as far as I can understand what she's attempting to communicate, and I think she's communicating comprehensively. I can understand it coherently. I can understand what she's saying, I think. So I believe what you're saying is, of course, that nobody of either gender needs 600 round magazines that are belt fed.
So that's either gender. I just was saying this is why a woman doesn't need it, because obviously you men keep fucking fighting for it. Like, they'll be like, you'll hear these men on TV, well, I need it to go hunting. And I'm like, really? When's the last time you saw 600, 800 deer in one fucking second?
Yes, no, this is obviously madness. Like I said, and I don't know if you ever found the film or were able to review it, when my parents were still alive but under intensive care, where I was recognized for providing 24-hour-a-day care to each one of them, to both of them, meaning that I was recognized for working 48 hours a day. At that point in time,
you were doing your mom. I didn't realize you were doing your father as well.
Oh God, yes, and I can go into that some other time. I mean, these are obviously extraordinarily painful memories, and the reason that I indulge so heavily these days is to forget that more as much as any.
I need you though in the next year or two. Maybe that's why we met, because my father has recently come to me and been like, "Hey, look, I'm gonna do freaking good. Your mom can't keep taking care of me. I need somebody to take care of me. So you're either gonna have to let us move in, get a bigger house, and we'll all just move in together, or we need to live side by side so you can come help take care of me." And I'm like, fucking hey, I just thought you'd maybe go to a nursing home. I didn't say that. I mean, obviously, I was like, okay.
Oh my God. But those are hellishly expensive. I
know, that's why he's against it. This is the type of man that will not pay. If anybody, even poor people, you could be the poorest person in the world, and your kids could be fucking dying, okay? And you take a credit card, and you put money on that credit card, and you can't pay it off the next fucking month, and you pay $4 in interest. He's like, you gave $4 fucking away. Like, he does not get giving money away. So yeah, I will be changing his fucking diapers. Apparently he thinks I will not be, because I do. But I will let it. Hopefully, he will get dementia first, and then I'll just.
Well, oh my God, it would take an enormous. I mean,
I'll bring him to you. You know what? You need a second job. I'll bring him to you. You're used to it.
I would cost as much as the nursing home to run. I mean, I couldn't handle that anymore. I mean, it's just good God. After what I did with my parents, I loved my parents. The reason why I suffered that, but
my dad's a very nice man. He's very good looking for his age. Everybody. They
is
used
that
to
supposed to be a plus? Do you honestly believe I swing in that
I
direction?
My mom. Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh my God.
My mom's very good looking too, but her ass is very flat. I would hate it. My mom's also in very good shape for her age. Like she's cool. I always worry about my mom though. She's like the one that takes care of him, and I'm like, you're going to have a stroke. He'll be like taking his blood pressure. He takes his blood pressure at least, and I am not exaggerating to anyone, at least 30 times a day.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I had an ex that was nurse, and she was like, why is he taking it 30 times a day? Stop it. Because he'd be calling, it's up, it's down, it's too low, it's dry, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, stop it.
Yeah.
Take it twice a day. Take your blood pressure medicine. This is not healthy.
Yes.
And so then he freaks my mom out, and she's like calling me, I think he's dying. And I'm like, he's not dying. He's just fucking gotten to be completely mentally insane on his blood pressure and his heart rate.
Right. That's already enough to
enough that you fucking take care of him.
Yeah, that's already enough. Well, first off, yes, if I were his care provider, which I can't even imagine, I would tell him that look, stop stressing and stop worrying about this. I mean, and in the end, I would also tell him, and you have to handle this well in terms of how one says this, because it's like, because it can easily be turned around on the person saying it. You could tell them, in the end, dying's no big deal. But then, of course, they'll just say something
he knows that. He says he's not fear of dying, but like I've looked his birth chart out, and that was the thing. Yeah. He says he's not afraid of dying, and that's where I go with birth charts, because he is like it said on his birth chart. One of his number one fears is fucking dying. And he was supposed to have shoulder surgery. We scheduled it twice because he's determined to have this shoulder. He is mentally, like he trades stocks all the fucking time. Mentally very cognizant, mentally very smart. He is still a stock trader, still doing all this shit. But he has horrible shoulder pain because whatever, pulled a rotator cuff and a while back, and just is, has arthritis anyway. So he scheduled this surgery, even though we didn't want him to have it. Waited after COVID, has scheduled it twice in the last month. And both times in the same fucking week of the surgery, he will back out 2 days before. This man's not afraid to die. He'd be like, I just don't feel like it's right. There was some bad stuff going on in the house. Your mom was doing it. I'm like, I don't even tell him, I read your birth chart. You're afraid of dying, okay? But whatever. Yeah, he is afraid of dying, and he can't admit that, but he's mentally so cognizant that that's the problem. I could take my mom's passive. He's me. He's like the male version of me, like stronger, right? And he's still mentally fucking confident, except the fact that he's not mentally confident enough to know you shouldn't be taking your blood pressure that much, and that you also aren't getting out of the house and socializing. So no one finds your jokes funny anymore. So like your dry sense of humor has worn the fuck off. So like it's so hard to deal with him because he's very intelligent. He hasn't lost that. He hasn't gone to that dementia, any type of dementia state. But yeah, that's what he is. He retired at 40. You got to remember, my dad was able to retire at 40 years old. So he completely retired, and he's been retired for 30 years.
Yeah.
Doing nothing.
That's bad. That's a lot like my dad. My dad was kind of like that in a sense. I mean, and then I'm kind of like that in a sense, albeit it's totally different. But
you remind me a lot of my dad. Crazy as fuck.
Yes, thank you. Deeply appreciate it. Yes.
I love my father, and he's not crazy as fuck. So you both are fun people.
Yes. I get it. Look, I get it. He
does. He's not quite as funny. If I could get him to a Blood Boy party, just one. It would make his life like maybe I would have a normal dad again for a while.
Oh shit. Yes. Oh my god. Now that would be funny. So, now I totally lost my train of thought there, which of course
That's my job.
Your talent. Yes, that's your talent. So Sammy, come back on with us. You're here. Let's hear you.
If Sammy, if you're 40, then you should probably start going to blood parties before you're 60, okay?
Yes.
I don't know
Nothing.
what you guys talking about. Okay.
Just forget it.
Okay.
Trust me, you don't want to know.
Oh my god.
Hey, is it cold as balls over there in San Francisco, Doug?
Yes,
I'm assuming
it is. But
okay.
thanks to your weighted blanket.
What is cold as balls in San Francisco? Like 70 degrees?
Yeah, you're right. That's probably a bad analogy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's as a matter of fact, they aren't even displaying the temperature anymore, which I normally would get on my.
I'm actually serious. Like I thought San Francisco was usually pretty warm. What is it there?
No, San Francisco's bad, honey. It's Jesus. Whatever you thought about San Francisco being warm, you have the wrong source.
Well, it's California. It's like I think of California and Florida as being pretty warm states.
Yeah, San Francisco is cold. Like it's cold. It's
more. It's northern. I guess northern California. Yeah, more northern.
Well, just to geographically, this surprises a lot of people. Everybody thinks it's northern, but the reality is it's directly in the center of California.
It's not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Santa Barbara's northern, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not center. It is center on the coast. It is directly center to just California's geographic coastline. But that being said, I'm going to actually look the temperature up because for some reason my display of the temperature went off, like literally went off my screen, which it's usually there. So it says,
okay, yeah, what is it?
Now it's 47 degrees. 47.
I'm going to look up mine. Sammy, where are you?
Yeah, and he's in Los Angeles. And
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay, well, I'm in Greenville, and it's 33 degrees.
Yeah, it's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, it's 57 over here, and 57 here is.
That's why I think of LA. I guess I think of LA because see 60 degrees. Yeah,
Yeah, that's still Arctic weather here. That's like people are huddled in their homes at 60 degrees.
Well, I mean, we're huddled in at 33, but you got to remember, them Wisconsin's like. I went to Chicago. I told you guys I cried. It was like fucking. I was like, this will be great. There'll be snow, and for Thanksgiving, and I'll take my daughter when she was 1. That's where my ex-husband's family lived, and I went up there for Thanksgiving, and they took us by the lake, Lake Michigan. That's where all the what am I saying? What do you go see? The museums. All the museums are, and there's tons of beautiful museums. And you go and you park your car, but it's Chicago. Okay, it's not like Greenville where you park your car and you walk 5 steps into a door. You park your car and there's a fucking trolley because it's Saturday and it's Thanksgiving and it's museum and all that. So you had to wait on the fucking trolley just to get you up to the fucking door. And we're waiting on the trolley. And I have my heaviest winter coat on and my pants and my socks, my gloves and a hat and a long, thick, heaviest shirt. And I just stood there and I had my daughter in her little stroller and this wasn't something that I did for anybody to see. Like there was no attention. Like some people saw it later and they were like, are you crying?
Right.
And I was crying, but not like where you try to cry. It was true like where you would cry if you're sad.
Like physical pain.
It was like... physical pain, tears.
Yes.
That wind hit me so hard, Chicago fucking wind. So you're already cold as shit, and then that wind, it like cuts you like a fucking knife.
Yes.
I mean, it was like I just kept feeling knives go through my body, and I was like, and then I was just like, I was crying, but I wasn't sad. I was just physically like being beat up by the fucking wind. So yeah, we in the South 33 sounds bad, but God help me if you're in Wisconsin and it's negative, or where is it? Fucking wherever, it's negative 24. So I guess it's wherever the fuck you're used to.
Oh my God. So, but definitely, San Francisco is a hellhole in so many ways. It's also, obviously, I'm very proud of the city for its politics. And but other than that and its economy and many other things that I brought up, certainly, of course, it has a horribly sordid past in many ways, especially concerning the Presidio. But you know,
My boy Kino.
Yes, yes.
Do you know what was so funny? This was a random thing that popped up. I have to tell you this because it's really short. It popped, not about Michael Aquino. It popped up on my YouTube, and it was just like a short, and it said, "Guess these people. Guess what? This city, it was this little neighborhood, and it was called Presidio. Like it was a Presidio neighborhood, and you
Right.
get to billion-dollar fucking houses.
Yeah.
And they fucking lost their fucking rights because." What had happened was they were supposed to pay so much fucking maintenance every fucking year for the road or whatever because it was gated.
Yeah.
And nobody had sent anything out in several years.
Cheap
So
bastards.
the city, so they didn't notice. So the city had literally sent a letter, like basically just like if you don't pay your taxes, right? You can go buy somebody's house if you don't pay their taxes by paying their taxes. This Chinese or Japanese couple, they weren't even out of San Francisco. I think they were out of LA. They fucking bought it. They paid like $80,000 fucking dollars or $90,000 to buy the fucking rights.
Right.
And so then these people had no rights to their fucking street without paying these fucking people to get on their fucking houses. And so then a huge like lawsuit came up, and eventually the fucking city decided to just give it back to Presidio neighborhood. They were called like Presidio. Yeah, they were called like
the Presidio neighborhood on Presidio Avenue, probably.
Yeah.
It's near the Presidio military base, but it's not the base itself.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the base. It was just like one of the $1 million. And when I heard Presidio, I was like, it has to be near the base.
Understood.
Yes.
And just so everybody knows, the base is closed, quote unquote, but it's now a public park, quote unquote. But it's, of course, basically private property for those who can purchase elements of the public park. It's the most bizarre gray zone you can imagine. And just to give people an example of this.
What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean? It's open, but
I'll explain this more after I get the wanker out of my eye. I've got a wanker in my eye, and I'm in excruciating
pain.
pain.
What the fuck is a wanker? Like, get the penis out of
I
your
have
eye.
distichiasis.
I didn't know you had a boy visiting me.
That's cute. I have a double row of eyelashes, and they continually
And to
shed.
sound a wanker is a penis. I'm just going to let you know.
Yeah, got it. What I'm referring to is it's like a penis in your eye. It's like somebody eye fucking you, okay? So I got an eyelash, then it's excruciating. So I'm going to get rid of this. Sammy, can you help this young lady hold the stage?
Yeah.
Yes, excellent.
Yeah, well, you know what? Look, when we went to San Francisco back in June, and I met Doug, he actually gave me a tour, right? And believe it or not, the Presidio, when we went, there's actually, it kind of looked, I guess the area that we were at, it looked kind of like white trashy. I think, because I guess because it's a parkland, but their neighborhoods they're really like if you see these homes, obviously you could tell they're very historic, they're very old, but that park has a very creepy vibe. Like, but at the same time, there was this area where to me it looked kind of, I don't know, it just looked very white trashy. But yeah, he kind of gave us a tour, but yeah, that park definitely is haunted. Hello?
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, that one little area I saw, this was a neighborhood with like, that's why it happened, because it only had like, I think probably like 10 houses in it. It was like a circular type thing, you see what I'm saying, where you pull in gated, which was just a ritzy park apparently near Presidio, and it's called Presidio Terrace or something. But yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about the park. That's why I was asking Douglas.
Right. No, you know what? And like I said, San Francisco's a great city. It's just, it is expensive, but everything's there. Everything's there. It's just, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure everything is not there.
No, I mean, relatively anything you need, it's there.
I'm pretty sure I'm not there.
Well, I'm sure there's a version of you, just not you.
Okay, well, Sammy, again, now we're going to get into an argument because there's no versions of me. Like, there's only one of me. Unless now, I do believe in multiple timelines. So, unless I'm living in multiple life in another timeline, you're correct. There could be another me. But if you mean an actual another me, like a similar me, but it's not actually me, just living in another timeline. Yeah, you're gonna have to back up on that one.
So I'm sure there might be a lesbian from the South that might go to San Francisco.
There's a lesbian from the South. I fucking like anything from the South. Like, it's not me.
Right, right. Well, you know, like certain similarities, but not completely.
Yeah, man. Sammy, you're just digging your fucking hole. You're digging a grave.
Yeah, that's probably not accurate. My bad. You know what I mean. But
all women are fucking awesome. Men are fucking cool too. But what I'm saying is, you know, like, there's that song. I won't go into it. But at the end of the day, it's like I want to be like a woman, because it says every woman is so unique and different. So I want to be like a woman because they are so unique and different. You don't meet two women that are the same. Now, you may think you meet two women that are the same because you think you can get them the same way. There's no two any souls that are the exact same, man. But at the same time, I will say we are all one. So then that kind of goes back to we're all one. So technically, I guess our souls are all the same. But then I would be like, me and you are the same, Sammy. So I guess you're my version of California. Like, I'm living in LA. And I have a baby. I have a little baby named Scorpio Baby.
I have a question. Myrtle Beach, is that more liberal or is it more conservative?
You know what I love that you just asked? If there was anything liberal in South Carolina.
Well, I'm saying Myrtle
Beach. They call this state, like, did you watch the election? They call our fucking state before even 20% of the vote is in. They don't give a shit anymore. They just color it fucking red. They're like, it's Lindsey Graham's state, it's fucking red, man. Even Tim Scott, we got one black guy, he's Republican. He's fucking red. Like, but I do understand your question, so I will give you the answer. Myrtle Beach is just like any other fucking city here. It is fucking red as shit, except for the fact that it's just a tourist city. So if all the tourists got to fucking vote, right? Very fucking different. But really what you've got there is tons of fucking rednecks, and then tons of fucking that live there because it's either real poor, it's either really poor. You got really poor places in Myrtle Beach, and those are the places really outside of it where you have your people come in that clean, your cleaners and all that, right? And then you've got your people that are owning these huge hotels, right? Which are, again, red because they're voting for their own interests, the majority of them, to not be taxed. So, again, red. So now, if you get to the outskirts back toward Florence, when you're going back toward Columbia and back to the middle of the state, you've got more of a minority populations, and that's where you start getting more blue. And so South Carolina does have hope to go blue, I believe, but it just right now we need more. We're having more people move in, especially in Greenville where I live. It was one of the Greenville and Greer are the fastest growing. We're the fastest growing cities for a long time. You know, top 10, and still maybe in the U.S. Along with Asheville, which Asheville did turn blue, of course. But that's what changed North Carolina. So will it turn blue eventually? I think it will. But right now, it is only going to be people moving in from out of state, and then young voters. And that was about the other thing I was going to say is Myrtle Beach is flooded with young people to work. They go down there and they work for the summer. The problem is they don't vote there. So when you say their voting demographic, they go home. And so like my daughter, if she want to go to Myrtle Beach and work and do a great killer job down at the beach, because you can make so much money for those 3 or 4 months, right? You're going to vote back in your home city or where your college is. And there's no really college in Myrtle Beach. I mean, there may be a college in Myrtle Beach. I've never even fucking heard of it. It would be like, a technical school of some sort.
Okay. Oh, by the way,
I
just got back.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Troy Bellamy says, my family is from Little River, South Carolina, near Myrtle Beach.
Oh my God! Yeah. Yes, great seafood, and that's the best place to get seafood.
Yeah, and he says Tim Scott and Lindsay are wastes of taxpayer dollars. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Amen. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like that's what I'm saying. Like just like anywhere, like here in Greenville, we vote, and I had a friend, best friend, as a matter of fact, that we were leaving the polling place. I was going in, she's fucking coming out, but she's fucking Republican. And I said, oh, hey. I said, what are you doing? She's like, I'm just here to cancel your vote.
Oh, God. What? How can someone be how can someone be gay and Republican? It doesn't make sense.
She's not fucking gay. She's fucking straight. But my
I thought
point
you said she's just coming out. I took that to mean
she was coming out of the voting place.
oh, physically emerging, exiting the voting.
I'm physically entering
just
the
be
voting
careful with
place.
the terms that we use.
yeah. Sorry, I was physically entering. She's physically exiting. And she said, she was like, I'm going to cancel your vote. And luckily, my daughter was with me, who's liberal, and she's like, well, too bad your daughter ain't old enough to vote yet, so I've got to double. We've got to double.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So Sammy, so we came to this point of discussion. Give me some background. What did I miss?
He just wanted about Myrtle Beach, and then he said something about Presidio sucks.
I like how you answer for him.
I want to get it short so that there were two questions, and then that way Sammy can go to whichever one he wants to.
No. I was explaining to her when you gave Maria and I a tour of the Presidio how we ran into that white trashy area.
Yeah.
We kind of just drove through, and they didn't really care.
Yeah.
But it said keep out.
Yeah.
And we ended up in the cemetery. So the only thing I asked about her area is Myrtle Beach is a very touristy area. If it's more liberal, but what Brooke was explaining is no, South Carolina is pretty much red, and if any of the young people that go there, they work there, but they don't necessarily vote.
Got it. Okay, so that's where I came in. By the way, Troy Bellamy says, and I don't know whether he's being facetious or not. He says Lindsey Graham is gay, right? So is that a joke or do you know? That's what you said. The confirmed bachelor, he's gay.
What do you mean? How does he not know Lindsey? Everyone, even fucking Mitch McConnell knows Lindsey Graham is gay. There's not a person on earth that doesn't know Lindsey Graham is not gay. Well, I mean, maybe there may be a few like fucking people that read the Murdoch fucking columns or what the fuck ever, and they're like, man. But like Lindsey Graham's gay. He also is anti-gay. So he votes anti-gay laws, and he is gayer than anyone I've ever met.
He's
like I've met this man.
Bill. Yes, go on. Yes.
Yeah.
So you met this man.
Like I met this fucking man. He's gay. Everyone knows he's gay. Like old people, young people, people that hate gay people. No, Lindsey Graham is gay. Lindsey Graham hates gay people and is gay. His ass is so blown out from being gay. Like, it's a known fact in South Carolina. And no one talks, but we all just, we're red. So here's the thing. The Republicans don't talk about it because they don't want to fucking admit it, right? They don't want to talk about it. They just like, we're just going to hush, hush. That's the South thing. Like, just like, bless your heart, right? And then the Democrats, the only reason I can figure out that Democrats don't talk about it unless they're comedians is because Democrats do believe that people should have the right to out themselves. They don't want to out people, right? So that's always been a thing. Like, we don't want to out people. But I think Lindsey Graham's pissing enough people off that comedians are starting to be like, oh, you feel like Lindsey Graham being straight. Okay.
Got it. Okay. So, and by the way, our friend Troy Bellamy, he responds by saying, laugh out loud. I heard they call him Lady Lindsay. And so I gave him a nice laugh response to that. So obviously this is a self-loathing homosexual, and I use that term pointedly because gays don't like that term, but it applies to him because basically it's it's very much the old confirmed bachelor that he hates himself and won't come out. And the thing is, he lived with his mom he took care of his mom's son, or he lived with her son. Like, I mean, she died several years ago, so it's been a while. And so, like, thought, well, maybe he'd come out because he didn't have a dad, or his dad was like, never around much. So he was like very close to his mom. So his dad wasn't alive and never been a part of his life. His mom, he's here. So it was like, I thought maybe when his mom died, he'd come out. Like, maybe he was just like embarrassed or something. But no, he's decided just to stay in the closet. And then also completely anti-fucking homophobic gay, but then I'm completely fucking gay. Right.
Hey, my thing is he had to blow somebody to get where he's at. I mean, no offense.
I heard the joke. Oh my God. What's that guy you were talking about? Bill Maher. I hate to interrupt you, Sammy, but I have to say this because I saw it today. Bill fucking Maher, and I'm not a big Bill Maher fan, but he was like, all these fucking books that have been written on Trump. He's like, he named how many? Like 240. right? And he's naming him. He's like, I don't get it how all these books can be written on fucking Trump, but yet they're not answering the one question I want to know. Who the hell is he fucking? He said, because he's obviously not fucking Melania. He's like, this man is somebody who literally, you know, was like, I'll grab him by the pussy. Like, he didn't quit fucking when he got fucking in power. He didn't quit. You know, Melania is definitely not fucking. She wouldn't even hold his fucking hand. Who is he fucking? And then he went on, and the point to this story is then he went on, he's like, I mean, who's sucking him? I mean, I'm guessing Lindsey Graham.
That's
where I was saying comedians are starting to get on it, because even Bill Maher said, I'm guessing Lindsey Graham.
Got it. Okay. And yeah, that's funny, and I'm glad they're getting to that point. And so, Sammy, continue, please. If you're
no, it's just hilarious. I just think you know, it's interesting how, you know, to me it's more like, how can you be so self-loathing, but you know, you can't even hide it. It's what's the crazy thing about it.
How do we get these brown boys in the Proud Boys? I mean, how does that, you know, it's like,
that's exactly, that's my thing, is like, you know, do you hate yourself? Like, do you look in the mirror and just yell at yourself for, you know, for riding your bike with no seat? You know, come on, man. It's like,
I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't understand it at all myself. So I obviously can't.
It's just silly. Like, I just, at this point, you know, it's just, I think you're seeing that side disintegrate, in the sense of the last bastion of people that actually support that side is just, they're, you know, they're on their deathbeds. I mean, I hate to say it, it's just what it is.
Lindsey Graham, let's not forget, Lindsey Graham being you know what? I even understand more of Lindsey Graham. I would even give him more credit for being a fucking, I can't face what the fuck I am for whatever fucking reason. But then this is the same man that when Obama had like 6 months left in his fucking presidency, or 8, whatever the fuck it was, much more than Trump. And he was like, he plainly said, and we can play this, he plainly said, he was on, he said, he should not elect, because we had a judicial on the Supreme Court come down. It was, Obama had like 4 or 5 months left. And he said, no, he said they should not be able to elect it. He's only got 4 or 5 months left till the election. That should not happen. And the guy asked him, he said, well, if it was reversed, if it was Republican, would you say the same thing? And he said, you can quote me to my deathbed. If it was Republican, I would say the exact same thing. Should never happen. Fucking, what happens? Fucking Republican, Trump, fucking 2 months fucking left, push them the fuck in.
Yes.
And Lindsey's sitting there pushing for it.
Yes.
They're replaying his interview. Yes. He's pushing for it. This is also the same man that came out, just like many others, on January 6th and was like, I've stood for him long enough. But there's no way we can deny that he was responsible for this, and he completely has to go. And then what's he doing now? He's fighting a fucking warrant out of Georgia because he was pushing for Trump a month later to get electoral votes out of fucking Georgia.
Yes, no, it's these people are disgusting.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like he's disgusting in so many ways. He doesn't even stand. He could tell you right now, I believe that wall is fucking red, and I promise on my mom's life. And then 2 minutes later, he'd be like, that wall is fucking white as shit.
Yes.
He just has no ethics.
Well, I mean, yeah, one could argue most politicians are like that, but definitely the Republicans have taken this to a new low, a new extreme, and I will, of course, we can all go into detail about that. Concerning the Presidio that Sammy was mentioning, when Sammy I was guiding him through, and we were doing our best to navigate. The interesting thing about the Presidio, so that people understand this is what Our Lady asked me to explain when I returned, was exactly what was going on with the bizarre situation concerning Presidio. The Presidio, former military base, just to put this into some perspective, when I basically got the base shut down, and a number of people understood that I was definitely behind that. Then, of course, that's when my entire family was harassed with death threats and many bomb threats, etc. And this was because many thousands of people who were outside of the Presidio military base, their livelihoods depended on the base. For many people in the Deep South understand this. As a matter of fact, it's what the Texas economy in particular runs on, is military bases. One of the things that had been said before was there were rounds of base closures that were being considered through generations. And usually it would be the southern states that would lobby for maintaining the existence of bases on their soil. And this is because they would argue that without these military bases, their economy would wither up and blow away, essentially, in the wind. That was in the old days. And, of course, many things have changed with the South. But in terms of Texas is obscene. And the way that politicians will maintain their popularity is they just keep establishing more and more military bases in Texas. And this is like, it's so bad that it was brought to the attention of myself as a military librarian there was one, oh God, she was I can't remember even what environment I heard this in, but I remember a woman complaining to me that she had gone jogging, and that it wasn't so much a complaint as an observation, but the way she would measure her jogging would be by jogging from one military base to another. And she would jog to about 3 different military bases, and that's when she considered her routine to be done. So it's like, okay, if a woman can run through 3 different military bases before she breaks routine, it's like they're in visual sight of each other. I mean, this is just obscene. There's got to be military bases like we have convenience stores at that point, except they're all over Texas, and their economy is parasitizing off of the federal dollars that are spent in this regard. But with San Francisco, of course, the military base in particular was very, how do I say this? It was a big part of San Francisco in every way. It is, as our man Sammy can attest, it's big physically. And as he says, you drive through most places in San Francisco where it's in sight, you are under the impression that it's watching you, especially if you know anything about its history. So it's definitely ominous, and its presence is there. It's you see it, you feel it, and politically, because the San Francisco was the gateway to the Orient. In the old days, San Francisco was 17 times the size of Los Angeles. In the old days of the Barbary Coast, in the old days of the Great Western Frontier, Los Angeles only grew because Hollywood got established there. Once Hollywood was established there, then Los Angeles turned into a sprawl site. And so, but San Francisco, of course, maintained its importance all the way through World War II, all the way up through Vietnam. It was the gateway to the Orient all the way through Vietnam. After Vietnam, everything began to shut down, and they began to relocate a lot of these kinds of facilities that would be accessible to the Orient. So Presidio basically became somewhat redundant, and that was also what enabled the closure. Once it became so scandal-ridden and they had to do something, they were able to close it because they had, over generations, relocated enough of its facilities from 1975, from the fall of Saigon, all the way through the 90s when it closed, that they were able to pull it off. They could say, okay, we can shut the Presidio down now. And so when that happened, then they had to basically develop a kind of deal with the devil. They didn't know what to do with it. And the city, of course, was desperately in need of income, and nobody really was banking at the time, believe it or not, on the Silicon Valley economy. At that point in time, Silicon Valley was not Silicon Valley. So this is why everyone was sending us death threats. They were basically, they never foresaw San Francisco recovering. So they honestly thought San Francisco was going to completely disintegrate, wither away, become economically no longer viable. And there was every reason to think that, because if people understood the Presidio military base in just size, imagine if you stick your thumb up like you're hitchhiking, and if you stick your thumb up, that thumbnail of yours is San Francisco. The rest of your thumb is the San Francisco Peninsula. And that peninsula is where there's South San Francisco, and then beneath that, Coma, where all San Francisco's dead go to be buried, or the great majority of them. Basically the thumbnail is where San Francisco is, and the rest is peninsular. So that tip of the peninsula, your thumbnail, 25% of that would be the Presidio military base. So they were large enough where they had their own newspaper. So basically it was a lot of the San Francisco economy. And for every Presidio officer who was made commandant of the base, they were basically, it was a political position. Now, all high commissioned officers, once they get to commission status, and once they get to the level of colonel and then beyond up into generalcy, they are essentially politicians in uniform. So these are people who oftentimes have political aspirations. And it's really interesting because you've never really heard of a general ever becoming president. It's almost unheard of. Basically, most of the time that military men run for president, they have...
Oh, are you doing a monologue already?
No. I'm just kind of talking out loud while I'm looking for something. I'm looking for the name of the man who was responsible for it.
Well, Sammy left. That's why I asked. And I had to go to the bathroom and didn't tell you.
Okay. So you were all like gone while I'm going on about this, for God's sake? I mean, geez.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, y'all were just going on about the Presidio, so I thought I could sneak off to pee. Then, yeah.
Yes, well, that's cute. That's okay.
But when I'm on the computer, I can't take the phone with me, so I have to literally leave the room.
Understood. Yeah. Hey, I get it.
Used to, I remember I would take you with me, put it on camera, show you all.
Yeah. I mean,
all of it, but yeah, like
yes.
I'd be sitting there peeing.
Yeah, and at any rate, just so people.
Just my face. Like they saw my face.
Oh no. I mean, hey, I
know you wanted more, but
well, hey, everything was fine, honey. It's all great. It was great. Thank you. I mean, what you provided was magnificent.
My providing is just to interrupt your conversation and get you off the thought, and then you're gonna be like, "What story was I on?" That's what I'm providing right now. Now go back to it.
Yeah, so when it comes to the Presidio military base, a lot of these politicians, they would be introduced to the political community that ran San Francisco. They used to have a term for those people. They called them the swells.
You thought I was listening to all this?
Yeah, I thought you were listening to all this. Yeah. And at any rate,
the swell sounds like a group, like a actual. Like not military, but like the Reds and the fucking Crips.
Hey, that's really fucking funny. Yeah.
I mean, it's what it sounds like to me.
Well, there you go. But when it comes to they were considered to be the elite of San Francisco. That was a term that I doubt they use anymore. But you'd have the officer, the commandant of the Presidio military base would be introduced to all of them, and that would help his political positioning. Because once you become a high officer, a lot of it has to do with networking. It's and like I said, it's very bizarre.
You can tell that men came up with this name The swells, because you just told me that was a high-ranking name, right?
Yeah, for elite.
Because let me just tell you, so I have a thing that there's one thing, like there's a few things that I'm not allowed to be called. Like one of them is ever called, like some people will be like, "Hey, Big Mama," you know, and and they're always like, "Well, what do you care? You're little," and I'm like, "I don't give a shit. Don't call me Big Mama."
Yes,
like it's just a thing, right? So I also would never be like, call me swells, fat, fucking swollen, but well, call me swollen, call me Big Daddy. Yeah, that's a man fucking term, obviously. Okay, they came up with that. Got it now.
Oh, God. Yeah. So let me see if I can find Senator, San Francisco, Presidio. And the funny thing is, okay, federal building was named after him, building named after
Well,
him.
Daddy.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting about this is that I remember looking for this last time, and it was like how do I say it? It was like scrubbed. It was like kind of scrubbed. It was very difficult to find, and it shouldn't be, because this senator, it's not like anybody was trying to hide him or hide his career, but it was like they were trying to hide somehow the connection with Presidio. It's just that's odd. Matter of fact, it's probably the way I can find this would be some other technique. But while I'm going through that, let me reiterate, now that Sammy's left us, what he was referring to, that white trash area of the park. Understand that the deal with the devil that was made, you're there, right, honey?
I'm here. Yes.
Yeah. The deal.
It says I'm muted. Can you see that I'm muted online and you can still hear me?
I'm not paying attention to you. I'm trying to pay attention to the.
Well, fuck you. I'm not paying attention to you either. Actually, I'm texting someone.
I didn't mean it that way.
I'm actually texting someone. It's more important. So
that's so it's...
his name starts with well, what is it? I don't know. He's like 70 and he's married to like a 21-year-old.
What? What?
He's just 70 and he's married to someone that went to high school with his daughter.
What? Oh. That's funny. Okay. So, that being said, I mean, that's just...
I'm just kidding, Peterman. We all know that your daughter graduated at least 4 months
don't make
before.
my life any harder. My life is hard enough.
Okay, he knows he can get rid of me, and he has a message. I don't even know what he's fucking said.
Stop that. Okay, I don't want this to turn into something like that.
I know. Okay, I'm stopping. You're right. I'm being bad. I had a beer. Actually, I had 2, and they're 9% beer, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay, so there's no reason that you should...
continue on with Peter. You're right, because he has plainly said, at least the first part of his reaction is, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yes,
is all I've gotten so far.
Okay, good. Okay, now that's been taken care of. At any rate, let me take a look at old federal.
What are you talking about? People love, like, he's like, I don't know what Brooke's there. Why is Kim Kardashian fucking rich? I don't know, because people like fucking drama.
Yes, yeah, and so
I know, and you're gonna go on about your military stuff, so let's continue on that.
Yeah. So what happened was that when Silicon Valley started up, it saved the economy of San Francisco, but that was not certain that it was going to all center here. As a matter of fact,
How do you remember all this? Like, I just need to stop you. I know everyone wonders this shit. Like, do you look it up? Because I used to think you were like Googling it the whole week before, like the 3 nights before. But now that I know that you're just fucked up and doing the blood boy thing, you're not. So you're not even able to like be like, okay, I'm gonna plan for my next fucking thing. You need an hour to get, like, you need me on for an hour with somebody just to even sober up. So you like literally, where did your brain retain all this information? When? Like what? Like
Philip Burton was who the federal building was named after. That's the senator.
Hey, you can't answer it, can you? Like, was it as a kid? Like, when the fuck did you get all this information?
It's there's several factors here. Now, it could be the nanoplasma has helped with that, but I used to have a photographic memory.
My uncle had that too.
Did he really?
He did, and you know what he fucking did with it? He got molested as a child at the park, and that was back when you couldn't talk about it. It was by a little older boy. He was only like 6, and there was a boy in the neighborhood that was like 13 or 14 or 15 or 16. And my parent, they went to the same church. And he came home, he was like 5 or 6, and he told them. And my grandfather, my grandmother went to they lived up the street and went to the same church and told them what his son had done to him. And they were just like, okay, well, we'll talk to him. And they never got him any help. And then he ended up later going to Clemson, complete photographic memory, and then just completely getting into this deep depression, dropping out, and didn't do very well.
That's
and
why
then he molested his own 15-year-old stepdaughter. Now I will say she was 15, and I used to sleep with her. She snored like a fucking bitch. Oh my god! I used to plug her. I used to go over there when we were sleeping at like 12, 13, and I would close her nose because she was snoring so loud. We'd be in the same bed, and I would want to stop it because I couldn't sleep. So I would pinch her nose. So that she would then have to go.
That's awful. Oh
I would wake her up. But she did, I mean, this is not his defense at all. He did that because he was young. But she had triple D breasts from the time she was 12 because I was so fucking jealous.
Holy shit.
So she was, and her mom, so anyway. I mean, so he molested her maybe even at 13 or 14, I don't know. Okay. But anyway, that came out, and then he his whole life was ruined, but he was so intelligent and so fucking photographic memory, completely could look at something and just completely memorize the entire page in a second. And now, didn't do good.
Wow.
Ended up working at a fucking grocery store.
Okay. Wow. Holy shit.
Well, I mean, because once that came out, he pled guilty to it. They got him off. He didn't have to go to jail or anything, but he did plead guilty to it. And there was, you mean the South? Where are you gonna work?
Oh my God. But thank you for sharing that. That's hardly inspirational, but it should tell people quite a bit. Certainly.
Well, it tells people about what happened in the past. People didn't get help.
No. I mean, What I mean to say is that people should be able to relate that to my experience by understanding that I've been through a lot and I do my best to forget it, because otherwise I won't be able to forget it. And over the years, I've intentionally done an enormous amount of damage to my photographic memory, but nevertheless, it keeps coming out whenever I go into the zone and start talking.
Well, I don't know how you would have to do drugs with everything you've seen and experienced. I would have to stay on drugs.
Yes, thank you. And so
I mean, I have to stay on drugs anyway. I'm pretty high right now, but the LSD, the trip is getting me right now.
Okay. Oh my God. So wait a second, Sammy, come on and say goodnight to everybody, please, before you take off. He says, have to call it a night. Nice to be on. Thanks, Doug. Certainly you can come on, Sammy, just to say goodnight to everyone. He
wants me to quit talking about my LSD trip, Sammy. Come
on. Don't forget to respond to his goodnight, Brooke.
Good night, Sammy. I love you. I'll quit talking about LSD. I'm not on it. I haven't done that in years.
Yeah, so Sammy, we'll be talking a bit about the Presidio and what you saw, and I'll be putting that into some context. Just for a few minutes here, I'll be doing that. So just so people understand,
if I let him, Sammy, if I shut up.
Right. So when the Presidio military base was transitioning out of closure as a military base, what did they do with all this pristine property, some of the most expensive in the world? And it's we're talking about property that is so in some cases literally priceless. A good example of this, when I was ambushed by that idiot named Jimmy Church on his program. So what he had done nights before was that he had tried to tell me that he had been molested by his father, that he was raised in the Presidio military base, and he wanted to come out with the story. And I'm sure all of this was true, by the way. I believe every word of it. But of course, he was still very much a part of the satanic cult, and that is supported by the military and the deep state, and was simply setting up an ambush in which he ambushed myself on his Fade to Black program. And so when it came to this Jimmy Church saying all of that, he pointed out that his father was the head of the band at the Presidio military base, the 6th Army headquarters band. And so when it came to the band, his father, as the head of the band, had this home that was directly under the Golden Gate Bridge. So imagine having a home directly under the Golden Gate Bridge. That is the Presidio military base property that we're talking about. There's this property of every single rivet, every single cable, every nail that went into building the Golden Gate Bridge came out of the Presidio military base. It was all built, and people can look this up, from one side of the bay to the other. It wasn't started on both sides to meet in the middle. They built it out from the Presidio onwards so that the Army could look over everything and give it a security clearance, because it was considered a military bridge. It's not a civilian bridge. It is technically a military bridge. And it used to have, you know, a undercar. What do they call that? A monorail. Used to have a monorail going underneath it, but they ripped all that out for World War II to use the metal to make weapons and shit. So when it comes to that kind of privilege, with all of this kind of just irreplaceable, and the land that's beyond pricing, what do they do with it? Well, then the way that they handled it was thanks to the governor, and this is not to portray the governor as a villain, Philip Burton. I don't feel that he was doing this necessarily out of some kind of malice or sinister conspiracy, but in a sense, it was all part of that. And it was all part of that because he basically, and I don't know the man. I don't know anything about the man other than this two things about him. I know that they named the old federal building after him. And I can go on and on about that old federal building because it's one of the most fortressed in America. And I mean fortressed. It's like got bomb shelters under it, and it had concrete embattlements and tank obstacles all in front of it, so that nobody could pull a Alfred P. Murrah federal building, an Oklahoma City bomb on it. Nobody could do a oh God, what was that guy's name again who did that? Jesus, talk about my photographic memory going to shit with enough drugs. Tim McVeigh, so that no one could pull a Tim McVeigh.
Oh, see, I was unmuting right then to say Tim McVeigh because I did have that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that no one could pull that. The San Francisco Federal Building.
But you know, he's part of a new conspiracy theory too, which is a whole nother.
Oh, I'm sure he's part of many. I'm sure he's been part of many for quite some time now. Yeah. But such being.
I mean, he's part of the Trumper shit.
Yeah, and
also apparently he's living behind him with JFK Jr.
That's actually quite funny. That would explain a lot about their politics. Actually, you know what? They're too extreme for him. The modern Republican Party is too extreme for him. He would have broken with them. He'd say, "I can't handle these psychos."
Are you talking about McVeigh?
Yeah, Tim McVeigh.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Even McVeigh was like, "I'm fucking on fucking LSD and writing these letters and." What the fuck are y'all doing now? Yes. Yeah, he would have broke off.
Yeah, and
that's actually pretty funny. You said that. That was a good one.
Yeah, thank you. And so when it comes to, by the way, did you knock on that for luck? Is that kind of like a habit? I mean, I do that sort of thing too. So I was just curious. I mean, I hear knock every once in a while on the microphone.
Oh no, I mute when I mute. So on that new speaker, are you hearing this?
Yeah, that.
Oh, I pushed the button. So the button, I didn't know it made noise. I didn't know you could hear it, but that's the mute button.
Oh, is that what that is?
I mean, I guess I can mute on the computer, but see how you can't see because you're not looking. But if you were on, oh shit, now I gotta answer. My son's calling me. He's got 104-degree fever. I gotta answer.
Oh, okay, so she has to answer that. I'll take over. I'll go on explaining about the horror of the Presidio. And so when it comes to the Presidio military base, and hopefully, even if she hung up the call to talk to her son, if that were to happen, I could still keep talking because it would still keep streaming. So one of the things that Philip Burton did was he arranged for this to become the Golden Gate National Recreational Park property. And it was different from all other national park land in the United States in that you could privately purchase elements of it. So it would be like a national park that funded itself. And it funded itself by becoming a landlord to whoever was wealthy enough to rent property thereon. And so it is an overall incredibly spectacularly sleazy situation, and it's monstrous. So then it got rented out by George Lucas of Lucasfilms, and then it got leased by Disney, which purchased Lucasfilms. So it's overall just disgusting, and they can do things on it that they don't allow anywhere else in San Francisco because it's outside of San Francisco law, just like it was when it was a federal property as a military base, because it's still technically federal property as a national park, except that now they're exploiting it to do things that we'll discuss. Brooke, when she gets back, I'll tell her all about it. As to what they do there, that you'll hear her outraged, no doubt, and that'll be understandable. So let me ask this. Okay, so let me give her this Day Dawn. This is for one of our lovely fans, and so hopefully that explains some things to people. Oh yes, the neighborhoods. So what happened was that we had different types of quartered sections on the Presidio residences for officers, enlisted men. Like I said, there was some property that was unbelievable, like homes underneath the Golden Gate Bridge, directly under the Golden Gate Bridge, where you could look up, and that's what you see anytime you walked out your door was the Golden Gate Bridge. I mean, this is like nobody could buy that. I've never seen anyone own that property now. I'd like to find out who owns that property. It's probably still the National Parklands as an office or something. They wouldn't use that as an office, so I don't know what they'd use it for. But Gorbachev wound up being granted land for his think tank, the old Coast Guard base on site, the Presidio military base. But when it came to the different neighborhoods, there were officers' neighborhoods in the old days when it was an active base. Then there were high officers' neighborhoods, and there were like enlisted men's neighborhoods. So what would happen was that the officers built homes, which are like homes. The generals would live on estates, like big-ass estates. The man who ran the band over there at the Presidio military base, like I said, he had a home right under the Golden Gate Bridge. The people who otherwise were living under the Golden Gate Bridge's shadow, so to speak, the generals would have spectacular estates, and then after that you'd have officers' homes that would be like classic homes, almost in like the lower grade officers. They'd have classic homes that would be almost like in a suburban neighborhood, except separate homes, definitely yards separating them. And then you had kind of like the non-commissioned officers like high sergeants and whatnot. They'd be living in like more like kind of condo duplex kind of homes, subdivided into smaller living units. And then for the enlisted men, they'd have like blocks of concrete rabbit hutches. So these kinds of ghetto project site buildings like you would find in a ghetto project site. So they are now leasing these out to civilians, and those that are leasing it for thousands and thousands of dollars a month, we're talking like $3,000 a month, are probably getting the concrete rabbit hutches, while those are paying $18,000 a month or $20,000 a month. They're getting like the big ass homes or something like that. So it's like they're leasing this to people now of various wealth levels. And so what our man Sammy Romero referred to as the white trash area of Presidio, that's used to be the enlisted men's home. So hopefully that puts that into some context. And nobody was here to hear me fucking say that in terms of the original Team Dietrich. That neither Sammy nor Our Lady Brooke, which is just fucking pathetic. And, seems to be the norm. I noticed that when I asked them all, so what did you think about what I said about Adolf Hitler and precognition? None of them had listened to that either. I mean, nobody's listening from these Team Dietrich members to anything I say. Such is life. C'est la vie. Yeah, that being said, I'm all alone now. She was asking me if I was going into monologue. Holy shit, I may as well go into monologue. Hopefully her son's doing okay, but like she said, he's got a fever. She's probably, gonna come back and let us know what's going on, or she may not. In which case, I have no choice. I go into monologue. And our dear Michael C. Andrich, who she calls Andre, had a lovely series of symbols that he put up there: beer, laughter, explosive hot chili. Yeah, he's got Our Lady Brooke down. And such being said, I will not quite sure how to respond to that. I guess I'll give it the here's what I'll give it. Nice hand symbol there. Press the enter button and press enter again. No. How does this work? Jeez, I used to be able to make this work. And I guess once I've got that done, there we are. Okay. So, with that, let's see if I can tell people a bit about. I don't know if George Knight is going to come back on or not. He's welcome to. And, of course, God knows, he might have gotten upset when we were speaking earlier and he didn't have much chance to talk, but he'd certainly have his chance to talk now. So let's see how he's doing. Let me give a quick note to him before I move on. Okay. All right, so that note's been given to him, and with that, we'll see how he responds. And from there, I'll just go on to where I had been. What was I talking about the other day? The tridemic, which I didn't get much of a chance to talk to with Peter Moon. I was calling it VHS, the stupid new flu, but it's RSV. Oh, forgive me. Respiratory syncytial virus, which is basically that evil shit that's got all the kids infected, and that's part of the tridemic. Other than that, it's the flu. It's COVID and the flu. So we've got a potentially bad winter ahead. Basically, it's as I said, the United States is suffering a shock after the past 2 years. The population is more vulnerable to all of these various respiratory illnesses now. And the good news is that it simply can't stay that vulnerable forever. People will get sick and develop immunity, and that will put constraints back on these viruses. So I'm just doing my best to avoid them all. Now, as I said, they all showed up very early this year, and they showed up early and they're hitting hard. And the worst thing that could happen is if
I'm back.
A wave of three. How is he?
He's at he thought it was 104.1. He's at 105 degrees. So they had told me if he got over anywhere under 105 to bring him back to the hospital. So I mean, we were there last night and they ran every test known. They did basically all three swabs, like I told you, were negative for COVID, negative for flu, even though he had flu last week, and then obviously whatever he had 2 weeks ago. And it is showing negative for everything, showing negative pneumonia in his lungs, showing negative for mono, showing negative for strep. But I mean, I've never had a kid with a fever this high. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to take it because 105 is getting to the point of it was 104.1, but when I did it under his arm, which you raised a degree, it was already hitting 104 under his arm. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I've never had this, I haven't felt this bad in my own life, but I've been okay, not like him, but, he's always been more susceptible to things just overall, as far as if the flu came through town, he would get it, but he'd just get over it. But never nothing like this. So I don't know what, he's 17 and he's healthy and, football player, in shape, muscular. And, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
And so do you need to leave the show to take him now?
Yeah, so I'm going to leave it. I told him I was going to get the dogs put up and get ready and take him because I mean, I gave him Tylenol and ibuprofen again, but I mean, it's just so high. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable not taking it, you know? Right. I mean, like, I don't know if anybody else has got any ideas on 104 point something, if they've had a kid with it, if they know that it's okay. But I called the hospital earlier to make sure his mono test was the only one we were waiting on, and they said it was negative. So I told him then he was up to like back up to 103 because he was only at 101 last night. And she was like, well, just give him 2 more doses of the antibiotic, which would have been 1 more in the morning if he's not better. But she said if he gets, you know, I said, what is the dangerous temperature? Because I forget. And she said, you just don't want anything to get 105 or over. And now I'm looking at, you know, like 104.8 is where he's at. So, I mean, he's just, you know, like, it's a pretty high temperature.
Yeah, well, I'll do my best to hold the show, honey, and
well, good. Yeah, you get to not have me interrupt you, man. So like, you should totally enjoy that shit.
Oh yes, but you'll be missed, of course. And we ask everyone now to maintain yourself and your son in their prayers, please, by all means.
Please. Yeah, anybody. I mean, yes, anybody that prays or just send positive thoughts, I would appreciate that. That would be great. So, definitely, he would like to feel better, and it's been going on too long. So, yes, please pray for him. And yeah, I'll let you know. I'll send you a message.
Yes, please do, and let me know that you get home safely. Okay.
Well, I've got to sober the fuck up because I've got to drive him there, and I've had these beers. So that's why I was like, I'm going to need a few minutes, honey. I'm going to have to eat something. So, oh my God, Ian West is calling again. He probably is very shit. Maybe he's got some answer. I don't know. Fuck, I'll answer. I'm gonna go to the depot. You want to hear this call? Let's see.
Oh my God.
Hey, Ian.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey. Jeez, you got a beaver?
Yes, beaver's like almost 105, 104 something.
Oh, that's me. Hold on. More than likely, his immune system is working in overtime to fight whatever viral infection he's got. So when you get to the hospital, tell them to check for amoebas and shit like that in him.
Yeah, because they checked everything last night as far as their regular test.
They don't really check for parasitical infections or amoeba infections in this test that you set. So you got to say that to them. Okay. You got to tell the doctors make sure to check for a parasite, whatever, and then the amoebas. That's what he's got. But his immune system's going into overdrive. Okay. That's why he's running the fever. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, I will let you know. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Ian. That's good advice.
Thank you too. Thank you.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is good advice because I mean they ran every other test they could think of last night, so I'll take it. I mean, well, I'll let you guys know. Thank you so much. I love you guys. And I'll let you know.
Okay. We love you. God bless you. Our prayers are with you.
Thank you, Douglas.
Okay. So she's likely going to hang up now, and we will have a change in the sound quality. It'll be fine. And we'll continue streaming, and we'll continue recording. So what I will do is, of course, establish another call if I can with George Knight or someone else. But if we're unable to do that, they will contact me. So I'll say inform myself if you want me to start calling you. Me to start a call. Start a call with. We're both here and on Skype, both here and on Skype, both here and on Skype, all in uppercase and on Skype text. Okay, let's establish a call with you. All right, so that takes care of that. And so, good advice from Ian. With that, of course, we were talking about the tridemic, the potential for a tridemic. Basically, William Schaffner, the Vanderbilt University professor and medical director of the National Foundation for Infectious Diseases, has said that basically that children especially play a critical role in the spread of disease. They're thought to have the distribution franchise for the influenza virus. First, they spread it among themselves, and because once infected, they shed much more virus than adults, and for a longer period of time, they are very efficient at spreading the virus to other people they encounter. In Schaffner's own words, they become vectors. They become little transmitters. They come home and give it to their parents, grandparents, Aunt Susie, the neighbors, with kids in school, with people traveling, visiting friends and relatives, doing that with enthusiasm, returning to a new normal activity. It's setting us up for the spread of these respiratory viruses. So there you go. This is why I don't like kids and certainly don't like to be around them. And one of the reasons, others being that they're just very snooty. Anyhow, Troy Bellamy, well, that's not always the case. Some of them are incredible, but sweet and everything else. But Troy Bellamy says, Dr. Susan Birx, okay, B-I-R-X, thank you for naming this individual. I have no idea what she's about. So perhaps I shouldn't, read aloud what people enter into the chat room, but Troy Bellamy is a nice guy, and I trust him, and I don't think he'd be,
Sorry, I just heard you on speaker. Susan Birx, wasn't she the one that I was telling you that was beside, I could be wrong, that was beside Trump in the interview? It was before Fauci.
Okay, that makes sense. So she's the one who was just staring at him, not knowing
Yeah,
what to
like,
do.
oh my God, disinfectant, what do I say? Yeah, that was him. I'm sorry, I just happened to hear that because I'm trying to get shit together, but yeah.
Understood. So thank you for putting that into perspective, honey. And so you've been hearing what I've been saying, and that's great. And like I said, the lovely lady will hang up eventually, at which point we're going to be continuing to stream, and we'll continue to record.
Oh, I can leave you streaming when I leave on my computer.
Sounds good. Okay.
I mean, if you want me
so
to
leave the call on. You're going to leave the
call on.
I'm
going to leave the call on.
Oh, good. That way anyone
can
jump on. That way anyone like, Ian, if he really wants to gross us out later.
Anybody you've called can jump on. So I'll leave it streaming. And I'm going to get off and shut up. Okay.
Oh, that's fine. We love you. And we're praying for you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So meanwhile, we are all still awaiting the expected COVID-19 winter surge. The case numbers appear to be in a bit of a lull right now, though the rise of at-home testing makes official data much more difficult to follow. But given the pattern of the past 2 years, experts expect an increase before long. It shouldn't get as bad as it did in 2020 or 2021, but it will still add strain on the health system. And that's when, if it converges with both flu and the RSV, then this may produce a tridemic, which will hopefully not be the new normal. So that being said, just checking in some incoming messages. I'm definitely very attentive to that right now. Hate to have, people go through these health crises. This is another reason I don't like to have kids, or wouldn't want to have kids, is that the feeling of responsibility. And, they're so dependent on you, and they go through times like this, and it's so scary. Oh my God, I went through all this with my parents. I never want to go through it again. Oh, anyhow. So, overall, when it comes to our national health situation, the next few months might be rough. A second surge in a flu activity in the new year, if another strain emerges and becomes dominant, would make it worse. But the lingering question is whether this is a short-term shock to the system after the pandemic or the start of a new normal. Now, the unpredictability of the past 2 years should disabuse us of being too confident about the future at all. But, experts that I've spracketh to, with my own expertise in my training as a medical journalist, they all think the former is more likely. That this is basically just a systemic strain beginning to tell. This cold and flu season will be nasty, nevertheless, because of that. Next year, maybe as well. But eventually, these viruses will start to settle into their old pattern. And Schaffner himself said, I've been thinking of this as a transition year back to the new normal. Or maybe a transitional 2 years. The viruses are working their way back to a more normal activity. But as more people get infected and build their immunity back up, or up for the first time in the case of all these kids, the viruses will find it harder to spread outside of their usual sweet spot when the weather is cold and people stay inside. We saw the same life cycle with H1N1, hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1. The avian swine flu, the World War I American Army and Navy flu, the so-called Spanish influenza, which killed 200 million people during and after the 2009 outbreak thereof. At first, that virus would emerge at unusual times outside of flu season, but after a couple of years, as people gained immunity, it became more predictable. Basically, it forces the virus to survive only in its sweet spot for transmission, which happens to be winter. New vaccines could also help soften the burden of RSV in the future. The pharmaceutical company, GlaxoSmithKline, released clinical trial results recently showing a large reduction in severe disease for older adults who were given an RSV vaccine that the company has developed. Development of an RSV vaccine for children has been stagnant, but a recent uptick in R&D, research and development, signals a possibility of progress in the coming years. We already have effective vaccines for flu and COVID-19 as well. They substantially reduce the likelihood of severe illness and death. The challenge is getting people to take them. Few Americans have gotten the new Omicron-targeted COVID-19 vaccine, and people's intentions about getting the flu vaccine have also been lagging. Basically, that same aforecited Schaffner that I keep going back to because having spoken briefly with him telephonically, I feel that what he had to say was valid enough to relate to you. Basically, he feels, well, in his own words, we're concerned the population is so COVID and vaccine fatigued, I hope I said that right, I know I slur my words, that it's not taking advantage of these vaccines. I think there are still many people who say, I've had enough of this. The interventions we have are at the moment not being optimally utilized. So everyone, and that includes Brooke and her son, once he survives this, which we pray he does, get your goddamn shots. Now, biology should help make cold and flu season in the years to come more tolerable. We also have the tools to lighten the burden even more. Not only the vaccines, but washing hands, wearing masks, staying at home when sick. If only we avail ourselves thereof. Everybody, wash your goddamn hands. I remember when I went into this spiel 2 years ago when Peter Moon said, I think everybody should stop listening right now and wash your hands. Then come back. Yes. Anyhow, so of course it's not only the body politic that's suffering from all these colds and flus and respiratory assaults. We are also dealing with inflation, which is kind of like the economic version thereof. And certainly I need to recommend that we approach inflation with what history has taught us. And certainly I've gone into great depth in the past about the last time we beat inflation under the Führerprinzip, the leadership principle of the former Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker, who basically put us through hell so that we would survive what could otherwise have destroyed our economy. Well, we have to qualify that, of course, with the differing times. History, it does not repeat itself, but it rhymes. Things go in cycles, and certainly what happens is what goes around comes around, And certainly the kind of impression, the kind of indoctrination people have about Nazism today will all change in the future. In the past, people hated Christians, and they were persecuted until they literally lived underground in catacombs. Well, today's Nazis have gone further and are in Unterland. But there will come a time when, like Christianity itself, their cause will explode upon the surface world, once people truly understand what its message is about, just like with Christianity. And in that spirit, or in that parallel, there's a messy true story behind the last time we beat inflation. Former Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker's rate hikes sent the U.S. economy into the worst recession since the Great Depression during the 1980s, the early 1980s. But it eventually recovered. Yet the usual narrative about the Volcker shock leaves a lot out, and policymakers risk learning the wrong lessons. Controlling inflation takes more than the Fed and interest rates. And as inflation persists at multi-decade highs, the pressure is on the Federal Reserve today, above all other economic policy-making institutions, to halt rising prices. The central bank announced another interest rate increase Wednesday midweek last in its ongoing efforts to combat inflation. Since the climax of the last major inflation crisis in the 1970s, independent central bank chiefs willing to administer proverbial harsh medicine, raising interest rates so high they potentially cause a recession, have reigned like near deities over our economic lives. In this, Fed Chair Jerome Powell stands in the shadow of his most legendary predecessor, the late Paul Volcker. Inflation hawks want Powell to go full Volcker. Following the elder banker's example from 1979, and raise interest rates high enough to choke off demand, even at the cost of a devastating recession. Now, the Volcker shock looms large enough in the mythology of central banking. In fact, you might call it one of its central pillars. The moment when the neoliberal Zeus slew the old economic titans standing in the way of progress. Volcker's rate hikes sent the U.S. economy into the worst recession since the Great Depression during the early 1980s, but eventually recovered us into what's still called, the Great Moderation, a more than 3-decade stretch when inflation seemed banished even as an economic growth factor. In other words, it seemed to have been eliminated as a symptom of economic malaise in the same way that we rid ourselves of polio through the Salk vaccine and the mandated implication thereof. The mandated application thereof, I mean to say. So the Great Moderation was when we had 30 years of economic growth returning and never a bout with inflationary symptoms. Powell's Fed has raised interest rates throughout 2022 and looks like it wants to channel Volcker, at least in spirit. But this Führerprinzip, this great man story of inflation fighting that gives the credit for stable prices to technocratic central bankers fiddling with interest rates, does leave out a good deal of context that explains not only why inflation cratered, but why it stayed down. Central bankers can engineer a sudden shortage of credit, but they cannot necessarily address knottier distributional questions, like whether workers should have the legal means to demand higher wages, nor can they build the systems and infrastructure that increase productivity and access to inexpensive products, which are the product of decades of investment and coordination. And when I said products, I'm including foodstuffs. In other words, the monetary tightening inaugurated by Volcker was one part of an entire deflationary policy repertoire that also included union busting and the creation of a global supply chain to hold down the costs of labor, components, and commodities. As you can see, I'm in no way leftist when I express this. If anything, leftists would consider me to be fascistic. Well, doesn't that just go to figure? You see, when it comes to options like union busting, globalization in terms of supply chain redistribution to cut down the costs of production, neither of those options are outside of the realm of monetary policy is really available right now. While wages have risen, unions are not the real force pushing up pay anymore. And the global supply chain that gave us cheap imports from anywhere in the world is part of the problem now. It's currently breaking down. The Fed might be able to choke off credit to slow investment and job creation, but it cannot create the real-world political, legal, and logistical systems that in the past have kept prices down even amid economic growth. To truly tame prices, we cannot just turn off the money hose. We have to plan for more concrete long-term solutions to a lack of labor, commodities, and goods. Now, of course, I'm already getting questions. People are emailing me about this union busting bit. Obviously, unions have been busted. They're no longer a factor. In effect, they're no longer really with us. So, in terms of their history, the history of what happened, the one thing that people are having a hard time accepting who are emailing me, obviously, is that union busting helped defeat inflation. Well, let me explain. The Fed has one main knob to turn to raise or lower the economy's temperature: interest rates. When the Fed raises the cost of borrowing money from the central bank, the rest of the financial system that ultimately provides credit to businesses and households raises its rates in turn, reducing the amount of money available to open new businesses, finance big new projects, or even buy new homes. This is supposed to lead to fewer jobs, slimmer household budgets, and less confident workers making fewer demands of their bosses, slowing down spending and wage growth thereby. The relationship between inflation and employment is described in the famous 1958 economic theory known as the Phillips curve, which states that inflation rises as unemployment falls. The conundrum described by the Phillips curve, that more jobs mean higher prices, was at the heart of conversations about pre-Volcker inflation. It appeared that after the unprecedented boom of the 1950s and 1960s, when large numbers of American employees first achieved middle-class standards of living, we consumed more than could be efficiently produced and, for instance, became more reliant on imported oil. As prices for gas to fill boat-sized cars soared, workers asked for raises, compelling their bosses to raise prices to pay those high wages, which put pressure on their customers to demand raises from their bosses in turn. What's known as a wage price spiral. All the while, supposedly feckless central bankers avoided sharp interest rate hikes. I'm trying to say. I know that I have a remnant of a Chinese accent here. And these sharp interest rate hikes were, well, they might have cut off demand. That's why the central bankers avoided them, because they were trying to avoid these rate hikes that might have cut off demand, trying to please politicians riding high on the birth of mass affluence. No one had the nerve to stop the cycle of what was American prosperity. In the heroic model of central banking, Volcker and his successors, like Alan Greenspan, stopped the vicious wage price cycle not only by raising rates, but by establishing the central bank's credibility that the institution was independent from elected officials. That is, investors, employers, and workers could now credibly expect the central bank to raise interest rates if the economy got too hot, and would temper their wage and price setting accordingly. When expectations about future inflation are grounded by the sense that the Fed will intervene before prices spiral out of control, economic actors are supposed to have confidence that their assets will retain value, so they'll feel safe investing or hiring. Confidence in central bank independence allowed for the Great Moderation of the late 1980s through the 2000s, the aughts, the zeros decade, where growth continued, albeit much more slowly than during the supposedly post-World War II years. That was actually prosperity happening during wartime, because of wartime. And unemployment fell without sparking inflation. That's, again, due to the confidence in central bank independence from political machinations during the Great Moderation, while growth was continuing, albeit not nearly as spectacularly as we were during the time we were at war. Of course not. You can't. You have to be at war for that level of economic mobilization, as we were through 1952. Now, everything I've described as a kind of historical object lesson, well, it's all a very elegant schematic of balanced forces and rational actors. But it leaves out the messier side of the deflationary story of the late 20th century. The wage price spiral might have been broken in the 1980s by less savoury means, as senior Fed economists David Ratner and Jay Sim wrote in a paper earlier this year. The wage taming owed a lot to nitty-gritty union busting and labor policy that makes it harder to organize and collectively bargain. In other words, as these two men I source describe it, inflation may arise not from, in their words, too much money chasing too few goods, as mainstream economists actually typically argue, but as a side effect of class conflict. Without strong unions, workers are less able to demand higher wages even as labor demand grows, flattening the Phillips curve. Now, Ratner and Sims's analyses found that loss of worker bargaining power reduced inflation volatility by 87%, even without monetary interventions like interest rate hikes. Volcker's shock and central bank independence happened at the same time as Ronald Reagan's anti-union effort. The emergence of new Democrats like James Earl Carter and William Jefferson Clinton, who were less sympathetic to organized labor than their New Deal and Great Society forebears, and the collapse of union membership across almost every sector of the economy except government. Go figure. Now, Volcker and his central banker colleagues were keenly aware of the importance of union power to increasing wages. The minutes of Fed meetings show that these policymakers fixated on the ability of unions to set wages even after many academic economists had moved on from the subject. Unions may be notching some wins right now, but the national unionization rate is half what it was in 1983, when the Bureau of Labor Statistics started tracking the metric. Today, rather than pushing for higher wages, unions may in fact be suppressing them. By negotiating long-term contracts, they lock in pay for their members for years at a time, regardless of what happens to price levels. Pay increases are instead driven by a wave of retirements that were likely inevitable at some point in the near future. New labor market opportunities created by remote work, and a massive number of quits in difficult, typically low-paying jobs in healthcare, retail, and food service. And for all the labor market chaos, wages have not driven inflation, instead lagging behind the cost of living, as you are all too painfully aware of. So it obviously doesn't appear the calls for power being a slip of the tongue there, that's real power, what Powell actually has the capability of using, of unleashing. Powell is the man in power. But by all evidence, the calls for Powell to use that power, to go full Volcker, would actually solve current causes of rising prices. In other words, going full Volcker won't solve the problem. If we want growth without inflation, we have to find new sources of labor, energy, and, well, damn near everything else. Products, inclusive foodstuffs. And the supply chain frontier has closed. So just as Volcker's rate hikes coincided with a bipartisan anti-union push, so the rise of central banks paralleled the acceleration of globalization and the creation of a world-spanning, super-efficient, just-in-time supply chain. Just like Silicon Valley came around to save San Francisco's ass and then blow it up to one of the most expensive cities on earth. At the time of the 80s, the time of Reaganomics, or as they used to call it back then, voodoo economics or voodoonomics, new logistics infrastructure, trade deals, and methods of inventory management allowed firms to get cheap commodities and components from the other side of the world astonishingly quickly. Globalization also reinforced the attack on unions, since it allowed businesses to move factories to countries with weaker labor laws, or none whatsoever, humbling labor leaders of industrialized economies. After the 1980s, and especially after the fall of the Soviet Union, markets began to integrate many formerly communist countries with large, very well-educated, because education was free in all of the Iron Curtain countries, but poorly paid workforces and ample natural resources. The creation of global supply chains depended in large part on a relatively calm geopolitical scene, with no serious confrontations between great powers, who generally seemed to be on the same page regarding globalization. So the globalized world of fast free trade was supposed to take the sting out of the demise of labor's bargaining power. Sure, workers could never improve their working conditions or pay, but if the stuff their wages purchased got cheaper, economists so reasoned, they would have less need to demand higher pay in the first As some post-Keynesian economists have argued, inflation moderated when globalization increased imports and labor competition, not because investors had anchored expectations about central bank policy. It's this model of globalization that is currently breaking down, leading to volatile rising prices. As anyone who has ordered a piece of furniture in the last 2 years can tell you, just in time has become a thing of the past. Instead of speedy manufacturing getting imported from any nation on earth, now we import their supply chain bottlenecks, as, say, plumbing component manufacturers in China, hamstrung by that country's zero-COVID policy, hold up house completions in these United States. As Peter Moon can go into. While supply chain bottlenecks were widely predicted to ease in 2022, geopolitics got in the way. The goddamn Russians, whom our dear man, I still haven't gotten a notification from PayPal of his contribution, yet he sent a screenshot that he contributed to PayPal in my account. So, cross our fingers, hopefully that processes. Knock on wood there. At any rate, I certainly believe he contributed. Now it's up to PayPal to process the goddamn contribution. And, I'll keep everybody updated. And certainly read out him as what I can only consider a golden sponsor with a $222 donation. Let's just hope that processes. No notification yet through email from PayPal, so it's whatever. It's Australia, right? Maybe they take some time for them to process that. They got to convert it from Australian dollars to American dollars after all. But it shouldn't be that slow. But then again, it's all part of the symptoms of where we're at, right? But think about this man, our dear friend, Mr. Oh God, she calls him Andre. Michael C. Andrić. So Michael Andrić. Think about his pro-Russia stance. It's the goddamn Russians that are pushing us off the precipice. The Russian invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent economic retaliation rocked global energy supplies, a particularly troubling economic disruption, since energy is a vital component of nearly every product, and further poisoned relations between wealthy Western countries and the Russian Empire's key ally, the Communist Chinese, where so much of the stuff Americans buy is made. Instead of getting more cheap electronics from Red China, the world's second largest economy, the American Empire is sanctioning the chip industry there. If the Federal Reserve is largely removed from the internal dynamics of the labor market, it has even less to do with foreign policy and geostrategic maneuvering. So, policymakers risk fighting the last war. It's every general's understandable mistake, understandable but never justifiable, to fight the last war. After all, refighting the last war is much easier than understanding the dynamics of the next. That's what futurists like myself are about. And the Federal Reserve is several months into its most aggressive rate hiking cycle since Volcker's famous shock, and inflation has not subsided. Even as higher rates choked off home sales and slowed job growth, September saw annualized inflation of 8.2%. The Fed's higher rates seem to be imposing the expected economic pain, but with little deflationary payoff. Instead, what little relief Americans have enjoyed has come from unconventional direct interventions in the real economy, like the Biden administration's release of oil from America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve during the spring and summertide. A July Treasury analysis suggested the SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve release, with similar international actions, lowered gas prices by 17 to 24 cents per gallon. It seems that the lessons of the Volcker era do not necessarily apply to 2022. Though our own era is dominated by rising prices and highly politicized conflicts over energy, just like the 1970s, the particulars of our current inflationary dynamics appear quite different. So it's natural to wonder if the same policy tools will necessarily work to slow rising prices. We don't want our policymakers to make the mistake of fighting the last war. If we leave inflation up to the central bankers, rather than continuing to push for coordinated investments in cost-saving renewable energy and dense housing, or policies that reverse the shrinkage of the labor supply since the pandemic, we won't so much beat inflation as resign ourselves to a poorer, less resilient future. But then again, that's what civil wars are for. And that's where an opportunity might come to provide myself the secular power to correct your mistakes with a direct Vulcan intervention. Make sense? I certainly hope it fucking does. Because if not, you haven't been listening. You haven't been listening all these years, as apparently nobody in Team Dietrich does to anything I fucking say. And when they do, they spit out how dry it is. And dude, if you found this dry, kids, if you found this dry, it's economics. It's like, yeah, when your doctor tells you you have cancer, and you say, how, where, why? And he starts explaining, and you say, oh, this is so technical and dry. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. Okay. Well, there's nothing to be done at that point. Yeah, information is not always entertaining. Life is hard. But hey, you know, I had to explain something to Peter Moon the other day. And this was on a private phone call where, of course, sometimes the man irritates myself as well. And, but nevertheless, I make the most of it to provide information. And like what happened toward the time after he spent 3 hours articulating himself, then he turned towards myself and we got a lot in that will probably make it into the book in one form or another. We began to talk a bit about Tokugawa religion and its influence on Adolf Hitler. Then he said, okay, this is great. This is great. It's amazing how there's stuff that hits him and then there's stuff that does not. But, you know, such is the nature of the beast, I suppose. Not everything is going to inspire an artist. And when it comes down to it, we're really dealing with an artist. And certainly I'm dependent on him to be inspired and will do my best to keep him that way. But when he was asking me about my relationship with my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, as we reference him, to maintain his identity in anonymity, as I am sworn to do, he was talking about like, you know, kind of what do you do for him when you get these benefits during the holidays and you avail yourself of the Blood Boys for your sustenance. And, you know, when I brought up how I got to know Sugar Daddy in the first place and how he got to know my son by security contracts, then Peter blurted out, well, you can't be doing security contracts now. You're too old for that. And I'm like, dude, okay. Which part of vampirism do you not understand? I don't age like you do. Not in the same way. Not at the same rate. So, and then again, we had some gang stalker the other day, whom I believe Peter has blocked at this point. Some white trash piece of shit claiming, this guy's old! And again, claiming my photographs are avatars. This is like, dude, there's such a thing as professional photography, and my son has that talent. And all the makeup, the lighting, you take years off a person. But beyond that, there's plenty of photographs where there's not that much work that's fucking needed. And I am exactly as I appear. So, tonight's photograph, for instance, where my hair is actually dyed, I said it was kind of a camouflage. The kids were making a joke of that because of Veterans Day. It's really dyed in the Peacock Angel theme, in case you didn't figure that out. So, it's Peacock Angel hair, okay, is how the kids called it when they worked on me. For those of you who don't know, the photograph's taken from in a bathtub. Both that embedded in tonight's image that you see embedded in thumbnail of Livestream, and the image on my promotional banner for tonight's program. Both taken in a bathtub, which if you look at it closely, you'll be able to gather that. Now, when it comes to the other parts of myself that aren't really human, like the filing of my teeth because they grow otherwise like a rat's, to a length that would just be untenable for me to even chew comfortably, or even potentially close my mouth if I let them get long enough, then we can file them into a shape that's not even permanent, but all jagged and attractive enough for a transitional period of time. Now, when it comes to what I do for Sugar Daddy, though, admittedly, I don't do direct personal security for him anymore. I'm a consultant and an advisor, as many people who age can do. A person can be involved with personal security or private security until they're in their 60s, 70s, acting as consultant or advisor. And hell, you've seen the television series, some of them even physically capable of taking on threats to personal security if they have to. So that was irritating. That was irritating. But I explained to him what I really do for Sugar Daddy, in all fairness, is I'm a tutor for the Blood Boys. Then he said this, which again led to some personal irritation. Well, you can't be teaching them mathematics. Now, granted, he's absolutely right. There was a time where I could have, goddammit, but not anymore. I couldn't teach them stuff they need to know, like algebra or lower levels of calculus. That'll help them with their futures. No, God, I couldn't even teach them plus or minus, to tell you the truth. You know, I could if I really, really applied myself, but thank God there are other tutors employed to take care of that. My mother loved mathematics. My mother forced me to respect and appreciate mathematics. So there are certain little tricks I have for dealing with mathematics. But when it comes to what I tutor them in, Sugar Daddy realized that no one can really, with the level of ignorance we have in academia today, teach history. So I do tutor the Blood Boys in history and geography. These are areas which no one can surpass me in. So I have teaching aids, and I've brought them up on the show plenty of times. Those graphic charts of history that were developed by a brilliant individual. Those are the foundations of the history that I teach. And for those of you who don't know or remember what I'm speaking of, they're called chronographics. That's the term I use. He has a horrible trademark term, histomaps. But they were produced by John Sparks, and a brilliant individual. He did have his own allied agenda that he had to follow through World War II. Fortunately, his primary history chart, the one that they still dare to publish because it's not that controversial, that one only goes up to World War I. So there's none of the ideological problems involved with history that you might have in the other two chronographs he produced, what he calls histomaps, just terrible name. And they do go up to World War II's end, 1952. One of them is published directly at the end of World War II, 1952. The other one, I think, was published maybe in the 1960s. The last one that he published, the Histomap of Evolution. All of these are extraordinarily controversial today. They're very much rejected, and this is because we have a completely revised ideology that no longer acknowledges the importance of race and nation, and therefore does not comprehend the value of what this man articulated in his chronographs. So all of that being said, hopefully people begin to understand what I contribute to the Sugar Daddy estate, and why I'm there as often as I am, to a degree. I wish I could be there more, but no, it's mainly on holidays. So I do have responsibilities there, as well as, of course, what I benefit from: escort sex, access to blood, drugs and alcohol, and all of that while I'm teaching the lads. Hey, sometimes I even impress myself. Now, that being said, you should understand my long absences. Hopefully that puts them in some context. Aside from that, from all the people listening, I'd enjoy some feedback. And I'll try and take us down historical lanes yet again in terms of recent history, and thereby complete the rest of tonight's lonely transmission. Lonely because most of the time I try to get as many people after a bender like I was on, and by God, this weekend's bender was a hell of a lot more involved than most in terms of just how far, fast, and deep I went. I came here just minutes before we started the show, for all intents and purposes, just a few hours. It might as well have been a few minutes, and had to get my promotional banners up, get the photographs, the latest photographs embedded in thumbnail of Livestream, also add some context so people could understand my snake-like eyes, which I give some explanation context for in the explanatory context for in the summation of tonight's program. All people have to do is just press on the more button when they take a look at tonight's program, and they'll get an access to a miniature anthropological lesson right there. So all of that being stated, oh my God, let's see if I can build up to how many hours we got left. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. We got 4 fucking hours left. This is gonna be challenging. Like I said, most of the time after a bender like I've been on and I'm decompressing, I have people sometimes do the entire show with me in a round table. Nobody's here tonight. It's just fucking me. And it sucks. So bear with me, and I'm going to do the best I can. Okay, and that being said, let me breathe, gather myself, try and pull myself together, pull my head out of my ass, as I would say, go into a little bit of history for you, take you down the historical lane that, you know, well, that's my specialization, right? So see if I can do justice to that. You know what I would appreciate is a lot more people tracking down those John Sparks charts, availing yourself of them, and asking me questions about them in the future. Now, when the man produced his histomap of evolution, his chronograph of human evolution, that shows how humanity overwhelms all the other species on Earth except for bugs and bacteria, and he did this in the 60s. Now we know what he said to be fucking indisputable. Humanity has so warped the ecosystem that our only competitors in the field are bugs and bacteria. Talk about a man truly ahead of his time. One of the greatest minds that ever lived. This is a man who truly sees the reality of race and nation. And, of course, this is what the liberal progressives hate with a passion. With the irrationality of a pathology. Now, all of that being said, of course, my job is to defend all races, all nations, and put them into a perspective, well, human races and nations, put them into a perspective where we no longer have the kind of bigotry based in ignorance that we had, while acknowledging the fact that race is very real and leads to malpractice in medicine when it's not acknowledged. That would be the most immediate threat to everyone when it comes to what denial of race results in. By the way, I hope everyone appreciates the fact that I brought up Taiwan and Wakanda in terms of the latest release of the sequel that is either come out already or is going to come out about that kingdom. The death of the man who played King T'Challa was, of course, changed that story completely. It is like very sad. And it's, how do I say it? It's just indescribable. But again, the parallels to Taiwan are profound. I went into them deeply. And hopefully people understand them. People understand those parallels. So, let me think of where to start. Which part of history to speak about tonight to take us through 4 hours. I can speak as well about different things that strike me the most as most pertinent in terms of recent events with Taiwan, as always, a perennial subject because I'm Taiwanese and American, and I certainly want to provide America its Taiwanese Vulcan intervention. And, of course, I can't do that without secular power. And it's something that may be gained through opportunity based on, well, our heading towards a civil war, as we are. Now, in terms of, I'm thinking is about another movie. That might get me into the mood again to recover something that I've covered in the past when I've talked about, the Hunger Games, for instance. They were brought up by President Zelensky, or maybe one of the men who works with him, when they were talking about how Russia is playing Hunger Games with the food supply. And I think that that's a valid place to inspire me to speak about the current situation, swing it back to Taiwan. The Ukrainian minister has been urging ASEAN, the Southeast Asian nations, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, to stop the Russian Hunger Games. And you have, of course, the Russians trying to starve the world. And how would I express the kind of people that the Russians are? The kind of culture that they have? What they do to themselves? So that you can imagine what they do to others. When the Ukrainian minister is calling on other people in the world, particularly Asians, to stop Russian Hunger Games, understand that he and his people lived under Russian domination for far too long. And they understand that the Russians, around 2016, began to implement the Hunger Games for real in Siberia. Except no guns were allowed. I'm certain none of you even knew about this. Contestants were supposed to survive on their own for 9 months in Siberia. The producer said even then that anything goes, including rape and murder. Although they warned people taking part that they were still subject to the rule of law and could be arrested at any time. And that's just so fucking Russian. What they said was, you must understand that the police will come and take you away. We are on the territory of Russia and obey the laws of the Russian Federation. So, the 20 male and female participants were taking part in what was called Game 2, subtitled Winter. They could carry knives, but they weren't allowed any guns. They would have to survive from the 1st of July in 2017 until All Fool's Day, April Fool's Day, in 2018. That itself was a cruel joke. Maybe the winner was taken out behind a barn and shot, rather than becoming a national celebrity. But to get to that point even, they would have to survive in temperatures which could fall to minus 40 degrees Celsius. That would be at least minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Probably orders of magnitude under that. Now, the men and women on the show were given special survival training by former GRU, that's Military Intelligence Spetsnaz, or Special Forces operatives, who used to work under Russia's military intelligence services in the field. Anyone who wanted to take part had to be over 18 years of age and considered sane. How would you judge a person to be sane who even volunteered for that? They would also have to pay 10 million rubles, that would be 130,000 pounds sterling, or be voted in by viewers. Now, the organizer and the local entrepreneur, Yevgeny Piatkovsky, stated that all the participants would have to sign a release of liability in the case they were injured or died. Now, they actually established a Facebook page for this. Of course, there were a lot of frequently asked questions, like the rules of the game, if they could include fights, alcohol, murder, rape, smoking, anything at all, but the contestants must still obey the laws of the Russian Federation. Now, these games were set to take place half an hour away from Novosibirsk, the science city in Siberia, established as the unofficial capital of Siberia. They would be half an hour away from that by helicopter, meaning that that's a hell of a long way away by any other means of transportation. And Yevgeny Piatkovsky told the Siberian Times, from which I first read about this, "We will refuse any claim of participants, even if they were to be killed or raped. We will have nothing to do with this. This will be spelt out in a document to be signed by the participant before the start of the show." But they established 2,000 cameras set up in the forests around Novosibirsk to film what the contestants were up to, and each one of them was to carry a portable camera that they could form teams or try to survive alone, and they were allowed 15 stone or 100 kilograms of equipment. Now, the game area itself was under 900 hectares, just under 3 times the size of New York City's Central Park. And just like in the Hunger Games, the viewers would be able to donate gifts to their favorites. Now, the producers were, from the beginning, trying to get permission for contestants to be able to hunt, meaning that they could kill food as needed to survive, which would normally be considered poaching. And that if they were in trouble or wanted to leave the show, they could hit a panic button on a satellite phone and be rescued. But the winner would get 1.3 million pounds sterling. That would be about 100 million rubles. Or if there was more than one winner, a share of the total. So that way, 2 people could engineer it so that they would survive by fucking over everybody else. Like in the Hunger Games, where, you got a ultimate decision of 2 winners, a historical first. Now, just remember that these are Russians with their own citizens, where they view their exploitation as entertainment. This is something no sane society would tolerate. A real-life Hunger Games reality show, and this was years before the situation of desperation.
What I like most about being featuring...
Jesus Christ. Now, how the hell did that happen? Now, this is disgusting. I'm looking at Bathtub Sunday. This is disgusting. I got a sudden advertisement pop up while I'm trying to find the name of the Ukrainian minister who is appealing to the ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, telling them to stop Russia's Hunger Games. This is a man, of course, my point being that he saw this going down in Russia. At the time, this was like 2 years after the Russians invaded Ukraine in 2014 and illegally annexed the Crimea. And I get an advertisement from Disney, sponsored by Disney Advertising via the Hulu. I get Bathtub Sundays, which is like a miniature bathtub in plastic in which you've got just a shitload of ice cream. Holy shit. Oh God. So here you had this real life Hunger Games, this dangerous, interactive, live streamed, fight for your life reality competition in Russia. You had a Russian millionaire for grins and shit giggles funding a show called Game 2, subtitled Winter. And 30 participants were competing against each other in the Siberian wild for survival, facing bears, freezing temperatures, other obstacles, all for what would, okay, I'm getting smart asses asking me about, okay, it's so many million pounds sterling, that's 1.7 million United States dollars. I forget most of you don't transliterate all this currency automatically. But what really had people talking, or so the producers were saying, well, it's what the producers were saying, was that everything is allowed. Fighting, alcohol, murder, rape, smoking, anything. And the show was watched in real time with a paid subscription by viewers who had the option to vote and even fund a contestant. The production team would not intervene no matter what happened, unless theoretically that panic button was pushed. And that still didn't, theoretically, put the contestants above the law. They could face arrest for any crimes committed. And also, the island, where 15 men and 15 women were going to be dropped on, it looked nice in the summer, but for the treacherous winter challenge, they would get to choose supplies and weapons and duke it out, Katniss style, until a victor emerged. Now understand that when this was brought into the open, when this was under production, by 2017, because this started in 2016, when the advertising campaign promoting it was released, by 2017, there were thousands of contestants vying for a shot to win that prize. So it's just, this is what the Russians do to their own. For entertainment. So you can imagine what they do to others. And they're willing to take those Hunger Games to the world. So let me see what I can do to get myself back on track with that when it comes to what they're doing now to everyone else. When you think about what the Ukrainian minister has said just 2 days ago, 1 day ago, about Asia Pacific, the global food crisis, how only the Asians can stop it. By the way, let me check into the live streaming. Again, everyone participate. I want to hear some feedback. Make certain to enter something into the live chat. Always helps. And let me take a look at the number of people who are viewing at the moment. Always appreciate it. The people who follow us throughout the night. And again, this will take us, good, holding numbers. This will take us as far as I can take it, through to the normal amount of time. Haven't done a monologue this long in a long time because lately, I try to get others to help me hold for as long as possible. But tonight, everybody left. But don't forget to push the upvotes. And of course, my thanks to everyone who contributed. Mark H. is welcome to jump back on. Anyone's welcome to jump back on call. But, as I was saying, the point now being that we've got a Ukrainian minister. And let me see if I can remember his name. Let me see if I can put this into context of the war, the worsening global food crisis. But basically, it all comes back to Asia having the power to make it happen. And God, I hope I don't run across another fucking stupid YouTube video or something that'll pop up looking up this guy's name. I think his name, well, it was Ukraine's foreign minister. I remember that much. And it was on Saturday, this weekend, that I heard about while I was at the estate, that he urged the Southeast Asian countries of ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, to take all measures possible to stop Russia from playing Hunger Games over the Ukrainian Black Sea grain deal. which is expiring this week. We had a entire turnabout by the Russians on this. And of course, that's so typically fucking Russian as well. The deal in question that is now leveraged into blackmail by the Russians was allowing the export of food and fertilizers from several of Ukraine's Black Sea ports, brokered by the United Nations and Turkey, the nation of Turkey, on July 22nd, that could end on November 19th if Russia or Ukraine object to its extension. Again, we got something else happening on the 19th. I was trying to remember, and of course I can't. Drugs do a great job with that, and I'll see if I can remember that as I go on with this topic. But speaking at a news conference in Cambodia, on the sidelines of the ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations Summit, the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, I finally found his name, after enough, bathtub Sunday commercials. Dmytro Kuleba said that Russia remaining part of the deal was insufficient, and measures should be taken to ensure its inspectors were not intentionally delaying shipments and forcing global prices to rise. In fact, what he said exactly was that it's not enough just to keep Russia on board. It's also important to make sure that Russian inspectors who participate in this initiative, that they act in good faith and that they inspect ships without any artificial delay. And, of course, he added the fact that in Africa and Asia, entire nations were suffering, resultant Russian manipulations, leveraging the deal into blackmail. So that's why Kuleba said, I call on all ASEAN members to take every method possible to stop Russia from playing Hunger Games with the world. Now, the United Nations concludes that more than 10 million tons of grain and other food has been exported from Ukraine under this deal. And it has warned that Russia's war is worsening a global food crisis and pushing tens of millions more people into hunger. The kind of Holodomor that they perpetrated against Ukraine, the mass starvation famine tactical operations of the Soviets to exterminate the Ukrainian peoples, is now being, imposed upon the world. Now, Ukraine, I'm proud, happy to say, joined the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Summit and a parallel East Asian Summit for the first time. The leaders of the United States, the Empire of Japan, South Korea, and Australia were among those also attending, as was the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov. And Kuleba called out Lavrov, saying he had not requested a meeting with him during the summit, as would be the norm in international diplomacy. He did say that if he does, we will thoroughly consider his request, at that time adding that Russia must approach all negotiations in good faith, and qualifying the reality that there is not a single indicator that Russia is sincerely seeking negotiations. That sitting down at a table for a nice picture, we've been there, we've done it, we've tried. The worst thing that a country can do is nothing. He was saying this because he was discussing, during these meetings with Southeast Asian leaders, ways in which they can support Ukraine, and he conveyed that expressing neutrality and not condemning the Russian Empire was against their own interests. That's why the worst thing that a country can do is nothing. So hopefully this puts some perspective into the Hunger Games, which the Russians were intent on instituting in their own country for the sake of morbid entertainment as a survival reality television program, that this is something that they're now imposing globally, playing with the lives of millions of people instead of some 30 of their own. Again, this is the deal allowing the export of food and fertilizers from several of Ukraine's Black Sea ports, brokered by the United Nations and Turkey on July 22nd, that could end within days if Russia or even Ukraine object to its extension. And this is why, of course, we have a situation in which Mr. Kolyma is bringing to our attention that, well, we're all in the Hunger Games now. But then again, in a sense, we always were. Now, when it comes to Asia, that of course transitions us back to Taiwan. Suzanne Collins, the woman who authored the original books about the Hunger Games. She was somebody who knew quite a bit about Asia because her father fought in the America's Asian Wars. She was an American television writer and novelist, best known for the Underland Chronicles, nothing to do with Unterland. I would suspect. I have no idea what they're about. I've never read them. And the Hunger Games, which, of course, for those of you who might remember the films, consisted of The Hunger Games, Catching Fire, and Mockingjay. Now, she herself was born in Hartford, Connecticut. She's the daughter of Lieutenant Colonel Michael John Collins, who died in 2003. A United States Air Force officer who served in the Korean and Vietnam Wars and was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross and Bronze Star, the youngest of 4 children. Now, as the daughter of a military officer, she and her family were constantly moving, but the one constant in their lives was she got to know all about China. Now, the Hunger Games was actually all about China, but she wanted the Chinese people to have access to her political allegory. And in order to do that, she had to make certain that it got past the communist Chinese censors by making certain that they didn't know it was about communist China. So she wrote the book as about being post-apocalyptic America after climate change had submerged Florida under the sea. Now, if you ever take a look at a map of the United States, Florida is the penis of America. If you take Florida away, the United States is no longer identifiable. It is identifiable through its massive phallus, the Floridan Peninsula, that juts out and renders the United States geographical outline as distinctive. Everybody looks at that and they say, look at that big dick jutting out into the Caribbean and the Atlantic, ready to fuck the world. That's how everyone recognizes the United States. Now, there's satire involved in what I'm saying, but take a look at maps where climate change has submerged Florida in various climate models where they're warning of the ultimate damage that climate change will bring, the ultimate changes to the surface of the earth that we may inevitably be in for. And when you take a look at the outline of the American East Coast then, it becomes remarkably similar to the East Coast, the Pacific Coast of communist China on the mainland. Both nations then become almost indistinguishable. So by using this geopolitical allegory, Susan Collins was able to get a map looking very much like the communist Chinese mainland, published in every one of the books, while the communist Chinese censors thought it was all about American self-reflection and self-inspection. They didn't realize she was getting through them and therefore succeeding in subverting mainland China's population with an example of where they were headed and how Taiwan would win the next war, because the Hunger Games is actually about Red China. Author Suzanne Collins had pretty well spelled out that Pan Am, the fictional setting of her Hunger Games novels turned blockbusters, is this post-apocalyptic North America. And while penning the stories makest her an authority on these matters, just a little between-the-lines reading makes it shockingly clear that her intentions were actually a brilliantly acute critique of postmodern collectivist China on the mainland, what they used to call capital collectivist, but Xi Jinping is bringing communism back. You can call it Red China all over again. So understand that Xi Jinping is going for the power as opposed to the prosperity. He's bringing China back to the dark ages of collectivization. So bear in mind that as it stands, we are now in a situation where Red China is no longer going to be the economic powerhouse, but rather turning Soviet on us. That's something that will make all of this a lot easier to contend with. So understand that what I'm describing, well, you might say, first off, if you were a literary historian and knew anything about Asian culture, and then you would understand that Suzanne Collins is, like any good producer of material, going to be standing on the shoulders of giants. The first thing to recognize is that The Hunger Games is simply a ripoff of the Japanese Battle Royale. And that the Japanese Battle Royale was the first recent kind of exposition of a potential future in which young people are exploited, forced to commit violence against each other until they learn to cooperate against their real enemy, the system. And unlike Russia, you might argue that obviously the communist Chinese government doesn't take poor children from across the country and pit them against each other in a battle to the death. But why would they need to? Reading Suzanne Collins' Hunger Games trilogy about what is only portrayed as a dystopian future America, you would be unsettled by the similarity of her world to China right now. Think about China's scramble for coal. You had a recent disruption that, while pictured as temporary, was painful nonetheless. China's ongoing electricity crunch is a mess of its own making. due in part, for example, to an overly rigid regulatory system that compels local officials to act a bit too aggressively in complying with Beijing's diktats, as had happened in that case in response to power consumption quotas handed down from the central government, even when it became most abundantly clear that doing so was a bad idea. It was also partially a result of dwindling reserves of thermal coal, which accounts for more than half of China's energy mix. Now, one cause of those depleted inventories was the ban Red China imposed the year before yesteryear by now on imported coal from Australia. It did this to pressure Australia on a number of issues, ranging from Canberra's criticism over Beijing's initial handling of the COVID-19 outbreak to Canberra's, the capital of Australia's, hearty embrace of the Quad, the quadrilateral, well, talk-down committee, really. Talk-up committee. They aren't fit for much else right now. Whatever the objective of Red China's ban, it led to ships full of Australian coal being stranded just outside of Chinese ports at a time when blackouts were beginning to roll across the country. Now, China then fairly quickly began quietly allowing cargoes to be offloaded. But beyond that, it forced China to race to find alternative suppliers on the fly, including from places more difficult and expensive to reach like Western Kazakhstan, and contributed to the surge in prices globally. That was a bad winter. This winter with Europe will be even worse. Coal itself is now desperately needed by the Europeans. Coal being a highly fungible commodity, so the disruption in either case is always considered temporary, but painful nonetheless, no matter where the need be. In the Hunger Games, what used to be America is called Pan Am, a country where most of the people are very poor, many barely surviving on their poor rations, while an elite lives lavishly in the capital, where the totalitarian government reigns. The people of Pan Am each live in a district with a production specialty. The protagonist, Katniss, lives in District 12, the coal mining district. District 1 makes luxury goods. District 3 is the factory hub. District 6 is lumber. District 11 is agriculture, etc. These districts that make expensive things, like luxury goods and seafood, live more comfortably than those who make cheaper essentials like agriculture and coal, who basically live in poverty. In the capital itself, however, people live in the utmost luxury. They eat so much that, a la the old Roman days of decadence, it's commonplace to purposefully induce vomiting to allow more eating. They voraciously consume government-produced entertainment, the pinnacle being the Hunger Games, akin to the Roman games of old and the Russian games today. They are obsessed with fashion. Everyone dresses like Lady Gaga, and their lives are full of comforts that all they can worry about are the most superficial of things. No one in the capital ever has to worry about having enough to eat. The capital is a lot like the developed urban West today, and it's a lot like Shanghai, Communist China's New York City. Think about long before we had the bullshit Olympics of, oh God, the COVID Olympics in Communist China. It makes me sick to think of those. Think back all the way from those Olympics to the 2008 Olympics, where you didn't have COVID fucking up the deal. That was when one could speak of opulence. Beijing playing host to the single most expensive over-the-top Olympic Games and ceremonies in history, dropping over 42 million United States dollars in an effort to present a visage, not a reality, of power, wealth, and status to the world, which was also the explicit purpose of the titular Hunger Games, an annual demonstration of intimidation and unmatchable spectacle. Rather than using that wealth and influence to establish social programs, improve access to technology, economic opportunity, or even basic services, Beijing, like the capital, reinvested in its own image, and on the grandest scale possible. Hell, even the open ceremonies of the Beijing Olympics presented an uncanny similarity to how the movie version of Catching Fire visualized the arrival of the tributes for what was to be the 75th Hunger Games. And just as Gale lamented the compulsory viewership of the Hunger Games, many Beijingers found themselves less than enthused about hosting the Olympic Games when Communist China's government forcibly relocated some 1.5 million inhabitants of the city to make room for the event. Now, despite the parallels between the lives of those in Collins's fictional capital and your own life at home in America, the Red China parallel sticks out much more clearly because Communist China's inequality is far worse than America's. Sure, we have an enormous wealth gap, but that's largely because the rich are just so goddamn rich. In Red China, it's much worse because the gap is due much more to the large number of people still living in abject poverty. Red China's GDP, or gross domestic product per capita, was 3,744 United States dollars last time I checked, while America's was around 48,989. Orders of magnitude higher. Meanwhile, one of the places where my gang brother Beaver would do business, monkey business if you will, by that I mean underworld activity, which the communists, being criminals themselves, were always very tolerant of. He never had any danger of being interfered with because he would bribe the communists. They're just fellow criminals. And where does crime go? Where the money is. So when he would be hanging out in Shanghai on business, most who were living there were living very, very comfortably, and the best off, including most foreigners until recently, were living lavishly. Parties late into the night, pre-COVID. Dining out constantly, pre-COVID. Shopping all the time, even now. Sipping their lattes that cost more than the entire day's meal budget for most Chinese families. Who produces all the goods they gorge on there? The people in the inland provinces, like Pan Am's districts. Mongolia does coal. Guangdong does textiles. Yunnan makes coffee. And only 25% of rural Chinese families have ever owned a refrigerator in their lives. There's no way they take hot showers on any regular basis. The difference in lifestyle between those in Shanghai, Beijing, Guangdong, and Shenzhen, China's richest cities on the coastlines, and the rest of the nation inland, is stark. My gang brother Beaver knew this because of his visit to Hainan province some years ago. Not too long ago, but certainly pre-COVID, he was in a touristy area, and he was still blown away by the dirty, drab, overcrowded cities he drove through. He saw abject poverty, people living in their own filth, begging for food, while swimming in puddles of their own piss and shit. He remembered being shocked after learning about the housing for teachers in his niece's summer at Harvard Beijing Academy, while the pampered American students like her got to stay in air-conditioned private rooms with maid service and private bathrooms. Their teachers, most hailing from poorer regions of China, were crowded into tight barrack-like rooms with no air conditioning and had to walk a block to get to the shared bathroom. His niece brought 2 suitcases full of clothes. Then she realized most of her teachers had only 2 or 3 outfits that they rotated throughout their entire lives. That was an entirely different standard of living. Furthermore, as in the Hunger Games books, many people in Red China still have barely enough to eat. This is why the accelerated inflation over the last half year has made Beijing absolutely paranoid. They do not want an uprising. And like in the Hunger Games, the government suppressed uprising how? With an iron fist. I'm sure you've read about the Communist Chinese government's reaction to uprisings in Tibet and Xinjiang provinces, or even the crazy over-the-top crackdown on the non-existent revolution named after a flower inspired by Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East. You know, I'm used to talking in allegory like that because when I would communicate online with either my gang brother Beaver or anyone else on the Communist Chinese mainland, I had to be careful not to type out the name of the Hong Kong resistance movement, or I could wind up getting people in their clutches shot, executed, for even receiving their name from a foreigner would implicate them in treason. To think that we used to have people who were apologists for Red China's government. In the form of the NBA, we still do. The Chi-Coms, the Communist Chinese, love their basketball. They love those big black players. And those same players would probably argue that over the past 30 years, millions of people have been lifted out of actual poverty in Red China, the kind who can afford tickets to their games. And not all of those are the filthy rich. So they would say, to rationalize their exploitation. They would say that since the Mao days, everyone's lives are getting better as the country gets richer, right? The few are actually starving to death at least, whereas millions did under Mao. Things are getting better, right? But the truth is, the old civil war in communist China, if you were the absolute cynic, you could say it was a war of the urban city gangsters against the rural country bandits. That the communists were all the country bandits, that the nationalists, the blue Chinese, who relocated to my Taiwan, were all the city gangsters. The cities were all on the coast to have access to the sea. The rural bandits dominated anything else. All the country inland that was farmland went communist, and they produced all the food. They were 99% of the goddamn population. They would have starved the cities out, but the cities got resupply from the sea. The only way they could conquer the cities was to surround them, isolate them, cut them off from their supplies. Eventually, the nationalists relocated to island China, an island that's the equivalent of every single aircraft carrier in the American fleet, in the American Navy, because the American Navy has 7 fleets. Imagine all their supercarriers welded together into a super island, and that still won't do justice to my Taiwan, where they were unconquerable. That's where things got better. In terms of communist China, once they overran the cities and collectivized the agriculture, everybody starved. And the truth is, all of China's new wealth has gone to the big coastal cities, the new gangsters of the goddamn Communist Party. This is China's capital. And most of the people in the countryside and migrant workers live lives in stark contrast to the wealthier members of society. Lives without the basic comforts and securities people in the cities have come as to expect. They don't have any clean water. Factory pollution is an everyday problem in everybody else's lives outside the cities, where plumbing can eliminate the excess. Everyone else is drowning in industrial effluvia. Nothing but sludge comes out of their pipes. In fact, all too often, they don't have running water. And few can afford to buy a car. Back in the old days, taxi drivers were movie heroes. They'd make movies about taxi drivers, because almost nobody in communist China had a goddamn car. A taxi driver was viewed as a hot commodity. Women would sleep with them for a ride. Meanwhile, Red China's number of millionaires, which was growing faster than anywhere else in the world, all that stopped with the COVID crash. Still, until COVID, it was the market for luxury goods, high-priced real estate, and Bordeaux wine. All that wealth being very highly concentrated at the top. The government is fully aware of the widening income gap and all the problems it presents. Recently, well, not too recently, years ago by now, Beijing cracked down on luxury ads in the city, not wanting to draw such public attention to the income gap. The government is so afraid of rebellion that, in reaction to recent uprisings in Mongolia, Beijing pledged a huge amount of money to go towards development of that region and preservation of its culture. They also cracked down heavily on protest, but the greedy capital in the Hunger Games would have reacted much, much more harshly in such a situation, and never, ever would have pledged more investment to appease protesters. That doesn't rationalize communist China in the least. All of it is bullshit facade. They're doing their best to eradicate Mongolian culture in Inner Mongolia and ultimately have every intention of breeding out the race. This is why it's so important to understand human evolution through the prism of race and nations that you find in John Sparks's chronograph. The saddest part is, I know that the parallels between the Hunger Games and the developing world are much, much scarier in other parts of the world, like war-torn sub-Saharan Africa. I know this by personal experience, having fought as a mercenary in the Horn of Africa, where people really are starving to death and tearing each other to bloody shreds, while fat cats in government live exorbitantly luxurious lifestyles on the backs of the practically enslaved populace. Sure, you might say, Red China isn't nearly as bad. and at least there's relative peace. But how much oppression is that peace and harmony and efficient infrastructure building, if you could dignify it with that qualification at all, really worth? Before reading The Hunger Games, you might think it was worth a lot, and even underrated by people in the West. But once you review the films, watch some documentaries on communist Chinese geography, well, then you wouldn't know anymore. You'd become more and more disillusioned with the benefits of authoritarian government, and you'd come to suspect that the income gap problem will persist until there's a major change in government. It is civil war, revolution, even global war, in which both communist China and the United States are major battlefronts. You may not believe that it will necessarily happen through revolution. In fact, we all really hope it doesn't happen through war, but it needs to happen. The one thing I can tell you, it's not going to happen one day at a time. In fact, the Hunger Games already happened in China, and it was called the Great Leap Forward. Over the course of roughly 4 years, from 1958 through 1962, that were supposed to mark China's transition to a fully modern world power, 100 million Chinese citizens died of causes ranging from starvation, which was the big one, to being tortured to death by secret police. Granted, the Hunger Games only managed to ice children in groups of 23, depending on the year and games, but in an empire with what was even thereafter still a quarter of the global population until imposition of the mass murderous one-child policy, everything happens on a grander scale. Much like the districts are responsible for providing for the capital through production of their various industries, Mao decided to mobilize the countryside to outsmelt Great Britain and produce record-setting quantities of steel. So farmers with zero experience in iron works set up backyard furnaces in every village and every hovel to melt down whatever they decided was made of metal. Simultaneously, infrastructure projects were undertaken to make Red China's farming communes more productive than ever before. The intense pressure to perform, along with hyperbolic propaganda touting the performance of various provinces, drove the various communes and regions to exaggerate their own output, which in turn led to the government hoarding more and more food on the assumption that there was just so much to go around. They could afford to keep increasing quotas and adding to the surplus in exports. Of course, they didn't really have the steel or the food, so people died in droves of starvation. If they could escape the roving cadres looking for those who weren't communist enough and threatened to bring the whole mood down. Mao's denial of that down mood led to the starvation of millions. They just kept singing the Communist Party line, kept singing the songs. Now again, I encourage people to enter into the chat room. Always like interaction there. Taking a look at our concurrent viewers. And of course, appreciating the fact that we're heading into a work week this Sunday night. Wednesday is midweek, of course. We look forward to Marina being with us. And of course, again, maintain our dear Brooke Gibson and her son in all your prayers. Now, all right. You know, by 1959, the Communist Chinese harvest had dropped by 30 million tons, almost 15% of the total from the previous year. Yet, in the face of growing food shortages, Mao insisted that the problem was not declining grain production, but willful sabotage. Well, this is what brings us to the famine and all its ugly consequences. In a few of Red China's poorest provinces, instances of mass cannibalism were documented. Let me translate for you from the Chinese a first-hand report from Anhui Province. The worst thing that happened during the famine was that parents had to decide who would be allowed to die first. They could not afford to let their sons die, but a mother would say to her daughter, "You have to go and see your granny in heaven." Then they just stopped giving the girl food, only giving her water. When the girls died, the families would swap the body of their daughter for that of a neighbor. 5 or 7 women would agree to do this among themselves. Then they would boil the corpses into a kind of soup. They had learned to do this during the famine of the 1930s. And they accepted it as a kind of hunger culture. The Chinese hunger culture. Read a book by Mr. Becker, surname spelled Becker, called Hungry Ghosts. I'm reading from page 138. And still, Mao refused to change course. He had silenced all his critics, but in the process, he had also shut down the regime's most vital feedback mechanisms, debate and criticism, which were now needed more than ever to prevent an arrogant, willful dictator from indulging his utopian fantasies. To distract himself from his troubles, Mao now spent more and more time with comely young peasant girls at his Saturday night dance meetings in Zhongnanhai. He kept them well fed. The rumors were he was fattening them up to eat them. I've never found out whether that was ever verified. But conditions deteriorated even further, because by 1960, there was nothing left to buffer the long-suffering peasants from debilitating disease and agonizing death en masse. By the end of that year, people in some places had been reduced to eating clay soil in the hope of filling their empty bellies. By the spring of 1961, more than 100 million Chinese had died of malnutrition and related diseases. All the trees inside the village in Anhui Province had been cut down, and nearby trees were all stripped of their bark as people boiled that into soup. More than half of the villagers died between New Year and April of 1960. This is why the Russians decided to end their winter games on All Fool's Day. April Fool's Day is dated the 1st of April, to celebrate the Chinese deaths that inspired their Hunger Games. And when people died in the Hunger Games of Communist China by the millions, no one collected the bodies because there was not enough. Well, there was not even enough meat upon them to eat. They truly were just skin and bones. In fact, they were so goddamn emaciated that their cadavers did not even change color or decay because there was no blood in them at all, and not enough flesh for even the vermin to feed. Imagine corpses that don't change color or decay. Skeletons with skin upon them, that piled upon each other in mountains, that lay there in moss for years, mummified, desiccated in life, because their own bodies had digested all their own blood for lack of any other nutrient. Cannibal vampirism. The feasting upon one's own internal organ, which is all that blood was ever considered to be by the Russians. A liquid organ. As to Mao's reaction to the suffering peasants, no longer able to deny reality when even bodies wouldn't rot, Mao made a symbolic display of empathy with the hard-pressed peasants. He announced that he would temporarily stop eating meat. But he continued to insist that the difficulties were only temporary, and that they were the product not of his own wrong-headed policies, but of rich peasant sabotage, and 3 consecutive years of bad weather and catastrophic natural disasters. Yet through it all, in the face of extreme mass famine, Mao callously continued to export millions of tons of Chinese blood grain to the Soviet Union, his communist allies. Although Mao's colleagues dared not oppose his policies, they knew that unless things changed soon, there was a very real danger of regime collapse. And so they quietly began taking measures into their own hands. Well, matters into their own hands by enacting secret measures. In late 1960 and 1961, Mao's second-in-command, party vice chairman Liu Shaoqi, joined with Deng Xiaoping and others to address the most egregious causes of the famine. In any event, after the Lushan Plenum, Mao voluntarily retreated to the second line of party policy making, and he allowed Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping to try to rescue Red China's devastating rural economy. This is what presented history with Liu and Deng's solutions to stop the famine. Over the next 12 years, Liu and Deng adopted a number of emergency reform measures. First, they drastically reduced the size of the people's communes. To strengthen local production responsibility and to overcome the endemic free rider problem, they restored the accounting functions of the pre-1958 collective farms so that peasants from each village would be held responsible for their own production results, including both profits and losses, rather than simply folding these into the commune's general accounts as before. And come 1961, they shifted ultimate responsibility for income, profits, and losses down to the level of the old cooperative farms, consisting of just 20 to 30 families. To generate additional food and income for hungry peasants, Liu and Deng also restored to individual families the right to own small private plots of land and small domestic animals. So it was Liu and Deng who worked to end the famine. By 1962, Liu and Deng had strengthened material incentives even further by contracting production to individual households. Under this system, each family was allocated a piece of village land to cultivate for itself. After delivering a fixed quota of compulsory grain to the state, each family was free to consume or sell or trade the remainder of their output as it saw fit. Under this policy, there would be no more free riding on the collective, since each family was fully responsible for its own success or failure, profit or loss. By 1962, the reform policies of Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping had brought about the first clear signs of an economic recovery. The worst of the famine was over, and throughout the countryside, hundreds of millions of peasant survivors began to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. But the Communist Party, well, for the Red Party of the Chinese Communists, the job of restoring their badly damaged reputation and credibility had just begun. And to this day, estimates of the total casualties vary substantially, because the official party line on the tragedy is still one of complete denial, or attributing any food shortages to the weather whenever the subject becomes inescapable by circumstance. Curiously, whenever the tributes visit the capital in the Hunger Games, they are overwhelmed by the contrast with their own districts, where people are starving and subsisting on stone soup, while residents of the capital have more food than they can ever physically hope to consume. And anyone who complains can expect a visit from peacekeepers, who pretty much flog or execute every would-be Oliver Twist, asking for some more, please. You see, Communist China already has districts. One of the central features of Collins's Hunger Games universe being the 12 or 13, but more on that later, districts, distinct in everything from the food they eat to their peculiar traditions and especially the industries through which they support Pan Am and the governing capital. While the idea is that America, following a civil war, was divided into these dozen districts, it actually much more closely reflects Red China's current and historical makeup. As you may already noticed, Chinese is neither a language nor an ethnicity, but rather an externally imposed label covering an enormous variety of rich cultures, histories, languages, and traditions that persist to this day, reflective of the numerous tribes and various kingdoms that have come and gone throughout the massive region today known as the Communist Chinese Empire. And as for the signature cuisines and dishes of the various districts, well, that also exists in Red China, and has for centuries. Americans may get fussy over whether barbecue is best prepared with a dry rub or smothered with a tangy sweet brown sauce, but Communist China's culinary traditions are unmistakably regional and diverse. Likewise, individual cities are even known for the particular output and specialization of their factories and industry. One enterprising factory owner with an overseas contract will routinely see a former employee quit just to set up sweatshop across the street, providing the same widgets and goods using the same sort of machinery, and supplied with workers migrating from impoverished agrarian regions who missed the modernization bus. Just as the districts of Pan Am are virtually foreign to one another's citizens, so are the various regions of China all but different nations compared to one another. But Beijing is the capital! Pan Am is ruthlessly governed by an authoritarian regime in the capital, recognizable to readers and reviewers of the franchise as Denver, Colorado. But the climax of the final book and movie, in which the protagonists must navigate a labyrinthine network of booby traps and confounding urban planning to reach the true government palace, feels a lot more like the Forbidden City itself, a massive, fortress-like series of walls, courtyards, and enclaves, smack in the middle of Red China's actual capital, Beijing. By design, this ancient megastructure combines opulence with defensive infrastructure, both luxurious and imposing, exactly as the capital is presented in the final chapters of the stories. But the similarities aren't limited to a single building. As a matter of fact, Let me tell you something you probably are completely unaware of. When it comes to the Communist Chinese, they've been steadily expanding the capital to the largest city in the world. You have no idea just how large it truly is. We're talking about a city. Now, I've said in the past just how large Tokyo is. Tokyo is the megalopolis that is so enormous that it doesn't have a mayor. It has a governor, as if it were a state. The far greater Beijing megapolis of Jing-Jin-Ji, which combines the various regions that have been effectively turned into a megalopolitan sprawl. You're talking about a super massive cluster. The urban cluster developed under a national plan that makes it, well, something that has never been seen before on Earth. You're talking about its own population. This is something that is essentially bigger than the nation state of Uruguay and more populous than United Germany. Jing-Jin-Ji is an amalgam, as a term, a portmanteau of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, which is referred to by the Chinese character of Ji. Already, Hebei is China's 12th largest province, an entire fucking province in terms of area. Adding on Beijing and Tianjin increase its total area to 216,000 square kilometers. That's 83,400 square miles. Bigger than the total area of the nation state of Uruguay between Argentina and Brazil. The combined economic output of Jing-Jin-Ji surpassed 600 trillion yuan, or 970 billion United States dollars before COVID busted it down. Well, that was around 2014, back when the Russians invaded Ukraine and illegally annexed the Crimean Peninsula. That accounted that year for about 10.9% of the country's total gross domestic product, and its area's total population was over 100 million people, more than that of United Germany or Vietnam. That's the capital. Both the Pan Am capital of the Hunger Games and the real-life Beijing are disproportionately large, vibrant cultural centers and trendsetters, housing an authoritarian government and replete with architecture, extravagance, and big city self-importance that simply cannot be matched by any other city in the nation. And there is a perversion of Confucianism, which is the bane of mainland China in that sense, but the blessing of my own Taiwan, on which the philosophy of Kolinar, as practiced by the Vulcan population, well, that was manifest in the wisdom of Spock and whatever else you may know about my Taiwan. Again, I'm counting on anyone to interact in the chat room. Always encouraging any interactions. Feedback. In terms of Confucianism, one of the more perplexing features of the citizens of Pan Am in the books and movies is their willingness to tolerate the oppressive government and systemic abuse that they suffer. China, however, is the home to an ancient code of rules and ethics bordering on a religion, and actually is the state religion of my Taiwan. It's known as Confucianism. While the influence of Confucius can be seen well beyond the Chinese mainland, in the Empire of Japan, on the Korean Peninsula, and in Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Confucius himself lived in the heart of China and used his role as a royal advisor to instruct rulers and, by extension, the entire nation, according to his standards of conduct. It's important to remember he was a warrior. In fact, his very name is where we derive the martial term Kung Fu from, because he was known as Master Kong. And as Master Kong, we derive the term Kung Fu, meaning the way of Master Kong, the way of martial arts. He was not only a warrior himself, who defended himself in his wanderings throughout China from different kingdom to different kingdom, seeking someone who would take him on as royal advisor. He also was an accomplished operational tactician. In this way, he made himself invaluable in a nation at constant civil war with itself. China had broken asunder into a warring kingdoms period. Confucius dreamed of a united China, and therefore he wrote a Machiavellian code. Think of Machiavelli's book titled The Prince, his advice to any earthly secular ruler. Heartless and cunning. This was Confucius, living in a time when one could spare no mercy. One had to be practical to the point of ruthlessness. Confucius, then, may seem an odd messiah, but he was the Moses of his day. And like Moses, he never lived to see his people reach the promised land of that united China, reunited under his own philosophy. But his philosophy being what it is, in essence, one of China's most important cultural touchstones and farthest reaching global influence, has been the notion that the rule of a central authority is absolute, and violating that norm is dishonorable and the source of disharmony on earth. Far from being viewed as an outdated relic of history, Confucianism continues to enjoy great support and relevance among any Far East Asian citizens today. And the Chinese in particular can claim him as their gift to all Far East Asia, to the identity of the Orient. In the Hunger Games stories, the people are clearly dissatisfied with their lot, but they cannot bring themselves to fight back against their oppression until they have a new, seemingly charismatic figure behind which they can rally and derive some semblance of empowerment and authority. In the world today, that would be the Dietrich art-elect of Taiwan. The Katniss of Asia would be the daughter of my mind. It's all about the group over the individual. But a brilliant enough individual can represent the group and ultimately lead them. As Confucius did in death, there are those who can channel Confucius and act as his embodiment in life. Because Confucian tradition not only explains why an entire nation would be complacent in the face of an ineffective, barbaric, and oppressive government, it provides the context for the central feature of the Hunger Games stories, the games themselves. What could compel 24 children to obediently participate in a charade that ultimately sees them fight to the death until only one deeply traumatized victor remains? They are promised, for their trouble, a bounty of food and basic goods delivered to their home district, should they manage to gladiate their way through their peers. Red China's ancient principles also dictate that the individual, one person's needs, wants, emotions, and identity, is subordinate to the needs of the society or the larger group. In fact, this is the Vulcan way of Kolinar. This is why Spock says the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. He is simply regurgitating Confucianist philosophy. The Spock-like mentality is one of the biggest stumbling blocks for the hyper-individualist Westerner trying to even begin to understand the two Chinas, island China and the collectivists on the mainland. Yet it helps to clarify why, for 75 years, the tributes of the Hunger Games have apparently played along with the sadism and done their best to chop each other to pieces on television without so much as a seemingly appropriate hunger strike, or even the odd John Lennon song. When you see yourself as a servant to society at large, you don't fight the system. You try to make it work for whatever group whose membership includes yourself, especially when your parents and siblings are counting upon you. That would also explain as why, when Katniss suddenly doesn't play by the rules, it upends the entire system and leads to a national revolution. And that brings us to the reign of terror, the one-child nation policy. Because from 1979 through to 2016, that policy officially ended the year thereafter. The Communist Chinese government attempted to control the growth of its billion-strong population through a rule that mandated that couples, with some exceptions, could only have one child. In a society that values males significantly over females, having a baby girl was no longer a simple matter of rigging up the stirrups and trying again. Instead, families either aborted or otherwise disposed of infant girls in order to use their one-child quota to have male offspring, or government officials on the watch for a baby bump would compel them on pain of death to make a stew with their firstborn, female or otherwise. That's the only reason there are any females left alive in China today. Now, that brings us to, well, it brings me to trying to articulate to you what it was like inside China's horrifying child-killing policy machine. On the 29th day in October of 2015, China's Communist Party announced it was abandoning its unpopular one-child policy after 35 years. But the scars still run deep in Commu-Chinese society from the horrors of their one-child policy. But one incident, among too many to account for, happened not during the horrors of some Mao Zedong-inspired mania in the 1950s or 1960s, that decade into which I myself was born, but in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my Wombmatrón, my mother, was murdered. The year of Fukushima Daiichi, but 1 week after she was slain. In the internet age, and when Red China was walking proudly on the global stage as a major power. Asking never to be named for fear of retribution, a man whose second child was aborted in 2011 said his wife has had a mental breakdown because of her trauma. His wife was 7 months pregnant with their second child when the group of people barged into his home and took her away. he followed them to a local hospital where, against medical advice and despite his pleadings, they jammed a needle into her belly. About the new policy, he had only one thing to say. It has come too late. They grabbed my wife's body like they were grappling a pig. 4 or 5 people holding her hands and legs and head and injected a shot into her belly. Neither my wife nor I signed any consent form. 10 hours later, she gave birth to a boy, wriggling and faintly crying. But the doctors in southern Yunnan province would not even let her hold the dying infant. They put the baby in a plastic bag and ordered him, the husband, the father, to pay the janitor a sum of money to bury it on a nearby hill. According to official statistics, well, those that I was able to gather after hearing that this boy was buried alive and kicking. Well, the following year, in 2012, 6.7 million women in communist China were forced to have abortions under the one-child policy. Rates in previous decades often topped 10 million a year. Experts concur that as a result, suicide rates among women in China are significantly higher than among men, in contrast to all global norms. Unimaginable numbers of girls are secretly aborted or killed in infancy every year by parents seeking boys, skewing the sex ratio dramatically to a 75% male population. In the past 4 decades, hundreds of millions of men and women have been forcibly sterilized or had intrauterine devices inserted per Chinese family planning policies. The vast majority of people are still too scared to speak out, but many, including some of the cadres involved in enforcing the mass murder policy, say they feel bitter to this day. A 56-year-old man from a small town in southern China said he had worked in the mid-1990s as a member of a family planning team, as they called these search and destroy squadrons. Speaking on condition of anonymity, the man recalled that intrauterine devices, tubal ligations, and vasectomies were commonplace. To quote his T, from the original Chinese, I translate for you. Many women who were 7 or 8 months pregnant were forced to have abortions. Hospitals never refused, despite the risks. Because it was a government order, no one dared say no. But it was when people tried to skirt the rules that things got ugly. One woman with 2 daughters fled her home to avoid ligation because she wanted a son. When the family planning team arrived at her house, they found only the woman's 80-year-old mother, left alone to die. They still tore down the building, destroyed all the furniture, and ruined the food. The former family planning team member swearing thereby, and I quote his T via my own translation for you now. We made the house vanish in just 20 minutes. It's like it just happened yesterday. I can never forget the scene. An 80-year-old woman crying in front of her ruined house, sitting on a stone in tears. I told the official in charge, "This is too ruthless." He replied, "It's policy." I could not bear it anymore and resigned from the family planning team. The old lady was left to freeze to death in the cold that night. This is communist China. If any of you apologize for them, You should move there yourself. You'll never be allowed to leave, as they have new rules where they can force anyone to stay forever. Foreigners can be forced to stay in China. The nation itself, the empire, becomes your prison. Chinese demographers had been pleading with the Communist Party for at least a decade to abandon the one-child policy, which had left the empire facing an inevitable economic crisis caused by looming labor shortages and a dramatic rise in the number of elderly people. There's nothing but the elderly in China now, too old to work and no one to take care of them. They're all going to die. Yet the Communist Party still dragged its feet, unwilling to turn its back on a policy that empowered and often enriched officials across the nation, many of whom took large bribes to provide an endless supply of newborns to the insatiable sub-satanic sacrifice market, the sacrificial market of baby-eaten, baby-raping Satanists and baby-eaten Edomites. The latest move still limits the number of children a couple can have to 3, presumably leaving that vast enforcement apparatus still in place, yet demanding that women squeeze out 3 puppies immediately, 1 a year, in a desperate attempt to re-up the numbers. And this time they're tolerating girls, hoping to rebalance the numbers towards 50-50. You know, in a natural state of affairs, it's usually 51% girls to 49% men. But no, the women aren't having any of it now. They're passively resisting by not producing babies. Reggie Littlejohn, founder of Women's Rights Without Frontiers, a San Jose-based group in my own Golden, California that campaigns against forced and sex-selective abortion in Red China, has testified that whether they are having 1 or 2 children, they will have to have a birth permit for each child, and they will face coercion unless they are rich enough to bypass the limits. Poor people have to obey the law, and rich people have to buy their way out of it. Talk about a criminal regime. In 2005, an attorney, Chen Guangqing, filed a class action lawsuit against the authorities over enforcement of the one-child policy, but as a result, he spent years in jail and under house arrest. In 2012, the blind, barefoot lawyer fled to the American Embassy, the United States Embassy in Beijing, and is now a visiting fellow at the Catholic University of America. He has sworn that a powerful, violent system grew up around the one-child policy, creating a climate of universal fear and destroying all the traditional value that was placed on human life. Official promotions were tied to family planning successes and slogans on how it would be better to have bloody rivers of aborted fetuses than any extra births. Summed up the brutality by which the policy was enforced. Chen himself writing an affidavit that, and here I quote us therefrom, "The policy created a deformed society and cast a shadow in people's minds, that you can do nothing in the face of state power. Think about it. People do not even have control over their own body. They cannot even protect their own child." In 2012, public opinion was galvanized when a chilling photograph circulated widely on social media showing a mother lying on a hospital bed with the corpse of her son after officials had forced her to have an abortion. Feng Jianmai, who had been 7 months pregnant, said at the time she had been forced to end the pregnancy because she could not pay a fine of 6,300 United States dollars for failing to get an official permit for a second child. Feng's husband, Deng Jian, said his wife was depressed and ill for a long time after the incident, Deng himself dared to goest on record to state that the attention made their lives a double nightmare. Local villagers called them troublemakers for speaking out. Even as Feng recovered, they held banners outside the hospital calling the couple traitors. They were together at home when they heard the news that the one-child policy was being abandoned. This prompted their young daughter to ask where her brother was. His voice breaking, Deng is recorded as saying, "We had nothing to say except he was in heaven." She asked what heaven looked like. We said we don't know. Jian Mei sighed and said it should have come a long time ago. Then both of us retreated into silence. The 2019 documentary entitled One Child Nation examines Red China's draconian, decades-long one-child mass murder policy, which resulted in countless abductions, forced abortions, and child deaths. One Nation, or rather the documentary titled One Child Nation, is a stark reminder that America is not the only country where a woman's right to control her body has been under siege. Winner of the Grand Jury Prize at, good God, must have been the year before yesteryear, I'd say 3 years ago by now, the Sundance Film Festival, afore premiering in select theaters on the 9th day in August, that year, courtesy of Amazon. The directors, Nanfu Wang and Jialing Jiang's heart-rending documentary examines their native China's one-child policy, which functioned as a systemic attack on its female population, and which resulted in collateral damage on an international scale. In effect, from 1979 to 2015, China's policy placed strict guidelines on reproduction in order to curb population growth, which Wang's mother, parroting the Communist Party line, proclaimed would otherwise have led to famine and potential cannibalism. Urban citizens were limited to a single child, while rural inhabitants were, in the mid-1980s, granted the opportunity to have a second child if they could afford to pay for permission. The law outlined strict punishment for non-compliance, the destruction of homes, forfeiture of property and valuables, and steep fines. Those who suffered those penalties, however, got off easy, since local family planning officials, empowered by the Communist Party, also had the authority to abduct women, tie them up, and force them to undergo sterilizations and abortions as late as 8 to 9 months into their pregnancies. Oftentimes during such trauma, they were gang raped. In fact, most of them never survived. Thus, millions of women died. And as the filmmakers detail in a series of stunning conversations with residents of Wang's hometown and similar provinces, those procedures often entailed murdering infants right after they'd been born. A form of satanic sacrifice on a massive scale, if ever there was one. And this was hundreds of millions of people. Yet all you people care about is Jews dying during the Holocaust. You worship them above God, but you love the communist Chinese and buy all of their products. God damn you all to hell for eternity for being the stupid, shit-eating pigs that you are. You make me sick. And the artist Peng Wang presented photographs of discarded fetuses he found in trash dumps, wrapped in yellow medical waste bags, as well as one deceased newborn that he kept in a formaldehyde-filled jar. Even in a documentary rife with horror stories, these images are difficult to shake. underlining the unthinkably callous consequences of a strategy that the communist Chinese government proclaimed would double everyone's standard of living. They said, with only half of us left alive, we'll all have double. Well, now only the men are left alive. And the women who are left alive to fuck are being asked to deliver 3 kids each immediately, 1 each year at the least, to try and up the numbers towards normality again. Wang and Zhang's film was motivated by the birth of the former son, as well as her upbringing in communist China. She emigrated at age 26 to these United States, where she had her first baby. Rather than a straightforward textbook overview of the policy, One Child Nation is also a memory piece, narrating action that's been partly structured as an investigation into both her and her family's past. Wang relies heavily on recollections about growing up during this propaganda-saturated period when billboards, TV programs, and theatrical and music performances touted the one-child murder policy as the means by which the communist empire would forge a glorious path into the future, providing prosperity, unity, and happiness for all who obeyed. That someday the entire world would follow their example. If you can imagine that. By the way, T-Tank Barry says, "What up, Doug?" Thank you, dear sir. Need all the feedback I can get. He says, "What up, Douglas? God bless you, sir." Well, you can listen to what's up and what's on my mind right now, and I thank you for it. And of course, I owe you communications. God knows I've been busy, but definitely you're always on my mind, good sir. Always on my mind. As our good man in Australia will be from this point forward to a great deal, Michael Andrić. Croatian from down under. T-Tank Barry is our man here in Golden, California. One of my own. All right. After killing some sex bots in the chat. Alongside such heartening messages, and being sarcastic, as relayed by the communists, were pervasive spray-painted signs and children's ditties that threatened nonconformists. If you can imagine children's rhymes to popularize the mass murder of children. For a population still reeling from the hardships of prior decades under collectivization, and trained from birth to accept the party as infallible, the way Roman Catholics theoretically perceive the Pope, and the master of all the people's fate, laying with their dictator, Xi Jinping. Abiding by these rules was difficult, but not impossible. Anecdotes about women fighting back against forced abortions were occasionally heard in One Child Nation, yet far more prevalent are tales about babies being placed in baskets and left on the side of the road or at markets, to be snatched up by passerby, to be sold on the black market for satanic sacrifice in the United States, where they would be mailed to by the Chinese shipping companies. Delivered, rather than mailed, would be a more proper descriptive. Or, as was more often the case, simply left to die of starvation and exposure because no one dared to pick them up, afraid of being spotted on the ever-present, all-pervasive, ubiquitous camera system of the Communist Party. And that, indeed, was what was going to be the fate of Wang's brother until he turned out to be a boy. A micro-example of the macro-sexism that dominates Red China, where sons are prized for carrying on the family name, and daughters are thought of as expendable secondary figurines destined to desert their clans by marrying into other families. They're considered traitors to the bloodline by dint of birth. In that environment, disposing of female infants was no big deal. Not that Red China ever stopped there. In the early 1990s was when the Communist Chinese Empire began allowing foreigners to adopt orphans, thereby creating a booming market for Chinese girls sold worldwide as sex meat and or so-called sweet meat, to be sold and served on the worldwide underground anthropophagist cuisine market. Yes, I'm talking about cannibalism. Commercial cannibalism, people. It's a thing. What Wang and Zhang reveal is that overseas adoption quickly became a despicable trafficking racket in which family planning officials tore second children away from their homes and gave them to orphanage. Well, they gave them, quote-unquote, to orphanages for a fee, which then sold them to American and European families who ostensibly had no clue that they were perpetuating a kidnapping for profit paradigm. Many of them went into the cooking pots of the exclusive restaurants, where cannibalism may never appear printed on the menu. But if you ask for baby soup, the girls are available by the millions that pour into those pots. This is your world, people. It's not mine. It's the one you motherfuckers made when you sided with the Soviets and the Chinese communists in World War II. It's the world you allies made. We may have won the war, the Axis side, but you goddamn well won the peace. This is your peace. Pax Satanica. Pax Erodia, the peace of Erod. The man who would have killed your god that you claim to serve. But none of you do. You're all liars and you're all filth. And I only wish to hell that I believed in a hell in which you would burn for eternity. But I'll have to make one for you here on Earth. Now, in the documentary I'm sourcing from, in Vignette with Brian Stewie and Longlan Stewie, the American parents of 3 adopted Chinese girls, and the founders of Research China, an organization that identifies and reunites kids with their birth parents. One Child Nation lays out the extent to which the one-child policy victimized just about anyone who came into contact with it. That includes Wang herself, who expresses guilt over having been a patriotic youngster while one of her aunts was sending her cousin away with traffickers, and another uncle was leaving his daughter in the street to perish. But not before being raped by a bypassing policeman whom no one dared to interfere with. For Wang, the film is a personal reckoning with traumatic history, a process also being undertaken by some of her policy complicit interviewees, including a doctor who testifies to having performed 60,000 abortions, between 60,000 and 100,000 abortions and sterilizations, and now atones for her sins by running an infertility clinic. With speakers habitually explaining their acquiescence to the one-child policy by claiming that they had no choice, One Child Nation proves a portrait of powerlessness in the face of an authoritarian government that demanded blind obedience and didn't care about the human wreckage caused by its demands. Wang and Zhang crafted their material as a chronological journey, each step uncovering ever more depressing realities, and it culminates with a poignant passage about a young girl who was denied an adolescence with her twin sister after the latter was taken from their home and, shortly thereafter, adopted by Americans. Now Communist China's new 3-child plan is doomed and dangerous. Due to Red China's misguided 1-child policy, there aren't enough women to bear the 3 children the country now wants them to have. Now, oh God. It was on Memorial Day weekend, Monday, of the year before yesteryear, as dated the 31st day in May, that the handful of old men who run Red China, not a single man in the Politburo being under 60 years of age, not a single member of the Politburo being female, you've got a government on life support that one pissed off general could wipe out with a squad of machine gunners in 60 seconds. These old fucks who crapped up Red China, ran it into the ground, decided to dirty it up by digging up the bodies and allowing Chinese couples to have 3 children. The surprise maneuver made by communist dictator Xi Jinping and his Politburo colleagues on hospice and life support marked a stunning reversal of the infamous 1-child policy. That decades-long effort to limit couples to 1 child led to hundreds of millions of forced abortions and sterilizations, crushing the birth rate in the world's most populous country, once a quarter of the world's population. Now, if every nation bordering Red China went to war against it, they would outnumber the goddamn Chinese 2-1. That's a population crash. Well, it's more like demographic collapse. An apocalypse the Chinese race will not survive. It's about to become extinct. By 2015, China's National Bureau of Statistics was reporting that Chinese women were averaging only 1.05 children. This was the second lowest fertility rate in the world. Only tiny city-state of Singapore was lower. And it was a sure recipe for demographic suicide. Red China began haltingly encouraging more births in 2016, when it first relaxed its 1-child policy, but the years since have seen the number of births continue to fall. Only 12 million babies were born in 2020, down from 14.65 million the year before. That was the lowest number of births since China's Great Famine of 1961, when, coincidentally, some 100 million people starved to death. The communist Chinese haven't taken any census since. They can't bear the reality that it's getting even worse now. Instead, China's state media Xinhua brusquely explained away that the new 3-child policy was necessary to actively respond to the aging of the population. That's putting it mildly. Mainland China today is literally dying, filling more coffins than cradles every day. Chinese communist leaders are increasingly worried about having enough workers and soldiers for the factories and armies of the future by which they intend to conquer the world. But it is doubtful that the 3-child policy will succeed, at least as long as it remains voluntary. The problem is that the ranks of young women were decimated during the decades of the 1-child policy. Baby girls were aborted and abandoned to die by the hundreds of millions by Chinese parents who were desperate for a single son. There are simply too few young women of childbearing age remaining to offset the coming population crash, unless every single one marries and has not 3 children, but 30. I cannot imagine any combination of carrots that would induce China's young, urban, working woman to devote themselves to motherhood in total abandonment of all opportunity for self-realization, since each one of them now is literally worth their weight in gold. And I mean that quite literally, physically worth their weight in gold by anyone who can afford to buy them. Only the rich can have a woman in China now. In fact, some responded to the new proposal with mockery, or at least the closest thing to mockery that the communist censors will allow. One commentator posted on Weibo about the new policy, and I translate therefrom for your edification. "Don't make me laugh. Married-only children have 4 elderly parents to care for. If you add 3 children as well, you won't have a life." Of course, if persuasion doesn't work, I can easily imagine that Red China's dictators might resort to compulsion. In fact, local party officials are already suggesting that people need to be strong-armed into the baby bacon business. Like it's bakeries or something. Get women lined up and strap them down. Impregnate them by mass rape. They're party property after all. Back in 2018, Professor Ni Zhengji said, Only the strong leadership of the party can solve this problem of a catastrophic population decline." And his proposals, which have since been echoed by others, include party cadres should take the lead in having 2, 3, nay, 4 children, and give us priority to promoting party cadres who have more children. So you're promoted on the basis of how many times you can impregnate your bitch. The party central committee should establish strict control over the sale of condoms and contraceptives and forbid hospitals from performing abortions. Oh my, quite the turnaround. The party's propaganda department, this is his demands here. Third in his list of 4. The party's propaganda department should vigorously propagandize the ideas that more children bring many blessings, and 1 is too few, 2 is not enough, 3 is good, 4 is the best. And finally, those party members of childbearing age who use contraceptives when having sex should be executed, punished severely at the least, and perhaps castrated in public. Well, that would send the message across. Would Xi Jinping even balk at imposing such members on the Chinese population? Not if he remembers his Mao. He was the first chairman of the Communist Party of China, Chairman Mao. He believed that increasing human count would make a nation stronger. So he advocated families to have as many children as they could. It gave them more babies to eat during the cannibal famine. The party supported this even though their expertise was in military commandment, not sociology. These decision makers did not foresee the negative consequences that such rapid births would have on a country where they collectivized agriculture and everybody starved. As a result, China quickly became overpopulated, so in 1979, military scientists in the party introduced the one-child policy as a war on their own population, hoping to mitigate the situation, which persisted despite 100 million dying in famine. Well, I guess once you start getting some food in your belly again, you can't stop fucking. And again, social scientists were left out of this military decision, resulting in a new set of problems. Decades of forced abortions, infanticide, and sex trafficking created a disproportionately male and sad, lonely, and completely spoiled little emperor complex population that eventually forced the government to reverse course and allow whatever heterosexual couples that might possibly match among an entitled younger generation comprising an overwhelmingly disproportionate ratio of males to females to have multiple children amid a social mire where there be not enough working class, but an abundance of retirees. China's one-child policy has left at least 1 million bereaved parents childless and alone in old age, with no one to take care of them. That's the 1 million the government's willing to speak of. We know in reality it's 100 million. That's orders of magnitude above what the government admits. A child's death is devastating to all parents, but for Chinese parents, losing an only child can add financial ruin to emotional devastation. And that was the conclusion of a research project on parental grief conducted in Red China since 2016. From 1980 to 2015, the Communist Chinese government limited couples to one child only. Over 100 Chinese parents who started their families during that period and have since lost their only child, whether to illness, accident, suicide, or murder, have since been interviewed. Having passed reproductive age at the time of their child's death, these couples would have been unable to have another child, even if such had ever been allowed. In 2015, the Communist Chinese government raised the birth limit to 2, an effort to reverse declining birth rates and to rejuvenate an aging population, in May of 2021. But the year before yesteryear, I believe, it announced that Chinese families could have up to 3 children. The new 3-child policy received generally cold responses in Red China. Many Chinese couples prefer not to have multiple children due to the rising cost of child rearing, compounded by how it would complicate women's professional aspirations and declining preference for a son. The childless parents interviewed testified that they felt forgotten as their government moves further away from the birth planning policy that left them bereaved, alone and precarious in their old age, in a country where children are the main safety net for the elderly. This brings us, of course, to even trying to begin to describe having and losing an only child. Red China's one-child policy was a massive social engineering project launched to slow down rapid population growth and aid economic development efforts. Until the early 1970s, most Chinese women had at least 5 children. By 1979, Red China's population had nearly reached 1 billion, up from 542 million in 1949. The Communist Chinese government claimed that the one-child limit aborted at least 400 million children in Red China, 400 million murders, an auto-genocide unprecedented in the annals of human experience. The birth limit was unpopular, to say the least. A bereaved mother who was in her 60s when interviewed in 2017 is on record as having stated, "Back then, we wanted to have more children. My parents had an even harder time accepting that we were allowed to have only one child." To enforce the unpopular one-child policy, the Communist Chinese authorities designed strict measures, including mandatory contraception and, if all else failed, forced abortion. Those who violated the policy paid a financial penalty, and children from unauthorized births often could not be registered for citizenship status and any benefits. Parents who worked for the government, and under China's economic system, any urban workers did, risked losing their jobs if they had more than one child. Several bereaved mothers went on record to testify that they had gotten pregnant with a second or third child in the 1980s or 1990s, but had an abortion for fear of job loss. The one-child policy, while painful, contributed to an age structure that benefited the economy. The large working-age population born before and after it grew rapidly compared with the country's younger and older dependent population. According to a 2007 United Nations working paper released the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, died, this demographic dividend accounted for 15% of Red China's economic growth between 1982 and the year 2000. There's what was responsible. A false uptick based on mass murder. No economic growth based on any form of productivity, but on mass murder that left more for everyone to share. That's the kind of economic growth they thought was a model for the world. But now they face an uncertain old age, because China's one-child policy also created a risk for couples, the possibility of becoming childless in old age. One bereaved mother has testified that when they lose their only child, then, to quote a she, "We are the unlucky ones. Families with an only child are walking on a tightrope. Every family can fall off the tightrope at any moment." In Red China, where the pension and healthcare systems are patchy and highly stratified, adult children are the main safety net for many aging parents. Their financial support is often necessary after retirement. It is estimated, grossly underestimated rather, that 1 million Chinese families had lost their only child by 2010. These childless, bereaved parents, now in their 50s and 60s, by the millions, face a most uncertain future. Due to the empire's long-standing tradition of filial piety, children also have a moral obligation to support their aging parents. Parental care is actually the legal responsibility of children in China. It is actually written into the Chinese Constitution. This safety net does not exist for parents who lost the only child the government would let them have. Well, you might say they get some help, but never enough. Over the past decade, groups of bereaved parents have negotiated with the Communist Chinese authorities to demand financial support and access to affordable elder care facilities. Those interviewed said they had fulfilled their obligation as citizens by abiding by the one-child rule and felt the government now had the responsibility to take care of them in their old age. Eventually, the authorities responded to their grievances. Starting in 2013, the Chi-Com government has initiated multiple programs for bereaved parents, most notably a monthly allowance, hospital care insurance, and, in some regions, subsidized nursing home care. However, bereaved parents have testified that these programs were insufficient to meet their elder care needs. Exempli gratiae. Adult children often take care of their parents during hospitalization, bathing them and buying meals. Private care aides can charge up to 46 United States dollars a day, or 300 yuan, to do these tasks. In regions that now provide government-paid hospital care insurance for childless parents, most plans cover between $15.5 US to $31 US, about 100 to 200 yuan daily for a care aid, based on my research, meaning they can't afford care aids with what the government grants them. Other people I interviewed worried about the high cost and limited availability of quality nursing homes in many regions. China's elder care facilities cannot meet the demand of its aging population, and living in these facilities is not covered by insurance. China's controversial one-child policy is history, but its legacy may depend on how the Chinese authorities treat the grieving parents left in its wake. Same late chairman, the godless Mao, who is Xi Jinping's model in all things, proclaimed in an infamous 1957 speech that reproduction needs to be planned. In my view, humankind is completely incapable of managing itself. Boy, did he prove that right. It has plans for production in factories, for producing cloth, tables and chairs, and steel, but there is no plan for producing humans. Yeah. No shit. Xi Jinping has now made it clear that he wants to produce more humans. And no one should doubt that he has the means to enforce his plan. I just hope nobody gives Xi Jinping a copy of The Handmaid's Tale. Said novel, as well as the mini-series by the same name, describes a polygamous society where women, handmaids, are forced to bear children. It would only give us Xi Jinping ideas. And while even all this could hardly condition a society to enthusiastically cheer for the violent deaths of their teenagers in a nationally broadcast bloodbath as they've held in Russia, it is certainly closer in context to the operation and results of the Hunger Games, and in every way much worse. It also better explaineth why, on the eve of the 75th Hunger Games, Peeta's last-ditch effort to save Katniss by claiming she is pregnant ignites some mild outrage, but ultimately does not get her a pass. Neither the novels nor the films even suggests that a basic pregnancy test was administered before Katniss got shunted back into the arena. The other point of parallel between the Hunger Games and the communized China on the mainland is that television is packed with propaganda. The districts of Panem aren't completely without the hallmarks of modernity. Everyone has access to what are essentially televisions, which broadcast the annual games along with a bevy of informational and entertaining content. Except all that content is actually just propaganda, usually made without any effort to conceal that fact, any more than the Chi-Com official did when he said we need to propagandize the benefits of more kids the way we used to propagandize the benefits of killing them. My, how times change. Can't you see the horns on this guy's head? Well, as I said, no effort to conceal the fact that the propaganda be exactly what it's claimed to be, churned out and strictly controlled by the capital, Beijing, to indoctrinate and intimidate in equal measure. Red China has also learned to worship the glowing box, the boob tube, the idiot tube. The idiot box, as my dad used to call it. The glowing idiot box. What did Harlan Ellison call it? The glass tea. And much like the Capitol from the Hunger Games, mythical American Panem, Beijing authorities have honed their skills in managing and manufacturing content with a decidedly propagandist bent. At any given time, There is a war movie on at least one channel on Communist Chinese public television. Specifically, a war movie about Red China's experiences as a nation during the period we know as World War II, which falls into one of two categories: vilifying the monstrous Japanese occupation of China, or vindicating the glorious communist uprising that swept the nation and purportedly turned it into the wealthy, globally revered superpower Red China is today. One of the central plots of the final book and 12 movies in the Hunger Games series involves the opposing cadres disseminating competing propaganda messages in an effort to sway the revolutionary tide. They are transparent about the fact that it is propaganda. They call the televised bits propos, and that it is central to their overall strategies in winning the looming war. Red China also maketh no bones about its propagandist intent. It even has an official central propaganda department, an actual arm of the Communist Party to support and balance government efforts to control the internet, all public broadcasting, and even international English media. In other words, whatever you read in English about Communist China, including what you find in any Western newspaper or see on any television channel or hear on any Western radio, is controlled by Communist China. I bet you fucking did not know that. They do not permit anything loose on air or on the net about them without their allowing it. Meaning you never hear about the genocides, the mass murder of children, the cannibalism that I just articulated to you. You cannot hear on any conventional media source. You only hear it from Douglas Dietrich. And that's not because I'm making this shit up. But finally, the most important parallel being, my Taiwan is District 13. And the only option you have to deliver you from this hell. By the way, my thanks to Michael Andriich, who says, appreciate you, Brother DD. My old man called it the idiot box. Thank you, sir. You are the man. Hugs. Very good to note that people can hear me on live time. Now, over the course of the Hunger Games franchise, the series of books and movies, District 13 goes from being a haunting reminder of the power of the capital to a rumor, to a living, thriving district and major player in the revolution, whose own leadership attempts to overthrow the capital and retake Panem, all America at large, from the ruling regime. Funny story, that is exactly what Taiwan's government originally planned on doing. During World War II, rival factions in mainland China united to drive out the occupying Japanese. That's the story. It's a myth. They fought each other and killed more Chinese among themselves than the Japanese ever did, and the Japanese killed 100 million of them. When they succeeded, meaning when the Japanese receded, not retreated, but receded, based on their alliance with the nationalists and their ultimate relocation of the nationalists to the mainland, well, from the mainland to island China, which was Japanese property, then, well, the nationalists and communists, the red Chinese and blue Chinese on the mainland, resumed their conflict in earnest, with Mao's communist forces eventually defeating Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, who in turn were able to relocate to Japanese Taiwan, formerly Formosa, and set up, in their view, a government in exile. Both the mainland communists and the Taiwanese nationalists see themselves as the legitimate and rightful government of all China. America, once fearful of what they had wrought upon themselves with the red tide, the red tsunami on the mainland, threw their support behind Blue Taiwan with heaps of military hardware and the tacit assurance that if mainland China initiated conflict, the United States would have Taiwan's back, with extreme prejudice. Over time, of course, the impracticality of Taiwan's political ambitions cooled their plans, and they focused more on domestic development on the island China than retaking the homeland of China on the mainland. Add in America's diplomatic abandonment of my Taiwan in 1979, in which the mainland government of communism, rather than my Taiwan of democracy, my bastion and arsenal of democracy on island China, instead the Americans viewed the communists as the legitimate Chinese authority, and you get the current state of affairs that you brought upon yourselves. A tenuous, semi-official, agree to disagree, one China policy, governed by two systems, communism on the mainland and democracy on my Taiwan. Just as the Capital and District 13 agreed not to destroy each other entirely, allowing the Capital to save face and District 13 to carry on in its own semi-independent way, mainland China and my Taiwan do their best to dance around the issue of just what their relationship and risk of open war even is. Our natural impulse when thinking about future amphibious operations is to look to the past, yet the reality is that no good point of comparison for a Commu-Chinese invasion of my Taiwan exists. A Taiwan invasion would look nothing like D-Day. As your renegade military historian, I've got to bring you in for more lessons. Every year on June 6th, the United States and its NATO allies commemorate the anniversary of D-Day, that daring amphibious assault on France's Normandy region that helped bring down Nazism on the surface world and liberated Western Europe. Today, commentators frequently draw parallels between D-Day and any imagined Commun-Chinese invasion of my Taiwan. But such comparisons are wrong. And only Douglas Dietrich can explain as to why. It's all about emotion versus logic. Most observers view the Normandy landings as a glorious moment in human history. The very thought of D-Day evokes strong positive emotions, especially for citizens in the Western democracies that were involved. It's easy to see, then, why likening D-Day to the invasion of democratic Taiwan should be problematic. CCP, or Communist Chinese Party propaganda notwithstanding, Beijing's campaign would be about spreading tyranny, not liberating oppressed peoples. That's why I myself insist on employing the term Z-Day, 0 day, to refer to the notional date of a future Commu-Chinese invasion of my Taiwan. Z-Day is the term Winston Churchill used when talking about a potential Nazi invasion of England, an operation Adolf Hitler planned to launch in 1940, but aborted after he lost the battle for Arrow supremacy over the English Channel. While all historical metaphors are imperfect, for you Allied indoctrinated individuals out there, this one would seem fitting, even hopeful. For England, Z-Day never actually occurred. Or arrived, would be the correct way to say it in terms of annals. And the fact that Z-Day never arrived is the reason all of you are so miserable now. I could reverse all this and turn it on its head. But I'm going to do this simply because most of you are completely illiterate, meaning historically illiterate. Just as a person who's numerically illiterate is enumerate, you are illiterate. So understand, Z-Day never actually arrived, and it's in that parallel that I compare it, in the hopes that a Commu-Chinese invasion of island China will never materialize. Not because of any comparison of Xi Jinping to Adolf Hitler. That would be too much of a praise for Xi Jinping and an insult to Adolf Hitler. So if a future Z-Day dost comest to Taiwan shores, it would not be like the Normandy landings. Our natural impulse when thinking about future amphibious operations is to look to the past. Yet the reality of this scenario is that no good point of comparison exists. Nothing even remotely similar has ever occurred in human history. There be contrasts galore. It's easy to forget that World War II's grandest amphibious operation was actually a relatively simple affair in terms of the battle space. The D-Day landings occurred in rural France along a relatively flat 80-kilometer beachfront. The harrowing bluffs overlooking Omaha Beach, made famous by the Hollywood movie Saving Private Ryan, were only between 100 and 170 feet high. Few civilians lived in the area then, which had been extensively bombed prior to the assaults. Normandy's beaches were heavily fortified, but lightly garrisoned. They were defended by around 50,000 troops under German command. To defeat them, the Allies employed over 6,000 ships and over 1,000 aerocraft, which together landed approximately 155,000 troops on D-Day, including 24,000 by air. Now, despite all this, we must never forget the service of the Germans defending Europe from the communist allied invaders. We must never forget not only the courage and the service of the Germans defending Europe. We must remember that every one of them was better than any American. Every one of them made the Americans look like the shit that they were. I remember that I've already explained many times how Joseph Goebbels and Adolf Hitler said that one German soldier is worth 2 British soldiers and 10 American soldiers. But, oh, it's so much more than that. You have no goddamn idea. But probably the best example I can provide of German performance against the Americans and the quality of that performance would be the Beast of Omaha. The German man who alone killed thousands of Americans on D-Day. The casualties he inflicted, Americans deny to this day, with a propaganda machine in overdrive. But Heinrich Severlaw was a farm boy who basically was drafted, given a machine gun, and told to hold ground. He was within a machine gun nest. Widerstands Nest 62, to be precise. And when the invaders came on the day of Omaha, in 9 hours, he expended 12,000 rounds. So many rounds that his machine gun barrel kept melting and needed to be rotated with a new machine gun barrel. I don't know how many machine gun barrels he went through that melted, but we know he went through 12,000 rounds, and 9 hours later, 2,000 Americans were dead. One German man killed 2,000 Americans landing on the beach. The Beast of Omaha was an example that one German soldier is worth 2,000 Americans. Eat your hearts out, you chicken shit sons of bitches. Now think of a very different battlefield. Taiwan is a rugged, heavily urbanized nation of 23.6 million people. The country of Taiwan, more properly known as the Republic of China, as in the Nationalist Republic of Blue China, is made up of over 100 islands, most too tiny to see upon the map. Many of Taiwan's outer islands bristle with missiles, rockets, and artillery guns. Their granite hills have been honeycombed with tunnels and bunker systems. The main island of My Taiwan is 394 kilometers long and 144 kilometers across its widest point. It has 258 mountain peaks, over 3,000 meters in elevation. The tallest, Yushan, or Jade Mountain, is just under 4,000 meters high. Compare that to the height of Sarubachi, which we can look up right now. And that mountain was 554 feet. So we're talking about 4,000 meters. Well, that's 12,000 feet. 12,000 divided by some 500. Well, that's orders of magnitude higher. You would have to have the communist Chinese conquer 24 Mount Sarabachis before they'd be able to raise that goddamn battle flag on the highest mountain in Taiwan. And unlike Normandy, the coastal terrain in my homeland is a defender's dream come true. If you had one German soldier take out 2,000 Americans when they had all the advantage, think of what he would have taken out if the defense had been in his favor. Taiwan only has 14 small invasion beaches, and they're all bordered by cliffs and urban jungles. Lingkao Beach near Taipei, the capital of my island, provides an illustrative example. Towering directly over the beach is Guanyin Mountain, 615 meters tall, named after the goddess of Taiwan, the goddess of mercy. On its right flank is the Lingkou Plateau, 250 meters. And to its left is Yangming Mountain, 1,094 meters high. Structures made of steel reinforced concrete blanket the surrounding valleys. My Taiwan gets hit by typhoons and earthquakes all the time. So each building and bridge is designed to withstand the severe buffeting that's dished out by Mother Nature. And a single hurricane has all the disruptive force, the destructive potential of more atomic bombs than you can count. Matter of fact, we can look that up for those of you who are too stupid to understand the power of nature. And it's incredible when you find out a hurricane's destructive potential. Hurricane power. Okay, hurricane energy. The heat release from a hurricane is equivalent to a 10 megaton nuclear bomb exploding every 20 minutes. Hurricanes release the energy of 10,000 nuclear weapons. During its life cycle, a hurricane expends all of the destructive energy of all the nuclear weapons in the world combined, heat releasing the equivalent of a 10 megaton nuclear bomb exploding every 20 minutes, 50 terawatts of heat energy at any given moment, a significantly greater output than the entire power system of the largest cities on Earth. That's a mind-boggling level of energy. 6 times 10 to the 14th power joules of energy every second. Nuclear weapons simply cannot compare. And Taiwan's buildings, bridges, their entire infrastructure, every goddamn structure built, is meant to withstand that. This extreme geography is densely garrisoned by armed defenders. In wartime, my island China could mobilize a counter-invasion force of at least 450,000 troops and probably far more. While Taiwan's standing military is only about 190,000 strong, it has a large reserve force comprised primarily of recent conscripts with basic training. In 2020, Taiwan's then defense minister estimated that 260,000 reservists could be mobilized in a worst-case scenario to augment active duty personnel. I can tell you this is the most conservative of estimates. They're keeping their strength in secret. In other words, they're lying to mislead the enemy and the world, which sides with that enemy. Over 2 million young Taiwanese men are in the military's reserve system, along with a large number of registered government personnel and contractors. Taiwan's all-out defense strategy encompasses police officers, firefighters, airline personnel, bulldozer operators, construction workers, truck drivers, bus drivers, fishing boat crews, doctors, nurses, many others. By law, pretty much anyone with a useful wartime skill would be pressed into national service. Of course, there are the unknowns. It's not public information how many guns Taiwan has stockpiled for its army, marine, and military police reservists. Nor is it even clear whether Taiwan's unpopular and poorly resourced reserve system could effectively mobilize and actually deploy a significant number of them. much would depend on early warning intelligence and the will of Taiwan's presidentress and her cabinet to act with alacrity. Democracies are often reluctant to declare national emergencies and institute martial law until the enemy invasion starts. This is why, well, it might be why the former defense minister pessimistically assumed he would only be able to mobilize around 15% of the military's total reserve, or total reserve as a force to be deployed. Were it to occur, the battle for Taiwan would involve other complexities that are vital but squishy, meaning that they cannot be satisfactorily quantified. It would be the first nation-on-nation war where both attacker and defender had modern long-range missiles in their arsenals capable of cracking open ship hulls and devastating land targets with precision from hundreds of kilometers away. No one actually knows what such a fight would look like because it's never happened before. Both sides would have advanced cyber weapons, electronic warfare suites, smart mines, and drone swarms that have never been tested in real-world combat. Both would have satellites and at least some ability to attack satellites. Yes, the Japanese have provided Taiwan with a secret space program. Both would have economic leverage to use and the ability to cripple the other's economy. Both would have large numbers of its citizens living in the other's territory, a certain but unknown number of whom are saboteurs and spies, and some of those double agents. Both would have the fearful option of using weapons of mass destruction to disperse biological, chemical, and radioactive agents against the other. And both might apply more exotic weapons, such as directed energy weapons and hypersonic missiles. The most critical question, of course, is what the United States would do. It seems logical to assume the White House would send aid to my Taiwan. Whether or not the president would order American forces to defend Taiwan is currently unknown. Nonetheless, according to the Taiwan Relations Act, the U.S. military must plan on defending Taiwan and prepare accordingly. Unlike the United States military, the People's Liberation Army, the Communist Chinese Red Army, has not seen combat since 1979. As a result, nobody serving today in Red China has any combat experience, except for a handful of geriatric generals. Equally important, the Communist Chinese military does not train in realistic, highly complex environments. These facts call into question whether or not the PLA could actually pull off a complex invasion operation successfully. If the United States came as to Taiwan's defense, few experts would give Red China good odds. So let's get down to number crunching. Some things we can count on, or at least estimate with the help of computers. The quantifiable elements of the PLA invasion operation would be mind-boggling. Millions of armed forces in uniform would be mobilized in mainland China, including soldiers, sailors, airmen, rocketeers, marines, cyber warriors, armed police, reservists, ground militia, and maritime militia. It seems likely that somewhere between 1 and 2 million combat troops would actually have to cross the Taiwan Strait, the Black Strait between Taiwan and the mainland, which is 128 kilometers across at its narrowest point and 410 kilometers at its widest opening. PLA troop numbers, of course, are highly speculative best guesses, which depend entirely upon assumptions. In theory, the PLA might land as few as 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers. For example, if the Taiwanese presidentress were killed or captured prior to Z-Day, and armed resistance crumbled. On the other hand, if the Taiwanese government survived and mobilized everything under its power in a timely fashion, the PLA might have to send over 2 million troops to Taiwan, including paramilitaries such as the People's Armed Police and the militia of Red China. Why so many? Commanders planning offensive operations typically want a 3-to-1 superiority over the defender, just as the Americans outnumbered the Japanese 10-to-1 throughout the Pacific Campaign. If the terrain is unfavorable, they might want a 5-to-1 ratio, and sometimes more, as the Americans had to supply. Assuming Taiwan had 450,000 able-bodied defenders, the PLA general in charge would therefore want to have at least 1.35 million men, but probably more like 2.25 million. Obviously, this is a simplistic formula, but without access to top-secret Chinese military studies and plans, a logical estimate is better than the alternative. If the PLA ground force was 1 million or more men, then we might expect an armada of thousands or even tens of thousands of ships to deliver them. The more the better to disperse the troops so that every ship sinks less of the men to drown with it. The vast majority of these ships would not be from the Communist Chinese PLAN, the People's Liberation Army Navy. Instead, vessels like tugs, oilers, barges, ferries, fishing boats, semi-submersible platforms, container carriers, and heavy roll-on, roll-off cargo ships would be mobilized. These are not combat capable, and, of course, they would be counting on quantity being a quality all its own, Stalin style. They'd best be hoping to overwhelm by zombie horde. According to Communist Chinese military doctrine, many ships would be deployed as decoys, conducting feints to distract attention away from the main assault. For the PLA, the Chi-Com People's Liberation Army, enormous ship numbers are now attainable. The CCP, the Communist Chinese Party's military-civil fusion strategy, has been gearing up for just such an operation. Red China's civilian fleets are vast, and every day more hulls are being retrofitted to support a future military campaign against my Taiwan. For Beijing to have even reasonable prospects of victory, the PLA would have to move thousands of tanks, artillery guns, armored personnel vehicles, and rocket launchers across with the troops. Mountains of equipment and lakes of fuel would have to cross with them. In addition to ships, thousands of transport planes and helicopters would be involved in the mammoth aerolift operation. Over 90 million CCP or Communist Chinese Party members would be supporting the war effort, along with the industrial might of a nation of 1.3 billion people. Red China's Marxist-Leninist system is uniquely capable of extracting private resources for the state's abuse. According to Xi Jinping himself, one of the CCP's greatest strengths is its ability to force collective action and conduct mass campaigns, especially in times of emergency. Well, the invasion of my Taiwan would be the supreme emergency for all sides. It would be unlike anything ever seen before. It would be new, different, and unpredictable. But I myself know one thing. Forget carrier killers. What Taiwan needs are barge busters. The Taiwanese Navy just commissioned its newest homemade warship, a 213-foot high-speed catamaran packing 12 anti-ship missiles and 16 aero defense missiles. Ta Ching already had a nickname when she commissioned, sometime yesteryear, carrier killer. In other words, a possible countermeasure to the Communist Chinese Navy's steadily growing fleet of flat tops. But Red China's carriers, 2 in service, 1 under construction, might not be the greatest threat at all to Taiwan's sovereignty. Unassuming floating causeways arguably pose a greater danger to my island China. It's this lighter age that Taiwan perhaps should target as it deploys as many as a dozen catamaran warships, barge busters rather than carrier killers. Ta-Ching improves on the prototype vessel of the class, Duocheng, which launched in 2014, the year the Russians invaded Ukraine and stole the Crimea, the Crimean Peninsula. The original Duocheng proved the type's basic layout: a 76mm gun on the bow, 4 angled box launchers for missiles nestled behind the bridge, a close-in defensive gun aft of the launchers, a flight deck on the stern, 41 crew, a 45-knot top speed. Duocheng carries 8 subsonic Swingfeng-2 anti-ship missiles and 8 supersonic Swingfeng-3 anti-ship missiles in 2 pairs of quad launchers, meaning 4 missiles each launcher. The Swingfeng-2 has a 100-mile range. Swingfeng-3 travels twice as far. Duocheng packs tube launchers for anti-submarine torpedoes but lacks heavy arrow defenses. Naval planners apparently decided the catamaran wasn't very useful as a sub-hunter and also was hurting for arrow defenses. On the follow-on, Ta-Cheng, they omitted the torpedoes and replaced one of the Swingfeng-3 launchers with a 16-round launcher for TC-2N surface-to-air missiles, SAMs, SAMs, with an approximately 20-mile range. Each vessel sails with a sensor suite to match its weaponry. Duocheng has sonar. Ta-Cheng doesn't. Small but heavily armed and inexpensive at just $73 million US, Ta-Cheng fills an obvious niche at the low end of Taiwan's surface fleet, which at present is top-heavy with big, expensive American and French-made destroyers and frigates. Taiwanese Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen is quoted as saying, "I believe that with the addition of this warship, the Navy's task of defending the sea and territories will be even more powerful." It's not, however, clear that Ta-Cheng poses a serious threat to China's flat tops, which usually sail with several escorting frigates, destroyers, and cruisers, and are, like all aerocraft carriers, some of the most heavily defended vessels in the world. But they're completely vulnerable to submarines. So, Taiwan needs to float a submarine fleet. Nevertheless, the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy is itself building up to 16 Type 055 cruisers. Each of these O-55s with 112 vertical cells for long-range missiles. It would be surprising if, in wartime, a Chinese carrier deployed without 1 or 2 Type O-55s in tow. Taipei, capital of my island China, plans to build 10 additional catamarans like Ta-Cheng. If all 12 catamarans fired all of their ASMs, anti-ship missiles, at the same time, that would amount to 148 missiles. A pair of Type O-55s could fire an aero defense missile at each incoming Taiwanese munition and still have rounds to spare. It's not that the catamaran flotilla can't get lucky and land a blow on a Chinese flat top, but Commu-Chinese carrier groups have bigger problems than Taiwanese catamarans. American and Japanese submarines, for one. The Japanese being the finest in the world, next to that of the Germans. And there are far juicier targets than any goddamn flat top. Carriers cannot land troops on Taiwan's beaches. Carriers cannot hold ground. But lighterage can land troops. And without lighterage, the People's Liberation Army probably stands little chance of ever capturing Taiwan. That's because the plan, PLAN, People's Liberation Army, so far operates just 11 large amphibious assault ships and 64 tank landing ships, enough amphibious lift to land around 25,000 troops and a few hundred tanks. That's a fraction of the roughly 1 million men and thousands of vehicles Beijing would need to put ashore to even hope to overcome Taiwanese defenses. Red China's thousands of civilian merchant ships, legally absorbed into naval service, would transport the balance of the invasion force. But unless shock troops succeeded in seizing a Taiwanese port without seriously damaging it, these merchantmen would need some way of offloading their passengers and cargo. That's where lighterage comes in. It's a floating dock that the merchant ships themselves can haul in pieces, then crane into the water to create a temporary path from ship to near shore. A semi-submersible barge is the final piece, the off-ramp. Analysts Michael Dahm and Konar Kennedy detailed Red China's lighterage in an exhaustive report for the Center for International Maritime Security. According to Dahm and Kennedy, an early lighterage system first appeared in public circa 2012 after extensive development, with a newer, heavier-duty lighterage debuted in August of that year. Now, to quote as they, from their study, which of course I accessed as a former Department of Defense research librarian, I know what to look for. The team of engineers at the PLA's Military Transportation University worked for over a decade to overcome the engineering challenges associated with the system, especially as they related to connections between the modules and shallow water propulsion. The newer, heavier-duty lighterage, launched this August, is much more substantial and longer than the older floating pier, extending approximately 1,475 feet from the shore. This is in hopes of giving the mothership some distance from firepower on land, as much as possible or practical. Needless to say, a 1/4 of a mile long floating causeway is a major bottleneck. Forget flinging a bunch of catamarans at a heavily armed carrier group. Aim them where they can do the most good, at the thin, fragile thread connecting Red China's invasion fleet to Taiwanese soil. This is where I can begin to tell you how Taiwan could stop a communist Chinese invasion. Why, it was sometime yesteryear the Japan Times reported that Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense had issued its latest biannual military strategy document. And the Japan Times had evidently laid hands on an advance copy. At any rate, nothing appeared on the Defense Ministry website that I could find at the time that the Japanese released this information. But the strategy's framers declared, the first and foremost defense undertaking is to prevent war and deter any external military threats, and our overall defense power shall be employed to defend our homeland and magnify the costs and risks associated, obviously, with a cross-strait amphibious assault. The document further observed that Commu-Chinese forces, Chi-Com forces of the Reds, weakness is in the phase of sea transit. Well, that being the case, the island China's defenders must take full advantage of the natural barrier of the Taiwan Strait, the Black Strait, and fight in a resilient manner. They must not wait for the enemy's landing groups to sail through the Black Strait but should also use measures to force the enemy to assemble forces at aerofields or ports further away from areas opposite Taiwan, where Taiwan would have an open field day, firing their missiles at their exposed asses. This is a sound strategy. Passive defense is a prelude to defeat, and defeat spells doom for my Taiwan. So, Taiwan has a very aggressive defense. Aggressive to the point of being effectively an assault in and of itself. Such is the nature of counter-invasion. In a sense, island China's protectors should imitate their enemy. China's People's Liberation Army, the PLA, prides itself on its strategy of active defense, a bequest from founding CCP, Communist Chinese Party Chairman Mao Zedong. A weaker combatant that pursues an active defense is patient. It accepts the fact of its weakness relative to the foe and rejects a premature offensive. Rather than seek out a decisive battle it cannot win, it hurries and, I would say this. It harries would be the term, and enfeebles the strong through small-scale ambushes and tactical engagements while building up its own strength. By weakening the strong and strengthening the weak, active defense empowers the lesser contender to triumph through patient effort. Taiwan's armed forces should make active defense their own North Star, but they should look to the saltwater variant championed by a long-dead Englishman, Sir Julian Corbett. In his masterwork entitled Some Principles of Maritime Strategy, Corbett wrote that an ocean-going hegemon like Great Britain, in its heyday, could wage limited war overseas, provided it could isolate the geographic objective, assuming the war was over territory, and provided it could prevent the enemy from landing an unlimited counterstroke against the homeland. In other words, the power waging limited war needed to confine the fighting to the ground it was trying to take, and to keep the enemy from unseating the government back home and settling matters by striking an asymmetric blow. For instance, instead of fighting for the territory in question, attacking England directly. Taiwan is Red China's geographic objective. From Corbett's limited war commentary, it seems the Taiwan military must prevent my island China from being isolated by PLA military action, launch a mortal counterattack against the CCP regime, or both. The latter lies beyond Taipei's means, in the most immediate sense, so it must apply itself to the former with the utmost urgency. If the armed forces can ward off an amphibious invasion at sea, they will grant themselves time while sparing themselves the need to fight on home ground. Furthermore, keeping the seas and skies adjoining the island China clear, making the Black Strait of Taiwan a rampart, will make it easier for rescuers such as these United States and the Japanese Empire's naval and aero forces to reach the battle zone without paying a prohibitive price. Fighting forward, then, is crucial, as Taiwan's new military strategy denotes. Taiwan enjoys one marked advantage to go with all of its manpower and materiel disadvantages, namely this: it need not win a war outright, defeating the PLA and imposing Taipei's will upon Beijing, the capital. It need not meet the exacting Maoist standard for complete victory. All it needs to do is deny the People's Liberation Army Navy command of the Black Strait between island and mainland China. Without maritime command, the PLA would find it hard to impossible to land enough troops and heavy equipment on the island, China, to overcome stubborn defenders. Its bid for conquest would fail in all likelihood. In other words, a successful Taiwanese sea denial strategy might suffice to win a cross-strait war. The late Corbett agrees, pointing out that a seagoing contender, too weak to win command by offensive operations, may yet succeed in holding the command in dispute by assuming a general defensive attitude. Sea denial would not bring my Taiwan command of the sea, with all the blessings it entails. It would not stop People's Liberation Army aero or missile strikes, or break a naval blockade. But says Corbett, from beyond the grave, balking an enemy's quest for command over prolonged periods can prevent an enemy securing positive results and so give us time for the other belligerent to dominate the situation by securing his ends ashore. The battle for my Taiwan will be settled on Taiwanese ground. If the Taiwan military can keep the PLA from ever bestriding that sacred soil, the sands, the sacred sands of Taiwan ground, the island China's democracy will be sure to survive. So Taiwan need not rule the sea or go on the counteroffensive to prevail. It merely needs to hold off the PLA for long enough. And as Taibaya's military strategy asserts, Taiwan's armed forces should start pummeling the Chi-Com invasion force as far from Taiwan's coasts as possible, essaying offensive operations in the service of strategically defensive ends. Shore-based anti-ship and anti-aero missiles, missile-armed patrol craft, and sea mines could give us the PLA a very bad day in the Black Strait, protracting the war until American and Allied forces can lend succor. As the late legendary boxing champion Jack Dempsey might say, Taiwan's best strategic defense is a good operational offense. This is what brings us to the concept of preserving the peace in the first, as the ultimate weapon, while communist China on the mainland self-destructs. Much is unknowable, and nothing is inevitable about a potential Chi-Com invasion of my Taiwan. The complexities inherent in this scenario are impossible to account for with a high degree of confidence. Even war games played on the Pentagon's supercomputers rely on hefty inputs of human guesswork. A lot of it is pure hot air. The wind you would get from a fart of gas. But that's the point. Wargame designers want military officers to experience defeat and talk over problems so they can do better in the real world. These are training exercises, not visits to some digital oracle of Delphi. For that, you would need the Dietrich artillect, which the Taiwanese have. Now, our minds, not intellectual, but simply human, are naturally drawn toward binaries, simple black and white formulas that help us make sense of the world. Consider some statements I'll throw out. Beware! Z-Day is coming soon! Chill the hype! Z-Day will never come! Surrender! Taiwan is indefensible! Relax! Taiwan is impregnable! These are all false choices. The truth is that the future is unseeable. No one knows what it might bring. Sometimes the more we study something that is truly complex, the less sure we are that we understand it. And sometimes that's a good thing. If he is sane, which he is not, Xi Jinping will think hard before ordering an attack on Taiwan and realize how quickly events would spin out of his control. But we can never trust a dictator who stands accused of genocide to act in a rational manner. That alone is unwise on the face of it. There are instead countless things the United States and my Taiwan can do in the open to raise doubts in that madman Xi Jinping's mind. There are even more things they can do in secret to prepare to win on Z-Day if that becomes necessary. Washington and Taipei have their work cut out for them. The United States and my Taiwan should strive toward what could well be dubbed an NSC relationship, NSC being an acronym for normal, stable, and constructive. The current ambiguity surrounding Washington's policy toward Taiwan is destabilizing because it isolates Taipei, emboldens Beijing, and invites miscalculation on all sides. Preserving peace for the long haul will require fresh thinking, political willpower, and a greater sense of vigilance. A basic knowledge of geography and history might also help. This is what brings us to the potential no one considers other than Douglas Dietrich. Communist China on the mainland might actually nuke itself. Even though America doesn't openly contest the One China policy, it has continued to retail military hardware on my island China and quietly dissuade the mainland from initiating any aggression against my Taiwan. In the event of open conflict, Red China could feasibly launch a nuclear strike against my Taiwan, which according to Beijing standards would constitute a domestic nuclear strike, also known as a nuclear civil war, which is exactly what Pan Am citizens testimonialize happened in the years before the Hunger Games. Because of this, one of the key threats the capital holds over the heads of the districts is that it has all the nukes, and no one could possibly bring a viable military challenge to its might. As the endless parade of NRA, National Rifle Association spokesmen, and Second Amendment enthusiasts have repeatedly assured us, guns are an American value, never to be surrendered or infringed upon. So how does all the firepower end up in Denver, Colorado, the capital, in the Hunger Games universe? It doesn't. It's in Taiwan. If America could be convinced not to intervene in such a civil affair, and nukes make a compelling argument, the mainland already has some 30 years of experience shutting out the rest of the world and doing its own thing, leaving my Taiwan sitting on a pile of made in America munitions, while Beijing sets up cameras in trees and hosts tryouts for blue-haired commentators. If and when the revolution comest, it will ultimately comest from outside the mainland, where all the weaponry is. And all the world depends on my Taiwan for semiconductors. The global shortage of chips that forced several automakers to halt production brought attention to my Taiwan's outsized role in semiconductor manufacturing. My Taiwan dominates the foundry market, or the outsourcing of semiconductor manufacturing. Much of that dominance comes down to TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corp., the world's largest foundry that counts major technology firms such as Apple, Qualcomm, and NVIDIA as its clients. Taiwan's outsized role in chip making has come under the spotlight as this global shortage of semiconductors forced several automakers, to halt production. Countries including the American Empire and the United Germany reached out to my Taiwan to help alleviate bottlenecks in the production of chips. The shortage was a result of increased demand for electronics during the COVID-19 pandemic and was exacerbated by the former President Donald Trump's trade war with the Communist Chinese Empire. My Taiwan dominates the foundry market, or the outsourcing of semiconductor manufacturing. Its contract manufacturers together accounted for more than 60% of total global foundry revenue the year before last, according to data by Taipei-based research firm TrendForce. Much of my Taiwan's dominance can be attributed to Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Co., or TSMC, the world's largest foundry that counts major technology firms such as the Apple, Qualcomm, and NVIDIA as its clients, and TSMC accounted for 54% of total foundry revenue globally the year before last. I'm sourcing TrendForce data. All of this is made with flourish. Semiconductors are critical components that power electronics from computers and smartphones to the brake sensors in cars. The production of chips involves a complex network of firms that design or make them, as well as those that supply the technology, materials, and machinery to do so. All of it made with flourish. In a podcast by Singapore's DBS Bank, Dan Wang, a technology analyst at the research firm Gavacal. TSMC focuses solely on manufacturing and has been the go-to producer for many cutting-edge semiconductors, to quote his T. So TSMC, if you just have a look at market share, I believe manufactures around 50% of all semiconductors in the world. And I think that still understates how important it is, because these are some of the most advanced chips out there. TSMC is just so dominant. It no longer really has much competition at all on the high end. And so it took a while for this model really to work out. But at this point, it can be a very profitable company indeed. Now, semiconductor designers and manufacturers are on a quest to make chips smaller and better. Currently, TSMC and its South Korean rival Samsung are the only foundries on Earth capable of manufacturing the most advanced 5-nanometer chips. Now that's nano engineering for you. TSMC is already gearing up for the next generation 3-nanometer chips that have already started production this year in the 2022nd year of our Lord, while Red China is playing catch-up. Some countries are planning to boost their own semiconductor production, and one of them is Red China, which is aiming to be more self-reliant. But Red China's tech fight with the previous American administration is holding back its largest chip maker, the SMIC, SMIC, Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation. That's Red China's TSMC. The year before last, the Trump administration placed SMIC on a blacklist known as the Entity List, which limits the company's access to technology and machinery that it needs. SMIC was the 5th largest semiconductor foundry globally by revenue in 2020, behind Taiwan's TSMC and UMC, South Korea's Samsung, and global foundries in these United States. Again, I'm sourcing TrendForce data. Paul Triolo, Geotechnology Practice Head at Risk Consultancy, Eurasia Group. Well, Triolo told CNBC's Squawk Box Asia, the target right now is being able to compete at the cutting edge with companies like TSMC, Samsung, and Intel. The problem that SMIC is in now, the dilemma, is the United States government has put them on the entity list. But the bigger picture is that SMIC has been cut off, at least for the moment, from acquiring the really cutting-edge equipment it needs from ASML, which is a Dutch company. Now, ASML makes the so-called extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment that's used to produce the most advanced chips, such as those manufactured by TSMC and Samsung. Reuters reported, year before last, that the Trump administration pressured the Netherlands government to stop the sale of the machine to SMIC. Even if SMIC has access to ASML's equipment, the company would take us years to start producing high-end chips in large quantities. Until then, it appears that TSMC will maintain its leading position. The standard of living in Taiwan, due to its liberal democratic values and open economy, is far higher than that of Red China. According to My Life Elsewhere, that's a site, those residing in Taiwan, compared to Red China, experience 2.8 times higher earnings and are half as likely to live below the poverty line. If anything, My Taiwan, which was mainly settled by Chinese immigrants among other groups, is a model for what a free China could be, instead of the oppressive dictatorship that it currently is on the mainland. Of course, at this point, calling My Taiwan a free version of China would be misleading, as a survey in 2020 showed that a record 83% of respondents would now identify as Taiwanese and not Chinese. Taiwan is a fantastic tourist destination to visit when the world opens up. Its unique culture is influenced by both China and Japan, as well as its own Aboriginal inhabitants. The tropical island features modern infrastructure and Michelin star restaurants, alongside gorgeous natural wonders like our many hot springs, mountains, and our famous Sun Moon Lake. My Taiwan is also well known for its night markets, which are a staple of Taiwanese culture and widely viewed as one of the top street food scenes in the world. So if you're a foodie like myself, you would never want to leave. One of the tallest buildings in the world, the tallest building in the world for years and years, is Taipei 101, located in my Taiwan's capital, into which I myself was born, Taipei. In short, my Taiwan is not just a country that ought to be recognized, it's a global treasure. Not just because it's a great cultural spot for one of the United States' top trade partners, but we're the only global force for good you've got on Earth. We're the world's most important place. My Taiwan has become the geographical pivot of history in the Pacific Age. At the dawn of the 20th century, the British geographer Halford Mackinder proposed that there was a geographical pivot of history in Central Asia from which a nation such as Russia could potentially dominate all of Eurasia. Mackinder's idea was a counterpoint to the writings of his contemporary, American historian and naval officer Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that command of the seas was the surest path a nation might follow to global power. Mahan's writings have tended to hold up better over time, although the theories of both men were undercut by the advent of long-range arrow power and other innovations that diminished the strategic significance of geography as the simpleton would understand it. Nonetheless, the notion of a geographical pivot upon which great historical trends might turn retains its value. there are some places in the world that are of such extraordinary military and economic importance that a change in their status would signal the end of an era or the beginning of a new global order. For this generation, my Taiwan is just the place. The place. The only place. Taiwan is
no, baby. The only place is with me.
Yes, honey. Of course.
I'm home and I'm back.
Is everything all right?
No, it's not all right. I've been up all fucking night, and you're going on about Taiwan, and I'm tired.
No, but I mean, your son is.
Oh yeah, it's great. Number one, they would not test for fucking. You can let Ian West know. They will not test for. The doctor said absolutely not. They will never test. They will not test for. Whatever the fuck.
Whatever the fuck.
Parasites.
Amoebas and shit.
Parasites. Parasites, nematodes, what the fuck ever. Parasites, what I said.
Nematodes and amoeba.
I didn't say nematodes. I said parasites, whatever, the other thing. And he said no. And I even said, well, he said, well, why would you want that? I'm like, oh, well, we were in Mexico a couple months ago. Which was a complete fucking lie anyway. But he was like, no. He's like, I mean, the only way I could even get that would be worth it would be a stool sample. And that's really still not going to show anything, blah, blah, blah. And he just was refusing. And my son looked at me when he heard the word stool sample anyway and was like, don't you fucking dare. You're lying about Mexico. So, yeah. But they don't know. They've given him 3 options. They said, you're either going to get better off some new medication probably in a few days. You're not going to get better.
And you'll die.
But you're going to go to the pediatrician or you're going to get worse and you're going to come back to the hospital. That was exactly what he said.
Pediatrician?
I swear to God.
Isn't your son a little old to go to a pediatrician?
Well, he's 17, so technically that's what they have listed as he's 17, so he has listed as a pediatrician. But we don't actually even go there anymore. We go to another doctor, but that's what they just have listed. He's like, go to Dr. Butcher. Okay. But they did tell me one thing. He's like, but I am going to switch your antibiotic because you did have one thing. They hadn't tested his urine when we were there last night. Mm-hmm. And he's like, your urine's a little high. Basically, they were saying he had a UTI. And when they left, the doctor left the room. I said, Noah, do you realize what that doctor was saying? He was like, what? And I was like, you need to be careful whatever the fuck you're putting in your dick, okay?
Yes.
And he didn't say a fucking word. And then on the way fucking home, he literally, I got mad because he was like, oh, you're driving. I'm like, no, I got 2 hours sleep last night and none all night. So don't mention my driving. By the way, especially somebody that I just took to the hospital who has a UTI doesn't know where to put their dick. He's like, that is not true. That's not why I got it. And I was like, Noah, you know what? Yes, it is. There are very rare reasons. You're right. There are reasons why you can get a UTI. They are very rare. And I gave him this dead mom stare. Yes. Don't fucking dare try to say you have some weird UTI from some bathroom wall shit. He just looked at me and was like, I'm going to shut the fuck up. And I was like, yeah, that's what you should fucking do.
Yes. Oh my God.
So anyway, go back to your Taiwan shit. I would just like to hear it.
Oh, no, honey. I mean, good God. I mean, it's, I'm so glad you're here. Now we can talk together. And we could talk about other things in the last few minutes besides.
No. I didn't want to interrupt you. You wanted to hear about everything.
No. It gives me something to speak about in the future, really. I
heard you a little bit when I was there. You were talking about Germany protecting Taiwan or something like that. I don't know. I tried to listen a little bit.
Oh, that's cute. That's so cute. That's adorable. That's a conflation. What you heard was me talking about Germany and Taiwan. But one of the things I was bringing up was a comparison of Germans defending Europe to Taiwanese defending Taiwan, and therefore I was bringing up the fact that take a look at the kind of damage the Germans did to the American invaders, the fact that Hitler used to say that one German soldier was worth 2 British soldiers and 10 American soldiers, and I was pointing out how the Beast of Omaha, as he was called, the man who was a farm boy and basically given a machine gun and told to hold a strip of beach at the time the Americans were invading, just the damage he was able to do to the American invaders. And I was speaking about all the advantages that the Americans had. But it was the Beast of Omaha who, with a single machine gun in his nest, was able to kill 2,000 of them. And that was basically by expending 12,000 rounds over 9 hours and going through several machine gun barrels because they kept melting. And
that was an American who did that?
It was a German who did that to kill 2,000 Americans from his machine gun nest, in which
that's a horrible thing.
But it's an impressive thing. He was defending Europe from foreign invaders, honey. What he did was heroic. This was something that, of course, he was shooting. After 9 hours and 12,000 rounds and over 1,000 kills, he was still shooting.
You're starting to sound like the Aussie guy that sent you the freaking $200 that also says they're defending against Russia. I mean, like, or Russia's defending it. I mean, like, that Ukraine's bad. I mean,
he's claiming.
Don't all confuse me. I think you all need help. Like, did not like everything.
You're adorable. Oh my God. Anyhow, the man's name was Heinrich Severlaw, just so people know. Again, and there's a story of a farm boy gone great. So yes, honey. But look. I mean, you're so adorable, and so I was talking about.
I am adorable. I've only had 2 hours sleep, so you'll all have to.
I mean, honestly, honey, I'm definitely on your side, and we want everything to be best for your son, and everybody.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll send him out there, and you can tell. Oh, wait a minute, no, you would just tell him how to fuck more people. So
yeah,
no,
that's right. I'm not the example he should go by because he just wound up planting his dick everywhere. God knows.
Yeah.
If he sees me,
if I need him to get more diseases, I'll be like, I know the person you need to go visit. So, not that you have diseases, I'm saying, but just obviously get him some more guys there.
Yes. Oh my God. So at any rate, darling.
You know what? How shitty it is to be at a hospital last night and then only get 2 hours sleep because I couldn't get to sleep once I got home, and then no sleep tonight, and then get told your son has a UTI.
It's just let's look at it this way. That's almost a relief.
He used to be a cute 3-year-old. He used to be.
Yeah. He used to be a what?
He used to be like this cute little 3-year-old. Like,
now he's this rascal planting his dick in every open orifice, and he's like
he's 17. Yes, he's like yes.
And he's coming home with UTIs. Yes, there you go. That's like oh, look, darling, you got off easy. This is like it's like a relief. Let's hope it's that. It probably is, and that way, you can have some fun spanking his ass later. But let me tell you
better than the worms crawling out from in.
Yes,
so, like,
yes. And besides, if it were an amoeba, by the way, when our man like Ian West says check for amoebas is one of the things he was testing. He was suggesting. Right. I mean, if someone gets an amoeba, by the way, that's the end of it all. I mean, it's like, especially if it's in the brain. I mean, it's a death sentence. There's
I knew there's a brain wind that if you jump in the lake, like especially warm lakes, it's a death sentence because of your nose.
Yeah.
But that I forgot. That's what the doctor said. He said we can only do that if you would do a stool sample, and it really wouldn't show anything anyway, because unless he starts showing serious signs of unbelievable, and like he was too graphic with it, with the diarrhea and like just like his graphic doctor words. Wow. And my son just looks at me like, how dare you? But then of course I got him back by, how dare you have a UTI? So we were even.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and but that being said, I want you to know. I want you to know, just to give you an idea of how bad it could be. When I took care of my parents for, over 10 years, over a decade, then I was, like I said, recognized for 24-hour-a-day care for both of them, meaning that I was recognized as working 48 hours a day. And like I said, I had, I perforce to be recognized as the care provider. I had to give up my own Social Security, which I could never get back, and never did. It's fine. I got better than that after I got on SSDI, but that was 12 years later, right? So think about that. Not that I'm going to go into that right now. Rather, instead, when I was recognized as their care provider, I gave up all my own sustenance in terms of money and my own source of income at that time that I was awarded because of my lung injuries because of the mechanical injuries being undeniable, the lung collapses. And then perforce I had to become a member of the local healthcare workers union, the SEIU 250 or something like that, very large healthcare workers union at that time. Thankfully, it's long enough ago where I'm beginning to forget what it was now, but I had to pay union dues. Then I had to pay all of the income taxes as someone who's earning a state salary, but all of the money went back through the agreement to put them both on total insurance so they'd be completely assured. All the money went back to the state. So I was paying taxes on money I never received. And then to compound all of that, getting paid nothing. And even though I'm a member of a union, the whole idea that I'm forced to pay union dues is so that a union member could relieve me. No union member would ever relieve me because that meant that all of their salary would have to be turned over to the state. So no union member would ever relieve me. So I never had a vacation. You know, I never had a vacation in my entire life. Never formally.
Are you serious? You've
No,
never had a vacation in your entire life? That's like a story.
We can consider these weekends now that I take for the holidays, such. But you know, I never had a vacation in my entire life. Not through any of the careers that I ever had. Not one. And when I took care of my parents, I never had a single day off for 11 years. Not a single day off. And then the one time that I was taking
care of
how
them, good you're going to be at taking care of my parents?
Yeah, that's cute. One time when I was taking care of my mom and my dad, there was one day in which I had to take my mother to the emergency room and then take my father to the emergency room. And both cases, this was life or death. We're talking about like rides in ambulances in both cases. And I had to take ambulances between the hospitals to run between one or the other when they were both in emergency rooms on the same day. That
oh my god.
Yeah, and this was like both of them experienced total shutdown and on life support in different hospitals. They couldn't go to the same hospital because Dad was going to the VA, but the VA did not have an emergency room. What people don't understand is VAs, it's only very recently they've established what could be considered an emergency room in VA. So
no, my grandfather, the Marine War veteran, you know, that killed the fucking Japanese. Don't fucking like. He was in the VA. I'm just saying, like, you know, when we talk about that, he didn't win World War II.
Yeah, so you know that he.
Yeah, so we would take him to the VA, and here's the worst part about it. Not only do they not have an ER, our closest VA clinic was a 2.5-hour drive in Columbia. They didn't have one in Greenville. It was in the middle of the state. So you've got like the upstate, middle of the state, and the lower state. So it's basically like you say you're in San Francisco. It'd be like everybody from fucking LA or fucking Santa Barbara having to drive to San Francisco just to go to the VA clinic.
Yeah. And
there's no emergency room.
Yeah.
So, and they also didn't know that PTSD fucking existed at that point or whatever, or at least for what he had, because his came on so late.
And because and because there's no emergency room, they can't accept them. So you have to take them to a civilian hospital after that. And so
did you have to deal with adult diapers too?
Yeah, eventually, yes. I mean, with both of them, it's like never.
I don't mean to be that personal, but I just mean like you deserve credit for that, like taking care of your parents like that. That's an amazing thing. I give you complete kudos for that, man.
Well,
in every way.
And so I mean, and I had days like that. I'm just giving this to as an example. Basically every day, I spent every day in emergency rooms. Certainly every holiday, every birthday, every Sunday was spent in an emergency room. Guaranteed. And these are always the days when there's no doctors and there's no ambulances and there's no, whenever everyone was most understaffed, they guaranteed they would just collapse. And it was just constant. There was nothing but that. I spent my entire life for 12 years in hospitals, 11 years. So it's like every day. And it's like so it's just you know what you went through is it's not to demean that experience, but it's just to show you just how bad it
well
can
get. I literally like for doing 2 days of it, and I'm just like done. Like I was coming out of the room, I'm like this last time, and I was just like I'm going to the bathroom. The nurse was like, I knew we were done. I'm like, are we leaving soon? She's like, well, we're just waiting on the doctor to finish. Like, after you do all that, it's like, I need the IV removed. I want to leave. And it's still another fucking, you know.
Of
like,
course.
it's just so
forever.
long.
It's forever. because they're all overloaded, they're all overstressed, and so they're just I'm surprised they can even take them in at all. So it's lucky that they can do that. But definitely in the few minutes that we have remaining, certainly I'm glad you're here, and you can help me take it to the next few minutes, and then we'll shut the show down. And after that, we can talk privately for a few minutes on call, and then send you off to bed, which hopefully you'll sleep throughout the day.
For everything you've done. You've done a lot of great things, but I think taking care of your parents like that was like probably one of your biggest sacrifices. So I think
thank you. No, it was everything. I sacrificed everything. I had finished a number of mercenary contracts over the decade before, and I had earned enough money to buy a really big car or a really small house, which in San Francisco is an accomplishment beyond words. I mean, a small house in San Francisco would be something that would be an estate anywhere else almost. So it's something that I had the money to do that, and I had to expend it all on my parents' medical expenses before I was able to get them fully insured by the state and get my dad into the VA, because he had to be transferred there from the military system. What people don't understand is that when you're in the military system, like have access to military hospitals, that is completely different from the VA system. The VA system is a welfare state for quote unquote veterans that has nothing to do with career military men. Career military men have lifetime access to military bases, meaning that they can go to military hospitals like Bethesda Naval Medical Center Hospital for free, and therefore get treated there, like the politicians get treated, or other places where they can get treated that are on functional military bases. They have access to actual military hospitals. So there are people who literally can claim, I was born on a base and I'll die on a base. These are like people who were born into a military family, get raised in schools that they have on military bases. There are such schools, and there were people who were going to Treasure Island, for instance, which was a naval base at one point when it was open. Kids were being bused to Treasure Island School, where they were, because they were part of military families. So I distinctly met some of these kids. I wasn't going there myself because my dad was retired. He wasn't active duty. But because of his career in the military, he had lifetime access to the Presidio military base, which had Letterman Army Medical Center. When we closed that down through my exposing what I did, he had nothing. So I had to get him into the VA. And so it took enormous effort to get that transfer made. But they wouldn't allow his wife in because she was over 65. And if they don't get the spouse in before the age of 65, they won't let her in at all.
Oh, man.
So I had to get her on civilian hospital insurance because she was a military dependent. She was not allowed into any civilian hospital, so to speak, without paying. She could go to a military base and get treated for free, but Travis Air Force Base was days away effectively, hours away by driving effectively, too far away for any use. We'd have to move there. And my parents were unable to move because of their health conditions, and they didn't want to get divorced, which would be the only other way to get her on state insurance, Medi-Cal and Medicare combined because of her age. And we couldn't anyway because it's all based on her husband's social security number. So if she got divorced, she wouldn't have that. So everything is based on the husband's social security number. So we had to get them both insured by the civilians. And that meant that I had to go through the state of California and launch several lawsuits effectively that were it's like Soviet law. It's not decided in a court of law with the jury. It's decided in your home, where they send a judge advocate general would be a military term, but they send a they have a term for it, I forgot what it was called, Jesus, after all these years. And again, these are falling enough into the past now where I've truly forgotten this horror. But these judges for the state, there's no jury. They have attorneys representing the state, and then you get these attorneys to work with you for free based on these charitable organizations. And then we have to have their state provided translators for my mother, etc., so that they could make certain that what she said in Japanese, because at that point, because of her brain injury, she was speaking far more in her native languages than in English. They had to make certain they comprehended whether or not she was processing, etc. And, you know, the state kept denying it, hoping that she would die because it would take months and months. I mean, literally like a year between each trial and shit. So they were just trying to kill them. But in the end, San Francisco, which was caught in the middle as a county, gave up the fight and just surrendered to it if I would pay all my money to the state that I earned from the state, and in what was called share of cost. And anyhow, it was just this nightmare that went on for years. I made legal history. So I made legal history, the first to ever accomplish what I accomplished. And no one else had ever done this in history before, get former military man and his spouse insured by the civilian world. The state, the argument being that otherwise they'd go into a state facility like we used to have on Laguna Honda or some shit was the name of this state-sponsored care facility, and then they would be a burden on the state. So to prevent them from becoming a burden on the state and instead make money off me, then they made me the recognized care provider, but all my money goes back to the state. And then, of course, when both my parents died, I was told by the IRS I'd go straight to jail because I hadn't paid taxes in 10, 11 years. And this was because all the while that I was working and recognized as being their care provider, remember, I'm getting paid for 48 hours a day. So I was making more money than the president. And they said, Mr. Dietrich, you've made millions and millions of dollars. You made more money than the president ever does if he were in office for 2 terms. And so you owe millions of dollars in taxes and you're going to jail. And so I had to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to an attorney to settle for an offer in compromise with the IRS and pay them tens of thousands of dollars in this offer in compromise, just a bribe to the IRS so that they wouldn't put me in federal jail. They knew full well I never got any of this money. There was no money received, and therefore they're taking taxes away from somebody who never got any money. Now, the only good thing I got out of all this is all the what I paid into for SSDI and paid into the insurance for when this inevitably happened. And that's why, of course, the judge agreed to give me SSDI. So that's why the federal judge said, basically that what I had done was just so monumental. And so humanly had never seen anything done like that before, that he awarded me SSDI, which of course you know how difficult that is to get when these people file for this sort of thing and spend the rest of their lives fighting to get it, and then they die. That's in my case, I got it, he awarded it on my first appearance in court, which so there you have it. And of course there were some promises he made me give. One of them was because of my post-traumatic stress disorder. He was afraid of road rage. So he made me promise never to drive again, and then he allowed me to keep my guns. He allowed me to keep my firearms if I promised never to drive again, because statistically cars are far worse weapons and kill far more people than guns do, which is hard for people to believe considering how bad gun deaths are, because they're astronomical in America. But
people drive, everyone drives every day, most people. And so, I believe that number. I'm just saying I wouldn't allow you to keep fucking guns. I right now don't guns.
You're such a bitch. At any rate.
I know. That's why you love me, baby boy.
Yeah. Well, it's like you said, statistically, guns kill far less than cars do. And he knew I'd do far more damage with a car than I would with guns, because I would just lose it and, drive into crowds and shit, dancing grannies and shit. Like that black guy.
He didn't see you shoot through the dog's mouth into the other dog.
Yeah, no, he didn't see that. But, anyhow, to all our listeners.
Do you know what? Your boyfriend's on here.
Shit. Who? Let me
Your
take.
boyfriend.
Why didn't they speak? What? Oh, George! Oh my God, George, where were you?
Hello.
George, why didn't you talk? How long have you been lurking there?
The whole time you've been so ranting, but I didn't want to interrupt you, and I was like, he doesn't notice his boyfriend's online.
Yeah, it's only about 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
Oh my God! And ignore.
Oh my God! Do you know how many times he could have come with you in that time?
Ignore Brooke. She's just a horrible person. We tolerate her presence only because I'm
because she tells the fucking truth. Oh my God.
Anyhow, in the few minutes we have remaining, did you see my private messages to you in Facebook? And no, they weren't.
Private messages
yeah. No, I knew she would jump on that. You it's hopeless. But at any rate, yes, by all means, take over for the next few minutes. Tell us what you think is the most important thing that you need to share with us right now, and hopefully you'll be with us on Wednesday.
Just don't share the private messages, because it's too early. Like, here in the U.S., it's morning now, and I can't handle the sexual
Honey, the private messages were simply, can you speak now, George? Inform myself both here and on Skype if you want me to start a call.
Okay, I just said I don't need to know all your sexual shit. Can you just go on, George?
Yeah, anyhow. Nothing sexual about it, people. Don't listen to her. Anyhow, George, go on. Yes.
No, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you, Rick. I just wanted to say apologies that I just dropped out earlier. I had to just abruptly leave without saying goodbye, when I was on the call this morning my time. So I do apologize about that, Douglas and Brooke.
We figured you were catching some rats to make your rat stuff.
What is that? Sorry.
She said she figured you were catching some rats to make that Hagens. She thinks of Hagens as being like my rat soup. I told her how much I enjoy eating rats, but anyhow.
Yeah.
So go on. She figures that we combine the two.
But he enjoys eating rat girls. What he means.
Yeah.
That's all right, Brooke. Hey, Brooke, me and you, we do have one thing in common. We like to eat. So, we might you might disagree about what